Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 4013 to Chapter 4063. Zhao Hai received the pouch and opened it to take a look. This magic staff was the best one in the shop. It cost a total of 1,000 bell. This bell was actually a shell, which the people here called a bell. 1,000 bell was equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. Naturally, this was the market price. In fact, unless one wanted to buy something very expensive, they wouldn't use shells to trade. This was because shells could help one's cultivation. Even if someone obtained a shell, they would still store it. Zhao Hai looked at the shells and scratched his head. He didn't dare to put these shells inside the space. This was because once they were placed inside, they would be absorbed by the space. These shells contained spiritual qi. However, this spiritual qi wasn't of much use to Zhao Hai's space. This was because he was constantly cultivating, which meant that he was constantly absorbing spiritual qi. Therefore, he didn't need these shells to help him cultivate. If these shells were to be absorbed by the space, then it would be a complete waste. Looking at the pouch in his hand, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like he still needs to refine a spatial artifact and store these shells inside. Although these shells weren't of much use to him, it would be much easier for him to trade in the future. Although in the Arctic continent, a shell could be exchanged for 10 gold coins, this was only the public price. In fact, in the Arctic continent, a shell could be exchanged for 12 to 15 gold coins. This was because people rarely took out shells to trade. Therefore, the exchange rate between shells and gold coins was naturally higher. Zhao Hai received the shells and looked at the shop. There were still dozens of natural magic staffs, enough to last him for a while. However, these natural magic staffs ranged from a few gold coins to a few hundred bell. The price range was still quite large. However, Zhao Hai's mind wasn't on these right now. In addition to understanding the geography and influence of the 5 spirit realms, Zhao Hai also wanted to understand the strength of the people of the 5 spirit realms. He also wanted to know about the usage of formations in the 5 spirit realms. Since the people of the 5 spirit realms can use spatial formations, does this mean that they also have large artifacts? If they do, then how far have their large artifacts developed? These were all things that Zhao Hai wanted to know. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't be anxious. He had been in the 5 spirit realms for a long time, but he didn't hear about people using large artifacts. He also didn't see any large artifacts in Aurora City. As for whether there were any large artifacts or not, Zhao Hai would have to observe them in the future. Bored, Zhao Hai sat in the shop and read a book. Regarding Lin Qing's arrival, Zhao Hai had already forgotten about it. Although these magic staffs were made by Lin Qing's magic staff, they had nothing to do with Lin Qing. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Qing to know about their relationship. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about it. While Zhao Hai was reading his book, a loud noise was suddenly heard from outside. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that the noise was slowly approaching him. It seemed like it was coming towards him. Zhao Hai quickly put away his book and stood up. Just as Zhao Hai stood up, a group of people came in. These people were wearing short black clothes and each of them had a magic staff in their hands. Naturally, these magic staffs weren't natural magic staffs. Moreover, looking at the appearance of these magic staffs, one could see that they weren't high-quality goods. However, there were a lot of people, about 10 of them. As soon as these people entered the shop, they looked at everything in the shop with ill intent. When they saw Zhao Hai, the leader of this group was about 30 years old. He had a thin figure and a refined appearance. However, his triangular eyes flashed with a viper-like light. The leader of this group said to Zhao Hai, "Kid, is this shop yours?" Zhao Hai had already disguised his appearance. He was very clear that his previous height and physique were too shocking. If people saw him once and remembered him, it would be very disadvantageous for him to scout this place. Therefore, he was using his previous appearance. His appearance was ordinary, about 20 years old. There wasn't anything special about him. He belonged to the type of person who couldn't be found in a crowd. Looking at these people's appearance, Zhao Hai more or less knew what these people were doing. Wherever there was light, there would be darkness. Aurora City was also the same. From what Zhao Hai knew, there were a few small gangs in Aurora City. They relied on the protection fees of some shops to survive. The gang in charge of this area was called the Iceblade Gang. It seems like there was an 80% chance that these people were from the Iceblade Gang. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist towards these people and said, "That's right. Everyone, this shop is mine. May I know what kind of business you have with me?" The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you new? How come I haven't seen you in this area before?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm new to Aurora City. I didn't do business in Aurora City before. My brother is an adventurer. When he went on an adventure with some friends, he saw a spirit tree and brought back these magic staffs. He wanted to buy them here. At the same time, he wanted to build a small shop and specialize in magic staffs. Is there anything you need?" When the person heard Zhao Hai, his brows couldn't help but frown. For these gangs, the people they didn't want to provoke the most would definitely be adventurers. If it was a local, then they wouldn't be afraid. These people belonged to the group of hooligans. Naturally, they wouldn't be afraid of any heroes. However, adventurers weren't heroes. Adventurers could be bodyguards, but they could also become bandits at any time. Moreover, adventurers didn't have clean hands, almost all of them had seen blood. Most importantly, adventurers were very mobile. They would stay in a city for a period of time and then change places. On the other hand, these gangs belonged to the locals. If you bully an adventurer, then they might go all out and directly run away. You wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Because of this, these gangs didn't want to provoke adventurers. Zhao Hai deliberately said this. He was very clear that the title of an adventurer couldn't scare these people. However, it could also save him a lot of trouble. At the very least, these people wouldn't deliberately look for trouble with him. If he didn't give them money, then these people would continue to pester him. But if he didn't use the title of an adventurer to scare them, then they would only take 1 gold coin a month. When it came to you, they would take 10 gold coins. Moreover, they would also come to extort you from time to time. However, Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't let these people see that he deliberately said this. He just pretended that he didn't know anything and wanted to see how these people would react. The black-cloaked man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, since you said this, then we won't make things difficult for you. Let's do it this way. Every store in our area will have to pay us a protection fee every month. Your elder brother is an adventurer, which means that your family isn't doing very well. We aren't unreasonable people. In the future, your store will pay us 3 gold coins a month as a protection fee. I can guarantee that no one will come to your store to cause trouble. What do you think?" When Zhao Hai heard what he said, he quickly said, "So everyone is a gang member." "That's easy to say. When I opened a grocery store, I also dealt with gang members. I understand the rules. Every month, 3 gold coins will be handed over on time. However, I would like to ask everyone to leave a name. If someone dares to cause trouble in my store, this little one will use your name to scare them. What do you think? What do you think?" The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he had seen people from other stores deal with these people. He called these people men because of this rule. Letting these people leave their names was also a rule. He did this in order to let these people understand that it wasn't that he hadn't dealt with the gang before. This would make these people even more afraid of him. Sure enough, after hearing Zhao Hai's words, the black-cloaked man nodded and said, "Right, kid, I can see that you understand the rules. If someone comes to cause trouble in the future, you can tell them that the Iceblade Gang's venomous snake 3 is protecting this place. If someone comes to your store to cause trouble, or if you lose something, Yi Jia can send someone to the Iceblade restaurant to find me. Venomous Snake 3, will definitely help you deal with it. Kid, how about it? You didn't lose out on these 3 gold coins, right?" Zhao Hai quickly said, "I didn't lose out, I didn't lose out at all. Third Master, here are 5 gold coins. 3 of them are for this month's salary, and the other 2 are for the drinks that I've treated you all to. I hope that Third Master will take care of me in the future. Third Master should know that my store has just opened, and I've just made 2 transactions. Therefore, I can only treat you all to a cup of wine. Third Master, please don't think that it's too little." Venomous Snake 3 waved his hand, letting his people receive the 5 gold coins. He looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Not bad, not bad. You're good at doing business. Then it's settled. If you have any problems in the future, come find me at the Iceblade restaurant. Brothers, let's go." Then he led the people from the Iceblade gang away. Outside the store, one of Venomous Snake 3's subordinates immediately said to Venomous Snake 3, "Third Master, this store's owner seems to be very soft. Moreover, his store has a lot of natural magic staffs. Those are good things. Third Master, do you want them?" Then he made a cut on his neck. It was clear that he was preparing to kill Zhao Hai and snatch the store. Venomous Snake 3 glared at him and said, "Don't give me that kind of idea. If you don't handle it well, you'll get yourself killed." Didn't you hear what he said? His brother is an adventurer. How can an adventurer's things be so easy to steal? If we really steal it, then his brother will come looking for us for revenge. Then we'll be in danger. Moreover, I don't know if you noticed, but although he was very polite to us, he was very clear about the rules of this place. Moreover, he didn't seem to be afraid of us. You still don't understand what this means? This means that he had some contact with the gang before. Moreover, he's afraid of them. Also, you should pay attention to the soul on his head. That's a tree soul. In other words, he isn't a person from the Arctic continent. He might be from the tree spirit continent. He said that his brother is an adventurer, but it's possible that his brother is a bandit from the tree spirit continent. He came to this place just to clean up. If that's the case, then wouldn't we be courting death if we make a move on him? Therefore, we don't need to care about him. Just take our money and don't offend him. The subordinate was puzzled as he said, "Third Master, if he really has such a background, then why would he give us protection money? Logically speaking, desperados like them shouldn't care about us at all." Venomous Snake 3 glanced at his subordinates. Seeing that they were also looking at him calmly, he said in a deep voice, "I already said that you guys don't have brains. Don't look at how arrogant we are in front of the commoners. In our line of work, we also need to have good eyesight. You must know who you can offend and who you can't. If you don't, then the consequences will be unimaginable. In this Aurora City, there are many gangs that have been destroyed because they offended people that they can't afford to offend. You guys still have a lot to learn. Take this shop as an example. If he really doesn't know anything and went against us, then I wouldn't be afraid of him. I'll beat him up and smash him up. However, the more polite he is and the more he understands the rules, the more we can't touch him." At this point, Venomous Snake 3 paused for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you guys. If you're a bandit and you need a place to clean up, then would you pay some money and sell your dirty goods peacefully? Or would you fight with the gang and let everyone know about this shop and create a storm in the city? Therefore, the more we can't offend people like him, do you understand?" When those people heard him say this, they quickly said, "Understood, Third Master." Venomous Snake 3 nodded and said in a deep voice, "Moreover, you guys didn't notice that person's expression at all. That person didn't have any surprised expression, which means that he already knew that we would go and collect money. He also didn't have any expression of fear. In other words, he isn't afraid of us at all. People like him either have strength or influence. Therefore, in the future, when we meet people like him, we must not be careless. If we can avoid offending him, then we shouldn't. So we understand." When those people heard Venomous Snake 3, they quickly replied, "We understand. Thank you, Third Master, for your advice." Viper 3 nodded and said in a deep voice, "In the future, you have to pay attention to this shop and don't let people come here to cause trouble. Then, you have to see what they sell in the future. You also have to pay attention to the people in this shop and their attitude when doing business. If they really sell magic staffs in the future, then there's no need to pay too much attention to it. If they seem anxious because their business isn't doing well, then it proves that they aren't here to sell their goods to the bandit's nest. If they don't care about the business, then they don't seem to be anxious even if their business isn't doing well, then it means that there's something wrong with their background. They are people that we absolutely can't provoke. Not only will we not provoke them in the future, we will also have to think of a way to establish a relationship with them. If we can help them sell their goods, then we will have another way to make money." Zhao Hai calmly stood in the store. He had heard the conversation between Viper 3 and his subordinates. Now, he was a bit interested in Viper 3. This was a typical Jianghu person. He was cunning, sinister, and also had a clear view of the situation. For people like him, when they knew that they couldn't compare to others, they would be willing to be your grandson. No matter how you beat or scold them, they would still have a smile on their face. But if they knew that they couldn't compare to them, then they would immediately turn into the most ferocious masters. If they didn't kill you, then that would be giving you face. Such people could be used, and they would be indispensable. This was because such people had their own uses. If you used them well, then they would be a sharp sword to deal with the enemy. People like them were born to live in the dark. Only in the dark would they be able to display their greatest strength. However, if he wanted to subdue them, then he would need to wait for an opportunity. He wasn't in a hurry right now. After dealing with the Ice Blade gang, Zhao Hai sat there and began to read. It must be said that his business was very relaxed. He just had to stay in the store every day and didn't need to care about anything else. In the next few days, Zhao Hai didn't have any business. He didn't know why, but Zhao Hai didn't care. He just stayed in the store and read every day. Naturally, he knew that there were people monitoring him outside the store. However, Zhao Hai didn't really care about those people. He even put on an unhurried appearance for those people to see. Zhao knew that these people were from the Ice Dagger gang, and they wanted to see how he did business. Now that he was in such a leisurely manner, he was afraid that the other side would think that he was the thief who sold the viscera, which would save him a lot of trouble. In fact, just as Zhao Hai thought, those people monitoring him were from the Ice Blade gang. After they reported the results of their monitoring to Viper 3, Viper 3 was even more certain that Zhao Hai was here to sell the filth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unhurried about his business. Zhao Hai was currently busy and didn't have time to care about these things. He mainly wanted to understand the situation of the 5 spirit realms. These days, he bought books about the 5 spirit realms and read them all. Now, he knew that the 5 spirit realms didn't have any large artifacts. However, their formations were developed very well. Moreover, they also had demon beasts. Some of these demon beasts had already been tamed and became helpers. Some of these demon beasts were very large. It can be said that these demon beasts were the 5 spirit realms' large artifacts. Moreover, the formations here weren't only used for artifacts, they were also used for defense. Large spirit formations had also appeared, and there were quite a few of them. For example, in Aurora City, there was actually a large spirit formation. However, unless there was a war, the spirit formation wouldn't be activated. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that it would be much harder to take down the 5 spirit realms compared to the spirit weapon realm and the soul realm. Let's not talk about the attack power of the 5 spirit realms, he still didn't have the time to look at the books about it. Let's talk about formations. With these formations, there would be a lot of variables. Adding on to the fact that the 5 spirit realms were blessed by the heavens, the defensive capabilities of the formations here wouldn't be weak. If one wanted to deal with the cities here, then it would be impossible to deal with them. Zhao Hai sighed, then he put away the book in his hand. Then he took out another book. This book was about spells. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to sell books that were too profound. In the 5 spirit realms, there were a lot of academies. Profound spell books were all kept in the academies, or they were passed down through the family. Most of the spell books that were circulated outside were just ordinary goods. And now, Zhao Hai was in the Arctic continent. This was the world of water spirits. Naturally, there were a lot of books about water spirits here. However, Zhao Hai didn't care, he just needed to understand the spells here. The spells here made Zhao Hai's eyes light up. This was because the spell system here could be said to be very complete. From attack to defense, there were all kinds of spells. Moreover, their might wasn't small. Zhao Hai looked at the books one by one, understanding the 5 spiritual realms bit by bit. Before long, he finished reading a book. Then he took out another book and couldn't help but be disappointed. This was because there were a lot of spells in this book that were the same as the previous one. There was nothing special about this one. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai's magic books and saw that Zhao Hai's magic books were similar to the previous one. After reading a few books, Zhao Hai could roughly see that there were low-level spells in these books. However, there were a lot of low-level spells. There were hundreds of them. Some were offensive, some were defensive, and some were healing. From this point, it can be seen that the development of spells in the 5 spirit realms was very good. Then Zhao Hai took out another book. Although the contents of the book were similar, Zhao Hai still wanted to see if there was anything special in these books. When Zhao Hai took out this book, he discovered that it wasn't the same as the other books. This wasn't to say that this book was unique. In fact, it was impossible to sell a unique book in a bookstore. This was because whether good or bad books were good or bad, they would have already been collected by the clans and academies. The reason why this book was different from the other books was because the contents of this book were really special. Let's talk about the author first. The introduction of this book said that the author was an expert. Although he was from the volcanic continent, his spell theory was widely used in the continent. Moreover, the author of this book had a very resounding nickname, the Instant Arcane Master. The so-called Instant Spell Master was someone who could cast spells in an instant. If the enemy didn't cast a defensive spell before encountering the Instant Spell Master, then they would be dead for sure. This was because no one could dodge the Instant Spell Master's spells. The Instant Spell Master's spells were too fast. It only took an instant for the spells to reach your side. There was no way to dodge or defend against it. And this Spell Master's theory was to use spells as fast as possible. Through repeated practice and experimentation, you would be able to cast spells as fast as possible. In fact, Zhao Hai already knew about this theory. Just like what someone said before, there was nothing that couldn't be destroyed, only speed couldn't be broken. In fact, it was the same principle. The principle was the same, but there were very few people who could do it. This was because practice like this required a lot of time. In some people's view, instead of wasting time practicing a spell, it was better to use this opportunity to learn more spells. This way, when they encounter something in the future, they would be able to use different spells. This spell master's theory was very famous in the 5 spiritual realms. However, there were a lot of people who read it, but a lot of people didn't use it. There were even a lot of people who disdained this theory. However, Zhao Hai felt that this theory was very feasible. Moreover, this gave him a lot of space. In the future, he would be able to use this method when fighting in the 5 spiritual realms. After reading this book, Zhao Hai looked at other books. If there wasn't anything new, then he would just flip through them and throw them to the side. If there was something new, then he would take a second look. After reading all the books on water spells, Zhao Hai immediately took a look at the fire spell book. The content of this book was similar to the water spell book. They were all low-level fire spells. However, there weren't many fire spell books, only a dozen or so. Unlike the water spell books, there were hundreds of them. After that, Zhao Hai looked at the metal-type spell books. There were a lot of metal-type spell books, but there weren't any books about controlling flying swords. After Zhao finished reading all the books, he finally got his hands on a book called 5 Spirit Low-Level Spells. The spells in this book were all of the lowest level, and there was an introduction to the spells of the 5 elements. Of course, Zhao had already read all the spells in this book, and there was almost nothing he hadn't seen before. But some of the theories in this book reminded Zhao that the low-level spells could be used by anyone. For example, if a water spirit used a high-level fire element spell, they could use a low-level fire element spell, but the power of the fire element spell would be reduced. However, the degree of reduction in power was different for each element. For example, if a water spirit used a metal element spell, out of 10 levels of power, they would be able to use it. If a wood element spell, out of 10 levels of power, they would be able to use it. If it was an earth element spell, out of 10 levels of power, they would be able to use it. If it was an earth element spell, out of 10 levels of power, they would be able to use it. If it was an earth element spell, out of 10 levels of power, they would be able to use it. If it was an earth element spell, out of 10 levels of power, they would be able to use it. If it was an earth element spell, out of 10 levels of power, they would be able to use it. If it was a fire element spell, out of 10 levels of power, they would be able to use it. However, this wasn't within Zhao Hai's consideration. Although Zhao Hai was a grass soul, the energy in his body was natural energy. And this natural energy could be transformed into any type of energy. If he only used one type of spell, then it would be a waste. Now that he had this theory, he could use all types of spells without arousing suspicion. While Zhao Hai was looking at the books, a voice was suddenly heard, "Everyone, I bought my magic staff here. There are a lot of natural magic staffs here, but none of them are as good as mine. You can go in and take a look." When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he couldn't help but stare. This was because this voice belonged to Lin Qing. It has been more than 10 days since Lin Qing bought his magic staff. Why did he come back? Moreover, it seems like he wasn't the only one who came. Zhao Hai quickly received the books and went out to greet him. But before he arrived at the door, he saw a group of people coming in. The one leading them was Lin Qing. Zhao hurriedly cupped his fist towards Lin Qing. "Master Lin, you came. Welcome, welcome. Your presence brings light to my humble store." Lin Qing nodded. "Thank you for coming." Zhao was very clear that a young master like Lin Qing valued his face the most. If he went there and the people in the store recognized him and said a few good words to him, then he would definitely feel very proud. Sure enough, when he heard Zhao Hai, Lin Qing's face showed a smile. However, he wasn't polite to Zhao Hai. He just nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, your shop's natural magic staff is very good. It's even better than the one I used before. After seeing my magic staff, my friends all wanted to buy one, so I brought them here." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Welcome, welcome, welcome young masters and young ladies. This is my store's honor. However, I'm not afraid to tell you that my store doesn't specialize in magic staffs. These magic staffs were picked by my brother when he was on an adventure. Because they are naturally grown, their effects are better. Therefore, if you want a magic staff like young Master Lin's, then I really don't know where to find one for you. Please forgive me. Today, young Master Lin led everyone here, so this little one will make the decision. As long as you take a fancy to a magic staff, this little one will give you a 10% discount. Everyone, please, pick whatever you want, the price is written on the magic staff." After Zhao Hai spoke, the young masters and young ladies didn't say anything. However, they didn't lose their interest in Zhao Hai's magic staff. On the contrary, they were even more curious about Zhao Hai's magic staff. This was because a natural magic staff that grew in nature was much better than a man-made one. Zhao Hai looked at the young masters and young ladies who were looking at the magic staff. He faintly smiled and walked to Lin Qing's side. Then he said, "Young Master Lin, please sit here and drink some tea." Lin Qing nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai to a resting area inside the store. Zhao Hai gave Lin Qing a pot of tea. After pouring a cup for Lin Qing, he said, "I'm sorry, young Master Lin. This little one doesn't have any good tea. You'll have to make do with it to quench your thirst. Please." Then he handed the teacup to Lin Qing. Lin Qing nodded, then she picked up her teacup and took a sip. Then she put it down and looked at her friends in the shop. Then she said to Zhao Hai, "What's your name?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "This lowly one is Zhao Hai. I used to run a small business in Icefield City." Icefield City was the city that Zhao Hai had visited before. It was bigger than Aurora City, so he wasn't afraid of Lin Qing investigating him. This was because Icefield City was really big. Every day, there would be a lot of new shops opening and a lot of shops closing down. Moreover, Lin Qing wouldn't investigate him for no reason. Lin Qing nodded and said, "Icefield City is a big city. You said that you were doing business in Icefield City, so why did you come to Aurora City?" "Aurora City isn't as big as Icefield City." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I won't hide it from young Master Lin. To put it nicely, I'm doing business in Icefield City. But to put it bluntly, my family's business is located outside of Icefield City. You should know that the houses in Icefield City are too expensive. My small grocery store couldn't afford a house there. Later on, when my elder brother got so many natural magic staffs, we didn't dare to sell them in Icefield City. This is because the outside of Icefield City isn't a safe place. If we bring them into the city, then this lowly one wouldn't be able to earn much. So in the end, this lowly one thought of a way to open a shop in Aurora City. The houses here are much cheaper than in Icefield City. This lowly one has already sold the house in Icefield City. This lowly one bought this shop with the money from selling that house. But because there are a lot of things in the grocery store, this lowly one still needs to deal with some of them. Once those things are dealt with, this lowly one's elder brother will take this lowly one's parents to the countryside to buy a bigger house. Later on, this lowly one will be able to make a living by hunting. With such a small shop, this lowly one won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Lin Qing nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "That's a good idea. What kind of business do you want to do in the future? Do you still want to sell magic staffs?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "That's right. Magic staffs are something that everyone needs. After selling these magic staffs, I have some capital in my hands. I want to use this money to buy some magic staffs. Because my shop is small, I don't have much capital. Therefore, I can only buy some low-level magic staffs and sell them to adventurers. I'm afraid that young Master Lin won't be coming to my shop in the future." Lin Qing thought for a moment and then said, "Your store isn't completely useless. You need to receive adventurers here. If I have something to do in the future, I can issue a mission here and you can help me find people to do it. Can you do that?" Lin Qing nodded and said, "All right." When Zhao Hai heard Lin Qing, he quickly replied, "This little one will do his best. But young Master Lin should also know that the people who come to my shop are just ordinary adventurers. I don't know if I can help young Master Lin. However, as long as young Master Lin gives me a task, this little one will do his best." Zhao Hai understood what Lin Qing meant. Lin Qing was a very overbearing person. If someone offended him, then he would naturally retaliate. But sometimes, this kind of retaliation couldn't be made known to others. This way, he wouldn't be able to show himself. He would need some people to help him do some shady things. And for this kind of thing, there was no one more suitable than adventurers. It must be said that a gang like Viper Trio could also help Lin Qing do some shady things. However, Lin Qing and the others rarely looked for them. This was because if he looked for them to do shady things, then it would be the same as giving them something that could be used against him. If Viper Trio retaliated one day and told others about his shady deeds, then Lin Qing would be in a lot of trouble. On the other hand, adventurers were different. Adventurers would accept any kind of job, and they would issue it in the form of a quest. Moreover, there would be a middleman in the middle. This way, adventurers wouldn't know who issued the quest. If something really happened, then as long as the middleman was dealt with, nobody would know that it was him. This was much better than looking for Viper Trio. Although there were a lot of adventurers in the 5 spirit realms, these adventurers didn't form a force. Adventurers' guilds didn't exist in the 5 spirit realms. In the 5 spirit realms, adventurers would generally go to taverns and restaurants to pick up business. This was because taverns and restaurants would also issue missions on behalf of people. Naturally, if you want to issue a mission, then you have to put the reward in the tavern first. Otherwise, the tavern wouldn't give you the mission. Otherwise, once the mission was completed, the adventurers wouldn't have a place to collect the reward. Then the tavern would be in trouble. In the past, there would still be people who would issue missions in the magic staff shop or other magic staff shops. But now, there were fewer and fewer adventurers. This was because adventurers were now used to going to taverns and restaurants to receive missions. Naturally, they wouldn't go to other places to receive missions. Adventurers' taverns had already appeared in many cities. These taverns were dedicated to issuing missions for adventurers. They were also a place for adventurers to turn in their missions. But for someone like Lin Qing, if he had something to do, especially if he didn't want people to know about it, then he wouldn't easily hand it over to others. Therefore, it was better to put it in a place where no one would pay attention to it. The main reason why Lin Qing wanted to make Zhao Hai a place where he could issue missions was because of Zhao Hai's cleverness. It can be said that Zhao Hai's performance was too good. This made Lin Qing think about it. But Lin Qing was just saying this. For a young master like him, if he was in the mood, then he might want to do something. But if he wasn't in the mood, then he might forget about it in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Qing's proposal reminded Zhao Hai that the adventurers in this world weren't small. This was a big force. If used well, then it would be a big help. When Lin Qing heard Zhao Hai's words, he nodded and said, "Rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss. If there's such a thing in the future, then I'll give it to you." Then he didn't say anything else. At this time, the young masters and young ladies also chose their staffs. Zhao Hai quickly went forward to greet them one by one. Moreover, according to what he said before, he gave them a 10% discount. In just a short time, half of the staffs in his shop were gone. Naturally, he also recovered a lot of money. After the young masters and young ladies left, Zhao Hai looked at the money bags in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that the business of his shop would be so good. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Zhao Hai also made a spatial equipment and put the shells inside. After putting away the shells, Zhao Hai looked at the empty shelves in the shop and frowned. Even if he wanted to pretend, he still needed to do it well. Now that half of the shelves were empty, if he didn't replenish them, then it would be unreasonable. However, replenishing them wasn't easy, he needed to have a channel. Zhao Hai still hadn't learned how to make staffs, so he didn't know what the formations here were like. Naturally, he had no way to make staffs here. If he used the staffs that he already knew, then he could make some staffs. However, he was afraid that the people here would find out that his staffs were different from the ones here. If that happened, then he would be exposed. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Zhao Hai felt that his shop was lacking people. If he went to evolve, then the shop would have to close down. This was a bit unreasonable, it might even arouse people's suspicion. After all, he was now being watched. If he exposed himself, then it wouldn't be good. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai suddenly noticed a person coming in. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately went forward and cupped his fist as he said, "Third Master, how come you have time to visit the shop today? Come in and take a seat." The person who came was Viper Third. The reason why Viper Third came today was because he already believed that Zhao Hai was a thief. The second reason was because of Lin Qing and the others. Lin Qing's arrival today was completely out of Viper Third's expectation. Moreover, he also knew that this wasn't Lin Qing's first time here. This made Viper Third even more puzzled. He wanted to know why Lin Qing would visit the shop twice. Viper 3 was very polite, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Boss Zhao, I'm sorry to disturb you. Please." After he said that, he followed Zhao Hai to a nearby resting area and sat down. Then Zhao Hai gave him a cup of tea. Viper 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss Zhao, your business is doing very well. I didn't expect that even a character like young Master Lin Qing would come here to take care of your business. How rare, how rare." Zhao smiled faintly. "I don't know why Master Lin Qing came to my shop last time, but he bought a staff from me. Today, he came again with a friend. Nearly half of the things in my shop were sold by him." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "I don't know why Master Lin Qing came to my shop last time." Viper 3 looked at the store and sure enough, a lot of the shelves were empty. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, your business is really good. However, I'm also a straightforward person. How about this, let's not beat around the bush. Mr. Zhao Hai, I'll be frank. I want to know if Mr. can invest in your store." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Viper 3 and said, "Master San, why would you take a fancy to my small store? After I deal with this batch of natural magic staffs, I can only sell some ordinary magic staffs. I'm still waiting for those low-end magic staffs. Those won't make a lot of money. Why would Master San take a fancy to them?" Viper 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, aren't you just pretending to be confused? Mr. Zhao Hai, I'm afraid that your identity isn't that simple." Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he said, "Master San, what do you mean? I don't understand." Viper 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's not that Mr. doesn't understand, it's just that you don't want to understand. Sir, I don't want to know who you are. I just want to invest in your store. I can help with your business in the future. You can give me as many shares as you want. I'll give you all of them. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Venomous Snake 3, and Venomous Snake 3 also looked at Zhao Hai. Venomous Snake 3 continued, "Mister, I don't want to take a share of your business. It's just a collaboration. You're not familiar with Aurora City, and I still have some influence here. I think there shouldn't be any harm if we collaborate, right?" Zhao Hai looked at Venomous Snake 3 and thought for a bit. Then he said, Master San's words are a bit interesting. However, Aurora City is still a bit small. I can't stay here for a long time. If I collaborate with Master San, then Aurora City will have someone to take care of it. How about this? I can give Master San 30% of the store's shares for free. However, Master San will also need to use your subordinates to help me with some small matters. When Venomous Snake 3 heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he nodded and said, Good, good. Then it's settled. What does Mr. want me to help you with? Please tell me directly. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I need Master San to help me with a few things. First, find a trustworthy shopkeeper as soon as possible. Second, find a way to expand the store. Naturally, I'll pay for it. Third, I need Master San to help me find some books on magic, formations, and refining. From low level to high level, the more detailed the better. Fourth, I need Master San to help me look for things that the great clans in the city need. Fifth, I need materials to make magic tools, magic staffs, metal, and wood. Sixth, I need Master San's help to find some missions for me to issue. These are adventurer missions. Venomous Snake 3 carefully listened to Zhao Hai's words. He felt that Zhao Hai's words seemed to have a deep meaning. First, he wanted to find a shopkeeper and a shopkeeper. This meant that Zhao Hai wouldn't stay here for a long time. This was also normal. According to his thoughts, if Zhao Hai really stayed here for a long time, then it would be abnormal. This was because in his opinion, Zhao Hai was the representative of a bandit's nest. How could he stay in a small city for a long time? Second, Zhao Hai wanted to expand the store. This was also normal. If it was used to sell dirty goods, then the store was indeed small. Therefore, expanding the store was also normal. Venomous Snake 3 also understood that as long as a force develops to a certain scale, they would need to cultivate their own talents. And to cultivate talents, they would need books in this field. Therefore, it was normal for Zhao Hai to want those books. Fourth, Zhao Hai wanted to pay attention to what the great clans in the city needed. Naturally, he would be able to transfer those things over. This way, not only would he be able to sell the dirty goods as soon as possible, he would also be able to sell them for a good price. The fifth day was also very simple. Every force needed supplies. If you rely on robbing, then you might not be able to get everything you need. Therefore, these things might be what they need. Sixth, Venomous Snake 3 didn't understand. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to issue an adventurer mission here. Normally, this kind of thing would be done in the tavern. Why would he want to do this kind of mission? Venomous Snake 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said, I don't know why Mr. wants to issue a mission here. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Do you think I want to? After Lin Qing came today, he suddenly proposed a condition to me. He said that if there are any missions that aren't convenient for outsiders to know about, then he would be prepared to give them to me. I can't refuse this kind of thing. If I refuse, then it would be the same as offending Lin Qing. If I offend him in Aurora City, then we wouldn't be able to mingle in Aurora City anymore. Therefore, what I mean is that we should make this a big deal and let other people receive missions from us. This way, we can also act as a cover. We don't need to issue a mission every time. When Venomous Snake 3 heard Zhao Hai's words, he nodded and said, All right, I understand. I didn't think that Lin Qing would have such thoughts. All right, then let's do it this way. I'll immediately go and prepare. I'll get these things done as soon as possible. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Venomous Snake 3 and said, Then I'll have to thank you. There's no need for a contract between us. 30% of the shares, this is the largest share that I can make. Decisions 4. What does Master 3 think? Venomous Snake 3 nodded and said, Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai. How about this? I'll take care of everything that Mr. needs this time. Mr. doesn't need to pay a single cent. Even if I use these things to exchange for 30% of the shares, how about it first? Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, I'll do as Master 3 says. Master 3 is also a straightforward person, so I won't say anything more. I'll do as Master 3 says. Master 3 just needs to do what I told you before. This is for Master 3, it's a spatial equipment. It's convenient for Master 3 to do things. Master 3, I'm not afraid to say something disrespectful. Everything that I've given you today, if I want to take it back, I can always take it back. I also hope to have a long-term cooperation with Master 3. Venomous Snake 3 stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Mister's words aren't wrong. Let's also say the ugly words up front. My cooperation with Mr. is also for a win-win situation. If Mr. doesn't want to cooperate with me, then please say so. If Mr. does something double-dealing, although I, Venomous Snake 3, am weak, I still have a bit of power in Aurora City. Therefore, I hope that Mr. won't do anything that would let me down. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and also stood up. He cupped his fist towards Venomous Snake 3 and said, all right, straightforward. Master 3, please. Venomous Snake 3 nodded and turned around to leave the shop. Zhao Hai looked at Venomous Snake 3's back and faintly smiled. He didn't doubt Venomous Snake 3's ability. This guy had a very strong gambling addiction. Moreover, this guy was able to see that there was something wrong with Zhao Hai just from looking at the clues of his actions. Also, KFC was a genius. However, these two guys wouldn't even dream of knowing Zhao Hai's background. This wasn't because Zhao Hai's ability wasn't good enough, but because they wouldn't have thought that Zhao Hai actually came from another realm. After Venomous Snake 3 left, Zhao Hai returned to his seat and continued to read. He now felt that his matters in Aurora City could be resolved. With Venomous Snake 3 and the others here, it would be much more convenient for him to inquire about Aurora City in the future. However, Aurora City was still too small, so Zhao Hai was prepared to go to another place. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted the books and materials was to make those things. As long as he gets his hands on the books and materials, then he can send them back to the Lost Soul Empire. When the time comes, the Lost Soul Empire would process those things and then bring them back here to sell. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about the Lost Soul Empire. He didn't say anything about the Lost Soul Empire. Although these shells were useless to Zhao Hai, they were very useful to the people of the Lost Soul Empire, especially those with low cultivation. The energy contained in these shells could be absorbed into their bodies and become their own energy. This was a good thing, so Zhao Hai wanted to do this business. Actually, what Zhao Hai wanted to know the most was where these shells came from. He also wanted to know if they could cultivate these shells. If they could cultivate these shells, then it would be a good thing for them. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to send troops to the 5 spirit realms in the next few years. Therefore, this transaction would take a long time. This would also be a great supplement to the Lost Soul Empire's economy. Venomous Snake 3 was very attentive to this matter. After 3 days, he arrived at Zhao Hai's shop. A middle-aged man around 40 years old followed behind Venomous Snake 3. This middle-aged man was wearing ordinary clothes made of coarse cloth, but his eyes were shining. One could see that he was a very shrewd and capable person. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Venomous Snake 3 and said, Third Master, who is this? Viper 3 smiled faintly and said, Boss Zhao, this is the shopkeeper I found for you. The shop assistant will be here in a while. Also, the shops on the left and right sides of your shop have all been bought by me. They will all be yours in the future. Zhao Hai looked at the middle-aged man, then he nodded and said, all right, then you'll be in charge today. The shop's matters are still quite simple. This is because there are only a few things in the shop. You should familiarize yourself with them. Also, Third Master said that the shops on both sides will be ours. You'll be in charge of connecting the shops and renovating them. As for the natural magic staves, can you take care of them first? Is there any problem? Right, I forgot to ask you what your name is. The middle-aged man quickly replied, replying to Boss, this lowly one is called Wu Jingming. If Boss wants me to do something, then I'll definitely do it well. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, then I'll leave this place to you. Third Master, let's talk in the back. There's a small courtyard behind the shop. The house behind the courtyard is also ours. Let's talk in the back. Venomous Snake 3 nodded, then he followed Zhao Hai to the back courtyard. The two arrived at a room in the back courtyard. After sitting down, Venomous Snake 3 took out the space equipment that Zhao Hai gave him and said, Mister, the things you want are all here. Please take a look. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took the empty bag and looked inside. Sure enough, there were a lot of books inside, as well as a lot of materials. Among the materials were metal, wood, and various kinds of beast bones and hides. Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the space equipment. Then he took out another space equipment and gave it to Venomous Snake 3, "Take this, I'll take this one." Venomous Snake 3 nodded, he didn't say anything as he received the space equipment. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Although there were space equipment in the 5 spirit realms, there weren't a lot of them. Aside from the disciples of some great clans, very few people could use space equipment. A lot of people have only heard of space equipment in their lifetime, they haven't seen it before, let alone use it. Last time, Zhao Hai casually gave him one. But this time, he took it back and gave him another one. This meant that Zhao Hai didn't only have one space equipment in his hand. And to have so many space equipment in one's hand was very rare. Zhao Hai looked at Venomous Snake 3 and said, "What does the city need right now?" Did Third Master inquire about it? Venomous Snake 3 nodded and said, "I've also inquired about this. I heard that the Wu clan needs a batch of pills. I don't know if Mr. Zhao Hai has any connections?" Zhao Hai asked, "What kind of pills? Are they for injuries or for cultivation?" Venomous Snake 3 replied, "They need pills for injuries, internal injuries, and external injuries. I heard that the Wu clan recently discovered a place with 5 element shells. However, they also had a conflict with a local force. Therefore, they need some pills for their upcoming battles. There's no limit to the types of pills they need, but they need to test their effects first. The price won't be low." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's no problem with the pills, but I need them to use shells or gold coins to pay. Also, as long as the pills aren't too big, I can give it to them in a few days." "Right, Third Master, I'll have to ask you to help me purchase some plant seeds. Seeds of all kinds of plants, medicinal herbs, grains, and so on. As long as you can find them, I want them all." "How about it?" Venomous Snake 3 replied, "It's a small matter, I'll go back and do it for you. The pills that the Wu clan needs this time aren't small. 1,000 for internal injuries and 2,000 for external injuries." "Right. They also gave me 2 pills, the cold dispelling pill and the blood invigorating pill. The pills that you can take out should have at least these effects." Then Venomous Snake 3 took out 2 porcelain bottles and gave them to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the porcelain bottle and took out the pills. After smelling them, he nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Leave it to me." "How many days do they need?" Viper 3 replied, "The sooner the better. It would be best if we can get the goods within 3 days. What do you think?" Zhao Hai replied, "I'll leave now. I'll deliver the goods within 3 days. I'll leave the store to you. You can close the store first, in any case, it needs to be renovated. I'll leave the things inside the store here. But you have to make it clear to the Wu family that the medicine that I'll bring back might not necessarily be these 2, but the effects will definitely be the same, or even better. What do you think?" Viper 3 smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai can rest assured. I've already discussed this matter with them. They also agreed." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave now. I'll leave the store to you." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and walked outside. When he arrived outside, he directly went to the transmission formation. After paying the money, the transmission formation flashed with white light and Zhao Hai's figure disappeared. Viper 3 had been following Zhao Hai the whole time. When he saw Zhao Hai leave, he nodded and then returned to the store. He wanted to keep an eye on the store's situation. This batch of pills wasn't small. Several thousand pills were enough for them to make a lot of money. However, making money was secondary. Viper 3 wanted to use this matter to understand whether or not Zhao Hai was here to sell his goods. Now, it seems like he was. At this time, Zhao Hai was leaving the city. When he arrived outside the city, Zhao Hai immediately found a place to stay. Then a white light flashed on his body before he returned to Vegetable City. The place where Zhao Hai appeared was his room in Vegetable City. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Hai saw Safflower. Safflower was now his maid, so she stayed in his room at all times. When Zhao Hai left, she would look after the house. When Zhao Hai returned, she would take care of Zhao Hai's daily life. When Safflower saw Zhao Hai come out, she immediately greeted him and said, "Young master, you're back? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Have Lai Shi call Wen Hai and the others." "Right, call Tianlin as well. I have something to tell them." Safflower complied, then she immediately went to talk to Lai Shi. Lai Shi was also Zhao Hai's servant. He lived outside Zhao Hai's room. If Zhao Hai needs something, he would immediately call for people. It can be said that Lai Shi and Safflower were the closest people to Zhao Hai. Before long, when Wen Hai and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's room, Zhao Hai took out the books that he bought as well as the Spaces books that Snake 3 gave him. Then he handed them over to Wen Hai and the others, then he said, "These books are from the 5 spirit realms. They contain the cultivation methods of the 5 spirit realms, as well as the usage of formations and refining methods of artifacts. In addition to these, there are also these 2 pills. Skylin, have them prepare these 2 pills for me within 2 days. I want 1,000 pills for internal injuries and 2,000 pills for external injuries. They don't necessarily have to be identical, but the effects must be the same. Go and prepare them." Tianlin complied, then he received the 2 porcelain bottles before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Hai and the others and said, "You need to organize people to study the things in the 5 spirit realms. Formations, artifacts, spells, everything. Then use those materials to make magic staffs and other things. These books have the methods to make magic staffs. You need to do it well. Also, take these and place them in the academy and the army. These shells contain spiritual qi, they can be directly absorbed by people." When Wen Hai and the others complied, then they received the space that Zhao Hai gave them. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "I'll be staying at home for 2 days. If there's anything you need, you can come and find me. Once the herbs are brought back, I'll immediately leave. Go." Everyone complied before they turned around and left. After everyone left, Zhao Hai took out some books about formations and used his thought force to communicate with them. Before long, he finished reading a book. Then he took out another book and used his thought force to communicate with them. It didn't take long for him to communicate with all the books. This time, the books that Zhao Hai communicated with were about formations, artifacts, refining, pills, and spells. After communicating with all the books using his thought force, Zhao Hai went into seclusion. He wanted to use 2 days to properly digest the things that he had memorized. After that, he would be able to verify what he had learned. Only in this way would he be able to truly master everything. Fortunately, he had the biological brain. If he didn't have it, then it would be impossible for him to digest everything in 2 days. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Wen Hai and Long Tianlin arrived at Zhao Hai's room. After arriving, Long Tianlin immediately prepared a space for Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Your Majesty, these are the pills that you wanted. They have been prepared. Each bottle contains 100 pills, 2,000 pills for internal injuries, and 4,000 pills for external injuries. I had them prepare twice as many for your Majesty in case of an emergency." Zhao Hai nodded and received the spatial equipment. Then he turned his head to Wen Hai. Wen Hai also took out a spatial equipment and handed it to Zhao Hai. "Boss, a total of 500 magic staffs were made. 100 of them are made of wood and 400 of them are made of metal. However, the production of wooden magic staffs should be faster in the future. There are also other artifacts that have been made. All of them use the formations that you brought back. In fact, these formations don't seem to be too different from the ones we use. It seems like they are of the same origin, only some of the formations are different. But if you use them, you shouldn't be able to feel the difference." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a tree branch and handed it over to Wen Hai. "I forgot to give this to you last time. This tree is called a spirit tree in the spirit weapon realm. After it grows up, its branches can be cut down and made into magic staffs. Take this branch and see if it can grow. Remember, the tree needs to be at least 3 meters tall before it can be cut down. If it's less than 3 meters, then it would be useless. Also, only the branches are useful, the trunk is useless. But these are the results of the 5 spirit realms research. Have our people study them and see if they can make something out of it." When Wen Hai heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Alright, boss, leave it to me." Then he received the branch. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Select some tree soul cultivators and have them learn some techniques. Have the others practice and see if they can refine anything. But in the 5 spirit realms, only tree soul cultivators can move around. The others would be too conspicuous. I'll leave these matters to you. I've recently made a formation that you can use when you want to use the transmission formation. You can send me a message at any time." Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai activated the transmission formation and disappeared from the room. In the next second, he appeared outside Icefield City. When he arrived outside Icefield City, Zhao Hai looked at the sky. It was still early, so the gates of Icefield City had yet to be closed. Zhao Hai quickly walked towards Icefield City. Before long, he entered Icefield City. After staying there for a day, he used the transmission formation to return to Aurora City. After Zhao Hai came out of Aurora City's transmission formation, he went straight to his shop. But before he could reach his shop, Viper 3 came over and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. "Boss Zhao, you're back." Viper 3 cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the people around him and didn't say anything. He just gave Viper 3 a meaningful glance. Viper 3 also understood what Zhao Hai meant. He didn't say anything and just followed Zhao Hai into the store. When the two arrived at the store, Zhao Hai discovered that the store was already closed. He could also hear the sound of people working inside. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just followed Viper 3 to the back room. With Wu Jingming in front, there shouldn't be any problems. After the two sat down, Viper 3 immediately anxiously said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. Zhao, how was it? Did you get the goods?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I got it. Here." After saying that, he took out a pile of bottles and gave them to Viper 3. He said in a deep voice, 1,000 pills for internal injuries and 2,000 pills for external injuries have been prepared. You can let them test it themselves. Oh right, if they still need these 2 pills, I still have some in stock. When Viper 3 heard Zhao Hai, he quickly nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go and deliver the goods. They should be anxious from waiting." "Right, you keep the stock as well. I'll go and ask them if they want it. If they don't want it, then they'll have to wait for the store to sell it. These pills are very popular with adventurers." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "How much can we make from these pills?" Viper 3 said in a deep voice, 1 pill for internal injuries will cost at least 1 gold coin. 1 pill for external injuries will cost about 5 silver coins. 1,000 pills for internal injuries will cost about 100 bells. 2,000 pills for external injuries will cost about 200 bells in total. But this time, the Wu family is in a hurry, so the pills will be a bit more expensive. I can give you an extra 50 bells for a total of 250 bells. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's not a lot, but it's also not a small amount. This time, I also brought 500 magic staffs as well as some other artifacts. When the store opens, I'll have something to sell." "Right, how is Wu Jingming doing?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Wu Jingming," Viper 3 said in a deep voice, "you don't have to worry about this." Wu Jingming was originally a shopkeeper of the Lin family's shop. Later on, he offended a disciple of the Lin family and was driven out of the Lin family. His business is still very good, so you don't have to worry. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "So it's like this. Then wouldn't we offend the Lin family by using him?" "I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid that the Lin family will find trouble with you. Also, this time, the Wu family will know that I'm the one who brought these pills. Won't there be trouble?" Venomous Snake 3 smiled faintly and said, "You can rest assured. The Wu clan only cares about what they want. They don't care where the item comes from. Even if you steal it from the Lin clan and sell it to them, they will still pay. This matter is very important to the Wu clan. They might even be able to use this opportunity to expand their influence. Do you think they would let go of this opportunity? As for Wu Jingming's matter, you don't have to worry. Although Wu Jingming offended a disciple of the Lin clan, that disciple died a few years ago when he went out to train. Now, nobody is looking for trouble with him. Originally, with his ability, he could have found a job. However, he didn't want to be a shopkeeper for those great clans, so he became idle. If he didn't owe me a favor, he wouldn't have come. Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's good." "Right, how are your arrangements for the adventure mission?" Viper 3 said in a deep voice, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I think we can do this in the dark." You might not know this, but in Aurora City, there are two types of adventuring missions. One is the type that can see the light of day, and the other is the type that can't see the light of day. The ones that can see the light of day are escort missions, demonic beast hunting missions, and herb harvesting missions. These missions can't be seen in the light of day, so our Iceblade gang has actually been dealing with these kinds of missions. What do you think about it? What do you think? Jiao Hai thought for a moment and nodded, "Alright, that's a good idea. However, everything has to be done safely." Third Master, I forgot to ask you. Who is the leader of your Iceblade gang? What is your position in the gang? When Venomous Snake 3 heard Jiao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you mean? You don't believe me?" Jiao Hai smiled faintly. "I just want to know how many people are blocking Master Sanyi's path. As long as Master Sanyi becomes the leader of the Iceblade gang, then our cooperation will naturally become more pleasant." Jiao Hai smiled faintly. "I just want to know how many people are blocking Master Sanyi's path. Master Sanyi, if you want me to help you move those stones away, then our cooperation will naturally become more pleasant." Hearing Jiao Hai, Venomous Snake 3's expression completely changed. He didn't think that Jiao Hai would say such words. He looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Mister, what do you mean?" Jiao Hai said in a deep voice, "Third Master, you also know what I do. I need to do things safely. I don't want any mistakes to happen. If Third Master still has someone above you, then there's a possibility that there will be problems in our cooperation. I don't think I need to say this. Unless Third Master is representing the Iceblade gang, then there's no need to say anything. If Third Master isn't representing the Iceblade gang and you still have someone above you, then this matter won't be easy to handle." Venomous Snake 3 looked at Jiao Hai and narrowed his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Mister's words are a bit excessive. Could it be that Mister would dare to start a massacre in Aurora City in order to have a better cooperation with our Iceblade gang? There's someone behind our Iceblade gang. If Mister really dares to act recklessly, then I'm afraid that the person behind our Iceblade gang won't let Mister off." Jiao Hai looked at Venomous Snake 3 and said in a deep voice, "How I do it is my own business. I can guarantee that even if I do it, no one will know that I did it. I just want to know what Third Master thinks." Venomous Snake 3 looked at Jiao Hai. He was somewhat tempted. He looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Mister, are you really sure?" Jiao Hai replied, "I need some information before I can do it. First, I need information on the Iceblade gang's upper echelons. Then I need information on the city's famous adventurers. Finally, I need information on the Iceblade gang's enemies. I don't know if Third Master can give me this information. As long as Third Master can give me this information, then Third Master wouldn't need to worry about anything else." Jiao Hai nodded, "Third Master, you don't need to worry about me." Venomous Snake 3 looked at Jiao Hai. He wanted to know if Jiao Hai was telling the truth. However, Jiao Hai's face was calm. It was as if he was talking about something unimportant. Jiao Hai's expression made Venomous Snake 3's body feel cold. He was very clear that only people who didn't care about human life would have such an expression when talking about killing. To be honest, Jiao Hai's expression really scared him. Venomous Snake 3 looked at Jiao Hai. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "This matter needs to be considered in the long run. I'll handle this matter for Mister first. Goodbye." After saying that, Venomous Snake 3 stood up and left. Jiao Hai didn't send him off. He could see the light of ambition in Venomous Snake 3's eyes. As long as he had ambition, then it was fine. As long as he had ambition, then Venomous Snake 3 would agree to this matter. Not only did Jiao Hai want Venomous Snake 3 to become the leader of the Iceblade gang, he also wanted Venomous Snake 3 to become the underground emperor of Aurora City. Then, with Aurora City as the center, he would spread his influence everywhere. Naturally, this was just a thought. It was still far from being practical. After Venomous Snake 3 left, Jiao Hai went to the front of the shop. Wu Jingming was in the middle of instructing everyone to renovate. This renovation wasn't easy. They had to combine a few individual houses and turn them into a big house. This project wasn't small. Fortunately, the Iceblade gang was the local tyrant of the city. Finding people to build a house wasn't a problem. In addition, the houses here were all made of ice, so it was naturally faster to build them. Although only 3 days had passed, the exterior of the house was almost finished. Now, they had to start building the interior. As long as the shelves inside were set up properly, then the house would be finished. Actually, Zhao Hai still wanted to do one more thing. That was to get his hands on the 5-element spirit shellfish, which could be used to make Bale's 5-element spirit shellfish. It was because the Wu clan discovered a large number of 5-element spirit shellfish that they had a conflict with another force. Otherwise, the Wu clan wouldn't have been in such a hurry to buy pills. And now, Zhao Hai wanted to get a living 5-element spirit shellfish. However, Zhao Hai wasn't reading books for nothing. He was very clear that the 5-element spirit shellfish were very rare in the 5 spirit realms. Moreover, they were produced in different places. Take the Arctic continent for example. The 5-element spirit shellfish in the Arctic continent were produced in glaciers. Nobody knew that there would be a 5-element spirit shellfish in the glaciers. These shellfish could also escape through ice, and their speed was very fast. Therefore, it was very difficult to find a living 5-element spirit shellfish. In the volcanic continent, the 5-element spirit shellfish lived in the volcanoes. They lived in the soil near the craters of the volcanoes. However, it was very difficult for people to go there. This was because the volcanoes were all active. Nobody knew when they would erupt. Moreover, nobody knew which volcano had the 5-element spirit shellfish. Therefore, it was very difficult to find them. Moreover, the 5-element spirit shellfish had another characteristic. As long as you catch them, they would immediately commit suicide. In other words, by the time you catch them, they would already be dead. It was almost impossible to catch them alive. After understanding the situation, Zhao Hai also understood that there was only one way to catch the 5-element spirit shellfish. He had to go out and find the 5-element spirit shellfish. Then he wouldn't use his hands to catch them. Instead, he would directly take them into the space along with the ice. This way, he would be able to get a living 5-element spirit shellfish. However, this matter couldn't be rushed right now. It had to be done slowly. In any case, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Therefore, he walked around the store and handed over all the work to Wu Jingming. Then he went to the backyard to rest. The next day, after Zhao Hai had breakfast, he returned to his courtyard. Viper 3 came to see him. However, his complexion was very ugly. He also had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. It was clear that he didn't sleep well last night. When Viper 3 entered the room, he took out a bag and gave it to Zhao Hai. He said, "This is the money for the pills. A total of 300 bell. Because we delivered the goods on time and the quality was very good, they gave us an extra 50 bell. Right, they also need more pills. How many do you have?" Zhao Hai replied, "I also have 1,000 internal injury pills and 2,000 external injury pills. I only have this much in a short time." Viper 3 said, "Give them all to me. I'll send them to the Wu family today." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out some bottles. After Viper 3 received the bottles, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I've thought about what you said yesterday. I'll give you an answer in a few days." Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw Viper 3 leave, he couldn't help but smile. Then he returned to his room and sat down to read a book. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't as anxious to read books as before. He was now reading travel books. At the same time, he was also slowly digesting the things in his mind. He was now calculating the formations of the 5 spirit realms. He wanted to see how far the formations could develop. At the same time, he was also slowly integrating the formations of the 5 spirit realms into his own formation system. After reading for a while, Zhao Hai took out the golden book and wrote some spells inside. These spells weren't the simple ones that Zhao Hai had seen before. Instead, they were high-grade spells that Zhao Hai had researched. These spells had a large area of effect. Naturally, they could also be used as a single attack. Zhao Hai was increasing his attack methods. Because most of the people in the five-spirit realm were warlocks, Zhao Hai could only use magic spells to attack. In the past, Zhao Hai's golden book didn't have much information about magic spells compared to formations and other close combat techniques. But after looking at the books of the five-spirit realm, Zhao Hai discovered that he had underestimated magic spells in the past. Now that he had made up for it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think of a way to make up for it. Spells were a common attack method used by cultivators. However, this method also had a lot of problems. For example, it consumed a lot of spiritual qi, its attack speed wasn't fast enough, it wasn't powerful enough, it wasn't as good as artifacts, and so on. Because of this, many low-level cultivators used spells. However, once they reached a higher level, they would stop using spells and instead use artifacts. Zhao Hai now wanted to research more powerful spells. This way, he would have more means of attack in the future. The Spirit Tree Staff shop opened for business once again. The shop was a lot bigger than before. Although the location wasn't good and the business was still cold, it was still open for business. On the day of the opening, Viper 3 didn't come. Although he was a well-known figure in Aurora City, his identity belonged to the dark side. He rarely appeared in bright places. After the Spirit Tree Staff shop opened for business, the surrounding people discovered that a new shopkeeper had been hired. The new shopkeeper was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He wore decent clothes and led 4 workers to clean up the shop. Although there weren't many customers, the workers still wore neat clothes and stood upright, giving people a very spirited feeling. On the other hand, the original shopkeeper rarely showed himself. Besides going out to eat, most of the time, he would stay in the backyard, making people feel very mysterious. The Spirit Tree Staff shop had been open for 7 days. In these 7 days, they only made 5 transactions. On average, they didn't even make 1 transaction per day. However, whether it was the shopkeeper or the workers, they didn't seem to be in a hurry. Even the shopkeeper wasn't in a hurry, this made people feel very surprised. However, people also slowly noticed that more and more adventurers were coming to the Spirit Tree Staff shop. Even some families' disciples would come here to buy things, which made people feel somewhat surprised. Zhao Hai basically didn't care about the shop anymore. He turned a room in the backyard into a warehouse. The warehouse was filled with magic staffs and other things, enough for the shop to use for a while. Every day, he would sit in the back of the shop and keep reading, recording things in his golden book. Now Zhao Hai understood that the people of the 5 spiritual realms didn't just use magic staffs, they also had other things. For example, talismans, artifacts, and defensive artifacts. Moreover, in addition to magical attacks, they also used artifacts. It can be said that there were a lot of attacking methods in the 5 spiritual realms. Zhao Hai even saw some records of artifacts similar to his golden book in a book that Viper 3 brought. Although these artifacts seemed to be very advanced, their quantity wasn't small. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. In the future, when he takes out his golden book, no one would suspect him. Although the Spirit Tree Staff shop had been open for 7 days, Viper 3 still hadn't come. There was also no news about him. This made Zhao Hai feel somewhat strange, he didn't know what Viper 3 wanted to do. On the 8th day of the Spirit Tree Staff shop's opening, the days were still as boring as before. Zhao Hai was in his room, writing magic spells in his golden book. Suddenly, a knock on the door. Zhao Hai stared. He heard the knock on the door, it wasn't his room, but his courtyard. It must be known that people rarely knocked on his door. Zhao Hai said, "Come in." Along with his voice, a person pushed open the door and walked in. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. This was because this person was one of the people who followed Viper 3. Zhao Hai had seen him twice. The person arrived in front of Zhao Hai's room and then cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai. This is what the third master wanted me to give you." Then the person took out a book and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the book and looked at it. The book had a wax seal. If someone looked inside, then the wax seal must be destroyed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he opened the book and looked at the contents. Then he looked at the person and said, "All right, you can go back." Tell the third master that he doesn't need to worry about anything else, just leave it to me. The person nodded, then he turned around and left. After the person left, Zhao Hai carefully looked at the contents of the book. Inside the book was information about the higher-ups of the Iceblade gang. Not only did it record their magic spells and magic artifacts, it even recorded their living habits. It was very detailed. This information wasn't something that could be collected in a day or two. It seems like Viper 3 had been doing this for quite some time. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the contents of the book. The higher-ups of the Iceblade gang, including Viper 3, had a total of 13 people. Among these people, there were 3 who were the strongest. One was the gang leader, while the other was the vice-gang leader. The gang leader's name was Yin Jingtian, while the 2 vice-gang leaders were his life and death brothers. One was called Su Mingqiu, while the other was called Cha Jiao. The 3 of them were all ice soul cultivators. Their main means of attack were all ice element magic spells. However, the 3 of them weren't weak. Most importantly, after being gang leaders for so many years, they had a lot of good things in their hands. They had all kinds of talismans and magic artifacts. Moreover, the 3 of them also had spatial equipment. It can be said that the 3 of them were the most difficult to deal with. Besides these 3, the other 10 people weren't weak. Among these 10 people, Viper 3's position wasn't the highest. He could only be considered as a mid-level member, around the 5th or 6th position. Naturally, among these people, there were also people who had a good relationship with Viper 3. Naturally, there were also people who didn't get along with Viper 3. This book recorded the situation of the Iceblade gang's upper echelons in great detail. The relationship between them was also recorded in great detail. It could be said that reading this book was equivalent to completely understanding the upper echelons of the Iceblade gang. In addition to these things, the book also recorded 2 enemy factions of the Iceblade gang. One is the Ice Arrow gang, and the other is the Iceman gang. These 2 gangs have enmity with the Iceblade gang, but the Ice Arrow gang is stronger than the Iceblade gang, while the Iceman gang is weaker than the Iceblade gang. After reading everything in the book, Zhao Hai directly destroyed the book. Then he got up and left the room. He strolled around Aurora City, especially around the 3 gangs. But he only strolled around before he returned to his room and continued to do his own things. The next day, Zhao Hai left Aurora City and went to Icefield City. Then he went to another big city and stayed there for 5 days. During these 5 days, Zhao Hai stayed in the Adventurer's Tavern. He visited all the Adventurer's Taverns in the city. Then he returned to Aurora City. When he left Icefield City, there was a new mission in the city. It was to assassinate the 13 leaders of Aurora City's Iceblade gang. The reward for this mission was 100 bell. As long as an adventurer saw this mission, they would immediately jump on it. Going to a completely unfamiliar city and assassinating a group of powerful people for 100 bell was something that no one would do unless they were crazy. As for how the adventurers knew about the strength of the Iceblade gang, it was actually very simple. This was because Zhao Hai told them about the strength of the Iceblade gang. Not only did he tell the adventurers about the strength of the Iceblade gang, he also wrote it down in detail. Therefore, when Zhao Hai issued this mission, the adventurers looked at Zhao Hai as if he was an idiot. One must know that when you issue a mission in the Adventurer's Tavern, you would need to leave your commission behind. In other words, you would need to leave your money with the tavern. Naturally, if the adventurers didn't accept the mission, then the tavern wouldn't give them the commission. However, Zhao Hai's mission was clearly a mission that no one would accept. Yet, he still left 100 bell behind. In the eyes of the adventurers, Zhao Hai was a madman. After Zhao Hai returned to Aurora City, he returned to his room and didn't come out. It was as if he didn't care about anything. This made Viper 3, who had been paying attention to Zhao Hai, very anxious. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai was planning and why he didn't do anything. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Viper 3 no longer cared about Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai didn't have any other methods. Therefore, he naturally didn't care about Zhao Hai. Every day, he still did his own things. However, he didn't come to the Spirit Tree Staff shop anymore. However, the reason why Viper 3 didn't come to the Spirit Tree Staff shop wasn't because he was dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. Instead, it was because he was busy with something. The monthly meeting of the Iceblade Gang's upper echelons was about to begin. The upper echelons of the Iceblade Gang rarely gathered together. Each of them had their own territory. Although they were under the management of the gang's leader, their authority wasn't small. They could almost make their own decisions regarding the matters of their territory. Viper 3's territory just happened to include the Spirit Tree Staff Shop. Because his position in the Iceblade Gang wasn't high, his territory was a place that didn't have much profit. There weren't many shops, and even if there were, they were small shops. There wasn't much profit to be made. It was precisely because of this that Viper 3 wanted to cooperate with Xianxia. He wanted to make more money and raise more people. For a gang like theirs, the more people you have, the more authority you have in the gang. Because of this, Viper 3 wanted to make more money. The upper echelons of the Iceblade Gang would gather once a month. However, they didn't have a fixed location. Every time, the location would be different. They were afraid that a rival gang would find out about their meeting location. Although the Iceblade Gang had their own headquarters, the headquarters was still in the city. Moreover, they couldn't see the light of day. They were afraid that an expert would suddenly run to their headquarters and destroy them. Therefore, every time they had a meeting, they would choose a different location instead of the headquarters. The time for this month's Iceblade Gang's upper echelon meeting was approaching. Although Viper 3 didn't know where the meeting location was, he still needed to prepare some things. He needed to report the monthly expenses and income of his territory. At the same time, he needed to hand over his monthly allowance to the headquarters. This was the Iceblade Gang's rule. As for the matter of the Spirit Tree Staff Shop, Viper 3 wasn't prepared to tell the people in the gang. In fact, the other people in the gang were like him. In addition to the protection fees, they also had their own businesses. Viper 3 had only invested in the Spirit Tree Staff Shop. No one would use this to talk about anything. Therefore, he only needed to prepare the things that he had to prepare in the past. After the sky turned dark, Viper 3 quietly waited in his hall. Sure enough, before long, an old man arrived in front of him. This old man was dressed in black, but he only had one hand. However, the sole item on his head was very strange. It was a knife. Knife sole items weren't special, but the old man's knife was a kitchen knife. Among the golden sole variants, there were knives, but they were very rare. As for the kitchen knife sole item, it was definitely not a golden sole variant sole item. It could only be regarded as a mixed soul item. Because of this old man didn't use magic, he just used a knife. He was very strong when it came to close combat. When Viper saw the old man, he immediately stood up and saluted the old man, Uncle Knife. The reason why Viper was so polite to this old man was because this old man was the servant of the Iceblade Gang's leader. Nobody knew his name, everyone just called him Uncle Knife. He was very loyal to the leader. It was said that he had saved the leader before, so the leader trusted him very much. The old man nodded, then he said, "Let's go." Then he led Viper outside. Viper didn't say anything, he just picked up a bag and followed the old man outside. The old man led Viper forward. Before long, they arrived at another hall. Another person came out from the hall. When Viper saw this person, he cupped his fist and said, "Bat, you're still alive." The man who was called Bat by the Viper was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was dressed in black and had a cloak-like thing on his back. This thing was not just for show, it was also an artifact. It could be used for both offense and defense. It was very powerful, and this was also how Bat got his name. Bat looked at Viper 3, then he cupped his fist and said, "Viper, you haven't died yet, so how could I be willing to die?" Although the two said this, they still followed behind the old man without missing a step. The old man led them to another hall. This time, a fat man came out. This fat man wore silk clothes and always had a smile on his face. He looked just like a merchant. When he saw Bat and Viper trio, he laughed and said, "You two, you're one step ahead of me." "Hello, Uncle Dao, I'll have to trouble you." Uncle Knife nodded and didn't say anything. On the other hand, when Viper 3 and Bat saw this fat man, their expressions changed. Then they coldly snorted and didn't say anything. The fat man didn't care, he chuckled and followed behind Uncle Knife. Before long, they arrived at the west side of the city. The west side of the city was a famous slum in Aurora City. It was also the most chaotic place in the city. In fact, a lot of people from gangs like the Aurora gang came from this place. This was because a lot of people here wanted to join a gang and become famous. Most of the places in the west side of the city were round igloos. Moreover, one could see that they were built quite a while ago. Many of the igloos even had cracks on them. People wearing tattered leather clothes could be seen everywhere on the streets. These people generally had emaciated faces. There were also some women who wore very revealing clothes standing on the side of the street. These women were the prostitutes of the west side of the city. Nobody cleaned up the garbage on the ground, causing the sewage to overflow and the stench to fill the air. Although the people of the west side of Aurora City wore different clothes, the living conditions of the people here were similar to the poor people of other places. There was nothing different. The group of 4 quickly arrived in front of a large igloo. Aside from its size, there was nothing special about the igloo. However, there were a lot of people around the igloo. These people wore shabby clothes as they stood there, just like the ordinary people in the western part of the city. But if someone really treated them as ordinary people, then they would be dead. These people were the elites of the Iceblade gang. They were on guard outside. Uncle Dao led the 3 into the igloo. When the 3 discovered that the others were already inside, Viper 3, Bat, and Fatty immediately saluted the 3 people sitting inside the igloo. We have seen the gang master and the 2 vice gang masters. The 3 nodded. The one sitting at the head of the table was an old man with white hair. He nodded and said, "You're here. Take a seat. There's no need to be so polite." The 3 nodded and then sat down. The igloo looked shabby from the outside, but the inside of the room was quite different. The floor was covered with animal skins, and there was even a brazier. The room was very warm. After the 3 sat down, Uncle Dao went behind the gang master and didn't make a sound. It was as if he was invisible. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice him. The gang master looked at the group and said, "It's been a month. Everyone, tell me about your situation." The group nodded, then they began to report the situation in their territory. They had opened a few new shops, some shops that were closed. What kind of business did the new shops do, how much money they received, and how they would deal with those who didn't pay. Everything was listed out one by one. Besides these, the Iceblade gang also had their own business. Their business was actually taverns. These taverns were all adventurers' taverns. The Iceblade gang didn't do this kind of business. Like Viper 3, he could invest in a staff shop, or even open a staff shop. But if he wanted to open a tavern, then he absolutely couldn't. If he was discovered, then he would be severely punished. After they finished reporting and handed over their monthly allowance, the leader said, "Good, everyone did a good job. Our Ice Dagger gang is now stronger than before. This is the result of your hard work. I won't mistreat you in the future." Everyone quickly expressed their gratitude. The clan leader waved his hand and said with a smile, "There's no problem with these accounts. I'm just curious. Since we can only gather once a month, let's all have a drink or 2. Ah Dao, tell them to bring in the wine and dishes." Uncle Dao, who had been silent all this time, responded and walked to the door, ordering people to bring in the wine and dishes. After arranging the food and drinks, the leader raised his wine glass and said to them, "Come, let's have a toast. Thank you for your contributions to the Iceblade gang." After saying that, he raised his glass and drank the wine with everyone. After downing the wine, the gang leader looked at the crowd and said, "All right, everyone drink as much as you want." Everyone nodded, then they all raised their glasses and drank. After drinking 2 more glasses of wine, the clan leader looked at Viper 3 and smiled, "Ah San, I heard that you recently got close to a staff shop in your territory? He even helped him buy the shops on both sides of the street? What? Does that shop belong to you?" When Viper 3 heard the leader's words, he faintly smiled, then he immediately replying to the leader, "That store isn't mine. However, I invested in it because that store specializes in magic staffs. Moreover, in the beginning, they were selling natural magic staffs. I saw that they were doing very well, so I invested in it. I helped them buy the 2 stores and they gave me 30% of the shares. Viper 3 didn't lie, he just didn't say everything. The gang leader nodded and said, "Good, you know how to do business. That's good, the gang won't oppose you doing business. Once you do business, you'll have money in your hands and you'll be able to raise more people. This way, our Ice Blade gang's strength will grow." Although Aurora City looks calm on the surface, because of the Wu family's recent actions, there are already undercurrents in the city. Although our gang isn't a great family, it's still hard to avoid. Therefore, strengthening our Ice Blade gang is our top priority. Ah-san has done a good job. Ah-san, you did well. Viper 3's expression became a bit better, but he still said, "That shop has just opened, so there isn't much business. Let's see what happens in the future." The clan leader said, "You can't be impatient when doing business. If you're impatient, you won't be able to do business well. Don't be impatient. Let's take a look later. If business is good, then it's also a good thing." Viper 3 nodded and didn't say anything else. The others looked at Viper 3, their eyes flashing. It was unknown what they were thinking about. At this time, Uncle Dao's voice was suddenly heard, "Who is it? How did you get in?" When everyone heard Uncle Dao, they stared. Then they immediately jumped up and took out their magic staffs. At this time, they saw that there was an extra person in the room. This person was wearing black clothes, even his face was covered. There was also an ice soul on his head. There wasn't anything special about it, but from the fact that he could suddenly appear in the room, one could see that he was very strong. Viper 3 and the others were all gang members. It can be said that they had killed countless people in their lives. Because of this, they were always vigilant. This was why they were able to quickly take out their magic staffs. But what surprised them was that they didn't sense when this person came in. The people outside also didn't give any warning. The black-cloaked person stood there and looked at the people in the room. Then he clenched his fist. Along with this action, a huge ice hand suddenly emerged from the ground where the clan leader was sitting. Then this ice hand fiercely clenched into a fist. Fortunately, the gang leader was prepared. With a wave of his hand, a crystal-clear ice shield appeared beside him, blocking the ice hand's grasp. But at this time, an icicle suddenly pierced through the clan leader's shield. The clan leader's expression changed. He waved his magic staff and the ground under his feet suddenly turned into flowing water. The clan leader moved horizontally and dodged the icicle. At the same time, he loudly shouted, "Kill him." Viper 3 and the others also knew that this person wanted them to take their magic staffs. They immediately took out their magic staffs and directly attacked the enemy. Their magic staffs were all high-grade goods. They had some instant spells on them. Because of this, they could directly attack. However, the black-cloaked person's figure moved and appeared beside the clan leader. Before the clan leader could react, an ice sword appeared in the black-cloaked person's hand. The sword pierced the clan leader's chest. The clan leader's face was filled with shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the room stared. At this time, countless icicles suddenly emerged from the ground. These icicles were like spears as they pierced upwards. While the people in the room were still in a daze, the icicles had already pierced out. However, the people in the room were all experienced people. They also had defensive spells in their magic staffs. When they waved their magic staffs, all kinds of defensive spells wrapped around them. The icicles didn't cause any harm to them. At this time, the black-cloaked person stretched his hands towards the two vice clan leaders. Suddenly, two huge ice hands appeared and grabbed the two vice clan leaders. Although the two vice clan leaders had defensive artifacts, they still didn't feel safe. They immediately took out talismans and threw them towards the black-cloaked person. The black-cloaked person's figure moved. In the next moment, he disappeared. Then two ice dragons appeared beside the two vice clan leaders and directly bit them. These two ice dragons were very powerful. They actually bit through the two vice clan leaders' defensive artifacts. Then the two vice clan leaders were swallowed into their stomachs. The two vice clan leaders let out a pitiful scream before they were no longer breathing. At this time, the complexion of Viper Trio and the others changed. They knew that they weren't a match for this person. They turned around and rushed towards the door of the igloo, wanting to escape. But at this time, a loud shout was heard. Saber Uncle held his saber in one hand and directly slashed towards the black-cloaked person. His saber was very special. The blade was very short, only a foot long. However, the blade was very thick and looked very heavy. The blade was black, but when it was slashed out, it had the aura of heaven and earth splitting. The black-clothed person looked at Saber Uncle. Then with a wave of his hand, a saber appeared in his hand. However, this saber was made of ice. Then he also slashed towards Saber Uncle. Saber Uncle's eyes were cold. He didn't even look at the incoming saber. Instead, he used all of his strength to slash towards the black-clothed person. It was clear that he wanted both sides to suffer. The black-clothed person acted as if he didn't see Saber Uncle's saber. His saber didn't stop. Clang! Pooh! The two sabers slashed towards their target. However, Saber Uncle's saber was blocked by an ice shield. The black-clothed person's saber cut off Saber Uncle's head. At this time, Viper Trio and the others discovered that they had no way to escape. This was because the entire room seemed to be protected by a layer of energy. They simply couldn't leave. Not to mention people leaving, even their voices couldn't be heard. They had already called for help, but the people outside didn't respond at all. In other words, if the people outside weren't dead, then they simply couldn't hear anything from the room. This made them feel a wave of despair. At this time, Saber Uncle was also killed by the black-cloaked person. The group knew that if they didn't go all out, then they wouldn't be able to survive today. They immediately turned around and faced the black-cloaked person. At the same time, they waved their staffs, sending ice spells towards the black-cloaked person. What they were using now were the spells that came with their staffs. These spells were actually sent out by the formation. Under normal circumstances, these spells could only be used a few times a day. Once they reached their limit, they wouldn't be able to use them anymore. However, they didn't care about that at this time. The spells in their staffs continued to attack the black-cloaked person. At the same time, they also began to chant incantations, preparing for their next attack. This was also the fighting style of the people of the 5 spiritual realms. When facing an enemy, they would first use the spells in their staffs to attack. Then, they would use defensive spells to protect themselves. After that, they would use spells to attack. At the same time, they would chant incantations, preparing to use spells to attack. This way, not only would they be able to ensure their own safety, they would also be able to continuously attack. However, just as they were about to attack, the black-robed man acted as if he didn't see their attacks. He waved his hand as ice swords stabbed towards Viper 3 and the others. Although Viper 3 and the others had activated their defensive spells, the black-robed man's ice swords were continuous. In other words, wherever the first ice sword stabbed, the next ice sword would also stab in the same spot. Just 2 swords were enough to pierce through Viper 3 and the others' defenses. Then, the ice sword stabbed into Viper 3's chest one after another. Viper 3 and the others couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at the black-robed man. This was because their previous attacks were all blocked by the black-robed man's ice shield. They weren't able to touch the black-robed man at all. The black-robed man looked at them. Then his body suddenly moved as he soared into the sky. A hole appeared in the roof of the igloo as he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such a huge commotion alerted the members of the Iceblade gang who were defending outside. They roared as they rushed into the igloo, only to see a floor full of corpses. The members of the Iceblade gang immediately panicked. It must be known that this room was filled with members of the Iceblade gang. This was equivalent to having their entire nest wiped out. They immediately rescued Viper 3 and the others and sent them to the Iceblade gang's main hall. At the same time, they sent people to the other halls to inform them that their boss had been attacked. While the Iceblade gang members were still anxiously rescuing these people, Zhao Hai had already left his courtyard. He directly called a shop assistant and said, "Go and find Master San. If Master San isn't here, then find someone who can take charge. Go." The shop assistant was also found by Viper 3. Naturally, he knew who Zhao Hai was talking about. Moreover, he also knew a bit about the matter between Zhao Hai and Viper 3. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, he didn't ask why and immediately nodded before he turned around and ran. Before long, he came back with a person. This person was one of Viper 3's trusted subordinates. When this person saw Zhao Hai, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Does Mr. have any orders?" He was very clear about the relationship between Zhao Hai and Viper 3. Therefore, he was very polite to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai replied, "You should go back to your hall. After a while, someone might come looking for you. You'll know when the time comes. I'm just telling you that if things get out of hand, come look for me here. You can go back now." When the person heard Zhao Hai's unclear words, he didn't know what it meant. If it weren't for Viper 3's orders, then he would have cursed out loud. But now, he could only endure. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then I'll go back first." Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at his back and smiled faintly. Then he turned around and returned to his room. Viper 3's subordinate was called Ice Wolf. It was a kind of demon beast in the Arctic continent. This kind of demon beast was very ruthless, but it was also very loyal. And because Ice Wolf was very ruthless, but he was also very loyal to Viper 3. That was why he had such a nickname. Ice Wolf slowly walked forward. As he walked, he said with some dissatisfaction, "Seriously, Third Master. Why is he cooperating with this kind of person? Why can't I see anything special about him? He's deliberately mystifying and putting on an act. One look and I can tell that he's not a good person." Just as he was speaking, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Ice Wolf immediately became vigilant. Their Ice Blade gang had several enemies in Aurora City. He was afraid of being attacked by enemies, so he was naturally very careful. However, he quickly relaxed. This was because he saw that the people running over were his brothers. As long as they weren't enemies, he wasn't afraid of anything. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. He saw that these brothers had frightened expressions on their faces. It was as if something big had happened. Sure enough, after a while, those people ran to his side and said with a frightened expression, "Brother Wolf, it's bad. Something happened to Third Master. He's now at the main hall." Hearing this, Ice Wolf's head couldn't help but buzz. He immediately said, "What did you say? What happened to Third Master? Didn't Third Master go to the party? How did something happen?" That person said with a sobbing tone, "Something happened at the party. I heard that someone sneaked in to assassinate gang leader Guang. However, no one knows what happened. I heard that Third Master and the others were carried to the main hall. The main hall sent someone to inform us to go over as soon as possible. Brother Wolf, what should we do now?" Ice Wolf took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then, he said, "Let's go. Call our brothers. Let's go to the main hall. If others know that something has happened to the gang leader and the others, those guys might make a move. Let's go to the main hall now and form a group. The other gangs won't dare to move. Let's go." After saying that, Ice Wolf immediately returned to his hall. Then, he called all his brothers and rushed to the main hall. When Ice Wolf arrived at the main hall, he realized that there were already quite a number of people gathered there. They had surrounded the courtyard where the main hall was located. Although these people had surrounded the courtyard, they were still divided into several small teams. There was a certain distance between each other, and there were people guarding the main hall's courtyard. A few people who looked like leaders stood outside the courtyard. After Ice Wolf and company arrived, they also occupied a space. Then, Ice Wolf led a few of his subordinates to the courtyard door. The person guarding the courtyard door clearly knew Ice Wolf. He looked at Ice Wolf and said, "Ice Wolf, go in. No one else is allowed to enter." Ice Wolf didn't say anything. He casually said a few words to the people around him before entering the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Ice Wolf realized that the people from the other halls had also arrived. However, all of them had extremely ugly expressions. Furthermore, there were many experts from the main hall standing in the courtyard. When these people saw Ice Wolf enter, they only nodded at him without saying anything else. At this moment, a person walked out of the house. When he saw Ice Wolf arrive, he came forward and cupped his fists at Ice Wolf. "Ice Wolf, you're here. Come in." This person was called Fox, and he was an accountant of the Ice Blade gang. However, he was only in charge of accounting. In fact, he didn't have much authority, but he was very trusted by the gang leader. In the main hall, he was like a general manager. As Ice Wolf followed Fox into the room, he said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Fox said in a low voice, "They're all dead. The gang leader, vice gang leaders, and all the hall leaders are all dead. The gang leader and several other gang leaders were stabbed in the heart by an ice sword. The 2 vice gang leaders were killed by a spell. Uncle Dao's head was chopped off. Only Third Master is still alive. His heart is in a different position from the others, so he escaped death. However, his lungs were injured and he lost a lot of blood. It seems that he won't make it." When Ice Wolf heard Fox's words, he was first alarmed, then delighted. In the end, he felt a little despair. At this moment, they had also entered the room. In the middle of the room, there was a row of doors. On each door was a corpse. These corpses belonged to the gang leader, the 2 vice gang leaders, Uncle Saber, and the various hall masters. However, they didn't see Viper 3's corpse. Fox said in a deep voice, "I carried Third Master to the back room. Right now, the doctor in the hall is treating Third Master, but there's not much hope. Right now, he's just hanging on to his last breath. Ice Wolf, you followed Third Master. Go in and see him for the last time." Ice Wolf nodded and followed Fox to the backyard. Not long after, they entered a room. As soon as they entered the room, Ice Wolf saw Viper Third. Viper Third was hiding on a piece of animal skin. His face was extremely pale, and there was a sword wound on his chest that was still bleeding. The doctor in the room was putting all kinds of things on the wound, but it was useless. In Viper Third's mouth, there was a piece of blood ginseng. This blood ginseng was a good thing. It was most effective in replenishing one's blood and chi, and it could also prolong one's life. Obviously, Viper Third was using this blood ginseng to prolong his life. Ice Wolf's face paled as tears streamed down his face. He slowly walked in front of Viper Trio and grabbed his hand. "Third brother, why did you fall? What are we going to do now that you've fallen?" Ice Wolf's face paled as tears streamed down his face. Just as he said that, Ice Wolf was stunned. This was because when he mentioned what his brothers would do, he couldn't help but think of their business. When he mentioned their business, he thought of the Spirit Tree Staff Shop. When he thought of the Spirit Tree Staff Shop, he thought of Zhao Hai. When he thought of Zhao Hai, he thought of what Zhao Hai had just said to him. A thought flashed through his mind. He immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He suddenly stood up and quickly ran out. When Fox saw his appearance, he hurriedly said, "Ice Wolf, what are you doing? Third Master is already in such a state, yet you're still running? Aren't you going to stay and guard Third Master?" Ice Wolf couldn't be bothered to turn his head. As he ran out, he said, "I thought of someone. Maybe he can save Third Master. This is our last hope." As he spoke, he had already run out of the courtyard. The people outside the courtyard were still gathered there. Most of them didn't know what had happened inside. Now that they saw Ice Wolf run out, they were somewhat surprised. Ice Wolf didn't care about their reactions. He immediately waved his hand and called for a subordinate. He said to him in a deep voice, "Go to Mr. Zhao Hai's place as fast as you can and invite Mr. Zhao Hai over. Remember, invite him over. Be polite. If you have a horse, ride it over. Quick." Although the subordinate didn't know what was going on, he immediately responded and turned to run. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Ice Wolf then turned to the guards in front of the door and said, "Gentlemen, I've asked for a doctor. When they arrive, please let them in. This is of great importance." "Thank you." The guards also nodded. They also knew what had happened inside. They knew that Viper 3, the only one still alive, only had his last breath left. Ice Wolf was naturally looking for a doctor to save Viper 3. Although they didn't believe that someone could save Viper 3, they couldn't say anything at this moment. If they said anything unpleasant, Ice Wolf might fight them to the death. When Ice Wolf saw them nod, he didn't say anything else. He turned around and ran into the courtyard. Soon, he returned to his room and waited anxiously for news. Zhao Hai calmly stayed in his room. He was waiting for Viper 3's subordinates to arrive. If Viper 3's subordinates didn't come, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to do anything about Viper 3's fate. For Zhao Hai, he was already used to seeing life and death. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still looking at his golden book. However, he didn't write anything in it. This was because he knew that if he wanted to write something in the golden book, whether it was a technique, a cultivation method, or a formation, it must be done in one go. Otherwise, what he wrote would be wasted and would automatically disappear. Not long after Zhao Hai read the book, he heard the sound of a horse's hooves coming from outside. Then he heard the courtyard's door being slammed to the ground. Then a horse rushed in and a person jumped down. He quickly ran towards Zhao Hai and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai as he said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I apologize for my rudeness. Please come with me to save the third master. If you want to kill me, I won't say a word." Zhao Hai looked at him and nodded, "All right, let's go." Then he stood up and took the golden book as he walked out. The person quickly said, "Mister, please get on the horse." Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He nodded and jumped on the horse's back. The person pulled the reins and ran out of the courtyard. When the two arrived outside, Zhao Hai saw another horse. The person immediately jumped on the horse's back and turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please come with me." Then he urged the horse to gallop forward. Zhao Hai naturally followed behind, he didn't fall behind. Zhao Hai also discovered that the two horses didn't belong to the person. They might have been robbed halfway. However, Zhao Hai now had a whole new level of respect for Viper 3. This was because it wasn't easy for Viper 3's subordinates to be so loyal to him. The two horses galloped on the street and soon arrived at the main hall of the Iceblade gang. The person led Zhao Hai to jump off the horse and ran straight into the courtyard. The guards in front of the door glanced at the two of them and didn't stop them. The two of them directly ran into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw Ice Wolf running towards them. When Ice Wolf saw Zhao Hai, his face lit up. Then he immediately said, "Mister, please come with me." After saying that, he led Zhao Hai to the backyard and rushed into Viper 3's room. There were still quite a few people standing in Viper 3's room. Among them, Fox was also in the room. There were also a few doctors. Ice Wolf led Zhao Hai into the room and pointed at Viper 3 on the bed. "Mister, please save third master." Zhao Hai nodded and walked to the side of the bed. He looked at Viper 3 on the bed. The doctor of the Iceblade gang also had some skills. Viper 3's bleeding had already stopped, but his face was still pale. He was still breathing heavily. He was relying on the blood ginseng to hang on to his life. Otherwise, he would have already died. Zhao Hai walked in front of Viper 3 and looked at his wound. The wound wasn't stopped by medicine. Although some medicine was applied, Zhao Hai could feel the power of a spell. It was clear that those people used a spell to stop Viper 3's bleeding. The spell they used was actually very simple. It was the frost spell. They used the frost spell to freeze the blood vessels near the wound. This way, they could stop the bleeding. However, the consequences of doing this were very serious. This was because the frozen blood vessels were very likely to die. Therefore, it would only be more troublesome to deal with it now. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the frost spell around the wound disappeared. Blood gushed out once again. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and a green light surrounded Viper 3's wound. Under the green light, Viper 3's wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, the wound on Viper 3's body disappeared. However, Zhao Hai's face became pale, as if he would faint at any time. However, even if the wound disappeared, it didn't mean that Viper 3 would be able to survive. Viper 3 had lost a lot of blood and was relying on the blood ginseng to hang on to his life. If he wasn't treated at this time, then he would die at any time. Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3, then he turned to Bing Yuan and said, "Call some people in. I want to use their blood." After saying that, he moved his hand and took out a thin tube. The others didn't know what this tube was made of, but it looked transparent. At the same time, there were two needle-like points at the two ends of the tube. Although Ice Wolf didn't understand what it meant, he immediately said to Fox, "Fox, call some people in. This is the only chance to save Third Master." Right now, in the entire Iceblade gang, only Third Master has the highest seniority. Only Third Master can still command the entire Ice Blade gang. If Third Master dies, then the Ice Blade gang will be finished. Fox now believed Ice Wolf's words. He believed that Zhao Hai could save Viper 3, so he immediately went out to save him. At this moment, Zhao Hai was already sitting on the ground. His face was very pale. Ice Wolf quickly walked to Zhao Hai's side and said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, are you alright?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Do you still have blood ginseng? Give me a piece." Ice Wolf responded and immediately got the doctor to take out a piece of blood ginseng and give it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the blood ginseng and directly put it into his mouth before closing his eyes. Not long after, Fox found a group of people from outside. These people were all experts in the gang. All of them were strong, but whether it was Fox or Ice Wolf, they didn't know why Zhao Hai had called them over. Zhao Hai opened his eyes at this moment. His mouth moved and he directly chewed and swallowed the blood ginseng. Then, he stood up and got a bit of blood from Viper 3's body. Then, he formed a water ball in his hand and got the blood into the water ball. Then, he turned to the others and said, "Each of you get a bit of your blood and get it into this water ball." Although those people didn't know what Zhao Hai was going to do, they still did as they were told. Everyone got a bit of blood from their fingers and dripped it into the water ball. Zhao Hai carefully controlled the water ball and watched as the blood slowly came into contact with Viper 3's blood. Some of the blood directly fused with Viper 3's blood, while some of the blood was excluded by Viper 3's blood. Zhao turned to the people whose blood had fused with the snake blood and said, "You guys stay here. The rest of you can leave." Those people didn't know why, so they stayed behind while the rest of the people left. Zhao Hai glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Follow me into the house." Then he led them into the house. Then Zhao Hai said to one of them, "You, sit on the bed." That person didn't say anything and directly sat on the bed. Zhao Hai took out the transparent tube and then pierced one end of the tube into the person's blood vessels. After the person's blood flowed out and filled the tube, Zhao Hai pierced the other end of the tube into Viper 3's body. While doing this, Zhao Hai said, "I call this a blood transfusion. He can give some of your blood to Master San, but not too much. This way, you'll be fine. You can drink chicken soup to make up for it. The blood that Master San lost can also be quickly replenished. However, this method can't be used by just anyone. If your blood is different from Master San's, then your blood will enter Master San's body and will only make him die faster. So if you want to use this method in the future, you must not be reckless. Otherwise, it will be even more dangerous." Everyone in the house stared blankly at Zhao Hai's actions. This was the first time they saw blood transfusion. To be honest, they were very surprised. They didn't think that one person's blood could be given to another person. This was something that they had never heard of before. Actually, blood transfusion wasn't that simple. Only Zhao Hai dared to do this. If it was someone else, then they would have already died. Just the blood type alone wasn't something that ordinary people could match. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He just looked at the person's blood being transferred into Viper 3's body. Then he said, "Get a doctor here. Use a water-based healing technique on Master San's body. Remember, it has to be used to treat internal injuries. Moreover, it has to be very gentle. I can't use healing techniques right now." Immediately, a doctor came out. Then he made a seal with his hands and softly chanted an incantation. A layer of blue light slowly appeared on his hands. This layer of blue light slowly turned into a blue water flow. Then he slowly pressed his hands on Viper 3's body. Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3's complexion and said in a deep voice, "Keep going, don't stop. If you don't have any spiritual chi, then get someone else to do it. I say stop, then stop." Third Master is lucky, this sword didn't pierce his heart, and it also didn't pierce any of his main blood vessels. Otherwise, Third Master would have died just from the blood loss. Third Master's heart is different from the average person's, which is the key to his escape. However, at this time, nobody cared about what Zhao Hai said. They were all looking at Viper 3. At the same time, the doctor was still using healing techniques. After some time, Zhao Hai said, "All right, stop." Then he waved his hand to another person and said, "You sit here." That person quickly went to the side of the bed. Zhao Hai moved the blood vessel to his body. Then he said to the person who transfused the blood, "You can go. Remember, eat something good when you go back. Then you'll be fine in a few days. Press your hand here and release it after a while." That person nodded and used his hand to press the needle hole on his arm. Then he slowly retreated to the side. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he stared at Zhao Hai's movements. He wanted to take a good look. This was the first time he heard of this kind of thing. In the future, when he went out, he would be able to brag to others. After having 5 people transfuse blood to Viper 3, Viper 3's complexion became much better. Zhao Hai then checked Viper 3's pulse. Then he nodded and put away the blood vessel. Then he took the blood ginseng out of Viper 3's mouth. Then he turned to the doctors and said, "I'll have to trouble you to use a few healing techniques on Master San. Then you can wake him up." The group complied, then they immediately used their healing techniques on Viper 3. Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3's complexion and said, "Alright, wake Master 3 up." Viper 3 nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, wake Master 3 up." Ice Wolf nodded and walked to Viper 3's side. He said softly, "Master San, wake up. Master San, wake up." Viper 3's eyes moved and then he slowly opened them. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he suddenly sat up and said, "Run." Then he felt that something was wrong. He looked at Ice Wolf and then saw Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he asked in confusion, "Ice Wolf, what's going on? Why am I here? Boss Zhao, why are you here? Fox? What is this place?" When Ice Wolf saw that Viper 3 had woken up, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He immediately said, "Master San, it's really too dangerous. This is the guest room of the main hall. When you were at the gathering today, you were ambushed. The 3 gang masters and the other 9 hall masters all died. Only you survived because your heart was in a different position. It was Mr. Zhao Hai who saved you." When Viper 3 heard Ice Wolf's words, his expression couldn't help but change. Zhao Hai looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Master San, don't be too excited now. Although you have recovered some of your vitality, it is still an external force. You will still be weak for a while. During this period of time, bring more things to replenish your vitality in the food for Master San." Ice Wolf and a few doctors responded. At this moment, a person ran in from outside. When he saw that Viper 3 had woken up, he immediately said with a happy expression, "Master San is awake. That's great. Master San, I just received news that the Ice Arrow Gang and the Iceman Gang are rushing towards us. Master San, please make a decision." As soon as he heard the man's words, Viper San's expression couldn't help but change. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Go, call in all the leaders outside. Ice Wolf, take my name card and go to the Wu family. Ask the Wu family to send someone to stop the Iceman Gang." Everyone responded and immediately went to prepare. Zhao Hai glanced at Viper 3 and said with a smile, "Master San, there's nothing else for me to do here. I'll go back first." Viper 3 took a deep look at Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai, for saving my life. I will definitely visit you to thank you another day." Zhao Hai smiled and cupped his fist towards Viper 3 before turning around and leaving. At this time, the small leaders of the Iceblade Gang also entered the room. They all knew what had happened and their expressions weren't very good. Viper 3 glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Everyone knows what happened. Now that the Ice Arrow Gang and the Iceman Gang are coming towards us, our Iceblade Gang has reached the most critical moment. I don't care who you used to be, but now that I am in charge of the Iceblade Gang, is there anyone who disagrees?" When those people heard Viper 3's words, they were silent for a moment, then they said in unison, "We are willing to listen to Master San's orders." They were also very clear that their boss was gone. If they were to go against Viper 3 at this time, then they would be looking for trouble. Therefore, they wouldn't disobey Viper 3's orders. Viper 3 nodded and said, "What's the matter between us?" Viper 3 nodded and said, "No matter what grudges we had in the past, it's all settled now. Now, we have to face the enemy together. I've already asked Ice Wolf to take my name card to ask the Wu family for help. This time, I've done business with the Wu family, so the Wu family owes me a favor and should help me. I don't think the Iceman gang is a problem. The problem now is the Ice Arrow gang. The Ice Arrow gang isn't as strong as us, but our strength has also been weakened a lot. You should immediately lead your people to Sweet Spring Street to ambush them. That's the only way for the Ice Arrow gang to come to my Ice Blade gang. Everyone nodded and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai was quietly sitting in his room, writing a spell on the golden book. It has been 7 days since he treated Viper 3. During these 7 days, a lot of things had happened. First of all, the news of the Ice Blade gang had spread throughout the city. However, Ice Blade City was still fine. On that day, the Ice Arrow gang and the Iceman gang's attack on the Ice Blade gang was unsuccessful. Just as Viper 3 thought, the Wu family really sent people to help the Ice Blade gang and persuaded the Iceman gang to retreat. Then the Ice Blade gang ambushed the Ice Arrow gang on Sweet Spring Street, causing them to suffer heavy losses and retreat. In fact, the Ice Arrow gang wouldn't have been so easily ambushed. However, they thought that the Ice Blade gang's upper echelons were all killed, causing the Ice Blade gang to be in a mess. Therefore, they carelessly attacked. They didn't expect that Viper 3 was still alive and even commanded the Ice Blade gang to ambush them. This was really beyond the expectations of the Ice Arrow gang. Repelling the Ice Arrow gang and persuading the Ice Blade gang to retreat allowed the outside world to see that the Ice Blade gang hadn't collapsed. Naturally, they wouldn't deal with them and the Ice Blade gang regained their calm. However, the Ice Blade gang also suffered heavy losses this time. The death of 12 experts greatly reduced the strength of the Ice Blade gang. Fortunately, Viper 3 invited the Wu family. Although the Wu family only helped the Ice Blade gang persuade the Iceman gang to retreat, this let the outside world know that the Ice Blade gang had the backing of the Wu family. Naturally, they wouldn't easily make a move on the Ice Blade gang. The Wu family's current position in Aurora City was very special. Many people knew that they had discovered some 5 spirit shells and that they were about to strike it rich. However, no one knew where the 5 spirit shells were located and who exactly they were in conflict with. However, looking at the Wu family's current appearance, they seemed to have the upper hand. This made everyone know that the Wu family's opportunity to develop had arrived. Becoming enemies with the Wu family at this time was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, the people of Aurora City didn't want to provoke the Wu family. It was also because of this that when the Wu family appeared, the people of Aurora City didn't come to deal with the Ice Blade gang. As for Viper 3, although he was heavily injured, because of Zhao Hai's treatment and the Ice Blade gang's medicinal herbs, he was almost fully recovered. Moreover, he used 7 days to reorganize the Ice Blade gang and promoted a few new hall masters. Naturally, he became the boss of the Ice Blade gang. Regarding this, no one objected. In the Ice Blade gang, only Viper 3 had the highest seniority and position. If he didn't become the boss, then no one else would. It was precisely because of this reason that the Ice Blade gang's reorganization went smoothly. Viper 3 didn't go too far. He didn't do anything to those hall masters who had conflicts with him. He only selected one of them to be the hall master and let them manage that hall master. At the same time, he also gave them a warning, making them obedient to him. In fact, those people were very clear that they didn't get along with Viper 3's hall. But now that Viper 3 had become the boss, they wouldn't be able to fight against him. It just so happened that Viper 3 gave them a way out, so they naturally went along with it. Even those hall masters were very grateful to Viper 3. After all, they weren't the only hall master in their hall. Since Viper 3 made him the hall master, this was a good thing for them. Ice Wolf naturally took over Viper 3's position and became a hall master. He was in charge of the territory that Viper 3 was in charge of. Although the place didn't change and it was still a poor place, no one dared to look down on Ice Wolf. This was because everyone knew that Ice Wolf was Viper 3's trusted aide. Naturally, his position in the Ice Blade gang wasn't ordinary. However, 7 days had passed and the integration of the Ice Blade gang was completed. Although the Ice Blade gang didn't suffer any losses other than losing 12 experts, Viper 3 was still a lot more careful. He even took the initiative to give up some territory and shrink his strength, not giving others the opportunity to attack them. The reason why Viper 3 did this was because he was very clear that the Wu family was willing to help him because they owed him a favor. In the future, It would be impossible for him to ask the Wu family for help, so he was even more careful. Recently, the changes in the Iceblade gang had become the focus of discussion among the people of Aurora City. The Iceblade gang wasn't the strongest gang in Aurora City, but something like this had happened to their gang. It still attracted the attention of the other forces in Aurora City. The Iceblade gang wasn't the strongest gang in Aurora City, but it wasn't the weakest either. Their upper echelons were actually annihilated during a gathering. Just how strong was the person who did this? This was a bit scary, so the other gangs in Aurora City had also strengthened their vigilance to prevent sneak attacks. Naturally, these things were just some topics of discussion among the people of Aurora City. Ordinary people wouldn't care about the Iceblade gang. After 7 days, the Iceblade gang had basically stabilized. Zhao Hai also knew that Viper 3 would be coming to his place. Although Zhao Hai seemed to be staying in his room, one shouldn't forget that he was a plant master. Although Aurora City was a bitter cold place, there were still plants here. When Zhao Hai was wandering around the city, he had communicated with all the plants in the city. His nature energy was very useful to these plants. He could have the plants help him monitor the Iceblade gang. Now that Viper 3 was coming to his place, Zhao Hai naturally waited for him at home. Zhao Hai calmly sat in his room until around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai knew that it was Viper 3, so he casually said, "Come in." Following Zhao Hai's voice, the courtyard door was pushed open. Viper 3 led the Ice Wolf to Zhao Hai's courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3's appearance and faintly smiled. "Third Master is here. Please come in." Viper 3 cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I'm really sorry to have Mr. welcome me." "Mister, please come in." Zhao Hai didn't say anything and only nodded. He followed Viper 3 into the room, and the Ice Wolf also followed. After the three sat down in the room, Viper 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, there's something that's very strange. After I gave Mr. the information, Mr. left for a while. But during that time an adventuring mission suddenly appeared in another city. This adventuring mission is to kill our Iceblade gang's leader and hall leader. The reward is only 100 bell coins. I don't know if Mr. has heard of this mission?" Viper 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, there's something that's very strange." Zhao Hai glanced at Viper 3 and said in a deep voice, "I know. I was the one who issued this mission." "Of course I know. No one would accept this mission for 100 bell. It's just a cover-up." Viper 3 narrowed his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So you're saying that this attack was Mr.'s doing?" When Ice Wolf heard Viper 3's words, he was stunned at first. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He stared at Zhao Hai as if he wanted to tear Zhao Hai to shreds if Zhao Hai said yes. Zhao Hai didn't care about him at all. Instead, he looked at Viper 3 and said with a faint smile, "That's right, it was me." Ice Wolf suddenly stood up, but Viper 3 waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Ice Wolf, sit down." Ice Wolf took a few deep breaths as he stared at Zhao Hai. After a while, he sat down. Viper 3 stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you planning to take my life?" Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3 and laughed. Then he shook his head and sighed, "Third Master, if you really think so, then I'll have to change partners." "Take your life? If I really wanted your life, do you think you'd be able to live until now?" "If I really wanted your life, I would have immediately told Ice Wolf that I could save you after I made my move." "If I wanted your life? Would I have spent so much effort to save you?" "Third Master, to put it bluntly, you're just a hall master of a small gang in Aurora City. Even if you're the gang leader now, do you really think I need to be afraid of you?" When Viper 3 and Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then, the two of them fell into deep thought. Viper 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then, Mister, what do you mean? You didn't go easy on me this time." Zhao Hai looked at Venomous Snake 3 and sneered, "If I were to go easy on you, would you be able to become the gang leader? I'm not afraid to tell you that since the first time I saw you, I knew that the location of your heart was different from the others. At the same time, I was constantly paying attention to your whereabouts. At that time, I first killed your gang leader, then the two vice gang leaders and Uncle Saber because they were the strongest, and they had spatial equipment on them, so I killed them. Moreover, the method I used to kill them was different from killing you. Although the gang leader's attack looked the same, you didn't look inside the corpse, your gang leader's internal organs were already shattered. In other words, my attack had already left your gang leader with no chance of survival. Then, I used the same method to kill the 2 vice gang leaders and Uncle Saber with 1 slash, so when I killed you, I used the same method, a sword pierced through your chest and heart, but your heart was different from the others, so you wouldn't die and would only be seriously injured, but the others would die. This way, no one would suspect that you could survive. Later, I told Ice Wolf that I could save you because I was confident that I could save you. Although your injuries looked serious, I avoided your heart, only your lungs, and avoided your blood vessels, so even if I went later, I still had a way to save you. In the eyes of others, your injuries were dying injuries, so naturally, they wouldn't suspect that this matter had anything to do with you. Only in this way would the people in front of you completely disappear, and you would become the gang leader of the Iceblade gang. Why? Do you still not believe me? Venomous Snake 3 looked at Zhao Hai. After a while, he shook his head and said, "No, I believe you. I just don't understand one thing. What if the Ice Wolf hadn't come to you at that time and I hadn't received timely treatment and died in the end?" Zhao Hai looked at Venomous Snake 3 and said in a deep voice, "You won't die. They used ice to seal your wounds and used blood ginseng to hang on to your life. This way, they can save your life. Then, as long as they keep using healing techniques on you, you can survive, even without my help. However, you won't recover so quickly. I'm afraid that you won't be able to recover in a few months." When Viper 3 heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression couldn't help but loosen. However, he still said, "But if that's the case, then the Ice Arrow Gang and the Iceman Gang will definitely attack our Iceblade Gang. At that time, our Iceblade Gang will have no one to command us. I'm afraid that our losses will be great. We might even be exterminated." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they won't have a chance. The Ice Arrow Gang and the Iceman Gang were just probing at that time. They wanted to know how your situation was. If your situation was really bad at that time, then I wouldn't have allowed them to make a move. If I can exterminate 12 members of your Iceblade Gang, then I can also exterminate the Ice Arrow Gang and the Iceman Gang." When Viper 3 and Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. They found that Zhao Hai was still looking at them with a smile. This made the two feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Hai's performance meant that he didn't take human life seriously. In other words, if he wanted to, then he would definitely exterminate the Ice Arrow Gang and the Iceman Gang. This also made the two feel a trace of fear towards Zhao Hai. They were very clear that if Zhao Hai spared Viper 3 this time, then he would definitely kill him next time. Viper 3 stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr. This time, Mr. not only saved my life, but also helped me to become the leader. I, Viper 3, am very grateful to Mr. From today onwards, I, Viper 3, will follow Mr.'s lead." Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3, then he smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry about it. I've already made it clear before. Even if I didn't save you, you wouldn't have died. Also, your injuries were caused by me. There's no need to thank me. I'm just curious, what's the current situation of the Wu family? If the Wu family's situation is really as good as the outside world says, why would they value the medicine you gave them so much and even owe you a favor?" Viper 3 sat down and smiled bitterly. Mr.'s eyes are really sharp. The Wu family's previous situation wasn't very good. In fact, the Wu family discovered the 5-spirit shellfish on an independent iceberg. After the Wu family discovered it, they used a barrier to trap the shellfish on the iceberg. But somehow, a local force found out about this and immediately attacked the Wu family. At first, the Wu family wasn't prepared and suffered heavy casualties. Because of this, they didn't have enough medicine to use. I heard that the medicine we sent solved their urgent problem, allowing the Wu family to gain the upper hand in the battle. Because of this, they are grateful to us. Right, 2 days ago, the Wu family sent someone to tell me that they want to order some pills. Because the effects of these pills are better than other pills, they want to prepare some. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There won't be any more of these pills in a short period of time. Tell the Wu family that if there are more of these pills in the future, we'll give them to them." The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because of his current status. In Viper 3's view, he was a bandit. Bandits made a living by robbing people. It was understandable for them to rob these pills and then sell them in exchange for supplies. However, if you were to continuously take out these pills, then it wouldn't make sense. Then you wouldn't be a bandit, you would be an alchemist. When Viper 3 heard Zhao Hai, he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll make it clear to the Wu family. Mr. doesn't need to worry about this." What's Mr.'s next step? Right now, Viper 3 had already placed himself in a very accurate position. He was no longer a partner who was on equal footing with Zhao Hai. He had already placed himself in the position of Zhao Hai's subordinate, which was why he asked this question. Zhao Hai glanced at Viper 3 and said, "The next step is very simple. First, we'll unify all the gangs in Aurora City. Aurora City doesn't need that many gangs, one is enough." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Viper 3 and Ice Wolf's bodies shook. The two of them didn't expect Zhao Hai to say such words. This really surprised them. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "How can a small city like Aurora City accommodate me? After unifying all the gangs in Aurora City, we'll expand outwards. Third Master, in the future, there will be a place for us in this world." Viper 3 and Ice Wolf were stunned. The two of them didn't expect Zhao Hai's ambition to be so big. The two of them looked at Zhao Hai in shock. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said with a faint smile, "It's not that easy to be a bandit. Moreover, in this world, which powerful and influential person didn't start as a bandit? Hee, isn't this good?" Viper 3 and Ice Wolf felt a chill run down their spines. Their hair felt numb and they felt as if their hair was about to stand up. However, at the same time, they felt as if there was a fire burning in their hearts. This fire slowly ignited the blood in their bodies. Viper 3 and Frost Wolf were both unremarkable existences in Aurora City. Although they seemed to have some face in Aurora City, it was only because those large families allowed them to exist and needed them to exist. If those large families didn't need them to exist, then they could annihilate them with a flip of their hand. They were very clear on this point, and it was precisely because they were clear on this point that they were very careful in everything. However, this didn't mean that they weren't ambitious. In fact, they were ambitious, and their ambitions weren't small. Unfortunately, their strength wasn't outstanding. Even in Aurora City, they weren't considered top-notch existences, not to mention venturing outside. Therefore, they could only suppress their ambitions and stay in Aurora City as hooligans. Although they were glorious in front of others, they didn't know how many people scolded them behind their backs. Now, Zhao Hai's words had ignited the fire in their hearts. They also wanted to appear in front of others in a glorious manner. They also wanted to become people above others, and now seemed to be an opportunity. They still weren't sure of Zhao Hai's strength, so they only felt that this was an opportunity. However, whether it was a real opportunity or not, they still had to see. Zhao Hai glanced at the two and said, "After a while, I'll give you some pills and artifacts to increase your strength. At the same time, I'll also give you some money. However, I can only give you gold coins and not bell coins. You have to increase your strength as soon as possible. Not only your own strength, but also the strength of the Iceblade gang. As for the other gangs in the city, you don't need to worry about them. As long as you appear immediately when something happens to those gangs, it'll be fine." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, the two felt relieved. Viper San and Bing stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. "Thank you, mister, for your kindness." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Alright, there's no need to be so polite. Let's talk about the shop's business. Now that the shop's business has improved, you don't need to worry about the supply. What you need to do now are two things. First, you need to complete the adventurer missions as soon as possible. You need to let others know that we have some secret missions. Second, you need to find out what the city needs, just like how the Wu family needed pills. Third Master, you also need to see what the city needs. Not only the great clans, but also the common people. You can also see what the city needs right now. Viper San nodded and said, "Yes, Mister can rest assured." "Mister, don't call me Third Master in the future. I feel uncomfortable hearing it." Viper San didn't feel uncomfortable hearing it, but he didn't dare to let Zhao Hai call him that. He was Zhao Hai's subordinate, so if Zhao Hai called him that, he would naturally feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's just a form of address, there's no need to call it real. I'll just call you Third Master. This way, I won't reveal any flaws in front of others in the future. Ice Wolf, have someone bring a table of food and wine. How about we drink a few cups?" Ice Wolf immediately nodded and turned around to give the order. Viper San turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. seems to be very concerned about the Wu family's matters. Do you want to snatch the Wu family's things?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't. The Wu family is the local tyrant here. Moreover, no one knows where their 5-spirit shellfish are. There's no way to snatch them. Moreover, most of our forces aren't in the Arctic continent. It would be difficult to make a move. I don't want to snatch the Wu family's things, I just want to see a living 5-spirit shellfish. Unfortunately, this seems to be very difficult." When Viper San heard Zhao Hai, a difficult expression appeared on his face as he said, "It's almost impossible to see a living 5-spirit shellfish. Although the Wu family has found a 5-spirit shellfish vein, it won't take long for all of them to die. Unless the 5-spirit shellfish don't notice that someone is trying to capture them, but that's almost impossible. If you just trap the 5-spirit shellfish and don't capture them, then it's the same as not having these 5-spirit shellfish. But as long as you capture one, the other 5-spirit shellfish will immediately know and think of a way to escape. Once they find out that they can't escape, they will immediately die. I don't know how the Wu family is doing. Even if the 5-spirit shellfish don't know that they're trapped, it won't take long for them to know that they're trapped." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "I know that it's very difficult, but I just want to take a look." "Forget it, I don't want to think about it. If I can't see it, then forget it." At this time Ice Wolf walked in from outside. He cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Master Hai, I've already given the order. The restaurant outside will deliver the food in a while." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Sit down, there's no need to be so polite. Master San, how about this, you ask people to find out where the 5-spirit shellfish have been seen. If they see a few living 5-spirit shellfish, they can tell me the location. I can give them the same amount of bell." Viper San nodded and said, "All right, I'll pay attention. Mister, don't worry." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I know that this isn't an urgent matter. You don't have to worry about it. Just pay attention to it. It's more important to do our business." Viper San nodded. At this time, the food and wine were served. The three didn't talk about this matter anymore. Viper 3 was sitting in his room with Ice Wolf sitting in front of him. Ice Wolf looked at Viper 3 and said, "Third Master, are we really going to submit to Zhao Hai? He said that he did these things, but why do I feel that it's not the case? When something happened to you guys, he sent someone to find me. Isn't this too fast?" Viper 3 looked at Ice Wolf and said, "You mean that this matter wasn't done by Zhao Hai, but by someone he found to do it, right?" Ice Wolf nodded and said, "That's right. I feel that he might have found someone to do this. As for him being able to talk about Qingming's situation, it's very easy to understand. As long as the people who attacked you came back and told him about it, he would naturally be able to come out of the igloo and fight. This is nothing." Viper 3 said in a deep voice, "But Ice Wolf, have you ever thought that him being able to find someone to do this is also a kind of strength? At the very least, he can find someone, right?" Ice Wolf was stunned when he heard Venomous Snake 3's words. Then his expression changed. He thought for a moment and nodded, "That's right, Third Master. I was wrong. The fact that he can find someone to do this shows his strength. But Third Master, do you really believe what he said? From what I heard from Zhao Hai, why does it seem like he wants to establish a country in the Ice Ocean continent? Can he, a soul tree, establish a country in the Ice Ocean continent?" Viper 3 smiled and said, "Of course, a soul tree like him can't, but that doesn't mean that the people behind him can't. You don't think that Zhao Hai is alone, right? Do you know who the people behind him are? Do you know how strong those people are? If you don't know this, then it can only mean one thing. The power behind Zhao Hai might really be very strong." Ice Wolf didn't quite understand what Viper 3 meant, but after thinking about it, he understood. If Zhao Hai's strength was small, then when he did these things, it was inevitable that he would make some noise. It was precisely because the power behind him was very strong that he could do everything without making any noise. This was the key. Ice Wolf couldn't help but admire Viper 3 even more. He cupped his fists at Viper 3 and said, "I didn't think it through. Third Master, are we really going to submit to Xiao Hai in the future? I'm just a little unreconciled." Snake 3 smiled faintly and said, "Ice Wolf, I think you still haven't thought things through. In fact, what Xiao Hai said is very true, and that is that our Ice Blade gang is nothing. We are just a small gang in Aurora City. We only have a few hundred people in total, and Aurora City is only a small city with a population of 100,000. I'm afraid he really doesn't care about such a small city. In other words, even if we unify all the gangs in Aurora City, we will just be a small gang in Aurora City. Without the corresponding experts, without any connections, we can only stay in Aurora City for the rest of our lives. But if we really follow Xiao Hai, then we can leave Aurora City in the future. You didn't see how much effort the Wu family put in to get out of Aurora City. If we can leave Aurora City so easily, then what's wrong with that?" Snake 3 smiled faintly and said, "Ice Wolf, I think you still haven't thought things through." Ice Wolf was stunned, then his eyes couldn't help but light up. Viper 3 continued, "And you also know about Xiao Hai's ambitions. Ice Wolf, think about it. We are now following a founding emperor to conquer the world. If he really succeeds in establishing a country, then we will be his subjects. Even if we are only Xiao Hai's subordinates, Xiao Hai can rule over a region and will be a high official in the future. Then, how can our status be low in the future? I'm afraid that when the time comes, you will at least be able to sit in the position of Aurora City's city lord. Isn't that good? Ice Wolf, this is an opportunity for us. It's a chance for us, who can't see the light, to see the light again and walk in front of others." Ice Wolf's eyes lit up as he nodded and said, "Yes, Third Master. I understand. I will do well in the future." Viper 3 nodded and said in a deep voice, "Go. Do the 2 things that Mr. Xiao Hai instructed you to do. Right now, other than you and the old brothers in the original hall, no one else knows about Mr. Xiao Hai's identity. We have the upper hand. Kid, don't be unsatisfied." Ice Wolf finally understood Viper 3's meaning. He immediately stood up and said to Viper 3, "Yes, Third Master. I know what to do. I will do it immediately." "Right, Third Master, there are still some people in the various halls who aren't convinced by you. What do you think we should do about this matter? Do you want to ask Mr. Xiao Hai for help and get rid of those guys?" After saying this, Ice Wolf slashed his neck. Viper 3's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. We can't let Mr. Xiao Hai interfere in this matter. This is an internal matter of our Ice Blade gang. If we can't even handle such a small matter, then wouldn't we be too incompetent? When the time comes, what will Mr. Xiao Hai think of us? Have you thought about it?" Ice Wolf was stunned for a moment, then he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Third Master. I understand. Let me know when you want to make a move." Viper 3 nodded, then Ice Wolf turned around and left the room. Naturally, no one knew what Viper 3 and Ice Wolf were talking about. Even when Viper 3 went to visit Xiao Hai, in the eyes of outsiders, it was just to thank Xiao Hai for saving his life. They definitely wouldn't be able to guess what they were talking about. However, there was one thing that had spread throughout Aurora City. It was about Zhao's medical skills. Everyone in Aurora City now knew that Zhao was a godly doctor. He was able to bring people back from the brink of death. He was also able to transfer a person's blood into another person's body. It was always said that he was a godly doctor. This news brought benefits to Xiao Hai. Now, no one in Aurora City was willing to offend Xiao Hai. This was because no normal person would offend a doctor with great medical skills. As Xiao Hai's reputation spread, the business of the Spirit Tree Staff Shop slowly improved. Moreover, it was getting better and better. Then, the mercenaries slowly came to know that the Spirit Tree Staff Shop could take on some shady business. This made the business of the Spirit Tree Staff Shop even better. Xiao Hai was very satisfied with this result. However, he didn't immediately make a move against the other gangs. This was because Xiao Hai was very clear that now wasn't the time. Viper 3 and the others had just finished integrating the entire Iceblade gang. Now, the Iceblade gang was still very weak. Even if he called the other gangs up, it would be very difficult for the Iceblade gang to swallow them up. Therefore, he had to wait for a while. During this time, Zhao Hai's main task was to stock up the Spirit Tree Staff shop. All kinds of goods were sent to Zhao Hai through the transmission formation. With the support of the Lost Soul Empire, Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the supply of goods. In addition to stocking up, Zhao Hai was also preparing to bring a group of people from the Lost Soul Empire to the Arctic continent. After knowing that the Arctic continent didn't lack people with mixed souls, he wanted to bring people from the Lost Soul Empire to the Arctic continent. In any case, with Uncle Dao as an example, no one would be suspicious of the people from the Lost Soul Empire. At most, they would think that the Lost Soul Empire had some connections with the Lost Soul Empire. Aurora City quickly calmed down. Even the matter of the Iceblade gang was rarely mentioned. Although the business of the Spirit Tree Staff shop was getting better and better, Zhao Hai rarely showed his face. Half a month after the incident with the Iceblade gang, an unexpected guest came to the Spirit Tree Staff shop. When Wu Jingming saw this person, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he recognized this person. It was Lin Qing. Wu Jingming was very familiar with Lin Qing. He used to be a member of the Lin family. However, he didn't have any dealings with Lin Qing before. This was because Lin Qing had always been a proud son of the Lin family. It wasn't Wu Jingming's turn to have dealings with him. However, Wu Jingming recognized Lin Qing. On the other hand, it was impossible for Lin Qing to recognize him. After all, he was only a shopkeeper of the Lin family. The Lin family was very large and had countless shopkeepers. He was only one of them. Moreover, he had left the Lin family a few years ago. Naturally, it was impossible for Lin Qing to recognize him. However, Wu Jingming still went up and greeted Lin Qing. He cupped his fist and said, "I have seen young Master Qing. I didn't expect young Master Qing to visit my humble store. Your presence brings light to my humble store." Lin Qing glanced at Wu Jingming and said in a deep voice, "Are you the new shopkeeper? Where's Zhao Hai? I want to see him." When Wu Jingming heard Lin Qing, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know that Zhao Hai had a relationship with Lin Qing. However, he still immediately replied, "The boss is in the backyard. Young Master Qing, please take a seat. I'll immediately go and report to the boss." Lin Qing nodded. Then he sat down in the resting area of the store. Immediately, a waiter served Lin Qing tea. The tea this time was much better than the tea last time. At this time, Wu Jingming was already in the backyard. When Zhao Hai saw Wu Jingming, he immediately came out and said, "Shopkeeper Wu, what's the matter?" Wu Jingming immediately replied, "Boss, young Master Lin Qing has arrived. He's in the store. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I know. Let's go." Then he led Wu Jingming into the store. Before long, the two arrived at the front of the store. Zhao Hai arrived in front of Lin Qing and cupped his fist as he said, "I've seen young Master Lin Qing. Young Master Lin Qing, please come with me. Let's talk in the backyard." Lin Qing nodded and didn't say anything. He stood up and followed Zhao Hai to the backyard. After sitting down, Zhao Hai served Lin Qing tea. Then he stood in front of Lin Qing and cupped his fist as he said, "Young Master Lin Qing, I wonder if you have any orders for me today?" Lin Qing didn't answer Zhao Hai. Instead, he picked up the tea and took a sip. Then he nodded and said, "Not bad, the taste is very good. It's much better than the tea last time. It seems like you've made a lot of money recently. How did you mix with the Viper trio? Where's your brother? Why didn't he come here to open a store with you?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Lin Qing, you also know what I was like in the beginning. Later on, the third master came to my store to collect money. After that, the third master wanted to invest in my store. I didn't have any reason to refuse. The expansion of the store was actually handled by the third master. If it weren't for this little one's medical skills, then I'm afraid that I would have already left. In this case, how could I let my brother come here? Fortunately, I've made a lot of money before, so I gave it all to my brother and had him open a store at home. Lin Qing nodded and said in a deep voice, if you really have any difficulties, you can tell me. Anyway, I told you before that I want you to help me do things, so I won't treat you badly. Zhao Hai quickly replied, yes, thank you, young master Lin Qing. But because I saved the third master this time, the third master treated me very well. He gave me the money that I deserved, and I'm very satisfied. Moreover, the third master also introduced some of his mercenary businesses to me. He heard that I wanted to do those businesses. Lin Qing nodded, then looked at Zhao and said, Zhao, I came this time to issue a task, but I don't want to issue it right away. I'll have to wait about 10 days before I issue it. The content of the task is here. Take a look, and I'll leave the commission for you. Zhao nodded, then looked at Lin Qing. Then Lin Qing took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took the paper and looked at the content. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he looked up and looked at Lin Qing with a shocked expression. Lin Qing was still sitting there, drinking water, as if he didn't see Zhao Hai's expression. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qing, then he sighed deeply and said, young master Lin Qing can rest assured. I'll have them post this mission 10 days later. Lin Qing nodded, then he took out a magic staff and said, this is the reward mentioned above, take it. Then Lin Qing stood up, turned around, and walked out. Zhao put down the staff and sent Lin Qing out. As he walked out, he asked Lin Qing, I don't know if Master Lin Qing has any other requests. Lin Qing shook his head and said, no, you just need to post this mission. Also, remember, you can't let anyone know that I was the one who posted this mission. If you have any problems in the future, you can come and find me. I'll help you. No matter what, you're now my subordinate. As long as you help me, I won't treat you unfairly. Who knows, I might even give you a job in the Lin family. That would be much better than your shop. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, young master Lin Qing can rest assured. I understand. Right, young master Lin Qing, I might leave Aurora City for a period of time. If young master Lin Qing has any problems, you can come to the shop. I'll hand over the matter to shopkeeper Wu. Young master Lin Qing can rest assured, shopkeeper Wu is third master's subordinate. He knows the rules and won't say anything. Lin Qing looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, all right. While speaking, he went to the front yard and bought a magic staff. Then he left the magic staff shop. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Qing's back and coldly smiled. This Lin Qing really thought of himself as someone important. He actually wanted to order him around. However, this was also good. With a shield like Lin Qing in front of him, if there were any problems in the future, he would be able to relax a bit. Moreover, this was equivalent to adding another layer of protection, which was exactly what he wanted. After seeing Lin Qing leave, Zhao Hai returned to his room. He took out the piece of paper that Lin Qing gave him and looked at it. Then a strange smile appeared on his face as he muttered, he's really ruthless. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because of the name written on the paper, Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang was also a famous genius of the Lin family. His reputation wasn't below Lin Qing's. Naturally, the most important thing was that Lin Xiang was a direct disciple of the Lin family. Moreover, his reputation was much better than Lin Qing's. In other words, Lin Xiang's status in the Lin family was higher than Lin Qing's. Even the Lin family considered Lin Xiang to be the young master of the Lin family. The piece of paper that Lin Qing gave to Zhao Hai was an order for Lin Xiang. He wanted Lin Xiang's life. However, this task was a bit special. Although he wanted Lin Xiang's life, he didn't want Lin Xiang to die immediately. This was an open-ended task. Moreover, it was stated that after Lin Xiang's death, if other people were to investigate, they would only know that he died of natural causes or in an accident. The reward for this task was a magic staff, a staff with 13 layers of formations on it. Although the refining techniques of the 5 spiritual realms were very good, their magic staffs could only be engraved with 3 or 4 layers of formations. This was already considered a very good magic staff. If one could engrave 5 or 6 layers of formations, then it would be considered a top-notch magic staff. If one could engrave 7 or 8 layers of formations, then it would be considered a top-notch magic staff. If one could engrave 9 or 10 layers of formations, then it would be considered a rare item. A magic staff engraved with 13 layers of formations was definitely a good item. Even a great clan wouldn't necessarily have a few of these magic staffs. It can be imagined that once this magic staff was taken out, adventurers would go crazy. Zhao Hai was actually quite curious. He really wanted to know where Lin Qing's staff came from and why he was willing to use it as a reward but didn't keep it for himself. Zhao Hai couldn't be blamed for thinking like this. A staff with 13 layers of arrays was equivalent to being able to instantly release 13 spells. As for an ordinary staff, it would already be good if they had 4 or 5 layers of arrays. Think about it, if you were facing an enemy and released a layer of defensive arrays, then the enemy would directly attack you. More than 10 attacks would be sent out in an instant. That would be an overwhelming advantage. However, Zhao Hai also discovered a flaw in the magic staff. It was that the magic staff didn't have any defensive formations. The 13 formations were all offensive formations. Magic staff's arrays were generally divided into 3 types: offensive, defensive, and evasive. Most people's magic staffs, even if they could only engrave 4 layers of arrays, would still engrave all 3 types of arrays. This was for the sake of balance. When facing an enemy, they could attack, defend, and escape. They would prioritize saving their own lives first. However, this magic staff didn't do that. It only had one type of array, and that was an offensive formation. It seemed like it wanted to maximize the power of an attack. Besides attacking, there was nothing else. Although this magic staff had so many shortcomings, it was still very precious. This was because in the 5 spiritual realms, the defensive formations used by ordinary people could only block 4 to 5 attacks at most. However, this magic staff could release 13 attacks in an instant. In other words, when the person using this magic staff fought against an enemy, it was very likely that the enemy would be killed in an instant, not giving the enemy a chance to retaliate at all. If your enemy is a family disciple, then the magic staff might not be very useful. After all, family disciples usually have some artifacts on them. They might be able to block these attacks, but they might also be able to dodge them. However, if this staff was used by an adventurer, then it would be very powerful. Adventurers weren't as rich as family disciples, so they would generally have a staff in addition to 1 or 2 magic artifacts. Among the adventurers, they would be considered rich. If an adventurer's enemy had such a staff, then there was a high chance that the adventurer would lose his life. In addition, the origin of this magic staff was somewhat shady. If Lin Qing took it out and used it himself, he might get into trouble. Therefore, he simply used this magic staff as a reward. It just so happened that he could get rid of his biggest opponent. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He just felt that this magic staff was very useful, especially for those who weren't strong. This magic staff was equivalent to a great killing weapon. But Lin Qing took it out and didn't keep it for himself. It could be seen that Lin Qing had invested a lot in it. However, this wasn't what Zhao Hai was concerned about. Now that the Lin family had internal strife, this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. In fact, if Zhao Hai wanted to control Viper Trio, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. If he could control the entire Aurora City, then it would be much better than controlling Viper Trio. However, it wasn't easy to control Aurora City. Zhao Hai already knew that Aurora City was a small city in the Arctic continent's extreme ice nation. The extreme ice nation was a large country. There were more than 300 large and medium-sized cities, and countless small cities. A city like Aurora City could only be considered a small city. The entire extreme ice nation had an army of more than 2 million people. The strength of these people wasn't weak. Although the extreme ice nation's jurisdiction over the cities seemed to be very loose, the city lords of the other cities were still able to control them. Although each city had its own family, none of these families dared to go against the extreme ice nation. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to control Aurora City. This was because Zhao Hai was very clear that if he wanted to control Aurora City, he would have to deal with the large families first. Then, he would have to deal with the city lord's mansion. Only then would he be able to control Aurora City. However, if he did this, it was very likely that the people of the Extreme Ice Nation would know about it. When that time comes, he would have to face an attack from the Extreme Ice Nation. Right now, the Wu family was planning to expand in Aurora City. If the Lin family were to become chaotic because of this matter, then Aurora City would really be in chaos. Then, his opportunity would come. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Right now, he had to take it step by step. He couldn't let others discover his plan. Otherwise, he would be in danger. After sending Lin Qing away, Zhao Hai sent someone to invite Viper Trio to the store that night. Viper Trio led the Ice Wolf over. When the two of them arrived at the small courtyard, they immediately cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, why did you call us over?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Let's go inside and talk." After that, he turned around and entered the house. After the two of them sat down, Zhao Hai turned his head and said, "Lin Qing came today. You should know that the reason why the store wanted to do this adventurer's mission was because of Lin Qing. I didn't want Lin Qing to cause trouble for us, so I could only do this. Today, Lin Qing came to deliver the mission. Take a look." After saying that, Zhao Hai took out the piece of paper that Lin Qing gave him and handed it over to Viper Trio. Viper Trio received the piece of paper with a puzzled expression. After reading the contents of the paper, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, is this really the mission that Lin Qing sent over?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. He personally handed it over to me. There's no mistake." Viper Trio's face paled as he said, "What does he mean by this?" "Mister, we can't release this mission. Once we release this mission, then we'll be finished. After Lin Xiang's death, the Lin family will certainly do their best to investigate. When that time comes, we'll be finished." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Although Lin Qing said that the people who act must die by accident or natural causes, Lin Xiang's position in the Lin family is not ordinary. If Lin Xiang dies, the Lin family will certainly investigate. As long as we release this mission, there will be clues. When the time comes, the Lin family will find out, and we will be in trouble. Today, I asked you to come here to ask for your opinion. How can we not offend Lin Qing without releasing this mission?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Viper Trio thought for a moment, then he said, "Mister, I think we can suppress this mission. It's impossible for Lin Qing to send people to keep an eye on us. Moreover, there's no time limit for this mission. Moreover, the difficulty of this mission should be very high. So even if we suppress this mission, Lin Qing shouldn't know about it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Although what you're doing seems good, Lin Qing isn't a fool. As long as he has people pretend to be adventurers or bribe a few adventurers, then he'll know if we release this mission or not. At that time, we'll have offended him. Therefore, we can't do this." When Viper Trio heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't have any good ideas right now. If he didn't release this mission, then he would offend Lin Qing. If he released this mission, then it would be equivalent to offending the entire Lin family. If the Lin family really found out about this matter, then they would be finished. It could be said that they were now in a dilemma. Viper Trio looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Mister, how about we make a move first and eliminate Lin Qing? In any case, no one knows about his relationship with Mister. If we eliminate Lin Qing, then even if the Lin family wants to investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to us. This way, we'll be safe." When Zhao Hai heard Viper Trio's words, he looked at Viper Trio with some surprise. He really didn't think that Viper Trio would have such courage. One must know that the Lin family's influence in Aurora City was very big. Viper Trio actually dared to make a move against Lin Qing. This was really out of his expectations. In fact, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that the reason why Viper Trio had such courage was all because of him. He was the one who gave Viper Trio such courage. Since Viper Trio already knew that Zhao Hai intended to establish a country, then he naturally believed that the strength behind Zhao Hai was very strong and wouldn't be afraid of the Lin family. This was why he made such a suggestion. Zhao Hai looked at Viper Trio and faintly smiled, "Although your method is feasible, it won't benefit us at all. I have a way to solve this problem, and it should be beneficial to us. Why don't we sell this information to Lin Xiang?" When Viper Trio and Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, they were both stunned. Then their expressions changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually think of such a method. Sell this information to Xianxia? This seemed feasible, but wasn't it too risky? Venomous Snake 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Sir, isn't this too risky? After all, Lin Xiang is a member of the Lin family. If he doesn't believe us, what should we do? Didn't we offend the Lin family? I heard that Lin Xiang is a gentleman. Gentleman? Hee, how can a person who is about to become the head of the family be a gentleman? Don't worry, I'll test him and see what the results are. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. When Venomous Snake 3 heard Zhao Hai's words, he knew that it was useless to say anything else. He only looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sir, how are you going to test him? Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, How about this? Help me inquire about Lin Xiang. Where does he live and what does he usually do at night? Come and tell me tomorrow night. By the way, you must be more detailed, but at the same time, don't let anyone know that we are inquiring about Lin Xiang. Otherwise, there will really be trouble. When Venomous Snake 3 heard Zhao Hai's words, he could only nod and say, All right, sir. Don't worry, I'll definitely inquire about it seriously. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, All right, you guys can go back. Don't tell anyone about this. Venomous Snake responded and led Ice Wolf away. The two of them returned to the branch hall where Ice Wolf was. After sitting down, Ice Wolf looked at Venomous Snake 3 in confusion and said, Third Master, what do you think Mr. Zhao Hai is doing? Why did he tell Lin Xiang this news? Is there really no other way? Why do I feel that there's a deeper meaning behind his actions? Venomous Snake 3 pondered for a moment and said, I don't understand why Sir is doing this either. However, he must have his reasons for doing so. We just have to do our own things. Alright, I'm going back. Don't forget to listen to Lin Xiang's news tomorrow. Ice Wolf responded and sent someone to send Venomous Snake 3 back to the main hall. He was in his room, but he still couldn't understand why Zhao Hai would do this. However, Ice Wolf wasn't a brainless person. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it and went to bed early. After waking up early the next morning, he immediately arranged for his trusted subordinates to inquire about the news. Hooligans like them were actually the most well-informed. Snakes have their own ways and rats have their own ways. Naturally, hooligans like them also have their own ways of obtaining information. Therefore, the information that Zhao Hai wanted to know, they only needed a morning. After dark, Viper 3 and Ice Wolf came to Zhao Hai's courtyard. Then Ice Wolf gave Zhao Hai the information he collected. After Zhao Hai looked at the information that Ice Wolf gave him, he nodded and said, Not bad, the information is very detailed. Third Master, Ice Wolf, after you return, pay attention to collecting information about the major families in Aurora City. No matter which family it is, you must collect information about all the major families. Don't even let go of information about the City Lord's mansion. When the two of them heard Zhao Hai's words, their bodies trembled. Then, they looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They didn't know why Zhao Hai would do this. One must know that if they were to casually collect information about these major families, then they would be finished. Not to mention the City Lord's mansion. If they were to casually collect information about the City Lord's mansion and the City Lord found out, they would definitely be charged with conspiracy. At that time, they would really be dead. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled, Third Master, allow me to say something that you don't like to hear. What do you think is your greatest use? If we really want to establish a country, then what would be your greatest help to us? When Venomous Snake 3 heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't answer Zhao Hai's question. Instead, he quietly pondered. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't say this for no reason. In addition to what Zhao Hai had asked him to do before, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, you mean, information? Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's right, it's information. You people from gangs can be said to have been living in the depths of the continent. You have come into contact with all kinds of people. You also have your own methods to obtain any information that you want to know. And this is your greatest use. If I were to ask you to charge and break through enemy lines, would you be able to do it? If I were to ask you to kill generals and capture flags, would you be able to do it? You simply aren't suited to do such a thing. If you do that, then you'll be using your weakness against the enemy's strength. That would be equivalent to sending you to your deaths. Of course, I won't do that. Your gang's greatest use is to gather information, assassinate, and create chaos. This is what you're best at, and this is what I need you to do. Do you understand? Venomous Snake 3 and Ice Wolf completely understood what Zhao Hai meant. The two of them responded in unison. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, "So you need to start practicing now. You need to learn how to gather information and deal with it. Moreover, you can't let anyone find out about this. Do you understand?" Venomous Snake 3 and Ice Wolf nodded. However, Venomous Snake 3 was still somewhat worried as he said, "Mister, what if we're really discovered? What if?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to guard against it. This is just Aurora City. Even if something really happens, what can we do? I just don't want to deal with those people. But if they really threaten our plan, do you think they'll be able to live past tomorrow?" When Venomous Snake 3 and Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions couldn't help but change. Then, the two of them understood what Zhao Hai meant. The two of them let out a sigh of relief and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Go back. Don't forget about the matter of gathering information. This matter isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Also, your gang needs to be reorganized and get rid of those unstable members. Even if you don't get rid of them, you have to make them obedient. You absolutely can't let them know what they shouldn't know." When Venomous Snake 3 and Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, they nodded and said, "Yes, mister. We'll go back first." Zhao Hai nodded. The two of them left Zhao Hai's room and returned to Ice Wolf's hall. When they arrived at Ice's hall, the two of them sat down. Ice Wolf looked at Venomous Snake 3 and said, "Third Master, do you think what Mr. Zhao Hai said is true? If we are really exposed, will he really kill those people?" Viper 3 said, "He will. This Mr. Zhao is a vicious and merciless person. And what you said is right. Our biggest use is to gather information. If we can't gather information, then we're really useless." Viper 3 nodded. "Yes, Mr. Zhao is a vicious and merciless person." Ice Wolf said in a deep voice, "Third Master, don't worry. I will arrange it. As for what Mr. said about grooming his trusted subordinates, what do you think, Third Master?" Venomous Snake 3 said in a deep voice, "We can start on this matter, but we can't be anxious. Even if it's those people we suspect, we can't touch them now. We have to do it slowly. Right now, our Ice Blade gang has just gone through a turmoil. If we make too big of a move, I'm afraid we will really be finished. I think Mr. should know that and won't blame us." Ice Wolf nodded and said in a deep voice, "Third Master, I don't think you should go back today. Let's discuss the matter of intelligence. It's not easy to gather information on the families in the city. Today, we spent a lot of effort to gather information on Lin Xiang. This is only gathering information on one person. If we were to gather information on a family, it would only be more troublesome." Snake 3 nodded and said, "All right, then we'll stay here tonight. Actually, we only paid attention to the information that Mr. Zhao said. We forgot about the other 2 points that Mr. Zhao mentioned, which are assassination and creating chaos. We didn't do a lot of these 2 points before, so we should pay attention to them now." Ice Wolf nodded, and the two began to discuss. Snake 3 nodded and said, "All right, then we'll stay here tonight." Zhao Hai sat in his room with a calm expression. He had been waiting for the time until midnight. Zhao Hai stood up and then disappeared from the room. Lin Xiang was sleeping. His room wasn't very luxurious, and he only had a servant of the same age as him. He didn't even have a maid. This was where he was smart. Lin Qing was arrogant, causing many elders of the Lin family to be dissatisfied with him. On the other hand, Lin Xiang was very careful and didn't do anything out of line. Usually, he would just read books and help the family with some things. When he saw the elders, he was always very polite. His approach was very useful. The elders were very satisfied with his performance, and he even won the title of a gentleman. The people of the Lin family didn't know that the reason why Lin Qing became like this was because he deliberately asked someone to teach Lin Qing to do so. Lin Qing had been a famous heavenly talent of the Lin family since he was young. Moreover, he wasn't a direct descendant, so he didn't receive so many resources when he was young. However, his strength still increased rapidly, which made Lin Xiang feel a great sense of crisis. Therefore, Lin Xiang's father, who was the current patriarch of the Lin family, did two things. First, he used the family's resources to nurture Lin Xiang so that Lin Xiang's strength would always be on par with Lin Qing. This way, the Lin family would think that Lin Xiang was also a genius like Lin Qing. In fact, Lin Xiang was very clear that his talent couldn't compare to Lin Qing. The second thing was to let those who were close to Lin Qing slowly change his character, making him more and more arrogant and overbearing. This was done by Lin Xiang's father at first, then by Lin Xiang. Although this method was very slow, it was very useful. Just think about it, when Lin Qing was still a child, he would naturally learn what the adults taught him. Slowly, he would become more and more arrogant and overbearing. When he grew up, this would naturally become his character, and this character wasn't very likable. Lin Xiang's father trained him to be the next patriarch of the Lin family. As a patriarch, strength wasn't the most important thing. What was most important was another thing, and that was scheming. If your scheming wasn't deep enough, then you wouldn't be able to control a large family. Even if you became a patriarch, you would slowly be taken over by others. Therefore, Lin Xiang's father began to teach him how to use his scheming to get everything he wanted. Obviously, his father was very successful. Lin Xiang was now acting like a gentleman, but Lin Qing, who was as famous as him, had been played in the palm of his hand. This was his method. Lin Xiang's sleep was very light. Ever since he was sensible, he didn't dare to sleep too deeply. This was because he knew that no matter where he was, completely relaxing one's vigilance was tantamount to courting death. Although he was now the young master of the Lin family, Lin Xiang was very clear that there were countless people eyeing his position. If he wasn't careful, then he would have died a long time ago. Lin Xiang, who was sleeping soundly, felt as if someone was watching him. Although he was half asleep, he didn't care. However, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. This made Lin Xiang's alarm bells ring. He suddenly sat up from his bed. At the same time, a 40-centimeter-long staff appeared in his hand. Then he looked towards his room and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This was because there was someone in his room. Lin Xiang looked at the black-cloaked person who was sitting on the beast skin in his room. He didn't know when this person entered his room, nor did he know how long he had been there. He just sat there, as if his entire person had merged with the darkness. Lin Xiang let out 2 long breaths. He suppressed his surprise as he looked at the person and said, "Who are you? Why did you enter my room?" Lin Xiang didn't believe that this person was here to kill him. If this person was here to kill him, then he would have already made his move. He wouldn't have waited until now. The person smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Lin Xiang really isn't ordinary. You know that I wouldn't harm you." Hee hee. I came here today because I have something to tell young Master Lin Xiang. Young Master Lin Xiang, please take a look at this. You'll understand after you read it. After the man finished speaking, he took out a piece of paper and threw it at Lin Xiang. The paper slowly floated towards Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang's eyes couldn't help but shrink when he saw this. There were many ways to throw a piece of paper and make it float far away. But to do it like this, without any anger, and to make this piece of paper fly forward slowly without any fluctuations, it showed this person's strength. The piece of paper floated towards Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang reached out his hand and took the paper. Then when he saw the contents of the paper, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he placed the paper on the bed and looked at the person. "Who are you? Where did you get this paper?" That person smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Lin Xiang doesn't need to know who I am. I'm actually a person in Aurora City who specializes in issuing these kinds of shady missions. This piece of paper is a mission given to me by someone. I wonder what young Master Lin Xiang thinks about it." Lin Xiang looked at the man and asked, "Who gave you this mission?" That person chuckled and said, "Young Master Lin Xiang is really smart. You asked the key question. This mission was personally given to me by young Master Lin Qing. He told me to release this mission 10 days later. Does young Master Lin Xiang believe it?" When Lin Xiang heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Then he looked at the person and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Lin Qing is also a member of my Lin family. Why would he give me this kind of mission? You're just a person who hides his head but shows his tail. Are you more trustworthy than Lin Qing?" That person smiled faintly and said, "I'm not hiding my head but showing my tail. It's just that the room is too dark, so young Master Lin Xiang didn't see my face." After saying this, the person waved his hand and a flame appeared in his hand. Then he moved his hand and the flame lit up the lights in the room. Now that the room was brightly lit, the person was naturally exposed under the light. It was a very ordinary face, and there was nothing special about it. However, the smile on his face made people feel warm in their hearts. Lin Xiang was sure that he didn't know this person. This was because he had an impression of everyone he met. However, he didn't have any impression of this person at all. At this time, a voice was heard, "Young master, do you have any orders?" It was the voice of Lin Xiang's servant. Lin Xiang recovered and said, "No need. You can go back and rest." The servant nodded and then turned around and left. Lin Xiang looked at that person and said, "I don't think I've seen you before. Who are you?" That person smiled faintly and said, "That's right. Young Master Lin Xiang hasn't seen me before. Then let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Hai. I opened a spirit tree staff shop in Aurora City. I also manage adventurer missions." When Lin Xiang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up and said, "You're Zhao Hai? The Zhao Hai who can resurrect the dead?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Young Master Lin Xiang must be joking. Who can resurrect the dead? Last time, Iceblade City's third master was injured and was saved by me. I don't have the ability to resurrect the dead." Lin Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "I really didn't think that Mr. Zhao Hai's strength would be so strong." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Lin Xiang doesn't need to know my background. I didn't come here to be an enemy of the Lin family. I just wanted to do my little business with peace of mind. But when I first opened, young Master Lin Qing visited my shop and said that if he had any secret missions, he would place them in my shop and ask me to help him put them up. However, I didn't expect that young Master Lin Qing's first mission would be this mission. Young Master Lin Xiang, you should know that if you really die, then the Lin family will definitely investigate. At that time, the Lin family will definitely find my shop because my shop had an assassination mission for you. At that time, regardless of whether your death is related to me or not, the Lin family won't let me off. Therefore, I can only choose to tell young Master Lin Xiang this news. I don't want to be an enemy of you, nor do I want to be an enemy of the Lin family. However, young Master Lin Xiang should also know that I came to Aurora City alone. If you really push me too far, then it won't be good for either of us. Young Master Lin Xiang, I've finished my business. As for what to do, it's not up to me to decide. It's up to you. I've done what I can do, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the room. Lin Xiang sat in his room with a gloomy expression, looking at the direction where Zhao Hai disappeared. After a while, he let out a long sigh. He took out the piece of paper and looked at it again. Then he put the paper in his pocket and waved his hand to turn off the lights in his room. He then lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling. The next morning, after Lin Xiang got up, as usual, he washed up and went to look for his father. After eating breakfast, he went to study. Then he went to look for his father. This was the same as what he usually did. Every morning, he would read for a while. During this period of time, his father would deal with the Lin family's matters. Then he would study from his father. When Lin Xiang arrived at his father's study, he discovered that there was another person inside. He had seen this person before. It was the outer court steward of the Lin family. His name was Lin Li, and he wasn't very eye-catching in the family. When Lin Li saw Lin Xiang come in, he immediately stood up and bowed to Lin Xiang. "Young master is here. Patriarch, I've finished my business, so I'll be taking my leave." After Lin Li finished speaking, he bowed to Lin Xiang and then left the study. Lin Xiang's father was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His hair was dark and he looked very imposing. He had a nickname, Ice Ghost. In Aurora City, when Ice Ghost Lin Ju was mentioned, there was no one who didn't know him. Lin Ju glanced at Lin Xiang and said in a deep voice, "Have a seat." Lin Xiang responded and sat down. Lin Ju looked at Lin Xiang and said, "Do you know why Lin Li came here?" Lin Xiang shook his head. Lin Ju looked at Lin Xiang and said, "Lin Ju just came to tell me that Lin Qing seems to be acting strangely. He seems to have discovered something. What do you think about this matter?" Lin Xiang stared, then he took out a piece of paper and gave it to Lin Ju. "Father, please take a look at this." Lin Ju took the piece of paper and looked at it. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he calmly looked at Lin Xiang and said, "Where did it come from?" Lin Xiang said in a deep voice, "Last night, Zhao Hai sent it to my room. He said that Lin Qing gave it to him to put up a mission 10 days later. Zhao Hai is the staff shop owner who is very close to the Iceblade gang. His medical skills are very high, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Last night, he silently appeared in my room. I don't know when he came, but when he left, I didn't know how he left. This person's strength is unfathomable, and I suspect that he might have some other background. If we can avoid being enemies with him, it's best that we don't do so. But if possible, I still hope to find out his background." Lin Ju frowned, then he said in a deep voice, "Come in." Just as Lin Ju's voice fell, a servant pushed open the door and came in. The servant gave Lin Ju a salute and said, "Master, what are your orders?" Lin Ju said, "Go, have someone bring me the latest information about the Iceblade gang." The servant complied, then he turned around and left. Before long, he came back with a book and placed it on Lin Ju's table. "Master, this is the latest information about the Iceblade gang. Please take a look." Lin Ju nodded, then he waved his hand. The servant then turned around and left. Lin Ju took the report of the Iceblade gang and looked at it. Then he gave the report to Lin Xiang and said, "Xiang, you take a look as well." Lin Xiang nodded, then he took the report and looked at it. After reading it, he placed it on the table. Lin Ju looked at Lin Xiang and said, "What did you see?" Lin Xiang thought for a moment, then said, "The Iceblade gang has been in chaos recently, but before that, the current leader of the Iceblade gang, Viper 3, seems to have had dealings with Zhao Hai. Moreover, Viper 3 seems to have made contact with the Wu clan. According to the information, he might have made some sort of transaction with the Wu clan. Some time ago, we received news that the Wu clan was purchasing a batch of pills, but then they suddenly stopped. Judging from the time, the transaction between Viper 3 and the Wu clan was most likely that batch of pills. But with the Iceblade gang's strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to take out that batch of pills. So that batch of pills might have been given to them by Zhao Hai. In fact, the person who made the transaction with the Wu clan was Zhao Hai, and Viper 3 was just the middleman. And since Zhao Hai was able to take out so many pills without letting anyone know his identity, then it's very likely that he's a thief. This would also explain why he was so strong, and why he would make a deal with someone like Viper 3. Lin Xiang thought for a moment, then said, "The Iceblade gang is currently in chaos, but before that, the current leader of the Iceblade gang, Viper 3, seems to have made a deal with Zhao Hai." Lin Ju nodded and said, "Right, your analysis is correct. I also think the same. Not only is this Zhao Hai a thief, I'm afraid that the thief group he belongs to isn't small." Lin Xiang nodded, then he said, "Father, what should we do about this matter?" Lin Ju's eyes flashed as he said, "There's nothing we can do. Who Zhao Hai is has nothing to do with us. Even if his thief group is strong, they won't attack the city. Even if his thief group is strong, it's impossible for them to be here. We can't offend him, but we also don't need to be afraid of him. We might even trade with him in the future. Therefore, Zhao Hai has nothing to do with us. What do we do with Lin Qing?" Lin Xiang thought for a moment, then he said, "Zhao Hai told me about this matter because he doesn't want to be enemies with us. But at the same time, he won't easily make an enemy out of Lin Qing. So I think that after 10 days, he might still release this task. We have to use these few days to create an accident and get rid of Lin Qing first. Once Lin Qing dies, I think Zhao Hai will take back the task. This will be good for everyone." Lin Ju nodded and said, "That's right. Lin Qing has been very arrogant these past few years. It can be said that he has enemies everywhere. Therefore, there are many ways to kill him without arousing suspicion. If you want to make a move, you have to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. Lin Xiang said, Father, rest assured, I will arrange it. Lin Ju nodded, then he sighed and said, Lin Qing's talent is really good. If he can continue to be like this, the family won't mistreat him. In the future, he will also become a sharp sword of the Lin family. What a pity, what a pity. Lin Xiang didn't say anything. He also agreed with Lin Ju's words. Lin Qing's strength was really good. If he didn't want to deal with him and even stayed in the Lin family, then he would definitely live well. In the future, his position in the Lin family would only be higher. Unfortunately, he made such a choice, so he couldn't be blamed. Lin Ju turned his head to look at Lin Xiang and said in a deep voice, Xiang, Father has taught you a lot of things over the years and you've learned quite well. In the future, the Lin family will be handed over to you and I can rest assured. Our Lin family isn't as lucky as the Wu family and couldn't find the 5 elemental spirit shellfish. Therefore, we can only develop ourselves honestly. Now that the Wu family is about to leave Aurora City, even if they leave, they won't completely give up on everything in Aurora City. Therefore, there won't be any changes to the structure of Aurora City. However, we must also be prepared. If the Wu family really leaves and becomes rich outside, then they might turn around and swallow Aurora City whole. In this aspect, we must be prepared. Lin Xiang nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room, but he was very clear about what had happened in the Lin family. Zhao Hai was very clear that the Lin family wouldn't be in chaos. The father and son of the Lin family were really scheming. With Lin Qing's strength, she wouldn't be able to defeat them. Zhao Hai let out a long sigh. Although his plan had failed this time, it was nothing. Previously, he wanted to plot against the Aurora land to make a base for the Lost Soul Empire to attack this place in the future. However, it would be best if he could get it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. His main mission now was to understand the 5 spirit realms. During this period of time, he had been in Aurora City for quite some time. It seemed like it was time to leave. It was impossible for a small Aurora City to understand the situation of the entire 5 spirit realms. He still needed to go to other continents to take a look. Just as he was thinking about these things, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Following that, a voice sounded, Is Mr. Zhao Hai here? Ice Wolf requests an audience. When Zhao Hai heard Ice Wolf's voice, he immediately said, Ice Wolf, come in. Ice Wolf responded, pushed the door open, and walked into the small courtyard. Then, he entered Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai looked at Ice Wolf and smiled. He waved his hand and said, Have a seat. Why are you here today? Is something the matter? Ice Wolf nodded at Zhao Hai and said, Yes, sir. There's news about the 5-element spirit shellfish that you asked me to pay attention to. Someone found the 5-element spirit shellfish under the glacier 5 miles outside the city. However, it seems that there aren't many of them. When Zhao Hai heard Ice Wolf's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. It's good that you found them. Tell me the exact location. Ice Wolf responded and told Zhao Hai the exact location. Then, Zhao Hai waved his hand and Ice Wolf left. After the Ice Wolf left, Zhao Hai went to the shop in front of him. After informing Wu Jingming, he left the small courtyard and walked straight out of the city. After a while, he left the city and walked towards the place that the Ice Wolf had told him about. When he reached a place where there was no one, Zhao Hai flew forward. 250 kilometers was really nothing to him. Soon, he found the place Ice Wolf had mentioned. After looking at the surrounding terrain and confirming that he had not come to the wrong place, Zhao Hai dived into the ice layer. However, there was nothing unusual about the ice layer. After Zhao Hai entered the ice layer, he immediately released his mental strength to investigate his surroundings. He had already learned from Ice Wolf that although the 5-element spirit shellfish could escape in the ice, they would always leave some traces. The most obvious trace was a bubble the size of a palm. This bubble was round and there was a drop of water inside. This was where the 5-element spirit shellfish had stayed. Soon, Zhao Hai discovered such a bubble. This bubble was really special and very beautiful. After Zhao Hai discovered the bubble, he immediately began to check the surroundings of the bubble. After a while, Zhao Hai discovered another bubble. This allowed Zhao Hai to finally know the direction of the five-element spirit shellfish. Zhao Hai chased in that direction and soon released another bubble. The distance between the two bubbles was about 2 kilometers. It seemed that the five-element spirit shellfish's escape technique was quite good. After chasing for about 50 li, Zhao suddenly felt something with his spiritual force. It was a palm-sized shell. The outside of the shell was blue, and it was very beautiful. Around the big shell, there were a lot of small shells. There were probably dozens of them in total. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately collect the shells. Instead, he looked around the shell. Zhao Hai was very clear that the five-element spirit shellfish lived in groups. Unless there was a special situation, a large group of five-element spirit shellfish would live together. Moreover, they would live together and slowly reproduce. This way, their numbers would increase. Now that he found a five-element spirit shellfish, he didn't believe that there was only one five-element spirit shellfish here. It would be great if he could find more five-element spirit shellfish. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai searched for a long time and didn't find any other five-element spirit shellfish. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. However, Zhao Hai still decided not to touch the five-element spirit shellfish. He wanted to see where the five-element spirit shellfish went. The five-element spirit shellfish were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. They didn't need to eat, they just needed to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, they liked to live in groups. Regardless of whether they were from the same clan or not, as long as they met, they would gather together and form a new clan. This five-element spirit shellfish might have been alone for some reason, but this kind of situation wasn't common. Perhaps it was looking for its own clan, so Zhao Hai wanted to follow this five-element spirit shellfish and have a look. The speed of the five-element spirit shellfish was really fast. Their escape technique in the ice was also very strange. They would disappear in a place and then appear 2 miles away. Then they would disappear again and appear 2 miles away. It was just like teleportation. However, the reason why they couldn't teleport was because their speed was slower. Every time they stopped, they would pause for a while, as if they were accumulating energy. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was very strong. He could lock onto the five-element spirit shellfish from 10 miles away. Therefore, he could easily follow the five-element spirit shellfish. He wanted to see where the five-element spirit shellfish was going. The five-element spirit shellfish moved forward. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch up with it. After all, it was impossible for ordinary people to cover a distance of 2 miles in an instant. Time moved forward little by little. The five-element spirit shellfish moved forward for more than 5 hours before it stopped. However, it didn't find its own people. Instead, it slowly floated up and then stopped about 1 meter away from the ice. Then it slowly opened its shell. At this time, it was the brightest time outside. The sunlight could pass through the ice and shine on its body. It was actually basking in the sun. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been impatient. However, Zhao Hai wasn't. What he didn't lack the most was patience. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. The five-element spirit shellfish stopped to bask in the sun while he watched from the side. Naturally, he was also quite a distance away from the five-element spirit shellfish so that it wouldn't discover him. The five-element spirit shellfish basked in the sun for about an hour before it stopped and continued its journey. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the five-element spirit shellfish would continue its journey for 5 days. In these 5 days, besides resting for an hour every day, the five-element spirit shellfish continued its journey. Zhao Hai followed it for 5 days. During these 5 days, not only did Zhao Hai follow the five-element spirit shellfish, he also saw a lot of life under the ice. In the Arctic continent, there was a lot of ice and very little land. Therefore, there were all kinds of creatures living under the ice. Some of these creatures lived directly under the ice, while others lived under the ice. The thickness of the ice here reached an astonishing 20 meters. Below the ice was water. The shallowest part of the water was a few hundred meters. It can be said that this place was an ocean covered in ice. The land was just an island in the ocean. What made Zhao Hai feel the most incredible was that the water here was all freshwater. Such a large freshwater area was really amazing. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't let these beasts go. They were all taken into the space. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the beasts here were very powerful. There were a lot of beasts that could use water spells. Moreover, their power wasn't small. However, these beasts, no, they should be called beasts. These beasts were unlucky to meet Zhao Hai. All of them were taken into the space by Zhao Hai. 5 days passed by. Just when Zhao Hai thought that he was going to be bored, he suddenly felt something moving in front of him. Zhao Hai immediately swept the area with his spiritual force. When he did, Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect to see a city in front of him. Yes, in front of Zhao Hai was a city, an ice city. However, this ice city was underground. The residents of this ice city were all 5-element spirit shellfish. These 5-element spirit shellfish were drilling in and out of the ice city, looking very relaxed. What was even more surprising was the number of these 5-element spirit shellfish. Zhao Hai swept the area with his spiritual force and estimated that there were at least 1,000,000 5-element spirit shellfish. The 5-element spirit shellfish that Zhao Hai had been following had already joined the huge 5-element spirit shellfish and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai looked at the 5-element spirit shellfish and began to calculate in his heart. Should he take all of these 5-element spirit shellfish into the space, or just a part of them? After thinking for a while, Zhao Hai finally decided to take all of the 5-element spirit shellfish into the space. It would be best if he could take the entire ice city as well. After making this decision, Zhao Hai began to make preparations. First, he went to the surface of the ice to take a look. When Zhao Hai arrived at the surface of the ice, he discovered that there was actually a huge iceberg. And the spirit shellfish city was actually under this iceberg. This iceberg wasn't just one iceberg, it was a continuous stretch. In other words, if Zhao Hai didn't follow the 5-element spirit shellfish, then it would be impossible for him to find the spirit shellfish city. Zhao Hai originally wanted to go to the surface of the ice and then use the space to cover the entire spirit shellfish city. But now, it seems impossible. With such a huge iceberg, he's afraid that he wouldn't be able to take it into the space. It seems like he can only think of a way from below. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai had no choice but to sneak below the spirit shellfish city. Fortunately, the 5-element spirit shellfish weren't very big. Their spirit shellfish city wasn't very big either. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would find it very difficult to take them into the space. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. He first restored himself to his best state before he began to make preparations. After following the 5-element spirit shellfish for so many days, he had some understanding of them. He was very clear that the 5-element spirit shellfish also had a time to rest. It was like an hour of sunbathing every day. Moreover, their speed at night was obviously slower than during the day. Now that they had the city, Zhao Hai believed that they would be able to rest at night. However, this still needed to be observed. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to make his move. He observed for 2 more days before making his move. But after 2 days of observation, Zhao Hai discovered that the 5-element spirit shellfish really needed to rest. After dark, they would return to their nests to rest. Moreover, their nests were fixed, just like their own homes. This was very rare. After learning about this situation, Zhao immediately decided that the next time it was dark, he would immediately make a move on the 5-element spirit shellfish. He couldn't wait any longer. There were still a lot of things waiting for him in Aurora City, so he couldn't stay here forever. After dark, Zhao Hai finally made his preparations. Actually, this was a very risky move. This was because this was the first time that Zhao Hai opened his space. He didn't know if he would succeed. After dark, the 5-element spirit shellfish rested. Zhao slowly opened his own space at the bottom of the water. He tried to make the opening as big as possible. Slowly, the opening got bigger and bigger. But Zhao also felt that his body was getting more and more uncomfortable. It was as if his whole body was being torn apart. At the same time, he also felt that his spiritual force was being consumed very quickly. However, Zhao Hai still persisted. He slowly opened the space even bigger. Fortunately, just when Zhao Hai couldn't take it anymore, the space's opening was finally big enough. From afar, it looked like an invisible monster suddenly opened its huge mouth and bit down on the ice. With this bite, a huge chunk of the ice disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then the monster's mouth closed. At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't move at all. His whole body was floating in the water, motionless. This was the first time that Zhao Hai felt this. Since his debut, this was the first time that he felt so uncomfortable. He felt as if his cells were being torn apart. This feeling was very uncomfortable. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered something strange. This matter attracted his attention and even made him forget about the pain he was feeling. This matter was actually very simple. He discovered that the large chunk of ice that he dug out was quickly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, it had already recovered by half. This discovery made Zhao Hai surprised. This was the first time that he saw such a freezing speed. People said that 3 feet of ice wasn't formed in a day. This meant that it wasn't easy for water to freeze into ice. Especially in such deep water, it was even more difficult to freeze. However, the ice here could recover so quickly. This was beyond his expectations. Just as Zhao Hai was looking at the ice in a daze, the ice had already completely recovered. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the ice only froze so deep. It was really surprising. After the ice was restored, Zhao Hai felt that his body was a lot better. Although it was still uncomfortable, it wasn't as bad as before. This made him feel very surprised. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. After resting for a while, Zhao Hai completely recovered. He took a deep breath and muttered, "I didn't think that it would be this uncomfortable. It seems like I should use this method less in the future." After saying that, Zhao Hai immediately focused his attention on the space. At this time, there was an ice field inside the space. Moreover, the area was very large. There were also all kinds of beasts inside. However, Zhao Hai didn't come here to see those beasts. He wanted to see how the 5-element spirit shellfish were doing. Before long, Zhao Hai saw the 5-element spirit shellfish. They had already entered the ice. Moreover, the 5-element spirit shellfish seemed to have woken up. However, they didn't commit suicide, nor did they look afraid. It seems like they just came out to exercise. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Zhao Hai discovered that the animals that entered the space had been subdued by him. For him, this was definitely a good thing. Zhao Hai slowly probed the 5-element spirit shellfish with his spiritual force. He immediately felt a spiritual force coming from the 5-element spirit shellfish. Then he heard a voice, "I have seen the young master." This made Zhao Hai stare. But he immediately reacted. It seems like the 5-element spirit shellfish had extraordinary intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called him young master. Zhao Hai immediately said, "All right, I want to know why your shellfish has such pure energy. Is it something you were born with?" "Yes, young master. Our 5-element spirit shell clan is born by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, because the shells on our bodies are very important to us, most of the spiritual energy we absorb is used on our shells. Slowly, the shells on our bodies have spiritual energy. Then how can I use this spiritual energy without harming you? This is actually very simple. Young master, you don't need to harm us at all. We can form pearls inside our bodies. These pearls contain spiritual energy that isn't any worse than our shells. It might even be better than our shells. Then, will this affect your lives? Or will it have other effects on you? If we were in the 5-element realm, then there would be some effects. But here, the spiritual energy is very abundant. We can form pearls in a very short time. Moreover, it wouldn't have any effect on us. Didn't you just enter the 5-element realm? Why do you know so many things?" Replying to the young master, "We directly received the rules here. As for why, I don't know." When Zhao Hai heard the 5-element spirit shellfish, he was surprised. But after thinking about it, he finally looked at the Taiji diagram above his head. He understood that this might be because of the heart of nature. The space didn't have this ability before. It might be because of the heart of nature. However, this was also a good thing for Zhao Hai, so he didn't care about it. Then he turned to the 5-element spirit shellfish and said, "All right, then you can start producing pearls with all your might. Make as many as you can, the more the better. Inform the other spirit shellfish to do it with you." The spirit shellfish nodded, then it turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at the spirit shellfish and didn't care about it. He was very clear that it wasn't easy for shellfish to produce pearls. Generally, it would take 2 to 3 years for pearls to form. If the time was too short, then they wouldn't be able to be used. Because of this, Zhao Hai wouldn't look at the 5-element spirit shellfish. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai directly used the transmission formation to return to Aurora City. Then he walked into Aurora City and returned to the magic staff shop. Not long after Zhao Hai returned to the magic staff shop, Viper San and Ice Wolf arrived. Zhao Hai invited the two inside and said, "Master San, Ice Wolf, why did you come here in such a hurry? Did something happen?" Viper San anxiously said, "Mister, where have you been these past few days? We were worried to death. A few days ago, we received news that the Wu family had won the battle for the 5-element spirit shellfish. Now that they have obtained a large amount of wealth, they are preparing to go to other cities to develop. However, what surprised us was that they were preparing to sell some of their family's businesses. It seems like they don't plan on returning to Aurora City. Now that the news has spread, all the great clans are eyeing the Wu family. I wanted to tell Mr. about this matter, but I didn't expect Mr. to not be here. I'm really worried about you." When Zhao Hai heard Viper San, he stared for a moment. Then he said, "I didn't expect the Wu family to abandon their hometown. This is very interesting." "Right, what's the situation with the Lin family? Is Lin Qing dead?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Viper San and Ice Wolf couldn't help but tremble. Last time, Zhao Hai told them that he would tell the Lin family about Lin Qing dealing with Lin Xiang. Now that he asked this question, it was clear that he had already told Lin Xiang and knew what Lin Xiang would do. Viper 3 took a deep breath and then said in a deep voice, "That's right. As Mr. said, Lin Qing is already dead. I heard that she had a dispute with an unknown adventurer in a brothel and was killed on the spot by that adventurer. The Lin family is currently trying to capture that adventurer, but they haven't been able to catch him." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I guess it's time to make a move. How about this, Third Master, find an opportunity to go to the Lin Mansion tomorrow and pay a visit to young Master Lin Xiang. While you're at it, give this to young Master Lin Xiang. There's no need to say anything else, I think they'll understand. Then, go and pay a visit to the Wu family's patriarch and ask him if their family's business must be settled in bail or can it be replaced with goods. If they must settle in bail, then we can't do anything about it. But if they can use goods to replace it, then ask him what he needs and how to exchange it. Go ahead and do it." When Viper San and Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. The two of them immediately responded and turned around to leave. They were still very happy. Zhao Hai planned to buy the Wu family's business. This meant that Zhao Hai was ambitious. Then, they had followed the right person. They followed Zhao Hai because they had taken a fancy to his development. If Zhao Hai didn't have any ambition, then they would be too disappointed. Now that Zhao Hai was going to make such a big move, of course they were happy. Zhao Hai watched Viper San and Ice Wolf leave with a trace of a smile in his eyes. This time, the Wu family's change was really beyond his expectations. Whether it was Lin Ju or Zhao Hai, they didn't expect that the Wu family would actually sell all of their family's property. They were really planning to burn all of their boats. However, this wasn't what Zhao Hai was concerned about. Zhao Hai wanted to place a spy in Aurora City. Of course, if the Wu family's things could really be exchanged with resources, then he could swallow all of the Wu family's business. However, he didn't plan to put these things under his name. He planned to put these things under Viper San's name. This way, Viper San could become a member of a large family in Aurora City. It was equivalent to placing a spy in the upper echelons of Aurora City. However, he couldn't give up on the Iceblade gang. This way, he would have people in both the dark and the white. It would be more convenient for him to control Aurora City in the future. I'm sorry everyone, the previous chapter was wrong. The content is correct, please forgive me. Lin Xiang was sitting in his room, calmly reading a book. At this time, a servant came in and said to Lin Xiang, "Young master, there's someone outside who wants to see you. He said that he's called Viper 3. Originally, I didn't want to inform you, but he said that as long as you hear his name, you'll definitely see him." When Lin Xiang heard the servant, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Yes, I reckon that he'll be here soon. Let him in." The servant nodded and immediately went down. Before long, he led Viper 3 to Lin Xiang's room. Viper 3 saluted Lin Xiang outside the door and said, "I've seen young Master Lin Xiang." Viper 3 gives his greetings. Lin Xiang looked at Viper 3. Viper 3 was holding a long box in his hand. Lin Xiang couldn't help but faintly smile as he said, "Come in, you can leave." The last sentence was directed towards the servant. Lin Xiang looked at Viper 3. After Viper 3 entered the room, he didn't sit down. He knew the rules. If Lin Xiang didn't let him sit, then he wouldn't sit. Originally, Viper 3 wasn't a person who followed the rules. However, he didn't have any other choice. After all, he was now following Zhao Hai. He was afraid that he would lose face for Zhao Hai. Therefore, he stood there obediently. Lin Xiang looked at Viper 3's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "Third Master, what did you come here for today?" Viper 3 quickly replied, "I don't dare to be called this by Third Master. Young Master Lin Xiang, you don't need to be so polite. Today, I was entrusted by Mr. Zhao Hai to give this thing to young Master Lin Xiang." Then he held the long box in front of Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang looked at the box in Viper 3's hand and nodded. He reached out and took the box. Then he opened the box and looked at it before closing it. Then he looked at Viper 3 and said, "This is what Lin Qing sent to Mr. Zhao Hai's shop?" Viper 3 nodded and said, "Yes, this was what young Master Lin Qing sent to Mr. Zhao Hai's shop. Mr. Zhao Hai asked me to send it back to young Master Lin Xiang." Lin Xiang said, "Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't need to be like this. This is what was sent to Mr. Zhao Hai's shop, so it's now Mr. Zhao Hai's. We didn't want to take it back. Mr. Lin Xiang, Mr. Lin Xiang, if Mr. Lin Xiang, Mr. can't accept this Mr. When Lin Xiang heard Viper 3's words, he nodded and said, "All right, then after you go back, please thank Mr. Zhao Hai for me. Master San, please." Viper 3 bowed to Lin Xiang, then he turned around and left. When Lin Xiang saw Viper 3 leave, he picked up the box and walked towards his father's study. Before long, he arrived at his father's study and knocked on the door. Lin Ju's voice was heard, "Come in." Lin Xiang walked in. When Lin Ju saw Lin Xiang come in with a magic staff box, he couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Lin Xiang said in a deep voice, replying to father, "It was sent by Zhao Hai. Lin Qing gave it to Zhao Hai as a reward. I heard it's a staff with 13 layers of attack formations." Lin Ju took the box and opened it to take a look. Then he casually said, "Did you find out where he got this staff?" Lin Xiang nodded and said, "I found out." Lin Qing went out once and came back late at night. On the way back, he found an injured person. Then he killed the person and took the staff. We still can't find the identity of the person. Because he was afraid of being discovered, Lin Qing threw the corpse into the river outside the city. Since the corpse floated there, we can't find it. Therefore, we have no way to determine the identity. Lin Ju frowned and said, "This is a bit difficult. We don't know who this staff belongs to. If it's kept in the hands of someone, then it would certainly be a problem. Moreover, someone who can use this kind of staff isn't an ordinary person. This Lin Qing really knows how to cause trouble." Lin Xiang didn't say anything. He also felt that this staff might be troublesome. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, the matter had already happened. It was too late to do anything. Lin Ju put the staff back into the box and said, "Leave it with me. I'll have someone put this staff into storage. In the future, no one is allowed to use it." Lin Xiang nodded, then he turned around and left. After leaving Lin Xiang's place, Viper 3 arrived at the Wu family's place. Although Viper 3 wasn't valued by the Lin family, he still had a bit of fame in the Wu family. After all, he had helped the Wu family, so the Wu family felt that Viper 3 had some connections. Because of this, his treatment in the Wu family was quite good. After Viper 3 reported his name, he was invited to the Wu family's patriarch's study. Originally, he didn't have the qualifications to see the Wu family's patriarch. The Wu family sent a housekeeper to send him away. After all, in the eyes of the Wu family, he was just a small hoodlum. He wasn't worthy of being seen by the patriarch. However, Viper 3 said that he came for the Wu family's business. Therefore, he was led to the patriarch's study. The Wu family's patriarch was a 60-years-old man. He wore a silk robe and looked very spirited. His hair was neatly combed, giving him a dignified appearance. When Viper 3 saw the Wu family's patriarch, he immediately saluted him and said, "Viper 3 greets the patriarch." Greetings to the patriarch. The Wu family's patriarch looked at Viper 3 and said, "Viper 3, I know that you helped our Wu family last time. I also want to thank you for your medicine. It helped us a lot. I heard that you came for the Wu family's business? I didn't expect you to be this rich." Venomous Snake 3 hurriedly said, "Patriarch, you think too highly of me. I'm just a commoner from a small world. How could I have so much money? I'm only here to help someone ask." The Wu family's patriarch looked at Viper 3 and said, "Help someone ask? Then I want to know, who are you helping?" Viper 3 didn't say anything. Wu family's patriarch, the person who asked me to ask doesn't want me to say his name. He just wants to know how to deal with the Wu family's business. That person doesn't have a lot of money, but he has a lot of supplies. He wants to use supplies to exchange. If the Wu family's patriarch agrees, then you can just give him a list. If the Wu family's patriarch doesn't agree, then I'll immediately refuse him. When the Wu family's patriarch heard Viper 3, he stared. Then he nodded and said, "It sounds like he's sincere. Moreover, our Wu family wants to go to a new city, so we need a lot of supplies. How about this? It's not impossible to use supplies to exchange. I'll give you a list. If he can really take out these things, then the Wu family's business wouldn't be a problem." After he said that, the Wu family's patriarch picked up a piece of paper and wrote something on it. After a while, he finished writing. Then he gave the paper to Viper 3 and said, "If he can prepare the things on the list, then the Wu family's business can be given to him." Viper 3 nodded. After receiving the paper, he gave the Wu family's patriarch a salute before turning around and leaving. After Viper 3 left, a Wu family member came out from the back of the study. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Patriarch, why did you agree to Viper 3's request? Do we really want to exchange supplies?" The Wu family's patriarch replied, "It's not impossible to exchange resources, but it depends on whether or not he has what I need. If our Wu family leaves with a large amount of money, then it wouldn't be of any use. Our Wu family already has a lot of money, more is just a number. For the Wu family, there's no benefit at all. If he really gives me the things on the list, then I'll give him the Wu family." The Wu family's patriarch nodded. When the person heard the Wu family's patriarch, he couldn't help but be puzzled and said, "What did the patriarch want to exchange?" The Wu family's patriarch smiled faintly and said, "Good things. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's wait for the news. Rather than giving it to the other families, it's better to exchange some things. After fighting with those guys for so many years, I'm not willing to leave and hand over the family's business to them." The person didn't say anything and just nodded. He also understood the Wu family's patriarch's feelings. This time, the Wu family wasn't forced to leave. Instead, they wanted to have a better development. Therefore, they decided to deal with the businesses here. They didn't want to leave anything behind in Aurora City because they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to work hard in a new place. Therefore, they decided to deal with everything here. However, the Wu family's relationship with the other families wasn't very good. They even fought with each other quite a few times. This was also normal. Since they were all great clans in the same city, how could they not fight with each other several times? Now that they were leaving, they had to hand over the family's business to them. No one would feel comfortable doing this. So instead of handing it over to them, they might as well hand it over to someone else. At this time, Viper 3 had already left the Wu family and returned to the Iceblade Gang's headquarters. Upon returning, he immediately took out the piece of paper and looked at it. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, Viper 3 couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because the first thing written on the paper was, 10 spatial artifacts no smaller than 100 cubic meters. Viper 3 didn't need to look at anything else. Just by looking at this line, he knew how much the items on the paper were worth. Spatial artifacts had always been very precious. However, there were also differences in size. For example, the spatial artifact in Viper 3's hands was given to him by Zhao Hai. However, it was only about 5 cubic meters. This was something that couldn't be found on the market. If someone knew that Viper 3 had such a spatial artifact, then they would definitely rob him. This was because it was too expensive. As for a 100 cubic meter spatial artifact, it was very precious. It was simply a sky-high price. And now, the Wu family's patriarch wanted 10 of them. This was simply asking for a lion's share. After looking at the paper, Viper 3 finally confirmed that the Wu family's patriarch was asking for a lion's share. Viper 3 had only heard of a lot of the items on the paper. He had never seen them before. The preciousness of these items could be imagined. After reading it, Viper 3 couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He felt that the Wu family's patriarch had gone too far. Could it be that his Wu family's property was really that valuable that he wanted to use these things to exchange for it? However, Viper 3 still endured it. He waited until the sky turned dark before bringing the ice wolf to Zhao Hai's small courtyard. After entering Zhao Hai's room and bowing to Zhao Hai and sitting down, Viper 3 handed the piece of paper that the Wu family's patriarch had given him to Zhao Hai. Then, he said, "Sir, this is the Wu family's main material. Please forgive me for being blunt, but the Wu family's patriarch is really asking for too much this time. The things he wants are really too precious. I feel that the Wu family's property isn't worth these things." Zhao took the paper and looked at it. Then he quietly put it away. He looked at Viper 3 and said, "Master 3, I can prepare these things, but I have a few things to tell you." Viper 3 nodded and said, "Master 3, I can prepare these things, but I have a few things to tell you." When Viper 3 heard Zhao Hai's words, he quickly said, "Sir, please instruct me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "First, go and tell the Wu family's patriarch that I have these things, but I need time to prepare them. Since we're doing business with them, we can't just give them whatever price they want. Doing business requires a sky-high price and a reasonable price. Also, tell him to give me a copy of the Wu family's assets. We need to see if the Wu family's assets are worth the price. If they aren't, then there's no need for us to trade. Don't treat us as fools. Second, if this matter succeeds, then the Wu family's assets will be transferred directly to your name. All of them will be transferred to your name. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded. When Viper 3 heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he suddenly stood up and looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression. "Sir, is what you said true? These properties are really going to be transferred to my name?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, these properties will really be transferred to your name. In the future, your status in Aurora City won't be lower than that of the Lin family's patriarch." Viper 3 bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, sir. From now on, my life is yours." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I haven't finished speaking yet. If you can really take over the Wu family's properties, then you won't have to manage the Iceblade gang in the future. Therefore, the Iceblade gang will be handed over to Ice Wolf to manage. However, Ice Wolf won't be able to suppress the situation with the Iceblade gang. Therefore, you have to deal with the Iceblade gang's matters in the shortest time possible. If you can deal with the Iceblade gang's matters as soon as possible, then even if it's a little expensive, I'll still take over the Wu family's properties." Viper 3 didn't even think about it and said in a deep voice, "Please rest assured, sir. I'll definitely do this well. I definitely will." Zhao Hai nodded and then turned to look at Ice Wolf. Ice Wolf's face was also filled with excitement. He never thought that he would actually become the leader of the Iceblade gang. This really surprised him. Zhao Hai looked at Ice Wolf's excited expression and said in a deep voice, "Ice Wolf, if you really become the leader of the Iceblade gang in the future, then I'll help you unify all the gangs in Aurora City as soon as possible. But after unifying, I don't think I need to say what you need to do, right? You should know what you need to do. If you do well, I'll give you a higher status. If you don't do well, I'm afraid you won't be the leader for long." Ice Wolf also said with excitement, "Please rest assured, sir. I'll definitely do well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go back." The two nodded before they turned around and left. The next day, the Wu family head was sitting in his study. Now that the Wu family was about to move, there were a lot of things that needed to be dealt with. He had been very busy these past few days. At this time, a servant's voice was heard from outside. "Family head, Viper 3 is outside." The Wu family head said, "Let him in." The servant outside complied, then he turned around and left. Before long, Viper 3 was brought in. The Wu family head was very polite to Viper 3 this time. After Viper 3 gave his greetings, the Wu family head had him sit down. Then the Wu family head opened his mouth and said, "Third Master, for you to come here today, I wonder if yesterday's matter has been settled?" Viper 3 smiled and said, "I don't deserve to be called Third Master. You can just call me Third Master. I won't hide it from the Patriarch, the other party has some opinions about the price that you asked. He isn't familiar with the Wu family's businesses. Since the Wu family head's price is too high, the other party wants to know what the Wu family's businesses are. Therefore, he wants to ask the Wu family head to give him a detailed list of the businesses. If the other party thinks that it's appropriate, then the other party will prepare the things that the Wu family wrote down." When the Wu family head heard Viper 3, he was surprised. One must know that the things that he asked for were quite a lot. He also wanted to test the other party, so he asked for a lot. He didn't trust Viper 3. He didn't think that Viper 3 would actually agree. This was beyond his expectations. The Wu family head thought for a moment, then he said, "Actually, outsiders know how many businesses my Wu family has. However, Third Master, you should also ask for a detailed list. If the other party isn't satisfied with the price, then we can discuss it." "Third Master, please wait a moment." At this time, the Wu Patriarch was even more polite to Viper 3. This was because he was very clear that the things he wrote down weren't things that an ordinary person could take out. For the other party to be able to take out something like this was enough to show the other party's strength. No matter what the reason was, the other party allowed Viper 3 to come in contact with him. This meant that Viper 3 was a very important middleman. If he really offended Viper 3 and caused trouble, then the business would be over. Those things wouldn't fall into his hands, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch immediately had someone prepare a detailed list for Viper-san. In fact, the Wu family had already prepared this list. They wanted to sell their properties, so naturally, they needed to be very thorough. However, the Wu family's patriarch didn't trust Viper-san very much. Therefore, he didn't give this list to him. After Viper 3 received the list, he bid farewell and left. That night, he came to Zhao Hai's small courtyard and gave the list to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the list and discovered that the Wu family's properties weren't small. Aside from a few fish farms, there were also a lot of arable land, shops, and some courtyards. Aside from these, there were also a lot of people. These people were all long-term workers of the Wu family. Some of them even signed a contract with the Wu family. Zhao Hai also wanted to take over all of these things. With all these things added together, the price wasn't low. What surprised Zhao Hai was that in Aurora City, the most expensive things weren't the shops or the fish farms, but the arable land. In the Arctic continent, there was a lot of water. In addition, a lot of the land was mountainous. Due to the high temperature, most of the land wasn't suitable for farming. However, because the terrain was flat and there were warm currents flowing through the ground, it was suitable for growing crops. Moreover, the price of those crops wasn't low in the Arctic continent. As for the fish farms, they were generally formed naturally and artificially. Moreover, people had already begun to learn how to raise fish. However, because there was a lot of water and a lot of fish, the price of fish wasn't high. Zhao Hai looked at the list, then he turned to Viper 3 and said, "What's the price of these things in Aurora City? Did you find someone to estimate the price?" Viper 3 quickly replied, "I did. The price is a lot higher than what he wrote on the list. Moreover, the Wu family is about to leave. In fact, the price of their family's property can be lowered." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "There's no need to lower it. Find someone to estimate the price and see how much higher the items on the list are. Then write down the extra part and give it to me. I'll decide after looking at it. Viper 3 nodded and took the list and left. Actually, Viper 3 didn't know much about this matter. However, there was someone who knew about it, and that was Fox. As the accountant of the Iceblade gang, Fox naturally knew about these matters. Viper 3 had asked Fox to estimate the price, and Fox's estimate was very fair. Therefore, Viper 3 said what he said. The next day, Viper 3 came over with the list and details. At the same time, he also brought a piece of paper with the price of the Wu family's property and the items on the list. When Zhao Hai looked at it, he discovered that the Wu family had written an extra 200,000 bells worth of items on the list. Zhao Hai didn't have any business, he just felt that his understanding of the 5 spirit realms was too little. After putting down the paper, he turned to Viper 3 and said, "Third Master, who helped you make this?" Viper 3 nodded and said, "Third Master, who helped you make this?" Viper 3 quickly replying to Mr. It was made by the accountant of the Iceblade gang, the Fox gang. Naturally, this is just a nickname. We really don't know about his background. We only know that he was forced to come to Aurora City and later joined the Iceblade gang as an accountant. It's been a few years and he's done a good job. All the accounts in the gang belong to him. Since he came, everyone's lives have been a lot better. Zhao nodded. Transfer me here to help. Wu Jingming is in charge of all the accounts in the store, which is somewhat inappropriate. Wu Jingming has already told me a few times that he wanted me to hire an accountant, but I couldn't find the right person. So I asked him to come here and help. What do you think? Zhao nodded. What do you think? Zhao nodded. What do you think? Zhao nodded. Viper 3 quickly said, "All right, no problem. Please rest assured, Mr. I'll have him come over as soon as I return." Right, Mr. The internal cleanup of the Iceblade gang has already begun. It's going very smoothly. I believe it'll be done in a few days. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the list again. He picked up a pen and scratched a few things on the list, then he turned to Viper 3 and said, "Make a copy of this list and send it to the Wu family. See if they agree or not. If they agree, then tell them that the supplies will be delivered to them in 10 days. If they don't agree, then tell them to write another list, but the price won't change. Every time they add something, they have to remove something. Make sure that the price is equal. Go. Go." Viper 3 nodded and left with the list. Less than an hour after he left, Zhao Hai heard a knock on the door. Then, Ice Wolf's voice sounded, "Mr. Fox is here." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Come in." Ice Wolf responded and pushed the door open to walk in. Behind him was Fox. Zhao Hai knew Fox. He had seen him when he saved Viper 3. Fox also understood that although Viper 3 was still in charge of the Iceblade gang on the surface, the person in charge had long changed. Therefore, he was very tactful. After entering the courtyard, he immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Mr. Zhao Hai. This lowly one will be working under you in the future. Please instruct me." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Ice Wolf. "Go to the shop and call Wu Jingming over." Ice Wolf responded and turned to leave the shop. However, Fox was a little surprised. Although Ice Wolf was Viper 3's trusted aide, he was equivalent to the number 2 figure in the current Iceblade gang. However, he was like a servant to Zhao Hai and was ordered around by Zhao Hai. This really surprised him. Zhao Hai looked at Fox and said in a deep voice, "You did a good job with the accounts. In the future, the accounts in the shop will be under your control. Of course, the accounts in the Iceblade gang will also be under your control. If this business is successful, I'm afraid that you will have to manage even more accounts in the future. Do you have any requests? If you need someone to help you, you can tell me. I'll get Third Master to arrange it." Fox immediately said, "Please rest assured, Mr. This lowly one is confident that I can handle it. If I need to find someone, this lowly one will definitely tell Mr. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Wu Jingming also arrived in front of Zhao Hai. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, Mr. Wu Jingming nodded, then he said, "This is Fox." In the future, you can hand over the store's accounts to him. You can go back to work. Wu Jingming nodded, then he turned his head to look at Fox before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai pointed to an empty room beside the courtyard and said, "I'll let you stay in that room. I don't have any servants in this courtyard, so you have to do everything yourself. Ice Wolf, in the future, find someone to be in charge of purchasing and finding a chef. Let the waiter in front clean once a day." Just as Ice Wolf was about to speak, Fox said, "Mister, if you trust me, then leave the purchasing and cooking matters to me." Zhao Hai looked at Fox and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you. But your main task is to take care of the accounts. If you don't have enough people, then we can look for people outside. Ice Wolf, look around the surrounding courtyards and see if there are any for sale. If there are any, then buy them all. The more people there are, the more we can't live here." Fox nodded. When Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Mister, I was just about to talk to you about this matter. I don't think you should live in this courtyard. In this area, there is a courtyard for sale, and the price isn't expensive. Third Master has already bought it, and this courtyard will be handed over to the shop's people to take care of. Mister, you can move to that courtyard. It's quiet there, and besides 2 servants and a cook, there is no one else. They don't live in the courtyard, so the servants will leave at night, and so will the cook. But Third Master has already arranged for people from the gang to go to the courtyard every night to listen to Mister's instructions. What do you think? What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and nodded. "Sure, but don't hire a chef or servant outside. If there are such people in the gang, just hire them. You can rest assured using them. Furthermore, the people in the courtyard don't have to leave. Although I like peace and quiet, if I'm alone in a large courtyard without a single sound, it's quite scary. Go and tell Third Master and let him arrange it." The Wu Patriarch looked at the list in his hand. The list was given to him by Viper 3. There were a lot of things missing from it. However, the Wu Patriarch was also a knowledgeable person. He silently calculated and quickly found out that the things that the other party had removed were things that he had overstated. Now, the value of the items on the list was about the same as the Wu family's assets. The Wu Patriarch was somewhat surprised. He put down the list and looked at Viper 3. "I didn't expect you to be such a knowledgeable person. However, I still have some opinions on this list. There are some things that I don't really need. I want to exchange them for things that I do need. Is that okay?" The Wu Patriarch nodded. He didn't say anything. Venomous Snake 3 said in a deep voice, "Yes." The other party also said that Family Head Wu can make changes to the list, but the price cannot be changed. In other words, no matter how Family Head Wu changes the list, the total value of the items on the list cannot be changed. What do you think? If you agree, then we can change the list now. 10 days later, the other party will prepare the items for you. The Wu Patriarch nodded, then he picked up a pen and looked at the list. After pondering for a moment, he began to slowly change the list. This time, he changed it very slowly. It took him more than 2 hours to change everything on the list. Then he made a copy of the list and gave it to Viper 3, "Third Master, this is the list that I have changed. Please pass it on." Viper 3 nodded and received the list. Then he turned around and left. The Wu Patriarch looked at Viper 3's back and frowned. The other party's strength was beyond his expectations. He wanted a lot of things, but the other party said that they could be prepared within 10 days. It can be seen that the other party's influence wasn't small. Who was the other party? It wasn't that the Wu Patriarch didn't think about finding out who was behind Viper 3. However, this clue was cut off when it came to Zhao Hai. The Wu Patriarch was sure that this matter was related to Zhao Hai. This was because after Viper 3 obtained the items, he would send them to Zhao Hai. This was too conspicuous. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to see what was going on. Therefore, the Wu Patriarch was sure that this matter was related to Zhao Hai. However, it was hard to say what role Zhao Hai played in this. Moreover, he couldn't find out who was behind Zhao Hai. This made the Wu Patriarch somewhat worried. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. In any case, he was going to leave Aurora City soon. Even if something happened here, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. The matter of the transaction was even simpler. He wouldn't act until he saw the hair. After Viper 3 returned, he directly went to Zhao Hai's new courtyard. Zhao Hai had already moved to the new courtyard. This new courtyard was a lot more spacious than the original one. There were also some family members of the Iceblade gang who were servants here. These people could be at ease. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly moved to this courtyard. Although this courtyard wasn't the best place in the city, it was very quiet. Moreover, the people living here were all influential people in the city. There was no need to worry about thieves. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this place. After receiving the list that Viper 3 handed over, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then this matter can be settled. 10 days later, the things will be handed over to the Wu Patriarch. Also, ask him to prepare the deeds and other things. Third Master, I'll leave this matter to you. Go." Viper 3 excitedly complied, then he turned around and left. He was very concerned about this matter because these things would all belong to him in the future. Zhao Hai put away the list and then directly left Aurora City. When he arrived outside the city, he found an uninhabited iceberg and then used the transmission formation to contact the Lost Soul Empire. He sent the list over to the Lost Soul Empire and had Wen Hai and the others prepare everything. Actually, the things that the Wu family wanted, aside from spatial equipment, were pills. This really made Zhao Hai surprised. They didn't want a lot of magic artifacts and almost didn't want any formations. Instead, they wanted a lot of pills. However, this was also what Zhao Hai wanted. Pills could be mass-produced in the Lost Soul Empire. Therefore, he had as much as he wanted. He wasn't worried about the other party wanting these things. After sending the items back, Wen Hai and the others also sent some jade slips to Zhao Hai. These jade slips contained things that Zhao Hai needed to deal with. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai returned to Aurora City. At this moment, Aurora City was still very lively. The news of the Wu family's departure wasn't only known to Zhao Hai, the other people also knew about it. They were all eyeing the Wu family. However, the Wu family's businesses weren't small. It would be very difficult for any of the great clans in the city to monopolize it. However, they weren't willing to share it with others. Therefore, they were currently observing and waiting to see if the Wu family would lower the price. However, the Wu family didn't make any moves. They were only in contact with Viper Trio. Many people in Aurora City knew Viper Trio, but they didn't know how Viper Trio managed to get in touch with the Wu family. What Zhao Hai was worried about was whether or not Viper Trio would have someone to manage the Wu family's businesses. However, after Zhao Hai asked Viper Trio about this, Viper Trio wasn't worried at all. This was because the Iceblade gang still had some connections in Aurora City. Most importantly, there was another place in Aurora City that could provide people for the Iceblade gang, and that was the slums of Aurora City. One shouldn't underestimate the slums. Although the majority of the people in the slums didn't have much ability, there were still a lot of capable people. Additionally, although the Wu family left behind a lot of businesses, the places that needed talents the most were the storefronts. As long as there was a shopkeeper, these storefronts could be managed well. As for the land, the fishing grounds, and those other places, they were all managed by the Wu family's workers. Now, those workers were still there, so it would be fine as long as they continued to manage them. The only thing that Viper Trio was worried about was that if he were to take over the Wu family's businesses, it would cause other families to covet them. If that was the case, what would happen if the other families were to use force against him? Although the Iceblade gang had some experts, these experts were only in the gang. Compared to the other clans, the Iceblade gang was far inferior. Most importantly, the Iceblade gang didn't have experts like the other clans. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He had Viper Trio and Ice Wolf recruit a large number of people from the slums. After those people were recruited, they immediately became members of the Iceblade gang. Although these people weren't strong, they had the advantage of numbers. Moreover, these people were actually very willing to join the Iceblade gang. This was because if they joined the Iceblade gang, they would be able to get money and their families would have an income. This was a good thing for them. Many of the slums would even consider joining a gang as a way out. In the past, it wasn't that the Iceblade gang didn't want to recruit people. Who wouldn't want to recruit more people to make their gang stronger? However, they didn't have the means to do so. The Iceblade gang's income was only so much every month. How could they recruit people? Even if they recruited people, they wouldn't be able to support them. However, for Zhao Hai, this wasn't a problem at all. Not to mention the fact that the Spirit Tree staff shop was making more and more money, just the money in his hands was enough to not be used up. So what if he recruited some people? As for the problem of experts, it was even easier to solve. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this problem at all. This way, all the problems would be solved. As long as he gave the materials to the Wu family's patriarch, then all of the Wu family's businesses would be theirs. The Lost Soul Empire didn't need 10 days to prepare the things that Zhao Hai needed, it only took 3 days. However, after Zhao Hai received these things, he didn't immediately go to the Wu family to trade. Instead, he waited for a few days. On the 8th day, Zhao Hai decided to trade with the Wu family. Zhao Hai didn't go with Viper 3 to the Wu family. Instead, he gave the 10 pieces of space equipment to Viper 3. The things on the Wu family's list were all inside the space equipment, so they weren't conspicuous. When Viper 3 received the spatial equipment, his hands were shaking. Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3's expression and said, "After you see the Wu family's patriarch, give him the items. But at the same time, tell him that all of his properties will be transferred to you. After that, they can leave. I can give them 5 days to leave, but you can't drag it out for too long." Viper 3 nodded and said, "Don't worry." Viper 3 quickly replied, "Mr. Can rest assured, the Wu family's people have already been transferred away. Only a few people are left behind. These people are currently being dealt with. As long as we complete the trade, I believe that they can immediately leave. However, once they leave, it would be equivalent to telling the other patriarchs in the city that the Wu family's businesses have been sold. When the time comes, I'm afraid that those people will find trouble with us. Mister, we don't have that many experts here, so I'm still worried." Zhao Hai said, "Don't worry, go and trade with the Wu family. After the trade, the Wu family will leave. Although the city will know about it, they will still observe for a day or 2. 1 or 2 days should be enough for us to deal with this matter. Remember, when the Wu family's patriarch leaves, go to the city's best restaurant and book 2 days later. Book the entire restaurant. You don't need to worry about the rest." Although Viper 3 didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, he still complied. Then he took the 10 spatial equipment and left. Along the way, he felt that his body was constantly sweating. He was very nervous. After arriving at the Wu family's residence, a servant immediately informed the Wu family's patriarch about Viper 3's arrival. At this time, there weren't many people left in the Wu family. Their shops were also closed. Only a few people were left in the shop, waiting for Viper 3 to make the trade. Viper 3 and a servant arrived at the Wu family's patriarch's study. This time, the Wu family's patriarch made an exception and stood up. He looked at Viper 3 and said, "Third Master, do you have any good news for me this time?" Viper 3 looked at the Wu family's patriarch and said, "I do have some good news." "Patriarch, can we talk inside?" Naturally, the Wu family's patriarch didn't have any reason to disagree. He invited Viper 3 into the study. After the two sat down, the Wu family's patriarch looked at Viper 3 and said, "Third Master, I don't know when the other party will make the trade." "Right now." "Now." "Now?" The Wu family head looked at Viper 3 with a puzzled expression. Then he looked at the door and didn't see anyone else. Then he looked at Viper 3 and said, "Where are we going to do the transaction? When will the other party arrive?" Viper 3 replied, "The other party won't arrive. This transaction will be completed by me and the Wu family head. Moreover, all of the Wu family's businesses will be transferred to my name." When the Wu family head heard Viper 3, his eyes turned round. He looked at Viper 3 and thought that Viper 3 was joking with him. But when he saw Viper 3's serious expression, the Wu family head couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Mister, are you telling the truth?" Viper 3 nodded, then he waved his hand and 10 belts appeared in his hand. Then he placed the belts in front of the Wu family head and said, "Wu family head, please inspect the goods." When the Wu family head saw the 10 belts, his eyes lit up. Then he took out a belt and swept it with his spiritual force. He immediately felt the huge space inside the belt. Then he took out a porcelain bottle and placed the belt down. He opened the bottle and smelled it. Then he looked at Viper 3 and said, "Third Master, can I let the people in the family inspect the goods?" Viper 3 nodded and said, "Do as you wish. Since I've given it to you, then you should inspect the goods." The Wu family head nodded, then he said, "Someone come." Someone immediately responded. Then a 50-year-old man came in. The Wu family head gave the 10 belts to the man and said, "Go and inspect them." The man nodded and took the belts. Then he turned around and left. After the man left, the Wu family head turned his head to Viper 3 and said, "Third Master, my Wu family's businesses will be transferred to your name?" Viper 3 nodded and said, "Right, it's been transferred to my name. In the future, I'll be doing business in this area. Wu family head, if the Wu family needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to come to me. I'll guarantee that I'll find what you want at the lowest price." Wu family head looked at Venomous Snake San and nodded, "All right, I believe in Third Master. Third Master is a capable person. In the future, I will have to trouble Third Master." Viper 3 smiled faintly and said, "Patriarch Wu is overpraising me. I don't want to be enemies with anyone. I just want to do business properly. Of course, if I need anything in the future, I will look for Patriarch Wu." The Wu family's patriarch laughed and said, "Of course, that would be great. However, our Wu family is famous for our magic staff. But I can see that Mr. doesn't lack magic staff." Viper 3 smiled and said, "That's not necessarily the case. The Wu family's refining level isn't low." This time, the Wu family received a large sum of money. I think that whether it's refining or staffs, they should make great progress. The Wu family head laughed and didn't say anything. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door, "Master, it's been checked." When Patriarch Wu heard this voice, he immediately asked, "How is it?" The other party said in a deep voice, "It's exactly the same as what's on the list, and it's of high quality." "Good." The Wu family head nodded in satisfaction, then he turned to Viper 3 and said, "Third Master is truly a trustworthy person. These are the deeds of the Wu family's houses, lands, and servants. I've already gone to the city lord's place to greet him. As long as Third Master signs here, then everything in the Wu family will be yours." While speaking, the Wu family head took out some papers. On top of these papers was a contract. The Wu family head pointed to a landlord on the contract and said to Venomous Snake San. Venomous Snake San looked at the Wu family head and said, "Patriarch Wu, do you mind if I take a look? I think you should know about my situation. If something goes wrong, then I'm afraid that I'll be in trouble." The Wu family head smiled and said, "I understand. Third Master, please take a look." Of course, the Wu family head understood Venomous Snake San's meaning. Venomous Snake San was clearly telling the other party that although these things were under his name, they weren't his. Therefore, he had to take good care of them. The Wu family head was very clear that with Venomous Snake San's family background, it was impossible for him to eat the Wu family's things. Even if he ate them, he wouldn't be able to keep them. Since the other party dared to do this, it meant that the other party was certain. Venomous Snake San carefully looked at the deeds of the houses and land and compared them with the list. All of the deeds of the houses and land had the seal of the city lord's mansion. This couldn't be faked, and no one would dare to fake it. After a while, Venomous Snake San looked through them and nodded. He looked at the Wu family head and said, "There's no problem, then I'll sign it." After saying that, Venomous Snake San took out a pen and directly wrote his name on the name column of the contract. This contract was also stamped by the city lord's mansion, so it had a legal effect. After Venomous Snake San signed, the transaction was completed. Venomous Snake San stood up and said to the Wu family head, "Many thanks, Wu family head. Let's cooperate more in the future." The Wu family head laughed and said, "I don't want to continue this kind of cooperation. However, cooperation with other parties can be carried out." Ha ha ha. Venomous Snake San smiled faintly and said, "I'm talking about other parties. Wu family head, let's leave it like this. I'll be going back first. When you're leaving, just send me a letter." The Wu family head quickly said, "Don't. This is your territory now. How can I let you leave?" I should be the one leaving. We've already prepared everything and will leave now. I didn't let them take anything from this house and gave it to Mr. We can leave immediately. Venomous Snake San stared, then he looked at the Wu family head and said, the Wu family head's preparations are fast. Alright, then I won't be leaving. The Wu patriarch smiled faintly, then he walked out from behind the desk. He looked at the room and sighed, I'm really reluctant to leave. I was born here and grew up here. Now that I have to leave, I'm really reluctant to leave. Venomous Snake San smiled and said, Wu family head, you're going higher. Although this place has your memories, you should also go higher for better development. The Wu family head laughed and said, right, people go higher. This time, whether my Wu family is a dragon or a worm depends on whether we can go higher and further. Venomous Snake San, I'll be taking my leave. Then the Wu family head left the study, followed by Venomous Snake San. When they went outside, they saw a lot of Wu family members standing in the courtyard. These people were the ones left behind by the Wu family. Now, all of them had arrived. Moreover, they were all prepared to leave. The Wu family head glanced at them and said in a deep voice, alright, have you all packed up? Alright, let's go. Then he turned to Venomous Snake San and cupped his fist, Venomous Snake San, let's keep in touch in the future. Venomous Snake San said, alright, let's keep in touch in the future. Wu family head, please. The Wu family head cupped his fist towards Venomous Snake San and then nodded. Then he turned around and led his people to leave. Viper 3 sent the Wu family's patriarch all the way to the Wu mansion's main gate. He watched as the Wu family's patriarch led the Wu family's people away. Then he whistled and a group of people immediately ran out from the street. These people were all from the Iceblade gang. They were waiting outside to prevent anything from happening to Viper 3. Venomous Snake San looked at these people and then said, immediately send people over to take over the Wu family's businesses. At the same time, send a letter to Mr. saying that the Wu family has already left. Someone immediately responded, then he turned around and left. The rest of the people directly followed Venomous Snake San into the Wu family's residence. Naturally, their actions couldn't be hidden from the people of Aurora City. The people of Aurora City had always been paying attention to the Wu family. They were still waiting for the Wu family to lower their price. At the same time, they saw that the Wu family head had actually left. This meant that the Wu family had already completed the transaction. What made them even more surprised was that the Wu family seemed to have handed over the business to Venomous Snake San. This made the various large clans of Aurora City very surprised. At this time, Zhao Hai also received the news. After hearing the news, he couldn't help but mutter, they're quite fast. Good, I know. You can leave now. Tell Venomous Snake San to book a restaurant. The person from the Iceblade gang nodded, then he turned around and left. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out a stack of invitations and began to write on them. These invitations were sent to the various patriarchs of the city. Even the city lord was given a copy. Just as Zhao Hai thought, although the people of the city knew that the Wu family's businesses had been taken over by the Iceblade gang, they didn't know what was going on. Therefore, they didn't make a move. They wanted to figure out Venomous Snake San's background first. What Zhao Hai needed was for them to do this. Their actions gave Zhao Hai enough time to make his next arrangements. Lin Ju was sitting in his study with his brows tightly knitted. There were a lot of people in his study. These people were the higher-ups of the Lin family. Lin Xiang was also present. However, the room was very quiet, nobody made a sound. After some time, Lin Ju opened his mouth and said, everyone, what do you think about this matter? Everyone was silent for a moment. Then someone opened his mouth and said, Patriarch, this matter is very strange. The Iceblade gang is just a small gang in the city. Moreover, they just went through a big change. Almost all of their experts have been killed or injured. In this case, the Iceblade gang's strength has been greatly reduced. How could they buy the Wu family? Moreover, even if they could buy the Wu family, they wouldn't dare to do so. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to keep it. In my opinion, this matter is very strange. The Iceblade gang might just be a puppet sent by someone else. The real person in charge is someone else. Everyone in the room nodded. They also agreed with Zhou Yu's words. Lin Ju looked at everyone and said, "Who do you think is behind the Iceblade gang? Who would be so generous to do this?" Everyone frowned and remained silent. They really couldn't guess who was behind the Iceblade gang. This was because they didn't know much about the Iceblade gang. In the past, the Lin family didn't even put the Iceblade gang in their eyes. Although the Lin family collected some information about the Iceblade gang, the information wasn't very detailed. This was because there were many small gangs like the Iceblade gang in the city. If the Lin family wanted to eliminate the Iceblade gang, it would only be a matter of waving their hand. Because of this, the Lin family didn't know much about the Iceblade gang. It was impossible for them to know who was behind the Iceblade gang. Only one person thought of something, and this person was none other than Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang thought of Zhao Hai. He knew how terrifying Zhao Hai's strength was. Moreover, the only person the Iceblade gang had contact with recently was Zhao Hai. Because of this, when Lin Xiang heard that the Iceblade gang bought the Wu family, the first person he thought of was Zhao Hai. Lin Xiang looked at the others and then turned his head to Lin Ju. Lin Ju was also looking at Lin Xiang. Seeing Lin Xiang looking at him, Lin Ju couldn't help but nod. Lin Xiang immediately understood what Lin Ju meant. He looked at everyone and then turned his head to Lin Ju and said, "Father, I have an idea about this matter. If you want to talk about who the Iceblade gang has been in contact with, I know of one person. This person is very mysterious and has extraordinary strength. If you want to talk about who is the most suspicious person, it should be him." Lin Ju looked at Lin Xiang and said, "Who is it?" Naturally, he knew who Lin Xiang was talking about. The father and son were just putting on a show for others to see. They didn't want the family to suspect that they had anything to do with Lin Qing's death. Although Lin Qing wasn't popular in the Lin family, he was still a famous genius. If the Lin family were to know that Lin Qing died in their hands, then the Lin family would think that the father and son were trying to eliminate dissidents and completely disregard the family's interests. This was because if Lin Qing were to grow up, then he would become an expert, which would be very beneficial to the Lin family. Because of this, they couldn't let people suspect them. Naturally, they needed to put on a good show. Lin Xiang said, "Father, it was Zhao Hai from the Spirit Tree Magic Staff Shop. This Zhao Hai came to Aurora City a long time ago and sold a small shop, saying that he wanted to start a business with natural magic staffs. He said that those magic staffs were obtained by his brother when he went on an adventure, but he quickly expanded the shop and had a lot of contact with the Iceblade gang. After Viper 3 came in contact with him, he started to do business with the Wu family. Last time, when the Wu family was lacking in pills, it seemed like it was Viper 3 who provided them. And behind all of this, there seems to be Zhao Hai's shadow. So people suspect that this time, the Iceblade gang was able to buy the Wu family because of Zhao Hai, and the person behind the Iceblade gang is very likely Zhao Hai." Lin Ju nodded, then he turned his head to look at the others in the room and said, "What do you all think?" A person opened his mouth and said, "If what the young master said is true, then this matter might really be related to Zhao Hai. But what is this Zhao Hai's background? Why did he come to Aurora City? Why did he suddenly buy the Wu family? What does he want to do?" "Patriarch, I think we should focus on investigating Zhao Hai's background." Lin Xiang sighed and said, "Uncle Mingzhan, I've already sent people to investigate Zhao Hai's background. But unfortunately, they didn't find anything. They only found out that he might be the thief who sold the Wu family. It's just a possibility, there's no concrete evidence. Because of this, I didn't report this matter. I just didn't think that the Iceblade gang would suddenly buy the Wu family. I thought that this matter might be related to Zhao Hai, so I told everyone." Lin Ju nodded, then he looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, I think we should first investigate Zhao Hai's background before making a decision. If we really deal with Viper 3, then we'll have offended Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai's background is really extraordinary, then our Lin family will be out of luck." Everyone nodded. Lin Ju said in a deep voice, "Although our Lin family is a large family in Aurora City is only so big. There's really nothing much to say about being the overlord of Aurora City. We have to be clear about our own position. We definitely shouldn't provoke people that we can't provoke. What does everyone think?" Everyone said in unison, "We are willing to listen to the Patriarch's orders." Lin Ju nodded and said, "Good, then our Lin family will do our best to investigate Zhao Hai's background. But remember, don't let him find out. If he finds out, then even if we offend him, it won't be a good thing for us." Everyone responded in unison. At this time, the same conversation as the Lin family was happening in the other families of Aurora City. Although Aurora City was very small, the large families that were able to establish themselves in Aurora City weren't fools. There was no reason for them not to see through the Lin family. If they were really that bad, then they would have been swallowed up by the other families and wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Because of this, just like Zhao Hai thought, Aurora City didn't make a move against Viper 3. This also made Zhao Hai feel relieved. If those families really made a move against Viper 3, then it would be very troublesome for him. At that time, he would have no choice but to make a move and expose his strength. As the sky slowly darkened, Viper 3 went to the city's largest restaurant to book a table. The table was booked 2 days later, and it was a reserved room. The price for this day's meal wasn't low. However, Viper 3 was still somewhat worried. This was because he didn't know what Zhao Hai would do next. Therefore, even though he was currently living in the Wu family's mansion, his heart was still very uneasy. Zhao Hai looked at the sky outside. When it was midnight, Aurora City had already sunk into complete darkness. Everyone had already fallen asleep. Zhao Hai then moved his body and disappeared from his room. The next morning, Lin Ju woke up early as he did every day. As soon as he got out of bed, he found a red thing beside his pillow. Lin Ju was very familiar with the 10 people in his room. He was sure that before he went to bed last night, there was absolutely no such thing here. How could there be such a thing suddenly appear? He picked up the item and looked at it. His heart couldn't help but turn cold. He saw 2 words written on the item, invitation. The invitation was closed, and there was nothing special about it. However, it was this thing that made Lin Ju feel extremely shocked. However, he still opened the invitation and saw the words written on it, respectfully presented to family head Lin Ju. The day after tomorrow at 7 p.m., we will order some wine at the Ice Jade restaurant. We invite Mr. Lin Ju to grace us with his presence. Viper 3, please. Although the tone was very polite, the way in which the invitation was sent was really impolite. As the head of the family, Lin Ju's room was naturally protected at all times. Moreover, it was in the center of the Lin family. It was extremely difficult for others to enter his room. However, this invitation had now appeared on his bed without a sound. How could Lin Ju's heart not be scared? Lin Ju recovered after a while. He silently put away the invitation. He knew that the other party was giving him a warning not to have any ideas about Viper 3. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, he didn't want to appear. Therefore, everything was left to Viper 3. In this case, if Lin Ju didn't go, then he wouldn't be giving face. Lin Ju smiled bitterly, then he silently received the invitation. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he ate breakfast and then went to his study to work. After arriving at his study, he first dealt with a few important matters. Then he had his family call all the housekeepers in the house. After everyone arrived at his study, Lin Ju looked at everyone and then took out the invitation. He placed it on the table and said, "Everyone, take a look. This is an invitation from Viper 3. When everyone heard Lin Ju, they couldn't help but stare. They were very clear that Viper 3 didn't come to the Lin mansion today. Even the Ice Dagger gang didn't come to the Lin mansion. Where did this invitation come from? Lin Xiang's expression changed. He looked at Lin Ju and said, "Father, when was this invitation sent?" Lin Ju looked at Lin Xiang and said, "Last night, when I was asleep, I didn't know when the other party sent it. I only know that when I went to sleep last night, I didn't see the invitation. When I woke up this morning, I saw the invitation on my bed." When everyone heard Lin Ju, they couldn't help but go into an uproar. Lin Ju looked at everyone, then he coughed and said, "All right, don't quarrel. The other party sent the invitation because they don't want to be enemies with us. But at the same time, they're also giving us a warning. I think everyone should know this." Everyone calmed down. When they heard Lin Ju, they nodded. They understood what Lin Ju meant. The other party sent an invitation in name, but it was actually a warning. Although everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts, they were still shocked by the mysterious means of the other party. Lin Xiang looked at Lin Ju and said, "Father, what do you plan to do?" Lin Ju replied, "Since the other party sent the invitation, I naturally have to go and see them. Otherwise, wouldn't I be disrespecting them?" From this matter, it can be seen that the other party's strength is far beyond our imagination. From today onwards, we'll stop investigating Zhao Hai's identity. If Zhao Hai finds out, then we'll have offended him. We won't do this. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone nodded. Lin Ju looked at them and said, "All right, since you already know about this matter, I won't say anything else. I'll go to the Ice Jade Pavilion on the night after tomorrow. Everyone can go and do their own things." Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. Only Lin Xiang stayed behind. After everyone left, Lin Ju looked at Lin Xiang and said, "Xiang, what do you think Zhao Hai wants to do? If he wants to sell, then why would he buy the Wu family? What does he want to do?" Lin Xiang said in a deep voice, "Father, do you think it's possible that he wants to find a way out? Aurora City is a small city and no one pays attention to it. If something really happens to their bandit group in the future, they can escape to Aurora City and directly merge with the Wu family. At that time, not only will they have a livelihood, but they will also have an identity that won't be suspected." Lin Ju nodded and said, "I think so too. However, that place can't be called the Wu family anymore. I wonder what the surname of Viper 3 is?" Viper 3 sat restlessly in his study room. As for the other members of the Iceblade gang, their faces were filled with excitement and restlessness. Looking at Viper 3, they felt as if they were dreaming. Yesterday, they were just a bunch of hooligans. Today, they had already become the masters of the Wu mansion. Ice Wolf was also sitting. He was much calmer. He glanced at Viper 3 and said in a deep voice, "Third Master, the Wu Residence's sign is still hanging at the door. Now that this place belongs to Third Master, this sign will have to be changed. Third Master, what sign do you think we should hang?" When Viper 3 heard Ice Wolf's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he reacted. He looked at Ice Wolf and said, "We definitely have to change it. However, what sign should we change it to? We'll listen to Mr.'s opinion." "What does Mr. mean?" Ice Wolf said in a deep voice, "Mr. said that everything in the Wu residence belongs to you, Third Master. Naturally, this sign will also belong to you. However, Third Master, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. After following you for so many years, I really don't know what your surname is. It's embarrassing." When they heard Ice Wolf's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Very few of them would reveal their names. When they didn't make a name for themselves, they were afraid of being retaliated against. If they found their family through their names, it would be difficult. Once they made a name for themselves, they would be able to protect their family. However, they were already used to being called by their names, so they naturally wouldn't reveal their names. Therefore, almost all of them used their nicknames, no one used their real names. However, in the future, you will be in charge of the matters of the Iceblade gang. Money isn't a problem. Mr. said that he will fully support you. You have to strengthen the Iceblade gang as soon as possible. If you need me to deal with something, I will definitely do so. You should return to the gang now and stabilize the hearts of the people in the gang. Don't think that our Iceblade gang can be lost just because we have this property. Not only can we not lose it, we have to make it bigger and stronger. Do you understand?" Ice Wolf replied, "Yes, Third Master can rest assured." "Then, Third Master, I'll go back now. I'll have the people we prepared come over in the shortest time possible. Now that Third Master has taken over the Wu family's property, it's time for this property to operate. We can't just leave it like this. Those people will come to help you." Viper 3 nodded and said, "All right, go and arrange it." Ice Wolf nodded, then turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, "You guys, I've carefully selected you this time. Don't return to the gang in the future. Stay here and work with me. The Wu family left behind such a big property, we have to make it work." The people who came with Viper 3 were all very smart people in the Iceblade gang. They might not be the best at fighting in the Iceblade gang, but they were definitely the best at business. In addition to these people, Viper 3 also wanted to meet the people from the Wu family's farm and fishing grounds. These people were originally the Wu family's workers, but their families had lived in the farm and fishing grounds for generations. That was their livelihood. If the Wu family wanted to leave, the others could follow them, but they couldn't. Therefore, they were naturally transferred to Viper 3 by the Wu family. The Ice Jade Pavilion was the largest restaurant in Aurora City. Although it was only 3 stories tall, it was very imposing. The entire building was made of ice, but the Ice Jade Pavilion was different from ordinary houses. The entire building was made of ice bricks, and each brick was incomparably huge, weighing no less than 1,000 pounds. This gave the Ice Jade Pavilion a grandeur that other restaurants didn't have. In addition, the person who made the Ice Jade Pavilion also had a unique craftsmanship. Inside the Ice Jade Pavilion, many lights were installed. When the lights were lit at night, the entire Ice Jade Pavilion would be even more magnificent, as if it was a paradise on earth. In Aurora City, if you were an ordinary person, you might not be able to enter the Ice Jade Pavilion even once in your lifetime. This was because the money you spent to enter the Ice Jade Pavilion once was enough for an ordinary person to earn for a year. Of course, the influential people in Aurora City still liked to visit the Ice Jade Pavilion. This was because entering the Ice Jade Pavilion was very prestigious. However, the Ice Jade Pavilion was a little special today. It was actually booked by someone. Booking a whole place was very common in Aurora City, but booking the Ice Jade Pavilion was a first in Aurora City. It wasn't that no one in Aurora City could afford to book the Ice Jade Pavilion. There were definitely a lot of people who could afford to book the Ice Jade Pavilion. However, very few people would book the entire Ice Jade Pavilion because it was too expensive. One night was 10,000 bell, and it was still counted during the day. 10,000 bell, that was 10,000 bell. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn 10,000 bell in their lifetime. The major families wouldn't put on airs for no reason. If they really wanted to entertain someone, they would usually book a private room in the Ice Jade Pavilion or entertain them at home. Why would they book the entire place? Therefore, since the day the Ice Jade Pavilion was built, it had almost never been booked. In Aurora City's impression, it seemed that it had only been booked once. It was when the Aurora City's current city lord had just taken office. All the major families in the city jointly funded and booked the Ice Jade Pavilion. That time, it was only booked for a day, and it was only for a day, not counting the night. But this time, the Ice Jade building was booked for an entire day and night for a total of 25,000 bell. Such a price was truly shocking. It was precisely because of this price that everyone was very curious about who had booked the entire Ice Jade building. A lot of busybodies came early to the Ice Jade building to watch the excitement. This way, they would have something to brag about when they return. But this time, Xianxia and the others didn't know what to do. At the 7th hour of the evening, deer carriages arrived at the Ice Jade Pavilion one after another. And every time a carriage stopped, a person would come out from the carriage. As soon as these people saw them, the surroundings became quiet. This was because these people's status was really not ordinary. All the big clans of the city were present. Before long, the largest deer carriage arrived in front of the Ice Jade building. Behind this deer carriage were a lot of guards. These guards were wearing light cotton armor. Not only did their defensive capabilities were very strong, they were also very warm. And in their hands, without exception, they were holding a magic staff. This magic staff was very strange, it was more than 2 meters long. The tip of the magic staff was made into a fist-sized ice crystal, while the tip of the magic staff was very sharp, it could be used to attack enemies. Seeing the attire of these people, everyone knew that the one who came this time was the city lord. Even the city lord himself was present, this was beyond everyone's expectations. When the huge deer carriage stopped in front of the Ice Jade building, a group of people came out of the building. The leader of the group was wearing gorgeous clothes and had a smile on his face. Although he wasn't handsome, he wasn't ugly either. However, some people were able to recognize him at a glance. The person who came out to greet them was unexpectedly the leader of the Iceblade gang, Viper San. Those who recognized Viper San were generally people from other gangs. They had seen him before. After all, Viper San was just a hall master of the Iceblade gang. He wasn't a big shot, it wasn't difficult for them to see him. But in the past, Viper San always had a cold expression. Coupled with his snake-like eyes, people could see that he was a ruthless person. But today, Viper 3 was different. His hair was combed very neatly, and he was wearing gorgeous clothes. His face was smiling like a flower, and his pair of triangular eyes were narrowed. There was a bit of a sinister look on his face, and he looked like a refined businessman. At this point, the city lord also came out of the deer carriage. The city lord was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. He was well-dressed and wasn't very tall. He wore a blue robe and held a magic staff in his hand. He gave off a cultured and refined feeling, making people feel a sense of familiarity. Viper San knew the city lord, but he had only seen him from afar a few times. Today was the first time he met the city lord, so he couldn't help but be nervous. However, he didn't forget his etiquette. He quickly walked forward and bowed to the city lord. "I have seen the city lord." "Greetings to the city lord." The city lord looked at Viper San, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm very happy that Mr. Xi invited me today. I think we shouldn't talk outside. Let's go inside." Viper San didn't dare to be negligent, so he immediately invited the city lord into the Ice Jade building. After entering the Ice Jade building, Viper 3 immediately invited the city lord to the third floor. The third floor was already empty, and there was only one table. After Viper 3 invited the city lord to sit at the main seat, he then sat down with the others. After waiting for everyone to sit down, Viper 3 stood up and cupped his fist towards everyone. "Xiang greets everyone. I think everyone already knows who I am. To be able to invite everyone here today, I, Xiang, am really happy. Especially with the city lord's presence, I, Xiang, am overwhelmed by your favor. I, Xiang, am not a capable person, so I won't say anything. I think it would be better if I ask the city lord to say a few words to everyone." Finished speaking, Viper 3 bowed to the city lord. The city lord glanced at Viper San, then he smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Xi is too polite. Everyone here today is a family head of Aurora City, so I won't say anything else. Since Mr. Xi has taken over the Wu family's territory, then he will naturally be one of you in the future. I hope that Aurora City can still be as peaceful and prosperous as before. I hope that everyone will help me." When everyone heard the city lord's words, they immediately understood the city lord's meaning. Although the city lord's words were very polite, it wasn't without the intention of beating them. The city lord couldn't stay in Aurora City forever. If he did well, then he would still be promoted in the future. Because of this, no one wanted Aurora City to be peaceful and prosperous more than him. The more peaceful and prosperous Aurora City was, the more his merits would be. This way, he could be promoted. However, recently, Aurora City wasn't peaceful. First, it was the Iceblade Gang. Then, the Iceblade Gang and the Ice Arrow Gang had a great battle. However, to the city lord, these were all small matters. The city lord didn't want to care about these matters. If he wanted to, then he would have already done so. The city lord was very clear that a city couldn't only have light and no darkness. The Iceblade Gang's existence was also very necessary. However, they must be within the city lord's control. Otherwise, he wouldn't be courteous. After the Wu family left, the other families started to become restless. This made the city lord nervous. Although he was the city lord, the major families were still local families. If the major families were to make any moves, then Aurora City wouldn't be peaceful. Therefore, the city lord used this opportunity to give a warning to the various family heads. From the city lord's point of view, since Viper San had taken over all of the Wu family's businesses, then he would naturally take over the Wu family's position. Moreover, the city lord's words today weren't without the intention of speaking up for Viper San. There were two main reasons for this. First, the invitation sent by Zhao Hai was useful. Although the city lord was a citizen of the country and had the highest position in the city, this didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of death. Someone had silently placed an invitation on your bed and you didn't even know about it. Wouldn't that be the same as having your head kicked by a donkey? Today, he used this opportunity to give a warning to the various family heads. Similarly, he would give the corresponding position to Viper San. This could also be considered as selling Viper San and Zhao Hai a favor. This would prevent them from losing their heads before they could even be promoted. Secondly, he wanted to rope in Viper Thirdly, although the major clans in Aurora City didn't get along, when he, the city lord, wanted to do something, the major clans would join forces. Sometimes even he, the city lord, couldn't do anything about this alliance. Therefore, it wasn't necessary to say that this city lord was glorious and happy. Glory and happiness were all for others to see. As for himself, he was just like a person drinking water, knowing whether it was hot or cold. On the other hand, Viper-san was different. Viper-san was a low-level hoodlum. Although he might have a backer behind him, in this city, he was the easiest to rope in. This was because no matter what was said, he didn't have any relationship with the major families. As long as the city lord treated him well, it wouldn't be difficult to rope him in. After all, he was the city lord, and this position was very useful. It was precisely because of this idea that the city lord said these words today. Not only did he want to give a warning to everyone, but he also wanted to raise Viper-san's position and rope him in. Although Viper-san was a hoodlum, he didn't know anything. On the contrary, the struggle within the gangs wasn't any worse than outside. Moreover, for people like him, it wasn't enough to get to where they were today just by relying on bravery and ruthlessness. If you didn't know how to observe people's expressions, then you wouldn't be able to get to where you are today. Therefore, Viper-san understood the city lord's words. He couldn't help but feel a little more confident. At the same time, he also firmly remembered these words. He wanted to tell these words to Zhao Hai and see what Zhao Hai would say. Although the other patriarchs didn't show any expression, they also guessed the city lord's intentions. They hadn't been in contact with the city lord for a day or two, so they were very clear about why the city lord wanted to do this. However, they were currently at the dining table, so it wasn't appropriate to say anything. The patriarchs had already made plans. After today, they must have a good chat with Viper-san and have him join the family alliance. After all, the city lord would always change, but these families would always stay in Aurora City. The city lord couldn't protect you forever, but the family alliance could. This was the biggest advantage of the family alliance. This meal was slowly coming to an end as everyone had their own thoughts. Of course, the taste of the food was undeniable. The chef of the Ice Jade building was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, to be honest, Viper 3 really couldn't taste the taste of the food. After he sent off the city lord and the various patriarchs, he felt an unprecedented tiredness. This tiredness didn't only include his body, but also his mind. This was because Viper 3 discovered that every word they said at the dining table, whether it was the city lord or the patriarchs of the various families, seemed to have a deeper meaning. He had to rack his brains to think about it. This was a feeling that Viper 3 had never experienced before. This was also the first time he had experienced such a scene, so he felt an unprecedented fatigue. After sending the people away, Viper 3 didn't leave the Ice Jade Pavilion. Although it was late, it wasn't too late for him to book the Ice Jade Pavilion. No matter how many meals he ate here today, the Ice Jade Pavilion would do it. Therefore, Viper 3 didn't plan to leave. He planned to treat the brothers and the gang to a meal. Of course, he would also invite Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Ice Jade Pavilion with the Ice Blade gang, Viper 3 was still waiting outside to welcome him. Then, he sent Viper 3's men into the Ice Jade Pavilion to eat. Meanwhile, he, Zhao Hai, and Ice Wolf went to a private room on the top floor. After the three of them sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3 and said, "Master San, how do you feel today? Isn't being the patriarch a bit interesting?" Viper 3 said with a bitter expression, "Mister, don't mention it. I've only been the patriarch for a day and I already feel like I've had enough. This feeling is really too torturous. How is this patriarch? It's simply killing me. Those guys have to beat around the bush every time they speak. After listening to them, you have to think for a long time before you can understand what they're talking about. To be honest, I've used my brain more today than I have in my entire life. Now, I feel like my head is numb." When Zhao Hai and Ice Wolf heard this, they laughed loudly. After a while, Zhao Hai stopped. Then, he patted Viper-san on the shoulder and said, "Now you know why I don't want to be the patriarch, right? You just need to do two things well. First, manage your own family well. Let your family slowly grow. Don't worry, you just need to protect your family well. If someone tries to steal your things, just fight with them. Second, you need to stand in line. I don't think that the city lord and the patriarchs of the other families will be harmonious. Even if they seem to be on good terms now, they aren't really on good terms. If the city lord wants more power, then it will definitely affect the interests of the major clans. If the major clans want to develop and develop better in Aurora City, then they must be able to suppress the city lord and make the city lord turn a blind eye to what they are doing. Therefore, you have to stand on both sides. Don't ever think of not offending either side. That way, you will only offend both sides. Viper 3 nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then which side does Mr. think I should stand on?" Zhao Hai faintly smiled and said, "In a safe way, you should stand on the side of the big clans because they are all from the same hometown. They have operated here for countless years and can be said to be deeply rooted. If you don't want to cooperate with them, then it will only cause them to retaliate violently. At that time, even if the city lord protects you, it will be very difficult for you to establish yourself in Aurora City. After all, the city lord isn't omnipotent. It won't be easy for him to deal with the big clans in Aurora City. However, you can't offend the city lord too much. Otherwise, if the city lord targets you, then it will be very troublesome for you. Fortunately, you have just become the patriarch, so you can pretend to be a fool and let them think that you don't know anything. In addition, with me behind you, both sides won't make a move on you for a while. In fact, if it's a normal day, both sides won't force you to express your stance, so you can still delay for a period of time. However, once something big happens in the city and the city lord and the other patriarchs stand on opposite sides, then you must express your stance. This stance is very important as it relates to your development in Aurora City. In my opinion, you can first stand on the side of the big clans, but you can't casually stand on the side of the city lord. Even if you want to express your stance, you must first discuss it with the big clans. You can express your stance, but when it's necessary, the big clans must stand out to protect you. If they don't protect you, then you will have to face the city lord alone. That definitely won't do. The city lord can't deal with all the big clans, but dealing with your family isn't a problem. If the big clans don't agree, then you can directly stand on the city lord's side. Venomous Snake 3 nodded and then said in a deep voice, "But mister, if we really stand on the city lord's side, then I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to withstand the counterattack of the major families." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "The city lord is specifically targeting you. If the major families don't interfere, then there might be some trouble. But if we go against the major families, at worst, we'll just let Aurora City flow with blood. The city lord has the imperial court behind him, but these major families don't have the imperial court behind them." When Venomous Snake 3 and Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but shiver. The two of them could almost smell the smell of blood behind Zhao Hai's words. This also made the two of them even more certain of Zhao Hai's identity. Zhao Hai looked at Venomous Snake 3 and said in a deep voice, "For the next period of time, I don't think there will be any problems with your development. Therefore, Ice Wolf has become the most important thing. What I mean is that we should first unify all the gangs in Aurora City and then expand outwards. For the time being, we shouldn't have any conflicts with the major families. I want to take the next step in our development in Icefield City. Icefield City isn't far from Aurora City. Whether it's using the teleportation array or using the sleigh, it won't take too long. I want to establish a gang in Icefield City." Venomous Snake 3 frowned and said, "Establishing a gang in Icefield City isn't an easy task. Icefield City is a big city, so the situation will be even more complicated." Initially, the gang leader and the others wanted to expand the Iceblade gang and establish a gang in Icefield City. However, as soon as they entered, they were beaten back. They even lost a lot of brothers. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. We have to take down Aurora City first. Ice Wolf, I'll be relying on you for the next period of time. Recruit as many people as you can." Ice Wolf responded and nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said in a deep voice, "If I really want to develop in Icefield City, then I won't be able to stay in Aurora City. I might stay in Icefield City in the future. Moreover, as long as you have enough strength, I'll go to other places in the future. Therefore, you have to learn how to manage things and how to deal with unexpected situations. Do you understand?" The two responded in unison. They already understood Zhao Hai's meaning. In their opinion, Zhao Hai might not want to put all his eggs in one basket. This was also a normal practice. Afterward, the three of them casually ate something before leaving the Ice Jade building. Now that the matter of Aurora City had taken shape, Zhao Hai could relax a bit. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to take down Aurora City was because it was the northernmost city in the Arctic continent. This was something that Zhao Hai had learned not long ago. Because of its special geographical location, this place had become a very important fur trading place. Naturally, although the fur trade here was very good, it wasn't enough to attract the attention of the major forces of the Arctic continent. Therefore, this place was still very far away from other cities. The nearest big city was Icefield City. If one didn't use the transmission formation and used a sleigh to go to Icefield City, it would take at least 10 days. Therefore, if one were to talk about the benefits of Aurora City, there really wasn't anything good about it. However, for Zhao Hai, this place had a huge advantage, and that was that it could be used as an outpost. Because of its remote location, other than some merchants who wouldn't pay attention to it, this place was very suitable to be used as an outpost. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was so attentive to this place and wholeheartedly wanted to control the entire Aurora City. Now that Viper 3 had become the patriarch of one of the major families in Aurora City, this was equivalent to Zhao Hai having people in the government of Aurora City. As long as he controlled the gangs in Aurora City, then sooner or later, Aurora City would be his territory. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai set his sights on Icefield City. Icefield City wasn't like Aurora City, it was an important city behind the Arctic continent. In the past, there had been several beast tides in the Arctic continent, and Icefield City was the key to resisting the beast tides. The beast tides in the Arctic continent were different from other places. The beast tides in the Arctic continent were almost all caused by underwater creatures. The number of underwater creatures was very large, and the strength of these wild underwater creatures was very formidable. Therefore, the scale of the beast tides was very large. However, in the past few years, there had been no more beast tides in the Arctic continent. However, Icefield City still maintained a sizable army. Zhao Hai was very clear that if he wanted to deal with the Arctic continent, then he must start from the north and then slowly move towards the south. Icefield City was a place that must be taken. The next day, the entire Aurora City was in an uproar. Only now did people know that the one who bought the Wu family was Viper 3. Many people in Aurora City knew who Viper 3 was. He was just a small hoodlum, but now, he had become the patriarch of a family. This made many people unable to believe it. After confirming the news, they felt even more incredulous. Viper 3 had swallowed all of the Wu family's businesses. This wasn't a trivial matter. On the other hand, the people from the gangs in the city were even more surprised. They really didn't know what happened. How did Viper 3 develop so quickly? Now, he was no longer on the same level as them. Of course, these gangs were unhappy, especially the people from the Iceman gang. The Iceman gang was originally stronger than the Iceblade gang. Viper 3 was originally an unpopular hall master of the Iceblade gang. Now that he had become the patriarch of a family, he was sitting with the city lord, eating and drinking. How could they bear it? Of course, the most important thing was that they also knew that although Viper 3 had taken over the Wu family's business, he didn't have many people, nor did he have any experts. If they killed Viper 3, they might be able to snatch the Wu family's things. For these people, they didn't dare to provoke a big family like the Lin family. This was because the Lin family had been in the city for so many years, and there were countless experts in the family. They weren't people that they could touch. However, Viper 3 was different. They were familiar with Viper 3, so they naturally weren't afraid of him. On the contrary, they were very jealous of him. Therefore, they were prepared to deal with Viper 3 and snatch everything from the Wu family. However, Viper 3 wasn't someone to be trifled with. He immediately received the news. After receiving the news, he immediately sent someone to inform Zhao Hai. Now that he was the patriarch of a family, he couldn't run to Zhao Hai like before. Zhao Hai also didn't allow Viper 3 to come to him. Therefore, Viper 3 could only send someone to inform Zhao Hai of this news. After Zhao heard the news, he immediately called Frost Wolf over. After Frost Wolf arrived at Zhao's courtyard, Zhao looked at Frost Wolf and said, Frost Wolf, how much fighting power does the gang have right now? Frost Wolf nodded and said, how much fighting power does the gang have? When Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he immediately said, Sir, there are already nearly 1,000 people in the Ice Wolf gang who can fight. Originally, there were only 200 people in the gang. The rest of the people were recently recruited. Although these people live in the slums, their fighting strength isn't weak. Some of them are even adventurers. Because the treatment in our gang is good and there aren't too many risks, they joined our gang. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, Go back and secretly gather everyone. We will attack the Iceman gang tonight. Ice Wolf was stunned. Then his expression changed and he said in a deep voice, Sir, are we really going to attack the Iceman gang tonight? The Iceman gang isn't weak and they have a lot of experts. Moreover, we aren't prepared yet. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, It doesn't matter. Go ahead. I'll deal with the experts of the Iceblade gang. When Ice Wolf heard Zhao Hai's words, he could only nod and say, Okay, then I'll go prepare immediately. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Pay attention to confidentiality, but I don't think it's useful to keep it a secret. Forget it, go and prepare. We will attack tonight. Inform everyone that no one is allowed to go out and contact any outsiders. Without my signal, no one is allowed to attack. Go. Ice Wolf nodded and turned to leave. Zhao Hai looked at Ice Wolf's back and muttered, I originally wanted to let you live for 2 more days, but now that you dare to do this, I'll take action first. After Ice Wolf returned to the Iceblade gang, he immediately called the hall masters over and passed down the order. After everyone arrived, Ice Wolf glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, Return to your hall immediately and gather everyone in the hall. No one is allowed to go out with any excuse or contact anyone. Wait for my order. There might be an operation tonight. Ice Wolf knew that Zhao Hai wanted to keep it a secret, so he didn't say what would happen tonight or when. It was to keep it a secret. Zhao Hai didn't know what Ice Wolf was doing. If he knew, he would definitely praise Ice Wolf for being smart. The reason why Zhao Hai said that it was useless for Ice Wolf to keep the secret was because he knew very well that these people didn't have any thoughts of keeping the secret before. There were probably already spies in their gang. However, Zhao Hai still got Ice Wolf to do some secret measures. He only hoped that no one would know before the attack at night. Ice Wolf was even better than Zhao Hai. Before the attack at night, he didn't let those people know who they were dealing with. Although they would be surprised when they attacked, they were already prepared and it wouldn't delay things too much. In terms of keeping the secret, it had an unexpected effect. Zhao Hai also learned some things about the Iceman gang from Viper 3. The Iceman gang was indeed a relatively special gang. The experts in their gang all had one thing in common, and that was that the spells they used were very special. The experts in their gang only had one famous spell, Iceman Summoning. This Iceman Summoning spell didn't summon Iceman from another dimension. Instead, they used a spell to turn some ice and water into Iceman to help them fight. When Zhao Hai heard about this spell, he was also very curious. Spells like Iceman Summoning were generally very high-level spells. Not everyone could use it. He didn't expect that a gang member here could use this method. This was really rare. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. So what if they knew Iceman Summoning? It wasn't like he didn't know how to use such a method. It just so happened that he wanted to see how powerful the other party's Iceman Summoning was. Zhao Hai sat in his small courtyard and waited quietly for the sky to turn dark. The reason why he wanted to act tonight was because the Iceman gang had been preparing to attack Viper 3 for the past 2 days. So every night, they would gather together to discuss how to deal with Viper 3. This way, Zhao Hai would have an easy time dealing with them. He didn't have to deal with them one by one. He could deal with them all at once. The sky slowly darkened, but Zhao Hai didn't move immediately. Instead, he waited quietly. He knew that it was the best time to act now that the sky had just darkened. After waiting for another hour or so, Zhao Hai disappeared from the courtyard. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the people of the Iceman gang are now gathered at the headquarters of the Iceman gang, discussing how to deal with Viper 3. The leader of the Iceman gang was a strong man with a beard. He looked like a bandit. He was now staring at the people under him and said, I think everyone already knows about this. Do you all have any thoughts? One person said, Boss, I think we should act as soon as possible. Viper 3 has already taken over the Wu family's businesses. It won't be long before those businesses can make him money. When the time comes, he can use the money to recruit people. If we wait until his wings are fully grown, it would be very difficult for us to deal with him. Another person also immediately said, Yes, boss, we should deal with him immediately. The longer we wait, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. The leader of the Iceman gang glanced at everyone and said, Is that what everyone thinks? Everyone nodded. He also nodded and said, Okay, then it's settled. Tomorrow, we will attack the Wu mansion. I will personally lead the attack, but we will have to divide half of our people to block the support of the Iceblade gang. Although Viper 3 has now become the head of the family, he can't let go of the Iceblade gang. Before he has enough people, the Iceblade gang is the only power in his hands. So as soon as we attack him, the Iceblade gang will immediately support us. We have to divide some people to block the attack of the Iceblade gang. Everyone nodded. At this moment, a voice sounded, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Upon hearing this voice, everyone was taken aback. Then, their expressions changed and they immediately revealed a vigilant look. Then, they turned their heads and looked around. They didn't know when, but a person was already standing at the door of the room. As soon as he saw this person, the leader of the Iceman gang was stunned. Then he said in a deep voice, Zhao Hai? Why are you here? How did you get in? Also, what do you mean by what you just said? Zhao Hai looked at the leader of the Iceman gang and smiled faintly, what I mean is very obvious. Viper 3 is my person. If I don't touch him, then no one can touch him. Today, you want to kill Viper 3, that means you want to touch my people. Everyone who wants to touch my people will die, and you are no exception. But I'll give you a chance. If you surrender to me now, then I'll spare your lives. As soon as they heard what Zhao Hai said, the people in the room couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately reacted. Each of their faces showed anger. They weren't people who could endure, so they immediately scolded. On the other hand, the leader of the Iceman gang looked at Zhao Hai with a sneer on his face. After a while, he said, Zhao Hai, I think you're really tired of living. You want to kill us alone? I really don't know how many heads you have. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I only have one head, but it's enough to kill you. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and dense ice cones appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai then waved his hand and those ice cones shot straight towards the people of the Iceman gang. As soon as the people of the Iceman gang saw that Zhao Hai had made a move, they immediately moved. However, when they moved, Zhao Hai saw some differences. Their actions were different from the people of the Iceblade gang. The people of the Iceblade gang were just small fries. They all fought on their own. But the people of the Iceman gang were different. They didn't fight on their own. As soon as Zhao Hai made a move, several of them immediately stood up and directly opened the defensive formation on their staffs. A layer of shield blocked them. At the same time, they also blocked the ice cones for the people behind them. The people behind them all picked up their staffs, but they didn't use the formation on their staffs. Instead, they softly chanted incantations. After blocking Zhao Hai's first wave of ice cones, they finished chanting their incantations. Then they waved their hands forward and a blue light shot out. The blue light that shot out directly fell to the ground. Then the ground fluctuated, and then a huge iceman drilled out from the ground. These icemen were nearly 3 mago in height. They had a square head and a square head. One could only see that they looked like humans. They seemed to be made of many square ice cubes. However, these icemen weren't slow. They moved at the same speed as normal people. As soon as these icemen appeared, they immediately moved in front of the people of the Iceman gang, blocking them behind. When Zhao Hai saw these icemen, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he smiled slightly and waved the staff in his hand forward. Immediately, icicles rose directly from the ground and attacked the icemen. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the defensive power of these icemen wasn't low. Zhao Hai's icicle attack didn't do anything to them. Only a popping sound was heard, and the icicles were all broken. Zhao Hai was very surprised. At this time, the people of the Iceman gang were also ready. They waved the staff in their hands forward and another group of icemen appeared. Although this room wasn't small, the appearance of so many icemen still made the room seem very crowded. But what surprised everyone was that the room that should have been squeezed to the point of breaking was still completely fine. This was really surprising. When the leader of the Iceman gang saw this situation, he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Quick, let the icemen attack the wall of the room." Zhao Hai used a barrier formation. As soon as the leader of the Iceman gang said this, the people of the Iceman gang reacted. They immediately moved. Several people immediately commanded the soldiers they summoned to attack the wall of the room. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but smile slightly. Then he said in a deep voice, "These icemen are a bit interesting, but I don't want to play with you anymore." After saying that, he waved his hand forward and a blue light was thrown to the ground. Then Zhao Hai's blue light was thrown to the ground. The ground of the entire room suddenly fluctuated. Then a fist flashing with blue light suddenly rose from the ground and directly hit the icemen. The icemen were directly smashed into pieces. And the people of the Iceman gang were all caught by the blue fist. Zhao Hai glanced at the people of the Iceman gang and said in a deep voice, "Now I'll give you two choices, surrender or die." The people of the Iceman gang were struggling desperately, but they couldn't break free from the shackles of the big hand. And they felt that the big hand was getting tighter and tighter. They even heard the sound of their bones being pinched. This scared them. One of the hall masters of the Iceman gang immediately said, I surrender, please spare my life." Zhao Hai waved his hand, grabbed the big hand of the man, and immediately flew to Zhao Hai's side. Although the big hand still grabbed him, it was no longer strong. When the other people of the Iceman gang saw this situation, they were also stunned. Then they immediately shouted, we surrender too." This time, except for the Iceman gang's leader, everyone else surrendered. Zhao Hai naturally stopped the big hand that grabbed them. Then he looked at the leader of the Iceman gang and said in a deep voice, "Leader, don't you surrender?" The leader of the Iceman gang was surnamed Yu, but no one knew his name. Everyone called him Yu Bingren. Yu Bingren looked at Zhao Hai, gritted his teeth, but didn't say a word. Zhao Hai looked at him and said in a deep voice, "You're tough." "Okay," I said, "if you don't surrender, you'll die." "Then I'm sorry." After that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the big ice blue hand exerted force. Yu Bingren was strangled to death. All the bones in his body were broken. His whole body was like a pool of mud. Even his intestines were squeezed out. It looked terrible. Although the hall masters of the Iceman gang have also killed people, they have never seen such a cruel way of killing people. They were all scared and their faces were ashen. Some of them were even scared to the point of peeing their pants. Zhao Hai glanced at the corpse of the Iceman gang's leader. To be honest, he now somewhat admires this gang leader. This gang leader is obviously not an ordinary person. If it was an ordinary gangster, he would have surrendered long ago. He would rather die than surrender. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the corpse of the Iceman gang's leader slowly recovered to its original state. Then, it was sealed by ice. Then Zhao Hai turned his head and glanced at the other hall masters of the Iceman gang and said in a deep voice, "You have already surrendered to me, so you have to follow me wholeheartedly. If I find out who betrayed me, I will definitely skin him alive. I mean what I say." The hall masters had already seen Zhao Hai's means, so they naturally didn't dare to say anything. They immediately responded, "We are willing to listen to your orders, sir." They had no choice but to listen to him now. They didn't want to die. Zhao Hai nodded. With a wave of his hand, all the ice hands disappeared. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and a black disc array flew into his hand from not far away. He turned his head and glanced at them. He said in a deep voice, "Go outside now and help the people of the Iceman gang outside." Those people responded and turned to walk out. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a blue light shot straight into the sky and exploded in the sky. Ice Wolf, who had been waiting for Zhao Hai's news, immediately became spirited when he saw the blue light. He said loudly, "Everyone, let's go. The target is the Iceman gang's headquarters." After saying that, he walked out first. When the people of the Iceblade gang heard Ice Wolf say that they were going to deal with the Iceman gang today, many of the elders of the Iceblade gang were excited. They had suffered a lot from the Iceman Gang in the past. At that time, the Iceman Gang was stronger than the Iceblade Gang. In the several fights between the Iceblade Gang and the Iceman Gang, they had never taken advantage of them. At this time, the Iceman Gang was also in an uproar. They only knew that the leader and the Hall Masters were in a meeting, but they didn't expect that the Hall Masters would come out and tell them that they had surrendered to the Iceblade Gang. How could the gang members accept this? Many of them shouted loudly. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came, and they found that they had been surrounded. The Ice Dagger Gang had surrounded them. At this time, there were some small leaders of the Iceman Gang who wanted to go out and fight with the Ice Dagger Gang. Just as they were about to move, icicles suddenly appeared and nailed them to the ground. As soon as they saw that all the small leaders were nailed to death, the people of the Iceman Gang slowly quieted down. They all looked at the room where the Hall Masters were meeting because they could feel that the icicles were shot from that room. At this moment, a calm voice sounded, "If you don't surrender, die. Those who surrender will live." It was just a very simple sentence and the tone was very calm. It didn't make you feel threatened at all. However, the people of the Iceman Gang felt a chill rise from their hearts, making them feel cold all over. The Hall Masters who entered the Iceman Gang also came forward and helped everyone down. Then, the Hall Masters opened the main door of the Iceman Gang's headquarters and found that the outside had been surrounded by the people of the Ice Dagger Gang. Ice Wolf was also standing outside, looking at the Iceman Gang's headquarters. As soon as the door opened, Zhao Hai said, "Ice Wolf, come in. I'll leave this place to you." All the Hall Masters of the Iceman Gang listened to Ice Wolf's orders and received the Hall Masters of the Iceman Gang as soon as possible. Anyone who dares to resist, kill. After saying this, Zhao Hai's voice disappeared. Ice Wolf also understood what Zhao Hai meant. He glanced at the Hall Masters of the Iceman Gang and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you have heard Mister's words. Next, please cooperate with me." The Hall Masters of the Iceman Gang were already scared out of their wits. They immediately responded and then began to lead Ice Wolf to receive the other halls of the Iceman Gang. There were still some people in those halls who wanted to resist, but they were all killed. In just one night, the Iceman Gang had been completely merged into the Ice Dagger Gang. That night, the patriarchs of the various families also received the news. When they heard the news, they were also very surprised. They really didn't expect that the Ice Dagger Gang would actually make the first move and destroy their former enemy, the Iceman Gang, in one fell swoop. The next day, most of the ordinary people in Aurora City also heard the news. They were also very surprised. They didn't expect the Ice Dagger Gang to act so quickly. Even Viper 3 didn't expect it because when Zhao Hai was about to attack the Iceman Gang last night, Ice Wolf didn't dare to tell Viper 3 because Zhao Hai didn't allow anyone to contact outsiders. Although Viper 3 isn't an outsider, if he went to see Viper 3 at that time, it wouldn't be good for him or Viper 3, so he didn't dare to do so. It was precisely because Ice Wolf didn't dare to do so that Viper 3 didn't know about Zhao Hai's actions. Although he also saw the blue light last night, he didn't understand what it meant. He even thought that it was a signal that the Iceman Gang was going to attack him and he was worried all night. This morning, although Ice Wolf didn't meet Viper 3, he sent his trusted aide to meet him. Furthermore, he told Viper 3 about the cause and effect of the matter. Viper 3 also understood that Ice Wolf did this for his own good, so he wasn't angry at Ice Wolf. In fact, Viper 3 really didn't want to care about the Iceblade Gang anymore. He was now a reputable figure in Aurora City. He really didn't want to care about a gang's matters like before. Moreover, he also had a reason to not care. Viper 3 understood that Zhao Hai had now begun to lay out a plan in Aurora City. It could even be said that this plan had already been completed. This plan was divided into two parts. One part was the upper echelon, and this upper echelon was him. He was now the patriarch of the Shi family and a new noble in Aurora City. He was already considered an upper echelon in Aurora City, so he was considered an upper echelon. The other part was the lower echelon, and this lower echelon was the Ice Dagger Gang. Although the Ice Dagger Gang had swallowed the Iceman Gang and was already considered the largest gang in Aurora City, most of the members in the gang were poor. They were all people who lived at the bottom. It could be said that the Ice Dagger Gang was at the bottom. This arrangement of upper and lower echelon had been completed. Zhao Hai's power in Aurora City had also become very powerful. Even the major families and the city lord didn't dare to easily provoke him. But in this way, there would also be a problem, and that was the contact between the upper echelon and the lower echelon. Viper 3 came from the Ice Dagger gang. Although he was now an upper echelon, he still had a lot of influence in the Ice Dagger gang. However, this was also what Viper 3 was most worried about. According to the actions of the upper echelon, if he wanted to completely control a place so that the people in that place wouldn't make him a mere figurehead, then he couldn't completely hand over a place to a single person. Just like Aurora City, it would be best if they had an equal relationship. The person in charge of the upper echelon, Viper 3, and the person in charge of the lower echelon, Ice Wolf, should be on equal footing. If there was even a little bit of discord, then it would be even more perfect. Only in this way would the upper echelon be at ease. But the problem now was that Viper 3 was also from the Ice Dagger gang. This way, his relationship with the Ice Dagger gang couldn't be broken. Ice Wolf was also his confidant, so it was impossible for him to have any conflict with Ice Wolf. This also meant that if Zhao Hai left Aurora City one day, then the person in charge of Aurora City would become Viper 3. If Viper 3 really had ambitions, then he could make Aurora City his territory. Even if he didn't, would Zhao Hai suspect him? If Zhao Hai really suspected him, then how would he deal with him? He had seen Zhao Hai's methods before. To be honest, he really didn't want to be suspected by Zhao Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know and his head would fall off. Viper 3 sent away the people sent by the Ice Wolf and went to his study. He sat there and sighed. He used to be very envious of the Wu family head sitting here, but when he really sat here, he didn't feel the happy feeling from before. On the contrary, the pressure that covered the sky and the earth made his heart feel heavy. At this moment, a voice sounded, "What's wrong with Master San? Why are you sighing?" When Viper 3 heard this voice, he almost jumped up. Although he didn't jump up, he was almost there. He immediately stood up. At this moment, the study's door was pushed open and Zhao Hai walked in. Viper 3 quickly walked forward and cupped his fist at Zhao Hai. "Greetings, mister. Why are you here today? Do you have any orders?" Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3 and smiled. "Are you worried about the Ice Blade gang? Are you worried that you're too close to the Ice Blade gang and that I'll do something to you?" "Hee, Master San, oh, Master San, you really think that I, Zhao Hai, am too simple? Even if I leave Aurora City now, do you dare to betray me? Even if you betray me and kill me, Third Master, do you really think that you can withstand the endless stream of revenge? So you don't dare. You're worried because you're afraid that I'll suspect you. Because you clearly don't dare to betray me. If I kill you because of this, then you'll be too wronged. So you want to draw a clear line with the Ice Blade gang, but you're from the Ice Blade gang, so you can't draw a clear line even if you want to. Am I right?" Viper 3 looked at Zhao Hai as if he was looking at a ghost. Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhao Hai. "This subordinate knows his wrongs. I didn't think that Mr. would be able to guess this subordinate's thoughts. This subordinate knows his wrongs." Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3 and said, "Then tell me, what did you do wrong?" This was the first time that Viper 3 called himself a subordinate in front of Zhao Hai. It could be seen that he had completely submitted to Zhao Hai. Viper 3 said, "This subordinate shouldn't have doubted Mr. This subordinate still underestimated Mr.'s breadth of mind. Although no one has ever betrayed me, I will tell you how I deal with traitors. Those who dare to betray me will die, no matter what their status is, as long as they dare to betray me, they will die. And I won't let them die easily, I have 10,000 ways to make them wish they were dead. Forget it, telling you this is useless. As long as you don't betray me, then in the future, you won't just get the Wu clan, you won't even get Aurora City. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Viper 3, you have to remember, those who rely on me, Zhao Hai, will never betray me, because I give them the best, much better than what they want, so they won't betray me. Even if I tell them to die, they will die. Although no one has ever betrayed me, I will tell you how I deal with traitors. Those who dare to betray me will die, no matter what their identity is, as long as they dare to betray me, they will die." Viper 3 kowtowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, this subordinate will remember." The annihilation of the Iceman gang was definitely not a small matter for a small city like Aurora City. This was because the Iceman gang was considered a force in Aurora City, but they were annihilated overnight. This time, the Iceman gang was completely annihilated. They all joined the Iceblade gang. This time, the Iceman gang completely ceased to exist. Looking at this situation, all the gangs in Aurora City became nervous. Although they knew that the Iceman gang and the Iceblade gang had always been enemies, now that the Iceblade gang had become rich, they naturally wanted to annihilate the Iceman gang. This originally had nothing to do with them because the strength of these two gangs was almost the same. Even if they really wanted to fight to the death, in the end, it would only end with both sides suffering losses. On the contrary, they were happy to see this happen. However, things went beyond their expectations. The Iceblade gang annihilated the Iceman gang without losing any manpower at all. Now that the Iceman gang was merged into the Iceblade gang, the Iceman gang didn't lose much manpower. Moreover, most of the experts of the Iceblade gang were retained. The Iceblade gang now had the strength of two gangs and had become the largest gang in Aurora City. This was definitely not a good thing for other gangs. In the past, a balance had been formed between the gangs in Aurora City. This was also the reason why the Iceblade gang and the Iceman gang didn't really fight each other even though there was a huge hatred between them. But now it was different. Now that the Iceblade gang's strength had increased greatly, this was equivalent to breaking this balance. This made the other gangs in Aurora City nervous. They didn't know what the Iceblade gang would do next. The Iceblade gang didn't let them wait too long. They quickly reacted. Just 3 days after the Iceman gang was annihilated, the Iceblade gang took action again. This time, they directly annihilated the Ice Arrow gang. The Ice Arrow gang and the Iceblade gang had a huge grudge against each other. Moreover, the Ice Arrow gang was weaker than the Iceblade gang, so it was normal for them to be destroyed. This time, the Ice Arrow gang was destroyed just like the Iceman gang. They were directly merged into the Iceblade gang. The casualties caused by both sides weren't very big. This time, the strength of the Iceblade gang increased once again. This time, not only did the gangs feel uneasy, even the major families felt that things were out of their expectations. After Viper III had a good talk with Zhao Hai that day, he was completely at ease. Just as Zhao Hai had said, he didn't think that if he betrayed Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't touch him. That was enough. Therefore, Viper III was in a good mood these few days. Not only did he contact Ice Wolf once and tell him about Zhao Hai's words, but he also began to restore the Wu family's businesses with all his might. The Wu family originally had a lot of businesses. Although the Wu family had always been famous for their staffs and artifacts, this didn't mean that they didn't do other businesses. In fact, the Wu family was also doing other businesses, and they were doing very well. However, now that Viper III had taken over the Wu family's businesses, he was in a difficult position. This was because the Wu family's previous businesses all had a supply channel. And for the people of the Five Spirit Realm, this supply channel was their lifeblood. Naturally, they wouldn't give this supply channel to Viper III. Therefore, Viper III was in a difficult position. But just yesterday, Zhao Hai sent someone to deliver a spatial equipment to Viper III. After Viper III received the spatial equipment, he discovered that there were a lot of good things inside. Viper III's so-called good things, in Zhao Hai's opinion, might be worthless. What were these so-called good things? The answer was very simple: they were food, vegetables, and fruits. Aurora City didn't lack meat, beast meat, fish, and these things were abundant. However, Aurora City lacked food. This was because Aurora City was located at the northernmost part of the Arctic continent. Additionally, there was very little land that was suitable for farming. Therefore, the food production here was very low, causing the food shortage here. As for vegetables, it was almost impossible to see them in Aurora City. So what did the people of Aurora City eat? It was very simple. What they ate was a type of moss that grew under the snow. As for the taste of moss, you wouldn't want to use it. Unpalatable wasn't enough to describe it. Naturally, the patriarchs of the great clans wouldn't eat moss. What they ate were vegetables, but the quantity was very small. As for fruits, you wouldn't be able to see them in Aurora City, not even a single one. It was precisely because of this situation that these things that were common in Zhao Hai's opinion were good things in Aurora City. It could even be said that they were luxuries. However, these things weren't good things for Zhao Hai. Because of the high yield in the secret realm, the other two realms had plant masters stationed there and improved. In addition, Zhao Hai had also set up some formations in the two realms. The power source of these formations was the power of the nature's heart. This caused the power of nature in the two realms to be greatly improved. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others had more food than they could eat. Even if they developed a large-scale farming industry, they still wouldn't be able to finish it. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others had no choice but to reduce the amount of land they planted every year, or even not plant at all. It wouldn't be too late to plant after eating some of the stored food. But now, Aurora City was in an extreme shortage of food. Because of this, the price of food here was very expensive. Zhao Hai brought food here to sell. Although the consumption here wasn't too high, it would still allow Viper 3's status in Aurora City to rise higher and higher. Moreover, Zhao Hai also understood that it wasn't just Aurora City. In the entire Arctic continent, there weren't many places that didn't lack food. This was because the land that was suitable for farming was really too little. Therefore, it was very promising to operate these things here. It was precisely because he discovered these things that Viper 3 felt that his spring had come. He was born in the marketplace, so he was very clear about the importance of these things to the entire Aurora City. Now that Zhao Hai gave him these things, it was definitely a good thing for him to do this kind of business. Viper 3 didn't care where these things came from. Therefore, he was now preparing to carry out some reforms in the Wu family's business. He would directly change some of the shops to sell food, vegetables, and fruits. Just as Viper 3 was planning these things, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Master, the Lin family's patriarch has invited you to a banquet on the first floor of the Ice Jade Pavilion. He invites you to attend the banquet." When Viper 3 heard this voice, he knew that this person was the newly appointed housekeeper of the Wu family. His name was Jia Yu. Jia Yu was a person with a legendary aura. He was originally a servant of the Wu family, and was also the son of a servant. In the Wu family, he was very pampered and was even given the surname Wu. However, Jia Yu was driven out of the Wu family because of one matter. This matter wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. It was that Jia Yu had an affair with a distant daughter of the Wu family. Moreover, she even had a child with the daughter. This matter was later known by the Wu family. Naturally, the Wu family was very angry. This was because even if Jia Yu was given the surname Wu, he was still a servant. Now, a servant like you actually slept with the daughter of the Wu family and even had a child with her. Where would the Wu family put their face? However, when the Wu family wanted to deal with Jia Yu, the young lady threatened to kill herself. In addition, Jia Yu was indeed loyal and devoted to the Wu family and had done a good job. It could be said that he had made great contributions to the Wu family. In the end, the Wu family's heart softened and they made a decision to let Jia Yu and the young lady go. However, they drove them out of the Wu family and left them to fend for themselves. Although Jia Yu and the daughter of the Wu family became husband and wife, the two lost their source of income. They didn't go anywhere else and could only live in Aurora City. For a while, the two's life became very difficult. Originally, Jia Yu had a lot of friends in the Wu family. Moreover, these friends could help him, so his life wouldn't be too bad. However, Jia Yu was a very competitive person. After he left the Wu family, he didn't need the help of his friends. This made his life difficult. At that time, Viper 3 was only a small leader. He wasn't a hall master yet. By chance, he met Jia Yu and discovered that Jia Yu was a talent. However, he didn't need Jia Yu's help at that time. However, Viper 3 liked to make friends with Jia Yu. Because of this, he often helped Jia Yu. He even found a job for Jia Yu. Although this job didn't earn a lot of money, it was enough for Jia Yu to support his family. Afterwards, Jia Yu's wife, who was the young lady of the Wu family, was molested by several hooligans from other gangs when she went out. Coincidentally, Viper 3 encountered them. At that time, the young lady of the Wu family was about to give birth. After being molested by those hooligans, her fetus was affected and she almost died on the street. When Viper 3 saw this situation, he immediately rescued the young lady of the Wu family and brought her to his hall. He invited a doctor to treat her and allowed her to smoothly give birth to a fat boy. From this matter, Jiayu was grateful to Viper 3. Because in Jiayu's view, Viper 3 had saved the lives of his wife and child. Therefore, he swore to repay Viper 3. However, Viper 3 was at most a hall master. Even if Jiayu wanted to repay Viper 3, he couldn't do anything. At that time, Viper 3 didn't have any use for Jiayu. Therefore, Jiayu had been doing his own job to support his family. However, Jiayu was still capable. Slowly, he was put in an important position and became the shopkeeper of a small business in the city. His power wasn't small, and he earned a lot of money. It could be said that his future was bright. But at this time, Viper 3 became the leader of the Iceblade gang. Not long after, he became the patriarch of the Shi family and took over the Wu family's business. This made Jiayu's spirit rise. He immediately ran to Viper 3 and became his manager. Although he was the manager, Viper 3 was very fond of him. He even introduced Jiayu to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also discovered that Jiayu was also a talent. However, he was very loyal to Viper 3. He was willing to be Viper 3's manager. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't try to win him over. Letting him help Viper 3 was also good. Zhao Hai was very clear that the struggles between the higher-ups and the conflicts between gangs were completely different. Viper 3 had just become the patriarch, so he didn't have much experience in this aspect. Zhao Hai was afraid that he would need to suffer a few losses before he could understand what was going on. But now that Jiayu was here, Zhao Hai was relieved. Jiayu was the Wu family's manager, so he was very clear about this matter. With Jiayu helping Viper 3, Viper 3 would be able to take fewer detours. Now that Viper 3 heard Jiayu's voice, he immediately said, "Old Jia, come in." Jiayu complied, then he pushed the door and walked in. Viper 3 looked at Jiayu and said with some dissatisfaction, "Old Jia, it's not that I want to scold you, but didn't I tell you that you don't need to be polite with me? Sit down and tell me what's going on." Jiayu didn't sit down, instead he said, "Master, this etiquette can't be ignored. I heard that the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Ju, invited you. It seems like it's only the two of you. But in my opinion, this Lin Ju might be a representative of another family. They looked for Master for two reasons. First, they wanted to see if Master would stand on the side of the other families or the side of the city lord's mansion. Second, it might be because of the recent actions of the Iceblade gang, which made the other families vigilant. They don't know what the Iceblade gang wants to do, so they invited Master to have a meal to see what you're thinking." When Viper 3 heard Jiayu, he couldn't help but nod. "It's possible. Mr. has already instructed us to stand on the side of the other families. But at the same time, we want them to guarantee that if the city lord makes things difficult for us, they will help us. If they don't, then we will stand on the city lord's side. But in my opinion, they will definitely help us. After all, there's no benefit in pushing us to the city lord's side. As for the recent actions of the Iceblade gang, it's actually very simple. The Iceblade gang doesn't want to unify the entire Aurora city, so I don't have anything to hide." When Jiayu heard Viper 3's words, he couldn't help but stare. He had just arrived at Viper 3's side, so he didn't know much about Zhao Hai. However, he had some understanding of the other families in the city. He was very clear that if Viper 3 really wanted to unify the Aurora city's gangs, then he might have already started to affect the interests of the other families. There were a lot of gangs in Aurora City, and some of them had some relations with the other families. This was because although the other families seemed to have boundless glory on the surface and were a little overbearing when doing things, they didn't do anything out of line. But in reality, the other families had a lot of things that couldn't be exposed to the public. These matters weren't something that the other families would do themselves. They would hand these matters over to the gangs under their control. If Viper 3 really wanted to unify the gangs in Aurora City, then he would have to touch the gangs supported by the other families. For the other families, this wasn't a good thing. Because of this, Jiayu immediately said, "Master, you can't. The gangs in the city aren't that easy to unify. There are a lot of people from the other families in the gangs. If you want to unify the gangs, then it's the same as offending the other families. Master, please reconsider. Viper 3 said in a deep voice, no matter what, this matter must be done. Mr. has already said that we must unify the gangs of Aurora City. Jiayu looked at Viper 3's appearance and was about to say something when he heard a voice, you idiot, don't you even know what it means to obey in public but oppose in private? Following the voice, a person walked in from outside. Viper 3 and Jiayu looked and saw that the person who came in was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Viper 3 and said in a deep voice, Third Master, I want you to unify the gangs of Aurora City. But you also have to know that if the gangs of Aurora City are really related to those big families, then unless we destroy those big families, we won't be able to unify these gangs. Otherwise, we will have to go to war with those big families. But just because you don't say it doesn't mean that you don't do it. You can't be too truthful when dealing with those big families. Even the things you do can't let them see your purpose. Viper 3 quickly stood up and listened to Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, Go and have a meal with Lin Ju. If he asks you about the gangs, just say that you have a grudge against the Iceman Gang and the Ice Arrow Gang. Do you understand? Viper 3 nodded, but then he said in a deep voice, Then mister, how are we going to deal with those gangs next? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Tell Lin Ju that although you won't attack other gangs, you hope to unite these gangs and form an alliance with Ice Wolf as the alliance leader. This way, it will be more convenient to control them in the future. As for how to make these gangs follow me, you don't have to worry about it. You just need to know that when I leave, these gangs will already listen to me. Also, if I really leave, everything in Aurora City will be under your responsibility. You can't be as straightforward as you are today. Unless our strength reaches a certain level or those big families are too excessive, don't go against those big families. But if they go too far, then you don't have to be afraid of them. Not to mention those big families, you can even make a move against the city lord. Do you understand what I mean? Viper 3 quickly said, Yes, I understand, mister. Rest assured, I'll definitely do a good job. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to look at Jiayu and said in a deep voice, Jiayu is a talent. Third Master, the reason why I didn't ask you for Jiayu is because Jiayu is very loyal to you. Also, I want Jiayu to help you. So you have to listen to Jiayu's opinion in the future. Viper 3 nodded. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Alright, you can go. I also knew that Lin Ju invited you to a meal, so I rushed over. I was afraid that you would say something wrong. Viper 3 nodded, then he turned around and walked out. At this time, Zhao Hai had already disappeared from the room. Jiayu looked at Zhao Hai disappearing from the room. His strength wasn't weak, but he couldn't see how Zhao Hai disappeared. This made him very surprised. He now had a more intuitive understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. At this time, Viper 3 had already left the mansion. He sat on a deer carriage and went straight to the Ice Jade Pavilion. To be honest, the major clans in the city were now shocked by Zhao Hai's previous actions. He booked the entire Ice Jade Pavilion for an entire day just to invite them. They didn't have this kind of spending. Because of this, Lin Ju invited Viper 3 to a meal in order to test Viper 3's reaction. He didn't directly send someone to ask Viper 3. If Zhao Hai wasn't this generous, then Lin Ju and the others wouldn't have looked down on Viper 3. After all, in their opinion, Viper 3 was just a small hoodlum. He didn't have the qualifications to be on equal footing with them. Before long, Viper 3's deer carriage arrived at the Ice Jade Pavilion. When Viper 3 came down from the carriage, the waiters in the Ice Jade Pavilion naturally recognized Viper 3. When they saw Viper 3 arrive, one of the waiters immediately greeted him and said, I have seen Patriarch Shi. Patriarch Shi, please come in. Patriarch Lin is already waiting for you on the third floor's Jade Room. Viper 3 nodded and said, Alright, please lead the way. The waiter nodded and led Viper 3 to the Ice Jade Pavilion. Before long, they arrived at the third floor's Jade Room. Viper 3 directly threw a gold coin to the waiter and then pushed the door to enter the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Ju sitting there, drinking a cup of hot tea. Seeing Viper 3 come in, Lin Ju quickly put down the teacup and cupped his fist to Viper 3 and said, I have seen Patriarch Shi. I took the liberty to invite Patriarch Shi here, I hope you can forgive me. Viper 3 quickly smiled and said, Patriarch Lin is too polite. You invited me here because you think highly of me. How could I not give you face? When Viper 3 opened his mouth, he spoke like a gangster. This caused Lin Ju's brows to wrinkle. However, it was only a slight wrinkle, it wasn't noticeable. Lin Ju was very clear that Viper 3 was born in the marketplace. Naturally, he wasn't like them. Therefore, it was normal for him to speak like this. Although Lin Ju was somewhat disdainful, he also understood that the person behind Viper 3 had extraordinary strength. It was better to not make an enemy out of him. Because of this thought, Lin Ju still smiled and said, "Mr. is too polite. Please take a seat. Waiter, serve the dishes." Naturally, someone outside the door responded. Then immediately after, the dishes were served. When Lin Ju saw that the dishes were served, he waved his hand and had the waiter withdraw. Then he personally picked up the wine jug and poured a cup of wine for Viper 3. Naturally, Viper 3 didn't dare to be arrogant. He picked up the wine cup and respectfully accepted it. After Lin Ju poured a cup of wine for Viper 3, he also poured a cup for himself. Then he put down the wine jug and picked up his own cup. Then he said to Viper 3, "Mister, please." Viper 3 also softly replied, "Please." After speaking, the two drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. Then, they raised their cups to each other before putting down the wine cups. After putting down the wine cup, Lin Ju looked at Viper 3 and said in a deep voice, "Today, I invited Xi Family Head here because I have something to discuss with Xi Family Head. Our Aurora City actually has a Chamber of Commerce. I'm not talented, but I'm currently holding the position of Chamber of Commerce's president. Previously, Wu Family Head also held the position of vice president. This time, I wanted to ask Xi Family Head if he's willing to be the vice president of this Chamber of Commerce." When Viper 3 heard Lin Ju's words, he immediately understood Lin Ju's meaning. What Chamber of Commerce? It was actually an alliance of all the families in Aurora City. Viper 3 looked at Lin Ju and said in a deep voice, "I wonder who else is in this Chamber of Commerce?" When Lin Ju heard Viper 3's words, he also understood Viper 3's meaning. He smiled faintly and said, "All the big families in the city have joined this Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, all the family heads are vice presidents. In fact, as the president, I don't really care about anything. I'll only appear when it's necessary to gather everyone together and do some business together." Viper 3 immediately understood Lin Ju's meaning. He said in a deep voice, "So that's how it is. Then I can be the vice president. However, there's something I want to make clear to Lin Family Head. I, Viper 3, was born in the marketplace. Now that I've suddenly become the family head, my strength is too weak. There aren't any experts in my family. If something were to happen in the future, I wonder if the people in the Chamber of Commerce would help me." Viper 3's words were very clear. He was clearly telling Lin Ju that his family's strength was too weak. If the city lord really wanted to deal with him because of this matter, then would the Chamber of Commerce help him? Lin Ju immediately understood what Venomous Snake 3 meant, so he said, "Patriarch Xi, please rest assured. Although everyone in the Chamber of Commerce usually does their own things, if one of us has a problem, then the other families will certainly help. Patriarch Xi can rest assured about this." Lin Ju also clearly told Venomous Snake 3 that they would help. Viper 3 nodded. He picked up his glass and poured a glass for Lin Ju and himself. Then he raised his glass and said, "Then I'll be the vice president. Patriarch Lin, please." Lin Ju nodded and poured a glass for Lin Ju and himself. When Lin Ju heard Viper 3's words, he let out a sigh of relief. He raised his wine cup and said, "Welcome, Family Head Xi, to the Chamber of Commerce. Please." The reason why Lin Ju attached so much importance to Viper 3 wasn't because he favored him. To be honest, if it was just Viper 3, not to mention Lin Ju inviting him for a drink, even if he wanted to see Lin Ju, it would be impossible. However, Lin Ju was very afraid of the person behind Viper 3. He now knew that it wasn't only him who received an invitation, the other family heads were also the same. Even the city lord was invited to Viper 3's banquet. It can be seen that there was a capable person behind Viper 3. Even if this person wasn't Zhao Hai, he was still related to Zhao Hai. In the face of someone who could silently sneak into one's room, who wouldn't be afraid? Everyone was afraid that they would lose their heads while they were sleeping. Because of this, Lin Ju wanted to win over Viper 3. What he wanted to win over wasn't Viper 3, but the person behind Viper 3. Now that Viper 3 agreed, it meant that the person behind him agreed as well. For Lin Ju, this was definitely good news. They would have another solid ally. He was afraid that Viper 3 would be roped in by the city lord. For great clans like them, this wasn't a good thing. After the two drank another cup of wine, Lin Ju looked at Viper 3 and smiled. Family head, she came from the Iceblade gang. Now that you have such a large family business, you're truly a legend. I'm very envious of family head she. Viper 3 smiled and said, family head Lin is joking. What's there to be envious of? To put it bluntly, I was just a small street thug. It's more appropriate to say that I'm envious of family head Lin. Lin Ju smiled and said, what are you talking about? Is family head she still in contact with the Iceblade gang? I heard that the Iceblade gang has been making a lot of movements recently. When Viper 3 heard Lin Ju, he understood what he meant. He smiled faintly and said, I've also heard about this. The Iceblade gang's strength has increased a lot recently. When the Iceblade gang's higher-ups were attacked, the Iceman gang and the Ice Arrow gang wanted to make a move against them. Therefore, the Iceblade gang took advantage of their strength and made a move against the two gangs. When Lin Ju heard Venomous Snake 3, he immediately understood. Venomous Snake 3's meaning was very clear. He was telling Lin Ju that the Iceblade gang's two actions were to take revenge. Now that they had their revenge, they would naturally be obedient. However, Lin Ju didn't quite believe Venomous Snake 3's words. If you want revenge, then kill those people. Why did you subdue them? This was not revenge at all, but to strengthen his own forces, right? Venomous Snake 3 looked at Lin Ju and said, when my Iceblade gang was attacked, I almost died. If it wasn't for Mr. Xiao Hai saving me, I would have been a dead man. How can I not take revenge? Although I've left the Iceblade gang, the death of the previous leader is definitely related to these two gangs. Therefore, the Iceblade gang is frantically seeking revenge. However, Patriarch Lin should also know that my Aurora City is also a place of law. If the city lord were to know that too many people died, then it wouldn't be a good thing. Therefore, the Iceblade gang only made a move against those people. When he heard Venomous Snake 3's words, Lin Ju immediately remembered that when the Iceblade gang was attacked, Venomous Snake 3 almost died. He heard that at that time, he was already breathing heavily. If it wasn't for Xiao Hai saving him, then he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Naturally, he wanted to take revenge. As for what he said about leaving the Iceblade gang, that was simply nonsense. He was now the patriarch of the Shi family, but no one objected to him being the leader of the Iceblade gang. Even he himself wouldn't object to it. Therefore, although he wasn't the leader of the Iceblade gang on the surface, the gang was still under his control. If Lin Ju couldn't even think of this, then he wouldn't be worthy of being a patriarch. Lin Ju nodded and poured a cup of wine for the two of them. Then he said, Mr. is right. Actually, we're also worried that Aurora City would be unstable. After all, we're all merchants. If Aurora City is unstable, then it would affect our business. Venomous Snake 3 raised his cup and toasted Lin Ju. Then, he opened his mouth and said, Patriarch Lin, in my opinion, the way we handled things in Aurora City previously was indeed not very good. We left the various gangs alone and there were frequent fights between the gangs, resulting in many casualties. This had a huge impact on Aurora City. In my opinion, why don't we form an alliance with those gangs and let them form an alliance as well? We can set up the territories and rules between the gangs. In the future, if a gang really breaks any rules, we can take care of them openly. When Lin Ju heard Venomous Snake 3's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he couldn't help but frown and say, setting up rules? That's not very good, right? Venomous Snake 3 said in a deep voice, Patriarch Lin, I don't think there's anything bad about this. It's just like how we established a chamber of commerce. If we let those gangs form an alliance and set up rules, then we might be able to use them in the future. Of course, it's best to do this in secret. If the city lord were to know that those gangs formed an alliance, then I'm afraid he would be even more uneasy. When Lin Ju heard Venomous Snake 3's words, his eyes couldn't help but flash. Only now did he understand what Venomous Snake 3 meant. It seemed like Venomous Snake 3 also knew that there were many gangs that were inextricably linked to their respective clans. Therefore, he said that he wanted those gangs to form an alliance. This way, it would be easier to manage them. Secondly, if they were to have a conflict with the city lord in the future, then those gangs might become a surprise force. Lin Ju thought for a moment, then he said, Patriarch, she is right. However, this matter isn't something that I can decide on my own. I think I need to discuss this with the other patriarchs. What does the Shi clan think? Venomous Snake 3 said, Of course we can. After all, this matter is related to all of us. It's always good to discuss it. However, I can see that the Iceblade gang is very strong. If we form an alliance, then the position of alliance leader shouldn't be given to someone else. Lin Ju completely understood what Venomous Snake 3 meant. He wanted the Iceblade gang to be the alliance leader. However, for Lin Ju and the others, this wasn't something that they couldn't accept. In their opinion, even if the gangs were to develop, they wouldn't be able to become the alliance leader. Moreover, they would only be the alliance leader, they wouldn't be able to unify all the gangs. Once the alliance was formed, the gangs would have to live their own lives. The authority of the alliance leader wouldn't be much, it would be the same as Lin Ju, it was just a name. However, this name was also very important. Usually, it didn't seem to be of any use. However, if something really happened, having an alliance leader and not having an alliance leader would make a huge difference. Therefore, Viper 3's suggestion wasn't bad. Lin Ju thought about it and couldn't find any disadvantages for the Iceblade gang to be the alliance leader. Therefore, he nodded and said, Alright, I'll talk to the other patriarchs about this matter. Come, family head Shi, let's have another drink. Venomous Snake 3 naturally wouldn't disagree. After the two drank another cup, Lin Ju looked at Venomous Snake 3 and said in a deep voice, Family head Shi, I'll say something that shouldn't be said. When you bought the Wu family, you were indeed a bit rash. The Wu family's business isn't small, but in the past, their main business was artifacts and magic staffs, with fish and grain as secondary. They have their own supply channels for artifacts and magic staffs, and they can refine some of them themselves. Therefore, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for family head Shi to operate in this aspect. But if you rely on fish, you won't be able to make much money. Although you can make money from grain, the Wu family's arable land isn't that large, and the amount of grain they can produce is limited. Therefore, I'm afraid that family head Shi's business won't be easy to do. If family head Shi really wants to do business, then this one can help. I also know a bit about the channels for artifacts and magic staffs, but our Lin family isn't focused on this, so we haven't done business in this area before. If you are, then I can help you. Venomous Snake 3 nodded. He didn't think that Lin Ju would actually help him. This made him feel very surprised. However, he still immediately said, Thank you, family head Lin. However, there's no need for that. I don't want to focus on the artifact and magic staffs business. Although I will still do some business in this area, I definitely won't focus on it. In fact, we already have a good business. Venomous Snake 3 was surprised when he heard Lin Ju's words. Upon hearing Viper San's words, Lin Ju was stunned. The reason why he was so generous in introducing a supply channel to Viper San was because he wanted to befriend him. The Lin family didn't focus on this aspect of business, and he didn't want to meddle in this business. Therefore, he was prepared to give this opportunity to Viper San. This way, Viper San would be grateful to him, and their friendship would naturally be established. This was also good for Lin Ju. This was because Viper San was very clear that they couldn't earn enough money. Sometimes, selling a favor was more important than money. However, he didn't expect that Viper 3 wouldn't want to do the magic tool business. This was beyond his expectations. In the beginning, he really thought that Viper 3 would do the magic tool business. After all, the Spirit Tree Magic Right shop sold magic tools and magic staffs. This business was something that Viper 3 was familiar with. Doing business was paying particular attention to doing things familiar and not unfamiliar things. What did Viper 3 want to do if he didn't want to do such a familiar business? Thinking of this, Lin Ju's vigilance couldn't help but rise. To be honest, in Aurora City, the major clans had their own businesses. There wasn't much competition between them. It was precisely because of this that the major clans could coexist peacefully and even form alliances. Previously, Lin Ju hoped that Venomous Snake 3 would do the artifact business because this business wouldn't have any conflicts with the other family heads. However, if Venomous Snake 3 didn't do this business and did other businesses, then there would certainly be conflicts with the other major clans. At that time, Aurora City wouldn't be so peaceful. The more Lin Ju thought about it, the more nervous he got. He looked at Venomous Snake 3 and said, "Then what business does the Shi family want to do? Is there anything that you need help with?" Although these words were pleasant to hear, Lin Ju had already started to inquire about Venomous Snake 3's background. Venomous Snake 3 didn't mind. His store was going to open tomorrow. At that time, the entire Aurora City would know what kind of business they were doing. Naturally, there was no need to hide it now. Therefore, he said in a deep voice, "The business I want to do is a grain, vegetable, and fruit business." Lin Ju was stunned when he heard Venomous Snake 3's words. He thought that Venomous Snake 3 would want to do the fur business. After all, this was Aurora City, and there were a lot of people doing the fur business. He might want to do the medicine business. After all, he had a pill transaction with the Wu clan before. He also thought that Venomous Snake 3 would want to do the fish and meat business, or even the cloth business. However, he never thought that Venomous Snake 3 would want to do this kind of business in Aurora City. No matter what, he would never have thought that Venomous Snake 3 would want to do this kind of business. Lin Ju looked at Venomous Snake 3 and said, "Is the Shi family head's words true? You really want to do the grain, vegetable, and fruit business?" Venomous Snake 3 nodded and said, "Yes, I don't want to do this kind of business. Moreover, the goods have already arrived. Tomorrow, we will officially open. As for the price, it really isn't expensive. It's about the same as fish and meat. What does the Lin family head think?" Hiss. Lin Ju couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at Venomous Snake 3's appearance. It really didn't seem like he was joking. He quickly said, "I wonder how much grain, vegetable, and fruit family head she has? Can it support Aurora City's consumption?" Venomous Snake 3 smiled and said, "It's not a problem at all. The Lin family head doesn't need to worry." Lin Ju was sitting in his study while Lin Xiang was sitting in front of him. Lin Ju looked at Lin Xiang and said, "Xiang, send someone to Viper 3 tomorrow. I told him that I bought some grains, vegetables, and fruits from him." Lin Xiang couldn't help but stare when he heard Lin Ju. Then he looked at Lin Ju and said, "Father, does Viper 3 want to sell grains? It doesn't seem like they can make a lot of money. The shipping cost is too expensive." Lin Ju replied, "He doesn't want to do this kind of business. Moreover, he said that the quantity is sufficient. Xiang, you go see him tomorrow and see if the quantity is really sufficient." Lin Xiang nodded, then he said, "Father, what do you mean?" "I just want to see if they have enough goods," Lin Ju said in a deep voice. "You have to know that food, vegetables, and fruits can't be stored for a long time. If they don't have enough people, they won't be able to do this." Lin Xiang stared, then he said in a deep voice, "Father, you mean that if their supply is really sufficient, then it means that they have sufficient manpower? In other words, the strength of the person behind Viper 3 is far beyond our imagination?" Lin Ju nodded and said, "Right, that's what I mean. Actually, there's nothing to pay attention to about Viper 3. His identity isn't suspicious at all. The one we should pay attention to is Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai has always been living in seclusion. It's hard to see him go out. Therefore, we can only contact Viper 3 right now." Lin Xiang nodded, then he immediately said, "Father, what's the result of today's conversation? Will Viper 3 join us?" Lin Ju chuckled and said, "Yes, today went very smoothly. Viper 3 has decided to join us. However, he's still a bit worried about us. He hopes that if he has any problems in the future, or if the city lord is against him, then we'll help him." Lin Xiang nodded and said, "That's a must. Otherwise, wouldn't we have already been defeated by the city lord? It seems that he is also very clear that it is better for him to stand with us than with the city lord. Father, do you think we should spread this news and let the city lord give up?" Lin Ju faintly smiled and said, "There's no need. As long as you buy something from him tomorrow, you'll have already told others about our relationship. I think the city lord will understand what's going on. Right, Viper 3 also mentioned something today. He said that the Iceblade gang won't act anymore, but he hopes that all the gangs in Aurora City will form an alliance. This way, we can better manage the gangs. Lin Xianxia frowned and said, form an alliance? Now that the Iceblade gang was so strong, he must have asked the Iceblade gang to be the alliance leader, right? What was he trying to do? Are you going to use this method to swallow up the other gangs? Lin Ju shook his head and said, that's impossible. He should know that there are a lot of gangs in the city that are related to the various clans. If he really did that, then it would cause our clans to be dissatisfied. At that time, his gains wouldn't make up for his losses. Moreover, he also said that this alliance would be the same as our Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? Lin Xiang nodded and said, if that's the case, then it's not impossible to agree. However, if he really dares to use his status as the alliance leader to interfere with the internal affairs of the other gangs, then the alliance would automatically be cancelled. I think he wouldn't object to this. Lin Ju smiled and said, right, Xianxia, you being able to think of this is very good. Xianxia, how about this, if you have time, you can go and see Zhao Hai. Lin Xiang nodded and said, I also have the same idea. This Zhao Hai's identity is really too mysterious. If I don't see him, then I won't be at ease. Lin Ju said in a deep voice, don't probe too much. For someone like Zhao Hai, even if you probe, it's useless. Right, didn't the Wu clan order a lot of pills from Viper-san? You should also go and order a batch from Zhao Hai. See if Zhao Hai can take out these pills. Lin Xiang nodded and said, yes, father. I know. I'll go in a few days. Tomorrow, I'll go and take a look at Viper-san's shop. Lin Ju nodded and said in a deep voice, I really didn't expect that after so many years, no one would be able to do this business. It's really surprising. Lin Xiang didn't say anything. In fact, regarding this matter, there wasn't a single person in Aurora City who wasn't surprised. However, since the matter had already been done, it was useless for them to say anything. They might as well let it develop. Aurora City's major clans were very clear that although their clans could be considered as important figures in Aurora City, they were still lacking in the outside world. Therefore, when they faced Viper Trio, they didn't have the confidence to do so. Viper-san wasn't scary, but the scary one was Zhao Hai. His strength was unfathomable, and his background was unknown. He was the one that the large clans were truly afraid of. Therefore, they were very obedient. The next morning, the Spirit Tree grain store officially opened. These stores were originally the Wu clan stores. Now, all of them had been renamed by Viper-san. Moreover, most of them had become grain stores. Only a few of them had become magic weapon stores. With so many grains in the beginning, it naturally attracted the attention of the entire Aurora City. Even if the ordinary people couldn't afford it, they still wanted to take a look at the grain stores and see what kind of grains they had. However, when the people of Aurora City entered the grain stores, they discovered that the things in the stores were things that they had never seen before. There were vegetables, fruits, and all kinds of grains. Most importantly, whether it was vegetables, fruits, or grains, the prices were very low. Ordinary people like them were actually able to afford them. This caused a sensation in the entire Aurora City. When did the grains in Aurora City become so cheap? Some of the grains could even be sold for 1 silver coin per caddy. This price was really too cheap. Because the price of these grains was really too cheap, the people of Aurora City didn't know what to do. This was because these grains were all varieties that they had never seen before. They really didn't know how these grains would taste. Therefore, although these grains were very cheap, they still didn't dare to buy them. However, at this time, the people in the stores took out some of the rice that was made from these grains and directly placed it in front of the people in the city to taste. After the people in the city tasted the rice made from these grains, they no longer doubted these grains and immediately started to buy them. In just a moment, there was a rush to buy the grains in Aurora City. Of course, the people of Aurora City didn't only buy grains. Vegetables and fruits were even more popular than grains. This was because the vegetables and fruits in Aurora City were really too little. Some people might have lived in Aurora City for their entire life and have never seen vegetables and fruits. Therefore, these vegetables and fruits were now more popular than grains in Aurora City. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had prepared a lot of these things. Not to mention a small city with 100,000 people, even a city with 1,000,000 people would have enough to sell. But even so, Zhao Hai was still shocked by the purchasing power of the people in Aurora City. He really didn't think that the purchasing power of the people in Aurora City would be so strong. Actually, the great clans also put in a lot of effort. The great clans bought a lot of things from the Spirit Tree grain store. From grains to vegetables to fruits, they bought a lot of them. However, this kind of hot sales only lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the market in Aurora City stabilized. After all, the Spirit Tree grain store had a lot of vegetables and fruits, so there was no need for them to fight over them. However, in these 3 days, the Spirit Tree grain store's reputation had already spread. It even attracted some foreign merchants to come to Aurora City. They wanted to buy some grains from the Spirit Tree grain store and sell them in other cities. Zhao Hai naturally supplied them with all his strength. The Lost Soul Empire had a lot of grains that they couldn't even finish eating. Not to mention a few cities, even if everyone in the 5 spirit realms ate their grains, they still wouldn't be able to finish it. Because of this, Zhao Hai naturally opened up his supply. However, as for the other cities, Zhao Hai didn't just buy from them. He had already discussed with Viper Trio that the foreign cities would have to use the identity of a dealer to get their goods. Within a region, there would only be one dealer. Moreover, these dealers would have to put a deposit with Aurora City in order to ensure their profits. In the past, when doing business in the 5 spirit realms, there was no such thing. Because of this, when Zhao Hai said that he wanted to do this, Viper Trio broke out in cold sweat. He was afraid that the merchants wouldn't agree with their approach. After all, not only would the other party have to spend money to buy their goods, they would also have to follow the price that they offered. Most importantly, the other party would have to put a deposit with them. He had never seen such a way of doing business, so how could the other party agree? In fact, Viper Trio was thinking too much. He didn't understand these merchants at all. The Arctic continent was lacking in grains. As long as they had grains, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Moreover, the price that Zhao Hai set for them wasn't fixed. It didn't mean that they wouldn't be able to make money, it was just that the profit that they would make would be a little bit less. However, there was only one store in that region, so they weren't afraid that they wouldn't be able to sell their goods. Not only would they be able to sell their goods, they would be able to sell a lot of them. In addition, the price that Zhao Hai gave them included the transportation fee. It can be said that they were making a lot of money by selling the grains that Zhao Hai took out. Merchants were profit-oriented. As long as there was money to be made, they would do this business. Even if the conditions were harsh, they weren't afraid as long as they could make money. Additionally, Zhao Hai's Chamber of Commerce had just been established. They were lacking in manpower, so it was impossible for them to supervise the distributors. When the time comes, even if they were to sell the grains at a high price, Zhao Hai wouldn't know about it. Therefore, even if these merchants were to face Zhao Hai's harsh conditions, they would still gladly endure it. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't promise too many people. He only promised the merchants in the nearby cities that they would be able to sell his grains. This would make it easier to supervise. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also preparing to open his own grain stores in other cities. Naturally, it was impossible for him to fill up all the cities at once. Because of these matters, Zhao Hai and the others were busy for more than 10 days. Only then did the entire Spirit Tree grain store calm down. The matter was finally over. Although the matter was finished, Viper 3 was still very happy. This was because the grain business was very profitable. In just a few days, the amount of money they earned was more than what the Iceblade gang earned in a few years. Although the sales would decline in the future, it would still be stable. It can be said that the grain stores had now become chickens that lay golden eggs. However, something that made Viper 3 even happier happened. Although the merchants in the surrounding cities had left, another group of people came to the Spirit Tree grain store to order grains. These people were all small merchants, and their scope of business was very interesting. They were all small merchants who went to the small tribes to trade. When Zhao Hai first arrived in the 5 spirit realm, he saw these small merchants who were trading with the villages. They generally didn't use money to trade, they were all bartering. Although these small merchants weren't very eye-catching, their sales ability couldn't be underestimated. Although the villagers' lives weren't easy, they never lacked fur. Fur and beast meat were also in high demand. Because of this, these small merchants were able to earn a lot of money every year. Of course, Zhao also told the small merchants that they could make money, and he wouldn't oppose them, but they shouldn't be too greedy. Before, when they traded grain with the villagers, the price was very high. The main reason for this was that there was very little grain, and the price was very high. But now, Zhao had a lot of grain, and the price wasn't high. If they sold it at the same price as before, then it would be unfair to the villagers. So Zhao reminded them not to sell grain to the villagers at too high a price. If they were to trade with the villagers at the same price as before, then if they were found out, then they wouldn't be sold any grain to them in the future. Although the small merchants agreed, in Zhao Hai's opinion, his words weren't enough to deter them. After all, the place they were going to was very far away. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to supervise them, it wouldn't be easy. It was even more difficult than the merchants in the city. Because of this, it was hard to say what price these small merchants would sell at. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to let these small merchants go. He was prepared to monitor them closely for a period of time. He wanted these small merchants to be honest. Only in this way could his grain business continue for a long time. As for whether or not people would suspect the origin of these grains, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Even if they did, it would be impossible for them to guess that he came from another realm. And even if they did, Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid. He was planning to invade the 5 spirit realms anyway. Even if he was discovered, it would only bring forward his plan, it wasn't a big deal. The business of the Spirit Tree grain store was finally on track. Nearly a month had passed. During this month, Zhao Hai and the others didn't just deal with the grain store. They also did something else, and that was to establish a gang alliance. Ice Wolf had successfully become the leader of the gang alliance. However, Ice Wolf and the others were very clear that behind those gangs stood the great clans. Even if they became the leader, there was nothing to be proud of. Even the great clans believed that they still had absolute control over those gangs. They would never have thought that those gang leaders had already become Zhao Hai's subordinates. They were even more loyal than Viper 3 and the others. This was because those people had already become Zhao Hai's slaves. Zhao Hai used a formation to forcefully take those people as slaves. He had no choice but to do this because he didn't want to stay in Aurora City for too long. He had already done what he needed to do. Now, it was time for him to take a look at other places. However, Zhao Hai didn't tell Viper 3 and the others that those gang leaders had already been subdued by him. He only told Viper 3 that those gang leaders had already been threatened by him and had agreed to become his subordinates. This made Viper 3 feel that he didn't need to worry about those gangs. Regarding Zhao Hai's words, Viper 3 actually didn't quite believe it. This was because in Viper 3's opinion, those gang leaders' guarantees were the least secure. They had only agreed to become Zhao Hai's subordinates. However, if they regretted it in the future, Viper 3 wouldn't be able to do anything to those people. However, since Zhao Hai had already said it, Viper 3 naturally didn't say anything. Moreover, Ice Wolf had already become the alliance leader. Those gang leaders were also obedient to Ice Wolf. This made Viper 3 feel relieved. At this time, the city lord also knew that Viper 3 had already stood together with the other great clans. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he didn't target Viper 3. After all, even if Viper 3 joined those great clans, it would only restore Aurora City to its original state. There was nothing great about it. It could be said that the entire Aurora City was now completely calm. The turmoil caused by the Wu family's departure had completely disappeared. At the same time, Viper 3 had also officially entered the upper echelons of Aurora City. However, no one knew that at the same time, Zhao Hai still controlled the entire underworld of Aurora City. Those gang members had already become Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai didn't only control those gang leaders and some small leaders had also become Zhao Hai's slaves. This was why Zhao Hai was so relieved. He was very clear that the entire underworld of Aurora City was now under his control. Zhao Hai didn't turn Viper 3 and the Ice Wolf into his slaves. This was because Viper 3 and the Ice Wolf had already submitted to him, so there was no need to turn them into his slaves. When Zhao Hai saw that the matters here were more or less settled, he called Viper 3 and Ice Wolf to his room. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, "I'm going to leave Aurora City. I'll teach you the method to contact me. You should know that, right? I won't say anything else. If there's anything in the future, just contact me directly. I'll rush back to Aurora City in the shortest time possible." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Viper 3 and Ice Wolf were stunned. Then, their expressions couldn't help but change. Viper 3 looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you leaving now? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Right now, Aurora City has just stabilized. We can't leave you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't say that. What's there to be unable to leave? If I stay here, when will you be able to take charge? Third Master, Ice Wolf, both of you are quite talented. That's why I'm relieved to leave Aurora City to you. Ice Wolf, don't touch those gangs. First, I've already threatened them, so they shouldn't go too far. Second, if the major clans know that you've touched those gangs, they definitely won't let you off. Third Master, you don't need to do anything. You just need to maintain a good relationship with the higher-ups of Aurora City and vigorously develop your own strength. Right now, the Shi clan's strength is still too weak, so you need to vigorously develop. Don't be afraid of spending money. I won't take a single cent of the money earned here in Aurora City. You can just stay and develop. Remember, you must control Aurora City well." The two nodded at the same time. Zhao Hai was about to leave. This made the two of them a bit nervous. They always felt uncertain in their hearts, unlike when Zhao Hai was here. When Zhao Hai was here, if anything happened, they could find Zhao Hai at any time. Once Zhao Hai left, it would be difficult for them to get Zhao Hai to come back. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "All right, let's have a good drink today. I'll be leaving tomorrow." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the two nodded. Then Ice Wolf immediately went to prepare the food and drinks. The three drank until late at night. The next morning, Ice Wolf and Viper sent Zhao Hai to the transmission formation and left Aurora City. The city Zhao Hai arrived at this time was Icefield City. Zhao Hai had been to Icefield City several times before, so he was quite familiar with the place. However, it can also be said that he wasn't completely familiar with it. This was because he came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Therefore, he didn't have much of an impression of Icefield City. This time, Zhao Hai decided to stay here for a while. First, he found a hotel to stay in. Then he bought a house in Icefield City. It was a somewhat remote but very quiet house. Every day, he would wander around Icefield City, checking the situation of the city. After 3 days, Zhao Hai finally came to know that besides the city lord's mansion, there were 5 other forces in Icefield City. They were the Yao family, the Shi family, the Bei family, the Ming family, and the Mi family. These 5 families were the 5 major families of Icefield City. Naturally, there were also some small families in Icefield City. These small families didn't necessarily have to rely on the major families. After all, each small family wasn't weak. If the major families dared to make a move against these small families, it would cause a very strong backlash. In the end, the other major families who were eyeing them covetously would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Because of this, Icefield City was still a bit chaotic. Zhao Hai also knew about the underground world of Icefield City. In the entire underground world of Icefield City, there were dozens of big and small gangs. Among them, the most famous one was called the Purple Light Adventurer Group. That's right, it was an adventurer group, a group of adventurers. This group had a total of 2,000 adventurers. Its strength shouldn't be underestimated. The Firelight Adventurer Group was very strong. With 2,000 members, not only could they accept various tasks, they also had some businesses in the city. Of course, they would also do things that other gangs would do. Most importantly, all of their members were adventurers. All of them were veteran adventurers who had experienced life and death situations. Their fighting strength was very powerful. It can be said that the Purple Light Adventurer Group was definitely a big force in Icefield City. After hearing this news, Zhao Hai immediately set his sights on the Purple Light Adventurer Group. He wanted to get his hands on the Purple Light Adventurer Group. This way, he would have his own force in Icefield City. Most importantly, he could slowly control the underground world of Icefield City through the Purple Light Adventure Group. Then, he would have them contact Viper 3 and the others, connecting the underground worlds of the two cities. Over the next few days, Zhao Hai had been learning about the Purple Light Adventure Group. However, the way he learned about it was somewhat special. Zhao Hai made a move on the small gangs that had a grudge against the Purple Light Adventure Group. He enslaved their leaders, hall masters, and small leaders. Then, he learned about the situation of the Purple Light Adventure Group from them. Some people say that the person who understands you the most isn't you, but your enemy. This saying isn't wrong at all. This is because your enemy wants to destroy you all the time. Therefore, they will do their best to understand you. It's the same now. The small gangs that have enmity with the Purple Light Adventure Group can be said to be the ones who understand the Purple Light Adventure Group the most. They know the Purple Light Adventure Group's members, from the leader to the ordinary adventurers. They know the adventurers' fighting strength, their weaknesses, where their families are, who their families are, what spells they are most proficient in. This is really beyond their expectations. After understanding the Purple Light Adventure Group, Zhao Hai prepared to make a move against them. The Purple Light Adventure Group was actually very united. The people of the Purple Light Adventure Group trusted their leader the most. Their leader was called Purple Cloves. Although this name sounded strange, this person was very strong. Not only was he proficient in ice magic, he was also proficient in poison. His most proficient spell was called Purple Ice Armor. Purple Ice Armor was a combination of ice and poison magic. Not only does it have ice defensive energy, but if someone touches the armor, they would also be corroded by the poison on the armor. It was very difficult to deal with. Because of this technique, Purple Robe changed his name to Purple Robe. Nobody knew his original name. Purple Robe's name was similar to his technique. He was cold, ruthless, and vicious. He wasn't originally a member of the Purple Light Adventure Group. In the past, the Purple Light Adventure Group wasn't called the Purple Light Adventure Group, it was called the Icicle Adventure Group. Later on, Purple Robe joined the Purple Light Adventure Group. But in the beginning, Purple Robe was just an ordinary adventurer. Later on, some of the core members of the Icicle Adventure Group died in battle. Then, Purple Robe slowly rose up the ranks and became the leader of the Icicle Adventure Group. Then, he changed the name of the Icicle Adventure Group to the Purple Light Adventure Group. However, after Purple Cloves became the leader of the Purple Light Adventure Group, he also promoted the development of the Purple Light Adventure Group. After he took over the Purple Light Adventure Group, the Purple Light Adventure Group slowly developed. In the end, the Purple Light Adventure Group became the biggest force in the Icefield City's underground world. Of course, for Purple Cloves to be able to make the Purple Light Adventure Group reach this point, he must have done a lot of bad things. Especially in the underground world, if you want to have a place in the underground world, you must have some means. Today, Ziyu was 52 years old. In his 52 years of life, he had experienced a lot of things. He lost his father when he was young, his mother remarried, he was abused by his stepfather, he learned magic and poison techniques, he killed his stepfather's family in anger, and then he became an adventurer. After going through many life and death battles, he slowly came to realize that being an adventurer was impossible. If you want to have a future, you need to have your own force. Therefore, he joined the Icicle Adventure Group. Then he used some means to get the Icicle Adventure Group under his control. After that, he changed the name of the adventure group. After that, he attacked the surrounding gangs and killed his way out of Icefield City. It was precisely because of this experience that Purple Dress was very satisfied with his current life. Although he used to be an easy target, he later understood that if he wished to live a peaceful life in a place like the Purple Light Adventure Team and allow his descendants to continue controlling the team, not only did he need to be ruthless, but he also needed to be loyal. Ruthlessness was to deter those who wanted to rob him of his possessions. Loyalty, on the other hand, allowed him to gain a large group of loyal subordinates. This way, they would continue to protect his family if something happened to him. Because of this, Purple Robe slowly changed himself. Although he was ruthless on the outside, he was also very loyal to his subordinates. Slowly, there were no other voices in the Purple Light Mercenary Group, only Purple Robe's voice could be heard. Although his subordinates would still fight amongst themselves, it had nothing to do with Purple Robe. Their loyalty towards him wouldn't change. He was like a king, his subordinates were still loyal to him even though they were fighting in the dark. It had taken Purple Dress more than a decade to accomplish all of this. Now, the Purple Light Adventurer team had become the strongest team in Icefield City's underground world. Purple Dress was very satisfied with this result because she knew that this was the limit of her development. If she wanted to continue developing, she would have to confront the various families. Although she could gain the upper hand if she confronted the various families, she would offend all of them. Hence, she couldn't do that. Instead, she chose to guard her own territory, not daring to confront the various families rashly. Because of this, he was very careful when he rested every day. Not only would he have people guard his room, he would also set up an alarm formation in his room. This was a very rare treasure. And the people guarding his room were old men who had followed him for more than 10 years. They were very loyal to him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do next. He didn't know what to do next. Instead, he made people guard his room and set up an alarm formation in his room. This was a very rare treasure. Zi had always slept alone. Even if she was his wife, he had never spent the night with her. When he slept, he would always have a magic staff and magic tools in his hands, ready to use at any time. But now, he felt an unprecedented danger. This was because the person sitting in his room was carefully looking at his staff and artifacts. Zi didn't know when the person took the staff and artifacts away. He didn't even know when the person entered his room. However, there was one thing that Zi was sure of: if the person wanted to kill him, he would have already become a dead man. Purple Robe sat on the bed and looked at the person. The person was wearing ordinary black clothes, just like an ordinary adventurer. There was nothing special about him, even his appearance was very ordinary. However, facing this person, Purple Robe didn't dare to make a move. This was because he could feel that although the other party was looking at the magic staff and artifacts, his attention was still locked onto Purple Robe. If Purple Robe made a move, then the other party would deal with him at any time. Purple Robe was confident in this point. Zi sat on his bed and looked at the person. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, "May I know who Mr. is? Why did you suddenly enter my room?" The person put down his staff and artifacts. Then he looked at Zi and smiled faintly. "Leader Zi, I'm Zhao Hai. I hope Leader Zi can forgive me for taking the liberty to visit you today." Naturally, the person who came was Zhao Hai. He came today to subdue Zi. In fact, subduing Zi was only the last step. At this time, the entire Purple Light Adventurer group, including the hall leader and the small team leaders, had been subdued by Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to deal with Zi at the last moment. Zi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "May I know why Mr. is looking for me? Is there anything that I can do for you?" Zi was very calm. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't kill him, at least not now. Because of this, he asked this question. Zhao Hai looked at Purple and smiled faintly. Captain Purple really isn't someone who can be compared to others. In this situation, Captain Purple is still able to remain calm. This is very rare. I admire you. Zi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I don't like to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, then just say it." Zhao Hai looked at Zi and smiled faintly. "Actually, it's very simple. I admire Mr. Zi very much. I want Mr. Zi to work for me. What do you think?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Zi couldn't help but stare. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "What if I don't agree? Will you kill me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I won't, you will agree." "Really, I have many ways to make you agree. But if you take the initiative to agree and work for me willingly, then you will suffer less. Really, I'm not lying to you." Zi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What does Mr. want me to do for you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I want you to help me collect information in the Icefield City. I want you to know the situation of the great clans and the city lord. I also want you to do some other things. As long as I give you an order, then you must do it." Zi said, "Mr. is really overbearing. But from what Mr. said, it seems like you want to harm the Icefield City. Could it be that you're a member of that bandit group?" Zhao Hai looked at Ziyi and smiled faintly, you don't need to test me. You will know in the future. Also, you don't need to stall for time. It's useless to drag it out. How about it? Do you agree? I advise you to agree willingly. That way, you will suffer less. Really, I'm not lying to you. Ziyi looked at Zhao Hai and after some time, he said, is Mr. really that confident? You should know that this is the Purple Light Adventurer team. There are 2,000 people outside. Are you really confident that you can deal with those 2,000 people? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, although those 2,000 people are here, they still need to know what's going on here. Oh, it seems like Mr. Ziyi still doesn't understand his situation. I know that you have the space, but right now, your space equipment is useless. How about it? Do you still want to try? While Zhao Hai was speaking, Ziyi wanted to take out an artifact from his space to deal with Zhao Hai. However, what he didn't know was that Zhao Hai had used a barrier formation. Because of this, Ziyi was unable to open his space equipment. Seeing that he couldn't open his space equipment, Ziyi's complexion changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. is really formidable. Ziyi is willing to serve Mr. After saying that, Ziyi stood up and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Seeing Ziyi's actions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. However, the smile on his face didn't change. He looked at Ziyi and said, Commander Ziyi really knows how to adapt to circumstances. Alright, it's good that you agree. However, this won't do. I'll leave a mark on your body so that you'll always remember that you're this Zhao Hai's subordinate. After he said that, Zhao Hai formed a seal with both hands as a slave formation appeared in front of him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and the slave formation directly imprinted itself on Ziyi's body. Ziyi's body shook as if he was trying to resist the slave formation. However, the slave formation still entered his body. Then Ziyi let out a blood-curdling scream. However, before he could scream a few times, he fainted. Zhao Hai looked at Ziyi's appearance and smiled faintly. Then he muttered, You really are an ambitious and ruthless person. Unfortunately, you met me. It's impossible for you to scheme against me. Why didn't you just obediently become my subordinate? I already said that the ones who would suffer in the end would be you. Why didn't you believe me? Before long, Ziyi woke up. He was fine now, but when he recalled the pain he suffered, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. However, he was now Zhao Hai's slave. He didn't have any rebellious thoughts towards Zhao Hai. At this point, he only had respect and obedience towards Zhao Hai. Ziyi immediately got up from the ground and gave Zhao Hai a salute, I have seen master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, later on, call me young master. In the next few days, I will subdue all the gangs in Icefield City. You will be responsible for secretly contacting them. At the same time, you will monitor all the clans and city lords of Icefield City. Also, send someone to Aurora City to contact the Shi family's patriarch, Venomous Snake San. Tell him that I sent you, and that you two should cooperate well in the future. If he needs any help, you must help him. But at the same time, you must also pay attention to Venomous Snake San. If he has any bad ideas and wants to betray me, I will allow you to deal with him directly. Do you understand? Ziyi quickly replied, Yes, young master can rest assured. I will do my best. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Right now, all the hall masters and leaders of the Purple Light Mercenary Group are my people. Only the ordinary members aren't. I'll leave it to you to control them. Even if they don't know me, they still need to do what I tell them to do. Naturally, I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, All right. Ziyi replied, Yes, young master can rest assured. The Purple Light Adventurer Group won't cause any trouble. Leave this place to me. Young master doesn't need to worry about this place. Zhao Hai nodded, All right, it's good that you know what to do. I won't say anything else. Don't make any movements and wait for my news. After a few days, I'll tell you which gangs you can contact and which gangs you can't contact. When the time comes, you can send someone to contact them. You can contact Aurora City right now, but you still need to focus on Icefield City. After all, Icefield City is much bigger than Aurora City. Ziyi said in a deep voice, I understand. Tomorrow, I will send someone to contact Viper 3 in Aurora City. Don't worry, don't worry. Unlike in Aurora City, what Zhao Hai did in Icefield City could be said to have been done silently. This time, he only moved the gangs of Icefield City. Aside from the Purple Light Adventurer team, almost no one paid attention to these small gangs. This was because there were too many forces in Icefield City. There were countless large and small families in the city. Who would care about these small gangs? After Zhao Hai subdued the Purple Light Adventurer team, it can be said that he had achieved his goal in Icefield City. However, he still decided to subdue all the gangs in Icefield City. This way, he would gain control of the entire underworld of Icefield City. In the next few days, Zhao Hai subdued all the other gangs in Icefield City. This way, the entire underworld of Icefield City would be under Zhao Hai's control. However, Zhao Hai didn't directly control this underworld. He had Zi control the gangs, but she didn't want to integrate them. Instead, she wanted to keep them in their current state. She even wanted the gangs to have some conflicts with each other. Zhao Hai did this so that outsiders wouldn't know that these gangs were under his control. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that the strength of the people in Icefield City wasn't weak. At this point, Zhao Hai understood how the 5 spirit realms were divided. It was different from the Soul Realm and the Spirit Weapon Realm. The Soul Realm and the Spirit Weapon Realm focused on martial arts and didn't have any magic techniques. However, the 5 spirit realms were different. Here, magic techniques were the main focus. Once a person's magic reached a certain level, they would be able to fly. Because of this, the Soul Realm's division of strength wasn't suitable for the 5 spirit realms. In the 5 spirit realms, the warlocks were divided into 3 levels. Even if you don't practice much, you can still reach the 3rd level. Above the apprentice was the warlock. Warlocks were also divided into 3 levels. For example, Viper 3 and Ice Wolf belonged to the warlock category. Viper 3 was a level 3 warlock, while Ice Wolf was a 2nd level warlock. Above the warlocks were the mages, and mages were also divided into 3 levels. Zi belonged to the mage class. As long as you reach the mage class, you can fly in the sky. But Zi belonged to the 2nd level mage class. Above the mages were the masters, and these masters were also divided into 3 levels. Zhao Hai had encountered a master-level expert in Aurora City. In the great clans, there were master-level experts. If these masters were to fight against a void-level expert, then the result would be a tie. However, the chances of a void-level expert winning was still very high. The main reason for this was that the void-level expert's body was very tough. However, if a void-level expert wanted to kill a master, then it would be very difficult. This was because masters generally flew further than void-level experts. Above the masters were the spirit masters. These spirit masters belonged to the top group of people in the 5 spirit realms. Their strength should be comparable to a Broken River-level expert. Most importantly, their spiritual force was very formidable. Zhao Hai only learned about this division recently. However, he hadn't seen any spirit masters in the Icefield City. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't know about their true strength. Zhao Hai had to admit that the division of ranks in the 5 spirit realms was very good. It was also very simple and clear. After learning about this division, Zhao Hai also had a rough idea of the strength of the 5 spirit realms. It must be said that the strength of the 5 spirit realms wasn't weak. If it was before, then if the people of the 5 spirit realms were to fight against the spirit weapon realm or the soul realm, then the 5 spirit realms would win. This was because the people of the 5 spirit realms had a lot more ability to fly compared to the spirit weapon realm and the soul realm. But now, the situation was different. There were a lot of people in the spirit weapon realm and the soul realm who could fly. In this case, the 5 spirit realms wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, the development of formations in the 5 spirit realms was much better compared to the soul realm and the 5 spirit realms. At the very least, the 5 spirit realms had begun to use artifacts on a large scale. Moreover, there were a lot of artifacts. If the 5 spirit realms were to fight against the spirit weapon realm and the soul realm, then the 2 realms wouldn't be their opponents. But now, things were different. Now that the spirit weapon realm and the soul realm had developed, and Zhao Hai had also created large artifacts, the 5 spirit realms wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Of course, this didn't mean that the five spirit realms didn't have any strength. Zhao Hai discovered that there were still people in the five spirit realms who could subdue some beasts to help them fight. These beasts were very powerful, and some of them were even very large, enough to be used as large artifacts. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai and the others to deal with the five spirit realms. They must plan well. Otherwise, the losses would be very big. Zhao Hai attached more importance to the five spirit realms than to the destroyer. He didn't know when the destroyer would appear. Even if the destroyer appeared, the soul realm would be able to destroy it with their current strength. When the time comes, the five spirit realms would be able to attack the destroyer. At this time, Zhao Hai had Wen Hai and the others begin training. They were training how to fight in the destruction domain. At the same time, they were also training their warships. They were also training how to fight in the destruction domain, how people would be affected by the destruction domain, and what adjustments they should make. Of course, this kind of training couldn't be carried out in the soul realm. This was because the power of destruction in the soul realm was rootless and couldn't meet the requirements of the training. If the Lost Soul Empire wanted to carry out this kind of training, they would have to go to the spirit weapon realm and train on the Sea of the Spirit Weapon realm. The power of destruction in the Sea of the Spirit Queen realm was still considered pure and could be used for training. However, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about these things right now. The Lost Soul Empire had a lot of talented people in this field. There were a lot of people who specialized in formations, artifacts, and pills. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about this at all. After subduing the gangs of the Icefield City, Zhao Hai prepared to leave the city. This time, he was going to a bigger city. The Icefield City and the nearby cities were all handed over to Ze. Not only was Ze strong, she was also very scheming. As long as she was given an opportunity, she would be able to complete the task given to her by Zhao Hai. Naturally, what Ze lacked right now was manpower. The number of experts in her hands was too small. It would be difficult for her to swallow so many territories at once. However, Zhao Hai could provide her with support in this regard. It was impossible for Viper 3 to know that Zhao Hai was the king of the Lost Soul Empire. However, Ze was aware of this because she was now Zhao Hai's slave. Naturally, she would know about this matter. Zhao Hai also ordered the experts of the Lost Soul Empire to be on standby. They could come to the Icefield City at any time to support Ze's operation. Zhao Hai also ordered the Lost Soul Empire to prepare some camouflage formations to disguise the souls of the people. This way, they wouldn't attract too much attention when they arrive at the Icefield City. Zhao Hai even told Wen Hai and Ze to send some experts to familiarize themselves with the environment of the Icefield City. This way, they wouldn't be able to adapt to the environment when they arrive. The first batch of experts had already arrived. They were led by Tang Ming. Zhao Hai didn't feel comfortable letting someone else lead the team. Zhao Hai also told Ze that Tang Ming's status was higher than his. However, because Tang Ming wasn't familiar with the environment of the five spirit realms, all operations in the Icefield City would be led by Ze. Tang Ming also understood this, so he didn't have any objections. He was just curious about the five spirit realms. After all, Zhao Hai had sent a lot of information about the five spirit realms to the Lost Soul Empire. Tang Ming and the others had read the information and had some understanding of the five spirit realms. Since Ze was now Zhao Hai's slave, she naturally wouldn't oppose Zhao Hai's opinion. Not only did she arrange for Tang Ming and the others, she also arranged some of her trusted subordinates to take Tang Ming and the others to the wilderness for some time. At the same time, she also let Tang Ming and the others familiarize themselves with the city's environment. In the Purple Light Adventurer team, only a few people knew about Tang Ming and the others' arrival. Most of them were Zhao Hai's slaves. Because of this, Tang Ming and the others were very safe. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Although he wanted to go to other city-states, he also knew that now wasn't the time. Therefore, he decided to wait in the Icefield City for some time. Zhao Hai waited for nearly a month until Purple Robe and Viper 3 were in contact. Then he arranged for Tang Ming and the others to settle down. Then Zhao Hai prepared to leave. Zhao Hai didn't plan to take Tang Ming and the others with him. Although Tang Ming and the others had a certain understanding of the Icefield City, they still didn't know much about it. Moreover, although Tang Ming and the others had their souls replaced, they still didn't know any magic. Once they fight, they would only be able to use martial arts. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't do this. After leaving the Icefield City, Zhao Hai set his next destination as White Fox City. White Fox City was a very strange place. It was one of the few cities in the Icefield continent that was built directly on land. White Fox City wasn't an island. Moreover, the walls of White Fox City weren't made of ice, instead, they were made of stone. However, outside the stone walls, a layer of ice was added. In any case, the ice here wouldn't melt for a long time, making the defensive capabilities of the walls stronger. The island that White Fox City was located on was very large. Most of the houses in the city were concentrated around the island. The middle of the island was used for planting things. This was because the temperature in the middle of the island was very high, making it suitable for planting things. White Fox City can be said to be a trading center in the northern part of the Icefield continent. Here, one can conduct all kinds of transactions. Among them, beast hides, formations, and staves were the most popular. Zhao Hai went from Icefield City to White Fox City through the transmission formation. Upon arriving at White Fox City, Zhao Hai immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This was because the houses in the city were all made of stone. The ground was also made of stone. There were also a lot of vegetables planted on the roadside. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the place and didn't make a mistake. These were indeed vegetables. These vegetables were common vegetables in the Icefield continent. They had a high yield. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the houses in the city. Although the houses were made of stone, they weren't glued together with soil. Instead, they were piled up. Because of this, the stone walls looked very thick. The roofs of these houses were mostly made of seaweed. They looked very tall and thick. They were very special and had a different flavor. This was the first time that Zhao Hai had seen a roof like this. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the people here cherished their land very much. Moreover, Zhao Hai also heard a rumor. It was said that White Fox City originally had a stone mountain. However, after the founders of White Fox City inspected the island, they decided to use the stones on the mountain to build walls and houses. This way, they would be able to make a lot of space for planting things. Therefore, they dug out the mountain and turned the island into a flat land. Naturally, there were a lot of people living outside White Fox City. These people built their houses outside the city, directly on the ice. They lived in igloos because White Fox City didn't allow so many people to live in it. The number of people living in White Fox City was fixed. More than this number was absolutely not allowed. From the moment White Fox City was built, the number of houses in the city didn't increase, it even decreased a little. Moreover, all the land in White Fox City that could be planted was planted with things. This was the reason why Zhao Hai saw vegetables growing on the roadsides of White Fox City. The roads in White Fox City weren't straight, all the roads were curved. The purpose of doing this was the same. There were some places that weren't suitable for planting, or there were stones below. Therefore, the roads that could be planted were all planted with vegetables. This was the scenery of White Fox City. However, in White Fox City, there was originally a large trading market. It was said that the place was originally a rocky beach and there was no way to grow crops. Therefore, a trading market was built there. It was precisely because of this that this place became an important trading center in the northern part of the Arctic continent. Zhao Hai first found a place to live in the city. In White Fox City, aside from the trading market, all the other houses had been remodeled. The original houses were built with 2 or more floors. Almost all of these remodeled houses were turned into hotels. And the hotels in the city were much more expensive compared to the hotels outside. Currently, White Fox City was becoming more and more prosperous. Because this was the northern trading center of the ice ocean continent, it was impossible to rely on a single trading market. Therefore, a huge trading market was formed outside the city. However, if you want to buy good things, you have to go to the city's market. That place was filled with high-quality goods. When Zhao Hai arrived at White Fox City, it was natural for him to go to the White Fox Market first. The White Fox Market was very big, it covered an area of more than 100,000 square meters. There were a lot of merchants inside, most of them had their own shops. There were also some merchants who set up stalls inside. The things in the White Fox Market were very expensive. Even if it was the same thing as other places, the price would still be 2 times higher than other places. However, nobody complained. This was because the things in the White Fox Market were the best. The quality of the things in the White Fox Market was much better than outside. This was especially true for things like spells and artifacts. A lot of people would rather buy them at a high price in the White Fox Market than outside. This was because these things were related to a person's life and death. If you go outside to buy something, then you might not be able to guarantee the quality. If your artifact were to suddenly break during a fight, then it would be fatal for you. Zhao Hai bought a lot of things in the White Fox Market. Formations, artifacts, spell books, pills, and all kinds of things. He bought a lot of them because he had a use for them. At this point, Zhao Hai already had a good understanding of the 5 spirit realms formations and refining methods. However, he still wanted to learn more about them. The same was true for pills, spell books, and formation books. These things would allow him to understand the 5 spirit realms better. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't buy too many things in the market. That would attract too much attention. Even if he wanted to buy things, he would buy them separately. Moreover, he wouldn't buy a lot at once. Therefore, nobody would notice him. After strolling around the city for a day, Zhao Hai lost interest in it. Instead, he went to White Fox City's farmlands. Upon seeing White Fox City's farmlands, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because there were still people working in White Fox City's farmlands. Moreover, all of the people working there were actually trash souls. Looking at the people wearing tattered linen clothes, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. This was because he discovered that there were marks on their faces. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what these marks meant, Zhao Hai was very clear about one thing. These people were all slaves. These marks represented their status as slaves. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what White Fox City used to show their status as slaves, he was very clear about this practice. He had seen a lot of slaves in the past. When he saw the expressions of these people, Zhao Hai immediately knew that they were slaves. Zhao Hai didn't expect that there would be slaves in White Fox City. He hadn't seen any slaves in Polar Light City and Icefield City. So why would there be slaves in White Fox City? While Zhao Hai was looking at the slaves in a daze, a person saw Zhao Hai and came over. Before he reached Zhao Hai's side, the person loudly said to Zhao Hai, "What are you doing here? Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and discovered that he was a warlock with an ice soul. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the person and said, "Mister, this is the first time I've come to White Fox City. I heard that White Fox City has its own farm, so I came to take a look. I have no other intentions." The person looked at Zhao Hai and discovered that Zhao Hai was a tree soul. He didn't say anything and just nodded, "You can take a look, but you can't enter the farm." Then he ignored Zhao Hai and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai didn't ask the person about the slaves. This was because he hadn't heard about them before. Even when he met Uncle Dao in Polar Light City, he didn't hear about them. Although Uncle Dao was a miscellaneous worker, he was just a servant of the Iceblade gang, not a slave. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know about them. It was precisely because he hadn't heard of it that he didn't ask. He was afraid that the other party would doubt his identity after asking. There were slaves in White Fox City. It was definitely not a secret realm in the 5 spirit realms. Since no one mentioned this matter, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the White Fox City did a good job of keeping secrets. All outsiders didn't know that there were slaves here. However, it could be seen from the words of the person just now that White Fox City didn't keep this matter a secret. The second possibility was that everyone knew about this matter, and they knew it very clearly. They were used to it, so no one mentioned it. As far as the current situation was concerned, the second possibility was more likely. If Zhao Hai asked about this matter, then others would know that he didn't agree with them. Naturally, they would doubt his identity. After returning to the hotel, Zhao Hai's mood was still somewhat heavy. He didn't think that a place like the 5 spirit realms would have slaves. The spirit weapon realm didn't have slaves, but the soul realm did. However, only the Lion Soul Kingdom had slaves. Now that he unified the Soul Realm, there were no more slaves in the Lion Soul Kingdom. All of the slaves had been freed. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the 5 spirit realms level of civilization was much higher than the Soul Realm and the Spirit Weapon Realm. Then Zhao Hai went to White Fox City to check some travel books and historical materials. Only then did Zhao Hai understand the origin of the slaves. It turned out that slaves had always existed in the 5 spirit realms. However, the slaves in the 5 spirit realms only had one identity, and that was the mixed soul. In the 5 spirit realms, the mixed soul lived with the other soul experts. However, because the mixed soul experts couldn't learn magic arts, even if they could, their learning speed was very slow. Additionally, the 5 spirit realms focused on magic arts, there was almost no martial arts. Although the mixed soul experts could learn martial arts, their martial arts weren't very high. There was no way for them to compare with magic arts. Because of this, the status of the mixed soul experts in the 5 spirit realms wasn't high. Moreover, the 5 spirit realms didn't know about the existence of the mixed soul continent. Later on, a merchant ship encountered a storm at sea and was blown to the mixed soul continent. But then the merchant discovered that the mixed soul continent was very desolate. Aside from grazing and planting, there was almost nothing that could be used. The merchant was very disappointed, but he still told this news to the higher-ups of the 5 spirit realms. The higher-ups of the 5 spirit realms didn't care much about the continent. After several generations, the people of the 5 spirit realms began to reject the mixed soul experts. In the end, they simply drove all the mixed soul experts to the mixed soul continent and left them to fend for themselves. If this was the case, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, who would have thought that the continents of the 5 spirit realms would undergo a major earthquake? This caused the population of the 5 spirit realms to decrease greatly. Many places needed labor. At this time, people suddenly remembered the mixed soul cultivators in the mixed soul continent. Therefore, they sent ships to the continent to see if the mixed soul cultivators were still alive. However, when they arrived at the mongrel soul continent, they saw that not only were the mongrel souls alive, they were living very well. This caused the people of the 5 continents to feel unbalanced. You people who were abandoned by us are now living so freely. How can this be? Therefore, they immediately began to attack the mixed soul experts in the mixed soul continent and captured them as slaves. They even wanted to enslave all the mixed soul experts in the mixed soul continent. However, they didn't expect that the mixed soul experts in the mixed soul continent would hate them to death. Therefore, a war began. The two sides fought for 3 years in the mixed soul continent. The people of the mixed soul continent paid the price of tens of millions of casualties to repel the people of the other continents. In the end, the people of the mixed soul continent were able to retain their freedom. However, the people of the 5 spirit realms didn't let them go. There were still some people who took the risk to enter the mixed soul continent and attack the people of the mixed soul continent. They captured the mixed soul experts in the 5 spirit realms and turned them into slaves. This was the reason why there were slaves in the 5 spirit realms. Even now, there were still people from the 5 spirit realms who went to the mixed soul continent to capture slaves. Although the people of the mixed soul continent were on guard, it was impossible to guard against them. This was also the reason why there were very few mixed soul experts in the 5 spirit realms. As long as a mixed soul expert appeared in the 5 spirit realms, they would be captured as slaves. Although the situation had improved in recent years, the people of the 5 spirit realms had also recognized the status of mixed soul experts. Some people from the mixed soul continent wouldn't be captured if they appeared in the 5 spirit realms. However, slave hunting and selling had always been going on without stopping. At the same time, no one from the mixed soul continent was willing to come to the 5 spirit realms. At the same time, the slaves from the mixed soul continent that were captured by the 5 continents were also living and reproducing in the 5 continents. However, these people couldn't obtain a true identity, they had always been slaves. The farmers in White Fox City were the descendants of these slaves. They were born slaves and would always be slaves. Their descendants would also be slaves for generations to come, their descendants and their descendants would also be slaves for generations to come. In Zhao Hai's view, these people from the 5 spirit realms were a group of bandits. They were bandits who put on a hypocritical face. In other words, they wanted to be whores but also wanted to establish a monument to their chastity. Zhao Hai also discovered that he made the right decision to have Tang Ming and the others change their souls and come to the five spirit realms. If they really came to the five spirit realms with mixed soul experts, then they would certainly cause a lot of trouble. In addition to this, Zhao Hai also learned that there was a slave trading market in White Fox City. There were a lot of slaves from the mixed soul continent. This slave trading market was about 100 li away from White Fox City. After learning about these things, Zhao Hai prepared to go to the slave trading market to take a look. Now that the five spirit realms had clearly issued a rule that the trading of slaves was not allowed. However, they didn't care about the existence of such a slave trading market and showed a laissez-faire attitude. In fact, they didn't want to recognize the status of mixed soul experts. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the small ice city in front of him. This was the slave market outside of White Fox City. It would be nonsense to say that the people of White Fox City didn't know about the existence of this slave market. Although the ice city wasn't big, it was obvious that it wasn't built in a day or two. In this case, if the people of White Fox City didn't know about the existence of this ice city, then they could just go and die. However, even though they knew about the existence of this ice city, they still allowed Zhao Hai to freely trade here. This showed how capable they were. On one hand, they were saying that they wouldn't allow slaves to exist, and on the other hand, they were raising a lot of slaves. At the same time, they also allowed the existence of the slave market to be made public. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about these things right now. For Zhao Hai, politicians were all the same. If you want to compare shamelessness with politicians, then you've already lost. Zhao Hai hired a deer carriage to bring him here. Although he could walk, that would be too conspicuous. People who came here to buy slaves didn't walk. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to take a carriage. Fortunately, the speed of the carriage was very fast. It took less than 4 hours to arrive here. The carriage directly entered the small ice city. There were a lot of small houses in this small ice city, all of them were made of ice. In front of these small houses, there were a lot of mixed souls. They stood there with wooden faces, as if they had lost their souls. Although the temperature here was very low, these people were also wearing leather clothes. However, their leather clothes were very little, exposing most of their bodies. This made it easy for people to see their figures, showing how strong they were. There were also women and children here. The women were also wearing very little leather clothes. The children were also the same. They had marks on their faces. These marks were drawn with a potion that couldn't be removed. The marks wouldn't stay with people for a lifetime. If a slave with such a mark appeared in the city, then they would immediately be caught. The slave market was very big. Outside the market was an ice wall that was as tall as a person. Zhao Hai understood why there was an ice wall here. It was because they were afraid that the slaves would run away, so they built an ice wall here. In this market, there would be an ice soul cultivator at every certain distance. They wore thick leather clothes and stood there, constantly selling their slaves to the people around them. Those slaves stood there like commodities, being picked and selected by the people around them. To be honest, seeing this scene, Zhao Hai was very angry. Even if he had seen this scene countless times in the past, he was still very angry. However, he didn't say anything. Before he conquered the five spirit realms, it was useless to say anything. Only after he conquered the five spirit realms and had the ability to change everything would people listen to him. Zhao Hai got down from the deer carriage. He stood there quietly and looked at the slaves here. He knew that a lot of the slaves here had their own families. The slave merchants would force the male and female slaves into a family. When the female slaves had children, they would separate the male slaves from the female slaves. The children would then be sold along with the female slaves. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a lot of families like this. However, he didn't say anything and just slowly walked forward. From time to time, there would be slave merchants coming to sell him slaves. However, Zhao Hai didn't look at them and just continued to walk forward. He wasn't prepared to buy slaves today. Even if he did, he wouldn't have a place to settle them down. Moreover, even if he bought a few slaves and settled them down, it would be like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Zhao Hai just wanted to see what the slaves here were like. While Zhao Hai was walking forward, a small figure suddenly attracted Zhao Hai's attention. The child was standing there. In front of him was a corpse of a woman. The child stood there with an expressionless face. The sole on his head was a tree vine. The child looked to be around 10 years old. He looked very thin and wore leather clothes that exposed a lot of his flesh. His face also had the mark of a slave. However, his eyes weren't as dull as the other slaves. His eyes were cold, and there was anger and killing intent hidden in them. However, his skin was covered with scars. Some of these scars were new while some were old. Zhao Hai stopped and looked at the corpse at the boy's feet. Then he looked at the surroundings. This was the edge of the slave market. Generally, people wouldn't come here. It was precisely because of this that the slave merchants allowed this corpse to exist. One must know that these corpses couldn't be found anywhere else. They would be cleaned up and thrown into the water. Zhao Hai looked at the corpse. It was a female slave. She should be around 20 years old, but she wasn't 30 years old. She looked good, but she wasn't very beautiful. She should have been dead for a long time. Her body didn't seem to be completely frozen. This woman should be the boy's mother. Slaves generally took a long time to give birth to their children. Therefore, it was normal for the woman to give birth to the boy when she was only 10 years old. Zhao Hai looked at the boy. The boy also noticed Zhao Hai. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes were still cold. Then he turned his head and no longer paid attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked to the side and saw a fat slave merchant not too far away. He was talking to someone. It was clear that the person wanted to buy slaves. The person was pointing at several slaves and said something to the slave merchant. The two seemed to be bargaining. They didn't pay attention to the boy and the woman's corpses. Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the slave merchant. At this time, the slave merchant and the person who wanted to buy the slaves had already discussed the price. After the two finished the transaction, the person who wanted to buy the slaves left. After the slave merchant put away the money, he discovered Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai, the slave merchant immediately came over with a smile on his face. He cupped his fist and said, "Mr. wants to buy slaves. I have all kinds of slaves here. Moreover, these slaves have all kinds of skills. If Mr. wants to buy them, they would definitely be good workers. They can also help Mr. with a lot of other work. How about it? Does Mr. like any of them? If Mr. likes any of them, then I can give you a discount." Zhao Hai looked at the slave merchant and faintly smiled. Then he pointed at the boy and said, "How much for the boy?" The merchant looked at the direction Zhao Hai was pointing at. His expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry, mister, I can't sell him. Mister should know that the slaves we sell are trained before they are sold. Only when the slaves are well trained and obedient will we sell them. However, we haven't trained the boy yet. We trained him for a period of time. At first, his performance wasn't very good, but after being taught a lesson, his performance became very good. But who would have thought that when he arrived here, he would suddenly go crazy? This means that he hasn't been trained well." Zhao Hai looked at the fat man and said, "Sell him to me. I won't say that I bought him from you. How about it?" The merchant pondered for a moment before he said, "1 gold coin. If Mr. can give me 1 gold coin, then I'll let you take him away. However, I won't admit that he came from me." The slave merchant was very clear that a slave like the boy wasn't worth much. Moreover, the boy was too disobedient. It would be very difficult for them to tame him. If they didn't manage to kill him, then the slave would be worthless. It would be better to sell him to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai casually threw a gold coin to the merchant, then he said, "Give me the corpse on the ground as well. That should be his mother. Let him meet with his mother." The slave merchant dexterously received the coin that Zhao Hai threw at him. Then he immediately said, "No problem. Mr. can take him away. You're really kind." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Instead, he walked towards the boy. The slave merchant also followed him. When the two stood in front of the boy, the slave merchant opened his mouth and said, "Donkey, you already belong to this mister. In the future, this mister will be your master." If you're disobedient, then this mister can kill you at any time. You can leave with this mister now. The boy looked at Zhao Hai, then he lowered his head and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at the boy and said, "Come with me. Your mother's corpse is now mine." After releasing the corpse, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The woman's corpse floated up and floated to Zhao Hai's side. When Zhao Hai walked forward, the corpse followed him. When the boy saw the corpse floating up, he immediately rushed forward. However, the corpse didn't fall down and continued to float forward. When the boy saw this, he could only let go of the corpse and follow Zhao Hai. Along the way, Zhao Hai attracted a lot of attention. A person carrying a corpse out of the slave market was very attractive. Therefore, a lot of people looked at Zhao Hai. Some people even pointed at Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He led the boy and the corpse out of the slave market. He didn't ride the carriage that he hired, it just followed behind Zhao Hai. After the group left the slave market, Zhao Hai led the boy to a small iceberg. Then he said to the boy, "I can only bury your mother here. It's impossible for me to carry a corpse everywhere. Remember this place. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can come back and pay your respects." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the corpse slowly fell onto the iceberg. Then the iceberg seemed to melt as it slowly absorbed the corpse. After that, the iceberg slowly returned to normal. One couldn't see that there was a corpse inside. Donkey looked at Zhao Hai's actions. Although he didn't say anything, the coldness in his eyes slowly disappeared. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and knelt before the iceberg. After kowtowing 3 times, he stood up and silently stood beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the donkey and didn't say anything. Instead, he led the donkey to the carriage and opened the door. Then he sat inside the carriage and had the deer return to White Fox City. When they arrived at Zhao Hai's hotel in White Fox City, Zhao Hai took Donkey to take a bath. Then he had the hotel staff buy him a set of clothes to change into. Seeing Donkey dressed up, Zhao Hai said, "I know that you're called Donkey. But that doesn't sound like your name. Do you have a name or a surname?" Donkey shook his head. After changing his clothes, his complexion looked a lot better. His expression also melted a bit. He was no longer as wary of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai said, "My surname is Zhao. You can take my surname from now on. You can't be called Donkey anymore. Donkey isn't a good name. Since you were taken in by me in the Arctic continent, you can be called Zhao Bing." "Right, Zhao Bing is a bit feminine, so it's not a boy's name. Let's call you Zhao Bing." When Donkey heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything and just nodded. However, the warmth in his eyes became heavier. Although Zhao Hai only gave him a name, Zhao Hai's donkey used his surname. This in itself was enough to explain the situation. Therefore, the donkey had such an expression. Zhao Hai looked at Donkey and smiled faintly, "You'll be called Zhao Bing from now on. As for me, I still have things to do. What I do is dangerous, so I can't keep you by my side. However, I'll hand you over to my subordinates. They will send you back to my home and let you learn some skills there. You're a soul vine user, so naturally, there will be people there to teach you how to cultivate." Donkey, "Oh, no, he should be called Zhao Bing now." He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Although he was young and had always been a slave, this didn't mean that he didn't know anything. He was very clear that he was a soul vine user. Normally, a soul vine user would be classified as a mixed soul. Therefore, it was impossible for him to cultivate. So why did Zhao Hai allow him to cultivate? Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Bing and smiled faintly, "You have a senior brother. He should be able to teach you now. You need to learn well." "Right, I've removed the mark on your face. Are you ready? I'll send you away right now." After he said that, a white light flashed on Zhao Hai's body as he and Zhao Bing disappeared from the room. The next moment, they appeared in Zi's courtyard. Z and the others were there, they seemed to be discussing something. When they saw Zhao Hai appear, they immediately stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he turned to Tang Ming and said, "Old Tang, this is my new disciple. You can send him back to his home. With his soul, it's impossible for him to develop here. Moreover, I don't have time to educate him right now." Tang Ming looked at Zhao Bing and smiled faintly, "All right, boss. Rest assured, I'll send him back immediately. Come, kid, you're lucky. I really don't know what kind of luck you have to be able to become boss's disciple. Zhao Hai turned to Zhao Bing and said, Zhao Bing, go with him. Rest assured, no one will be your enemy in the future. Go and learn from him. Zhao Bing looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes showing a trace of reluctance. Although his face was cold, it was just a protective mask. After all, he was only a 10-year-old child. He could still feel how good Zhao Hai was to him. Now that Zhao Hai was suddenly leaving, of course he was reluctant to part with him. At the same time, he was also afraid of the unknown. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Bing and smiled, then he gently patted his head and said, Go. Rest assured, you'll have a lot of friends. They'll play with you and you'll learn a lot. Maybe you'll have a chance to take your revenge in the future. Go. Zhao Bing nodded, then he went to Tang Ming's side. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and the others, then he said, I'll leave the matters here to you. Remember, with Icefield City as the center, expand to the surrounding areas. I won't say anything else. Alright, I'll be taking my leave. Then a white light flashed from his body and he disappeared. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Tang Ming turned to Violet and smiled, Oldie, don't mind him. Boss is like this. He said that he won't interfere, but he still can't help but say a few words, hee. Violet smiled and said, You're joking. How could I blame boss? Alright, you go do what boss told you to do. When we come back, we'll discuss how to expand. Tang Ming nodded, then he pulled Zhao Bing to his side. Just as he was about to activate the formation, he suddenly thought of something, then he turned to Violet and said, Oldie, what do you think? Do you want to go with me to the Lost Soul Empire? Is that boss's territory? How about we go there and take a look? When Violet heard Tang Ming, she couldn't help but stare. Then her expression changed, then she happily said, Can I go? Tang Ming laughed and said, Of course you can. Right, tell the people in the group that our weapons should be finished. We need to go back and get them. Purple Dress nodded, then she left the courtyard. She informed the adventurer team before returning to the courtyard. Then, Tang Ming's body flashed with white light as he disappeared from the courtyard. In the next moment, they appeared in Vegetable City. As soon as they appeared in the courtyard of Vegetable City, Ziyi felt that her eyes weren't enough. She could see people flying on swords everywhere. There were even flying ships above her head. Moreover, this place was very lively. She could see people everywhere. It wasn't only Ziyi, even Zhao Bing's eyes weren't enough. He looked around at the unfamiliar environment. Tang Ming looked at Ziyi and smiled faintly, This place is just a city of our Lost Soul Empire. It's not very lively here. If you have time, you can go to other cities to have a look. Those places are more lively. Then Tang Ming turned to Zhao Bing and said, Kid, you're called Zhao Bing, right? I didn't expect you to have the same surname as boss. From now on, you'll be a member of our Lost Soul Empire. You need to study well and repay boss in the future. Right, kid, why don't you speak? Are you a mute? Impossible. With boss's medical skills, even if you're a mute, you should have been cured by now. I'm not a mute. I'm Master's slave. It was Master who gave me his surname. Zhao Bing finally spoke. He spoke very slowly, as if he just learned how to speak. However, his meaning was very clear. However, Tang Ming didn't understand what Zhao Bing was talking about. He turned his head to look at Violet. When Violet saw the soul on Zhao Bing's head, she suddenly said, Right, I was wondering why I felt strange. Did you see the soul on his head? This was a vine soul. This kind of soul was a mixed soul in the 5 spirit realms. Only in the mixed spirit continent would they be able to live freely. In the Ice Ocean continent, most of the people who had this kind of soul were slaves. Looking at his age, he should be a slave of the 2nd generation or later generation. It should be the boss who let him take the boss's surname. Zhao Bing nodded. Tang Ming looked at Zhao Bing and sighed. Then he gently patted Zhao Bing's head and said, Alright, don't worry, you don't have any enemies here. Our Lost Soul Empire doesn't have slaves, but don't expect head surname to give you any convenience. You will go to school like other children, and you are a soul plant. If you study well in the future, you will enter the Hu clan to study. Let me tell you, Head's soul object is a fake. Head's real soul object is actually a grass plant soul. According to your 5 spirit realms, he can be considered a mixed soul. But Head used to study in the Hu clan, so if you can enter the Hu clan in the future, you must study hard and don't lose face for Head. There are a lot of Head's elders in the Hu clan, so if you go there, you can only be regarded as a junior. Their upbringing is very strict, so if you don't study well, I don't think the Hu clan will let you go, because you are Head's disciple. If you don't study well, then you will lose face for Head. Tang Ming looked at Zhao Bing and sighed, then he gently patted Zhao Bing's head and said, "Alright, don't worry, you don't have any enemies here. Our Lost Soul Empire doesn't have slaves, but you shouldn't expect Head's surname to give you any convenience." When Zhao Bing heard Tang Ming, he clenched his fists and said, "I'll study well. I won't lose Master's face." Tang Ming said, "Remember. Don't call Head Master in the future. Our Lost Soul Empire doesn't allow slaves. Since Head let you take his surname, it means that he accepted you as his disciple. Later on, you should call him Master. Right, you also have a senior brother. I'll arrange for someone to take you to see him. You should get closer to him." Zhao Bing didn't say anything. Tang Ming turned to Zi and smiled, "What do you think, old E? This is the leader's territory. It's just a small city in the leader's territory. This entire realm is the leader's territory. There are 3 realms like this. Our Lost Soul Empire spans 3 realms and is now preparing to expand to the 4th realm. Whether the 4th realm succeeds or not depends on you, old E." Zi looked at the people who were flying on the swords. He looked at the big ships and the people who were talking and laughing. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, we'll be able to cross the 4 realms soon." Tang Ming laughed and said, "Good, I like to hear these words. That's right, our Lost Soul Empire was led by Boss, we fought with our blades and spears. We weren't afraid of anyone. This time, if we didn't find out that the 5 spiritual realms people were strong, we would have directly swept through them. Boss didn't want to cause too many casualties, otherwise, our army would have already been there. Our brothers have been wanting to go there for a long time, it's just that Boss stopped us." "Haha, oldie, it's up to you, you must make our brothers go there as soon as possible." Zi nodded. At this time, a person came over and said to Tang Ming, "Old Tang, what happened? Why did you come back? Who is this?" Tang Ming smiled and said, "Old Wen, Boss asked you to look after the house, but I can see that you're very relaxed. This is a disciple that Boss received from the 5 spirit realm. He'll be our brother from now on. His name is Zi, and this little fellow is Boss's new disciple. You can arrange for him to go to school later. Right, let him meet little Liang. They're fellow disciples, so little Liang can take care of him. Where's the thing that I want?" "What do you want?" The person who came was Wen Wenhai. When Wen Wenhai heard Tang Ming, he couldn't help but look at Zi and Zhao Bing. Then he said, "Don't worry, the things are already prepared. You don't need to worry about it. I'm Wen Wenhai. Little brother Zi, what's your name?" Zi gave Wen Wenhai a salute. Zhao Bing also gave Wen Wenhai a salute. Then he said, "I'm Zhao Bing." Tang Ming waved his hand and said, "Alright, no need to be polite. Let's get down to business. Give me the things. I'll take Oldie to see Plant City. Then we'll head back. That place needs people." Wen Wenhai nodded. Then he took out a space and gave it to Tang Ming, "Take it. You can take a look at it yourselves. Zhao Bing, come with me." Zhao Bing nodded and then followed Wen Wenhai. Tang Ming received the space preparation that Wen Wenhai threw over. With a shake of his hand, a blade-like object appeared inside the space preparation. However, this object was transparent and sparkling. It looked as if it was made of crystal, it was very beautiful. Tang Ming nodded and said, "His craftsmanship is really good, he's getting better and better. It seems like it won't be long before glass can be used everywhere in the Lost Soul Empire. Boss is really too much, what kind of name is this? According to what we call it, it should be called artificial crystal. He's really good, really." Zi looked at the object in Tang Ming's hand and said, "Old Tang, what is this? It looks very beautiful." Tang Ming smiled and said, "This thing is a good thing. We call it artificial crystal, but the boss insisted on calling it glass. This thing is actually made of sand and some other things. It's not very useful, it's very brittle. However, it's still very good if it's installed on a house's window. This time, I had them use the glass to make some formations. Look, it's like this. Tang Ming smiled and said, "All right." After he said that, the glass handle in Tang Ming's hand suddenly lit up. Then a blade appeared. This blade was unexpectedly made of ice. It looked very beautiful. Ziyi looked at the saber and said with some confusion, "Old Tang, is this saber made of ice? Can he use it? How brittle is it? Can it really kill people? Why would you bother using this thing? You might as well use a blade." Tang Ming smiled and said, "You're a layman. Do you really think that this thing is that simple? Look carefully." After he said that, Tang Ming pointed the handle forward. Then the ice blade flew out. Then another ice blade took shape and immediately flew out. Its speed was very fast. The handle seemed to have turned into a throwing knife launcher. The throwing knives kept flying at a very fast speed. Then Tang Ming waved his blade again. Only then did Ziyi discover that the blade had turned into water. Then in an instant, it turned into ice, and then it turned back into water. While the ice and water were changing, Ziyi didn't notice any changes at all. This was too miraculous. Ziyi had never seen a weapon like this before. Tang Ming received the weapon, then he looked at Purple Robe and said, "Old E, do you still think that this weapon is ordinary? Let me tell you, this weapon can kill without blinking an eye." Purple Robe was also surprised as he looked at the weapon. Then he said, "I've seen all kinds of staffs and weapons. But this is the first time I've seen a weapon like this. Why did you make this weapon?" Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "Of course we're using them. You should know that our current soul items are all ice soul items. If we were to fight in the 5 spirit realms in the future, wouldn't we be exposed if we were to use ordinary swords? As long as you have enough strength, you can create an unlimited amount of ice blades. Moreover, these ice blades can also be turned into water blades. They can be soft or hard. Most importantly, you don't need to use too much strength because there's a formation inside. As long as you activate the formation, it can absorb energy and move the blades. But if you want to send the ice blades flying, then you have to use your own strength. Moreover, with our strength, we can turn a leaf into a killing weapon, not to mention ice blades. We can even combine our strength with the water blades to create a killing weapon. Therefore, these things are very useful for us, we can use them to cover our identities." Purple Robe nodded, he looked at the glass blades in Tang Ming's hand with a happy expression. Tang Ming looked at Purple Robe and smiled, "I had them make a lot of these things. You can take them." When Purple Robe heard Tang Ming, he quickly said, "Is this all right? Are these things very expensive?" Tang Ming smiled and said, "Expensive my ass. You don't need to worry about that. These things aren't expensive at all. Take them." To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that glass is too brittle, those fellows would have replaced all the formations with glass. This is because it's easier to make formations with glass than with metal. Forget it, don't worry about them. You just need to know that we can have as many of these things as we want. Tang Ming smiled and said, "All right." When Purple Robe heard Tang Ming, he quickly received the glass blades. At this time, Tang Ming also received his spatial equipment. Then he turned to Purple Robe and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to visit Plant City." After he said that, Tang Ming waved his hand and 2 large swords appeared in his hand. Then he gave one of the swords to Violet Robe and said, "Put your energy into it. After activating it, you can use your spiritual force to control its direction." Purple Robe looked at the large sword and then poured some energy into it. The sword immediately floated up. Then Purple Robe carefully stood on the sword. The sword didn't move. Then Purple Robe tried to make the sword fly. At first, Purple Robe was startled. But it didn't take her long before she got used to it. At this time, Tang Ming stepped on the large sword and flew to Purple Robe's side. Then he said to Purple Robe, "Old Robe, I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. Alright, let's go and visit Plant City." Afterward, Ziyi followed Tang Ming to tour around Plant City. This Plant City was quite big. There were hundreds of sky-supporting trees living inside. This didn't include the people living in the other layers of trees. Therefore, the entire city was very lively. On this day, Purple Robe opened her eyes. Plant City really lived up to its name. Almost everything in the city was made of plants. Houses, streets, walls, and all of these things were made of plants. This was really surprising. Purple Robe also asked Tang Ming why the plants here were so special. Naturally, Tang Ming told her that the reason why the plants here were special was because of the plant masters. This was because Zhao Hai was a plant master. And plant masters were very powerful. Because of this, the status of plant masters in the Lost Soul Empire was very high. After hearing Tang Ming's words, Zi couldn't help but sigh. When he was young, he was also an adventurer. He had traveled all over the world, so he was quite knowledgeable. However, he had never seen a plant city like this. He had also been to the tree spirit continent. Aside from having a lot of plants and trees, there was nothing special about the place. The houses that the people of the tree spirit continent lived in were mostly made of wood. Wood, not trees. Trees were alive while wood was dead, it was just wood. He still remembered how amazed he was when he saw a 5-story tall building made entirely out of wood. But after seeing Plant City, he understood that the tree soul holders in the tree spirit continent were far inferior. No matter how good that wooden building was, it couldn't compare to the sky-supporting tree. After strolling around Plant City for a day, Tang Ming invited Purple Robe to eat a special meal of the Lost Soul Empire. After that, the two returned to Icefield City. Upon returning to Icefield City, Purple Robe sighed and said, "Boss is really amazing. I didn't expect the Lost Soul Empire to develop to this degree." Tang Ming smiled and said, "Don't look at the current state of the Lost Soul Empire. At that time, the spirit weapon realm was in chaos, and the people had no way of making a living. It was Boss who led us to unify the Lost Soul Empire bit by bit. This gave the Lost Soul Empire an opportunity to develop at a high speed. Without Boss, it would be impossible for the Lost Soul Empire to exist. Crossing the 3 realms is something that can only be imagined in a dream." Purple Robe nodded, then she said, "Now we need to do what Boss told us to do. Boss wants Icefield City to be the center and expand to the surrounding areas. You should know about the current situation of Icefield City and its surroundings. What do you think we should do?" Tang Ming replied, "Actually, Boss has already started to make arrangements for Viper 3 Spirit Tree Grain Store. Although Boss has released a lot of dealers, we can still cooperate with them. The dealers who cooperated with Viper 3 before were mostly from the nearby cities. We can also cooperate with them and slowly extend our reach to those cities." Tang Ming nodded. "What do you mean by boss?" When Purple Robe heard Tang Ming, she couldn't help but stare. Then she immediately said, "Is this okay? Boss didn't tell us to do this." Tang Ming smiled and said, "Old E, you can rest assured. Boss doesn't care how we complete the task. What he wants is the result. As long as we complete the task, it's fine. Of course, it's best if we do all of this in secret. We can't let others know that we're the ones who did it." Purple Robe looked at Tang Ming with a puzzled expression and said, "But if we do this, we have to deal with the gangs in the other cities. If we don't do it, then those people wouldn't know that we're the ones who did it. But once we do, then they would know that we're the ones who did it. How can we not let them know that we're the ones who did it?" Tang Ming smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about this. First, we need to understand which gangs are in the surrounding cities. Then we can deal with them. There's always a way." Seeing Tang Ming's confident expression, Zi didn't say anything else. He immediately arranged for people to investigate the situation of the gangs in the surrounding cities. He wanted to see how Tang Ming was going to deal with these gangs. Zhao Hai didn't know about these things. After he returned to White Fox City, he immediately went out. But this time, he used an illusion formation to make everyone in the shop see him and Zhao Bing going out. Actually, when the people in the shop saw Zhao Hai and Zhao Bing coming back, they saw the mark on Zhao Bing's face. They knew that Zhao Bing was a slave. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai and Zhao Bing go out, they didn't care. After that, Zhao Hai went around White Fox City a few more times before he returned. This time, he didn't bring Zhao Bing with him. The people in the store didn't care about it. In their opinion, the whereabouts of a slave simply wasn't worth their attention. Perhaps Zhao Hai just casually found a place and killed the slave. This wasn't a big deal at all, the life and death of a slave wasn't something they cared about. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this situation. He didn't want the people here to forget about Zhao Bing's existence. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The next day, Zhao Hai left White Fox City and arrived outside the city. There was a big market here, it was even bigger than the one inside the city. Naturally, the things here also depended on one's eyesight. Don't think that there aren't any scammers here. There were a lot of scammers here. They would disguise bad magic formations as good magic formations. They would also disguise low-quality magic staves as high-quality magic staves in order to swindle people. There were a lot of people like this. Of course, there were also a lot of people here who would disguise some ordinary magic beast hides as high-level magic beast hides. If others couldn't see through it, then they would make more money. One must know that ordinary magic beast hides weren't very expensive. This was because they weren't used in a lot. Besides being used to warm people up, they had no other use. However, high-level magic beast hides were different. High-level magic beast hides were very useful. Not only could they be used to make talismans, they could also be used to make defensive clothes. It could even be used to make clothes with magic beasts' innate magic. Naturally, the price difference was also very big. For example, there was a creature called the purple marten. It was a small magic beast that lived in the forests of the Arctic continent. However, this magic beast was very fast. If you use the purple marten skin to make boots, then you would be able to move faster. It was a very good thing. Even if you don't engrave a magic artifact on it, people would still rush to buy it. But similarly, there was a creature called the purple mouse. Its skin was very similar to the purple marten's skin. However, the purple mouse's skin didn't have this ability. Besides keeping people warm, it didn't have any other effect. The price difference between these two kinds of hides was very big. A purple marten's skin could be sold for 10 bell while a purple mouse's skin could only be sold for 10 silver coins. The difference was very big. However, these two kinds of hides were very difficult to distinguish. Therefore, it was very difficult to guard against them. If the trading market in White Fox City was an honest shop, then the market outside the city was a huge street market. There were all kinds of people living here, people from all walks of life. One shouldn't think that the world of cultivators was magical. In fact, things that happen to ordinary people can also happen to cultivators. In the end, cultivators were still people. Mistakes made by people can also be made by cultivators. Mistakes made by cultivators can also be made by cultivators. Zhao Hai aimlessly walked around the market. The place was really big, there were countless ice houses here. Some of the ice houses looked very beautiful, they could be used as a shop. Some of the ice houses were very simple, they were the simplest of round ice houses. And in front of these ice houses, there were stalls. Zhao Hai slowly walked around the market. There were a lot of people in the market, and there were also a lot of things in the market. The variety of things here was really beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai had read some books, so he had some understanding of the local customs and practices of the 5 spirit realms. He saw things that were commonly used in other realms, but these things weren't necessarily commonly used in the ice ocean continent. Zhao was very curious as he walked forward, looking at the stalls on both sides of the road. He didn't go into the shops, because what they sold was written on the signs. He simply didn't go in. On the contrary, these stalls sometimes had good things, and there were also a lot of very novel things. While Zhao Hai was walking forward, a stall suddenly attracted Zhao Hai's attention. The reason why the stall attracted Zhao Hai's attention wasn't because there were a lot of people standing in front of it, but because of the things that were displayed there. The stall had a lot of demon beast cubs. These demon beasts were common demon beasts in the ice ocean continent. These cubs were very small and very cute. They could be raised as pets. In fact, raising pets was very normal in the 5 spirit realms. There were a lot of warlocks who raised pets. Some pets could even be used as battle pets. Because the spiritual chi in the 5 spirit realms was very rich, the strength of the demon beasts here was also very good. Even if they were weak, as long as you use them well, they can still help you. Therefore, in the 5 spirit realms, many warlocks would raise pets to help them. It was precisely because of this that there were many pet merchants in the 5 spiritual realms. They would either raise their own pets or go out to catch them. There would always be a lot of pet cubs, and some of these pet cubs were very popular. In fact, in the Arctic continent, there were a lot of pet cubs that were very popular. The water spirit deer was one of them. The water spirit deer was different from the pack deer used to pull carriages. The pack deer used to pull carriages were generally very tall and had a very good carrying capacity. It was one of the main means of transportation in the Arctic continent. Although there were transmission formations in the Arctic continent, a lot of small merchants still liked to use the pack deer. Although the spirit deer and the pack deer were both called deer, they were completely different. The spirit deer was relatively weaker. Sometimes, it would be strenuous for them to carry people. However, the spirit deer had several abilities that people liked. The first was loyalty. If you could raise a spirit deer, then the spirit deer would only be loyal to you. Even if you died, it wouldn't look for another master. Although it wouldn't accompany you to death, it would stay in the place where you died and guard you until it died of old age. The second was alertness. Deer were actually very timid animals. They were very afraid of strangers. Moreover, their sense of smell and hearing were very sensitive. They could smell and hear strangers from far away. If a warlock had a spirit deer by his side, then it was equivalent to having a low-power radar. If you want to sneak attack such a person, then it wouldn't be easy. The third was bravery. Although spirit deer were timid, when they found an enemy, they would immediately run away. However, if the spirit deer had a master and its master was being attacked, then the spirit deer would absolutely not run away. It would immediately help its master attack the enemy until one side fell. The fourth was affinity to the water element. Warlocks majored in spiritual force, but their affinity to the elements was also very important. If one's affinity to the elements was strong, then when casting spells, not only would it take less time, it would also use less spiritual force. This would ensure that one could fight for a long time. The spirit deer's affinity to the water element was very strong. Although the spirit deer couldn't pass this ability to its master, as long as it stayed by its master's side, it would be easier for the master to sense the water element. It was precisely because of these reasons that the water spirit deer became the most popular pet in the Arctic continent. Although some other pets weren't necessarily as comprehensive as the water spirit deer, they might surpass the water spirit deer in other aspects. Therefore, it was very important for a warlock to be able to choose a pet that was very suitable for them. Now that Xianxia saw the stall, there were several spirit deer. These water spirit deer had a special characteristic, it was that their skin was blue, and there were small white flowers on it. They looked very beautiful. Normally, when warlocks saw the water spirit deer, they would immediately rush to buy it. However, these warlocks were all standing there looking at the water spirit deer. Nobody wanted to buy it, this was a bit strange. However, after thinking about it, Xianxia immediately understood. This wasn't strange, these people were afraid that he would be exposed. In fact, in the Arctic continent, there was another type of deer called the earth spirit deer. The earth spirit deer and the water spirit deer looked almost the same, but the color of their skin was different. The water spirit deer was blue while the earth spirit deer was yellow. It must be said that the earth spirit deer wasn't bad, they could use earth element spells. Moreover, they also lived in the forests of the Arctic continent. Their running speed was very fast, their defensive power was also very strong, and they also had earth element attack spells. It could be said that they were a good pet. However, the strange thing was that the earth spirit deer had a shortcoming. The reason why the earth spirit deer weren't welcomed in the Arctic continent was because they had a very big shortcoming, and that shortcoming was that they were afraid of water. The earth spirit deer were afraid of water, and once they leave the ground, their fighting strength would be almost zero. They would even get sick. Since the Arctic continent was full of water, the earth spirit deer naturally weren't welcomed here. Some people thought about bringing the earth spirit deer to the thick earth continent, but they had to give up on this idea. At this time, there was no direct transmission formation between the Arctic continent and the thick earth continent. Generally, one would have to take a ship to get there. In the process, the earth spirit deer would die before reaching their destination. Because of this, even the people of the thick Earth continent wouldn't buy the Earth Spirit deer. Because of this, there was no market for the Earth Spirit deer in the Arctic continent. Nobody would buy the Earth Spirit deer unless they killed it and ate it. However, it was precisely because the Earth Spirit deer and the Water Spirit deer were very similar that some people in the Arctic continent would use a dye to dye the Earth Spirit deer's skin blue, and then dye it with small white flowers. This way, it would look like the Water Spirit deer. If you buy it, then you would be miserable. It wouldn't take long for the Earth Spirit deer to die. In the end, you wouldn't be able to get anything. In the stall, there were a lot of blue Water Spirit deer calves. However, these calves looked very listless, as if they were sick. This made people feel uncomfortable. Because of this, a lot of people looked at the calves of the Water Spirit deer but didn't buy them. They were afraid of being cheated. If these calves were the calves of the Water Spirit deer, then they would be fine. Even if they were sick, they would still be able to accept it. What they were afraid of was that the calves of the Water Spirit deer were fake. However, Zhao Hai could see that the calves of the Water Spirit deer weren't fake. These calves were born prematurely, so they looked sick, not because they were fake. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then walked over. At this time, he didn't have any Water Spirit deer in the space. Since he encountered them today, he might as well bring them to the space. This could be considered as adding another animal to the space. In addition to this reason, Zhao Hai also discovered that the person who was selling the calves seemed to be raising their own Water Spirit deer. However, the calves of the Water Spirit deer seemed to have some problems. Therefore, the person didn't promote them. He was afraid of attracting the attention of a knowledgeable person. That would be troublesome. However, Zhao Hai felt very strange. He didn't know what the person was afraid of. The calves of the Water Spirit deer weren't dyed. In other words, they were real Water Spirit deer calves. What was there to be afraid of? In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that the growth process of the Water Spirit deer required a lot of attention. If these premature calves were born in the wild, then they wouldn't be able to survive. This was because their bodies were naturally weak. They couldn't withstand the temperature of the Arctic continent. It wouldn't take long for them to freeze to death. However, if they were artificially raised, then these calves would be able to survive. Although they looked like they were sick, they could still survive. However, because of their innate weakness, these calves couldn't be compared to real Water Spirit deer. It would be very difficult for them to live to adulthood. Even if they were carefully taken care of, their running speed would be very slow. Moreover, their affinity with water elements would be very low. As a result, they wouldn't be of much help to a warlock. Because of these reasons, although these calves were real, they could also be considered as fake. At the very least, they could be considered as inferior. This was also the reason why the person didn't dare to pedal loudly. Although the Water Spirit deer weren't very common, there were still a lot of knowledgeable people. If he were to pedal loudly, then the knowledgeable people would know what was wrong with these calves. That person certainly wouldn't buy them. At that time, his life would be completely ruined. Therefore, the person just put the calves of the Water Spirit deer in front of him. He didn't pedal, he just put a confident look on his face. Zhao Hai walked to the side of the stall and carefully looked at the Water Spirit deer. Then he said, "How much are you selling these Water Spirit deer for?" The man immediately replied, "Mister, these are purebred Water Spirit deer. It's just that they weren't taken care of when they were born, so they don't look very energetic. As long as you bring them back and take care of them for a few days, they will immediately become energetic. I don't cheat anyone when I do business. If one day you find out that these aren't purebred Water Spirit deer, then you can come and destroy my stall without any hesitation." Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled. "I didn't say that your Water Spirit deer aren't pure-blooded, but you're wrong. These Water Spirit deer aren't weak because they weren't taken care of, but because they were born prematurely. It can be said that these Water Spirit deer are born with defects. Tell me how much they cost." Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled. The other people were paying attention to the situation at the stall. Now that they heard what Zhao said, they couldn't help but be surprised. Then they immediately understood what was going on. If the Water Spirit deer were born with a defect, then it would be very troublesome. They were very clear about how troublesome it would be. So when they heard what Zhao said, they immediately understood what he meant. Their faces couldn't help but change. A water spirit deer with a congenital defect was equivalent to being crippled. This was something they all knew. When the stall owner heard Zhao Hai, his complexion couldn't help but change. When he heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai was a knowledgeable person. He said, "Mister, what are you talking about? My water spirit deer really didn't take care of him well. They aren't born with defects." However, looking at his appearance, he seemed to be lacking in confidence. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I won't talk nonsense with you. Just tell me how much for one." The stall owner looked at Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai was here to destroy his stall, but now it seems like he was here to do business. The stall owner immediately said, "It's cheap. 1 bell for one." The normal price of a water spirit deer's cub was about 10 bell, but he only needed 1 bell for one water spirit deer. This price was indeed cheap. Zhao Hai looked at the young deers and said, "There are 8 of them, I want all of them." Then Zhao Hai took out 8 bells and threw them onto the table. When the stall owner heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. But when he looked at Bell and saw that it was real, he immediately said, "All right, mister, these 8 water spirit deer are yours." Zhao Hai nodded, then he pointed to a small basket on his stall and said, "Give that to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to take these 8 things." The basket was made of ordinary animal skin, so it wasn't worth much. The stall owner was very generous and directly gave it to Zhao Hai. He knew that his water spirit deer were already expensive enough, so he didn't need to care about the basket's price. However, the stall owner was very strange. Zhao Hai clearly saw the problem with the water spirit deer, so why did he still want to buy them? This made the stall owner very puzzled. The people around the stall looked at each other in dismay. Before, they really believed Zhao Hai's words and thought that the water spirit deer's cubs were congenitally deficient. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case. If Zhao Hai knew that the water spirit deer's cubs were congenitally deficient, then why did Zhao Hai sell them? People were like this. Originally, they weren't sure if the water spirit deer's cubs were real or not. But when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they also thought that the cubs were congenitally deficient. But now that they saw Zhao Hai buying all 8 water spirit deer's cubs, they couldn't be sure anymore. They didn't know if Zhao Hai was deceiving them. On the surface, he said that the cubs were congenitally deficient, but in fact, this wasn't the case. However, the transaction between Zhao Hai and the stall owner was completed too quickly. By the time they reacted, Zhao Hai had already bought the 8 cubs. Even if they wanted to buy them, it was impossible. This made them regret for a while. Zhao Hai put the cubs into the basket one by one. Just as he was about to leave, a person blocked Zhao Hai's path. This person looked to be about 40 years old. He was very tall and had a big beard on his face. At first glance, one could see that he wasn't a good person. The staff in his hand was as thick as a child's arm. Moreover, it was made of metal. It didn't look like a staff, but more like a heavy weapon. Zhao Hai looked at the person with a puzzled expression, then he said, "Mister, why are you stopping me?" The person rolled his eyes, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you're very smart. First of all, these water spirit deer are naturally weak. This way, no one will compete with you. Since you bought all of these water spirit deer, then what do you want us to do? Kid, give me 7 water spirit deer and I'll leave 1 for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled faintly, "Mister, I'm not selling them to you. If I sold them to you, then I would be harming you. These water spirit deer are really naturally weak. The reason I bought them was because I wanted to use these water spirit deer as an experiment. I want to see if I can use these water spirit deer to make up for their innate weakness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought 8 of them at once. If a person has 8 water spirit deer, then they wouldn't be used as pets, but as deer. Don't you think that makes sense?" Zhao Hai looked at the man and smiled faintly, "Mister, I'm not selling them to you. If I sell them to you, then I would be harming you." When the person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. But at this time, the person next to him opened his mouth and said, "You don't necessarily need to use them for yourself. You can give them to others. How can you prove that these water spirit deer are naturally weak?" Zhao Hai looked at the person who spoke. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He was thin and withered. He had the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. He didn't look like a good person. At this time, the person who blocked Zhao Hai seemed to have reacted. He coldly snorted and said, "Kid, I advise you to hand over the water spirit deer to me. I'm in a good mood right now, so I'll leave you one. Don't provoke me. If you provoke me, then I won't leave you any of the water spirit deer. Your life won't be guaranteed." When Zhao Hai heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. He narrowed his eyes and was about to attack when he heard a voice, "Eagle Beard, you dare to cause trouble here? Are you tired of living?" This voice was very cold. At the same time, it attracted everyone's attention. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a person wearing black clothes with a sword embroidered on it. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He had a white face, but his face was as cold as ice. When the bearded man saw this person, his expression couldn't help but change. He seemed to be very afraid of this person. He said, "So it's the Ice Sword young master, Li Yunbai. What? Do you think that your Ice Sword adventurer group can still control the market?" Li Yunbai looked at the bearded man and said, "Eagle Beard, I dare you to say that again. I guarantee that you won't be able to leave the market alive. Do you believe me?" When the bearded man heard Li Yunbai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and turned around to leave. But before he left, he fiercely looked at Zhao Hai. When Li Yunbai saw the bearded man leave, he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai and the others. Then he said, "Remember, this market is my Ice Sword Adventurer Group's territory. You should weigh your own weight first." Then he turned around and left. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was carrying a basket as he curiously looked at Li Yunbai. At the same time, he was also listening to what the others were saying. From the mouths of these people, Zhao Hai knew that the Ice Sword Adventurer Group's background wasn't small. They were the largest adventurer group in White Fox City. They had several thousand members. Moreover, the leader of the Ice Sword Adventurer Group had a very good relationship with the previous city lord of White Fox City. Because of this, the city lord handed over the management of the city to the Ice Sword Adventurer Group. Everyone knew that the city was a treasure trove. Anyone who manages the city would have a golden rice bowl. But because the Ice Sword Adventurer Group's leader had a good relationship with the city lord, the Ice Sword Adventurer Group was able to firmly control the city's affairs. Because of this, the Ice Sword Adventurer Group's leader had a very good relationship with the city lord. But who would have thought that the previous city lord of White Fox City would be transferred away? The new city lord didn't like the Ice Sword Adventurer Group and wanted to take back the management rights of the market. However, the Ice Sword Adventurer Group had a lot of members. Moreover, they had been in control of the market for some time now. If the city lord didn't let them manage the market, they would cause trouble for the city lord. Because of this, the city lord didn't make a move. However, this matter had a huge impact on the Ice Sword Adventurer Group. White Fox City was a big city with many adventurer groups. Although the Ice Sword Adventurer Group was the largest adventurer group in White Fox City, it didn't mean that they had no opponents. In fact, they had made quite a few moves. Several other adventurer groups had already started to get restless. They wanted to snatch the management rights of the market. Because of this, the Ice Sword Adventurer Group's situation wasn't very good. The person that Li Yunbai called Hawkbeard was a member of another adventurer group in the city, the White Bears. They were also one of the adventurer groups that didn't get along with the Ice Sword Adventurer Group. At this time, they were fighting with the Ice Sword Adventurer Group for the management rights of the market. At this time, the people around the market were looking at Zhao Hai with strange expressions. Some of them were looking at him with sympathy, while others were taking pleasure in his misfortune. From the discussions of these people, Zhao Hai could tell that the White Bears weren't good people. Although they were an adventurer group in name, they were actually a bandit group. They had done a lot of robberies. When Zhao Hai heard these words, he slowly walked forward. Then he turned a few streets and found a place where there were no people. Then he received the water spirit deer into the space and walked out empty-handed. Zhao Hai strolled around the market for a day and bought a lot of good things. Aside from animals, he also bought some herbs. These herbs were seeds that had been picked not long ago and weren't dead yet. It wasn't until afternoon that Zhao Hai began to walk towards the city. There was still some distance between the market and White Fox City. But because it was close to the city, there were very few people who would cause trouble here. Therefore, Zhao Hai walked slowly towards the city. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Hawkbeard, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Hawkbeard and said, "Mister, why are you blocking me? I don't have any water spirit deer." Hawkbeard looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you dare to lie to me? Didn't you say that you wanted to do some experiments with the water spirit deer? Now that you don't even see any water spirit deer, you dare say that you're not lying to me? I think you're tired of living, right?" Zhao Hai looked at Hawkbeard and said, "Mister's words are different. I wouldn't lie to you. Those water spirit deer are really naturally weak, so they can't be used. I just brought them to the city and let them take care of them for a few days. I live in the city, so I can't just take them back to my room and raise them, right?" Hawkbeard nodded. Hawkbeard looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Kid, today, even if you have flowers in your mouth, you still have to take me to see the water spirit deer. If I don't see it, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai's eyes narrowed, then he looked at Hawkbeard and said, "Mister, I have no enmity with you, so why do you have to make things difficult for me? I bought it at the market square, and I didn't rob it. If I want to sell it to you, then I'll sell it to you. If I don't want to sell it to you, then I'll sell it to you. If I don't want to sell it to you, then I'll sell it to you. Do you think that there's no law in White Fox City? Ha 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 ha. Kid, you want to talk about the law with me? Let me tell you, in White Fox City, our White Bears adventurer team is the law. If you hand over those water spirit deers to me, I can spare your life. Otherwise, kid, look at this huge ice field. It will be your burial ground." "Really? Do you really think that you're the law in White Fox City? Aren't you afraid that you'll provoke someone you shouldn't and bring trouble to your White Bear mercenary group? Kid, there's no need to bluff. Do you think that I don't know your background? You just came to White Fox City a few days ago. Even if you die here, who would know? Kid, I think you should accept your fate." Zhao Hai looked at Eaglebeard and smiled faintly. "Did you know that the Ice Sword Prince saved your life today? You shouldn't have provoked me. I wanted to kill you today, but when the Ice Sword Prince appeared, I let you go. I didn't think that you would be waiting for me here." "Haha, Eaglebeard, is that your name? Today, you provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. You've also provoked a formidable enemy for your White Bear mercenary group." "Really, I'm not lying." Eaglebeard looked at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Kid, don't talk nonsense. You think you can kill this Eaglebeard? I think you're still dreaming. Prepare to die." Then he raised his magic staff. But just as he raised his magic staff, a large ice hand suddenly rose from the ice beneath his feet and grabbed him. Then the ice hand froze, freezing Eaglebeard inside while leaving his head outside. Eaglebeard looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Zhao Hai looked at Eaglebeard and said, "I already said that you provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. You've also provoked an enemy you shouldn't have provoked for your White Bear mercenary group." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. Zhao Hai waved his hand. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard from a distance. Then, a huge block of ice appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Inside the block of ice was the person with the face of a rat. This person had met Zhao Hai today. He was the one who stopped Zhao Hai along with Eaglebeard. Zhao Hai looked at this person and smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and that person's head fell off. Then that person's body sank into the ice and disappeared in an instant. It was as if he was never there. After Zhao Hai killed that person, he looked at Eaglebeard as if nothing had happened. Then he said, "Eaglebeard, actually, we didn't fool around. I also didn't want to kill you. It's just that you've come looking for me again and again. This really annoys me. Maybe you think that your White Bear adventurer team is very strong, so you speak arrogantly. But I want you to know that you've provoked someone you shouldn't have." Eaglebeard looked at that person being killed. But when he saw Zhao Hai's calm expression, he finally felt fear. He knew that Zhao Hai's actions were enough to prove that Zhao Hai was a person who would kill without batting an eye. Zhao Hai looked at Eaglebeard and smiled faintly. "You must want to know why I'm talking so much nonsense when I can kill you. Actually, I wasn't bored. I was just waiting for someone." Now that the person I've been waiting for has arrived, I can naturally kill you." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and Eagle Beard's head fell off. Then his corpse sank into the ice and disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't look around. Instead, he directly entered White Fox City and returned to his hotel. However, Zhao Hai wasn't lying to Eagle Beard when he said that the person he was waiting for had arrived. Moreover, the person he was waiting for was none other than the Ice Sword Prince, Li Yunbai. Li Yunbai was also paying attention to Zhao Hai. He didn't see where Zhao Hai took the water spirit deer. Moreover, Zhao Hai had offended Eagle Beard today. With his understanding of Eagle Beard, Li Yunbai knew that Eagle Beard wouldn't let Zhao Hai off. So he wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with this matter. Therefore, he sent people to keep an eye on Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai left, the Ice Sword Prince immediately received a report. Then someone reported that Eagle Beard had blocked Zhao Hai. Clearly, he was preparing to deal with Zhao Hai. After hearing this news, Li Yunbai immediately came over. He didn't come to save Zhao Hai. He just wanted to watch the show. After all, he didn't have any relationship with Zhao Hai. Although he had a conflict with the White Bear Adventurer group, there was no need for him to stand up for someone he didn't know. However, Li Yunbai didn't expect that when he saw Zhao Hai and Eagle Beard, he would see Zhao Hai saying something to Eagle Beard. Then, Zhao Hai killed Eagle Beard and his corpse sank into the ice. Upon seeing this, Li Yunbai couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless. He directly killed Eagle Beard. This was truly beyond his expectations. At the same time, he also understood that Zhao Hai wasn't a good person. Even if he didn't appear during the day, Zhao Hai wouldn't have suffered a loss. This made Li Yunbai even more interested in Zhao Hai. He immediately ordered people to investigate Zhao Hai's background. During the day, Li Yunbai only wanted to see how Zhao Hai was unlucky. But now, he no longer had such thoughts. He wanted to know Zhao Hai's background. After Zhao Hai returned to the hotel, he casually ate some food before returning to his room to rest. Even when the sky turned dark, he didn't leave his room. At this time, Li Yunbai had already returned to the Ice Sword Adventurer Group's headquarters. The Ice Sword Adventurer Group's headquarters wasn't in White Fox City, but outside the city. Just like the slave market, they had built a small ice city. Li Yunbai was the son of the Ice Sword Adventurer Group's leader. Because of this, he was called the Ice Sword Young Master. Li Yunbai's father was called Li Kong. He was around 50 years old and looked very refined. However, people who knew him knew that Li Tsong had a nickname called the Thousand Swords Master. This meant that when he faced an enemy, he would release thousands of ice swords at once, making it hard for people to guard against. Actually, Li Tsong wasn't very familiar with the previous city lord of White Fox City. The person he was familiar with was the steward of the previous city lord. Li Tsong had saved the steward's life. Later on, the steward followed the city lord and became rich. After coming to White Fox City, Li Tsong met Li Kong. Li Tsong then borrowed the steward's strength to take control of the market. However, ever since the previous city lord was transferred away, Li Tsong's days weren't too good. The new city lord was obviously a very greedy person. He actually wanted to take control of the city square, but later on, he realized that it was impossible. He could manage the city square, but the Ice Sword Gang had already extended their hands into all aspects of the city square. Even if he managed the city square wouldn't listen to him. Even if he used force, the city square would still be in chaos. It was precisely because of this that the city lord came up with a plan. This plan was to support the other adventurer teams and have them compete with the Ice Sword Adventurer team for the right to manage the market. As long as the other adventurer teams could take over the market, it would be much easier for the city lord to handle the situation. It was also because of the city lord's support that the other adventurer groups were so bold. Each and every one of them dared to go against the Ice Sword Gang. The situation wasn't good, so naturally, Li Tsong's expression wasn't good. However, he was also a person who had seen big waves, so he didn't show it. Moreover, the Ice Sword Gang had several thousand people, so he had some confidence. Li Yunbai bowed to Li Tsong and said, "Father." Li Tsong nodded, then he looked at Li Yunbai and said, "I heard that you went out just now. It's not very peaceful outside. If you want to go out, then bring enough people. Don't fall into someone's trap." Li Yunbai said in a deep voice, "Yes, father. I will be careful. When I went out just now, I heard that Eaglebeard had intercepted the person I mentioned during the day who bought the water spirit deer. I wanted to see how Eaglebeard would deal with him, but I didn't expect to see something interesting." Li Tsung raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Something interesting? How interesting can it be?" Li Yunbai replied, "That person killed Eaglebeard. The mouse that was following Eaglebeard also disappeared. It's clear that it was killed. Eaglebeard's corpse has already sunk into the sea." The sunk sea that Li Yunbai was talking about was sinking the corpse into the ice. However, these people called it the sunk sea. When Li Tsung heard Li Yunbai, he stared. Then he frowned and said, "Where did that person come from?" Li Yunbai replied, "I've already sent people to investigate. I believe that there will be news soon." Just as he said that, a voice came from outside, "Leader, that person's information has been sent." Li Tsung said, "Send it in." The person outside nodded. Then he pushed the door and came in. Then he placed a pile of information in front of Li Kong. Li Tsung waved his hand, then the person turned around and left. Li Tsung picked up the information and looked at it. He couldn't help but frown as he said, "An outsider? An outsider dares to be so arrogant? Does he think that he's not dying fast enough? Leader Li doesn't need to worry about me. You should think about yourself." A voice was suddenly heard. Li Tsung and Li Yunbai's expressions changed. Then a staff appeared in their hands. However, they quickly felt that they couldn't move. Not only could they not move their bodies, they couldn't even use their spiritual force. This caused the two's expressions to change. At this time, Zhao Hai's figure slowly appeared. He appeared at the door and then slowly walked in. Then he looked at the two and said, "Just Eaglebeard, what's there to be worried about? Even if the white bears were to join forces, this one still wouldn't put them in my eyes. However, I'm very interested in the Ice Sword Adventurer group." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Li Tsung and Li Yunbai were now able to move. However, the two didn't do anything. This was because they discovered that they still couldn't use their spiritual force. This caused the two's expressions to turn ugly. Li Tsung put down the staff in his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, may I know why you've come looking for me today?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Tsung and smiled faintly, "Not bad. You actually know my name. It seems like I've underestimated your Ice Sword mercenary group. Didn't I say that I'm very interested in your group? I want your group to become my subordinates." "That's impossible. The Ice Sword mercenary group is my life's work. I'd rather die than hand it over to you," Li Tsung said. When he said this, his expression was very calm. It was as if he was looking at death with equanimity. Zhao Hai looked at Li Tsung's expression and smiled faintly, "It's too easy to die. It's not that I don't dare to kill you. How about this, I'll give you a day to consider. If you don't agree, then I can only use my own method to get the Ice Sword mercenary group." "Right, I'll give you a greeting gift. Tonight, the White Bear mercenary group will disappear. Consider this my greeting gift to you. If you don't submit to me tomorrow, then I can't guarantee that the Ice Sword mercenary group won't be the next to disappear." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the room. At the same time, Li Tsung felt his spiritual force recover. At this time, Li Yunbai also recovered. His expression was ugly as he looked at Li Tsung and said, "Father, what do we do now? Is this person joking? Does he want to deal with the White Bear mercenary group by himself? Does he think that the White Bear mercenary group is made of clay? Even if they're made of clay, the White Bear mercenary group still has 2,000 members. How can he make them disappear? How is that possible?" Li Tsung's expression was ugly as he said, "Why is it impossible? If he can enter our room without making a sound, then why can't he appear in the White Bear mercenary group's room without making a sound? However, I want to see how he can make the White Bear mercenary group disappear." After he said that, Li Tsung's expression couldn't help but turn cold. To be honest, he was an experienced person. Although he was afraid of Zhao Hai's sudden appearance, he wasn't afraid to resist. He was already thinking about how to deal with Zhao Hai. At this time, the White Bear Adventurer Group didn't know that a great disaster was about to befall them. Although Eaglebeard was a leader of the White Bear Adventure Group, the members of the group weren't part of the army. They were free to move around. Even if some of them went out for a day or two, nobody would care. When Eaglebeard had a conflict with Zhao Hai in the city, he didn't return to the group. In his opinion, there was no need for him to return to the group in order to deal with Zhao Hai. Therefore, he just waited for Zhao Hai to arrive. He didn't tell the others about this matter at all. Because of this, the White Bear Group didn't know about Eaglebeard's actions. However, whether they knew or not, they had already provoked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai hasn't met anyone for a long time. But this didn't mean that he didn't kill, he just didn't want to. Zhao Hai didn't care about the life and death of the White Bear Adventure Group. The reason why he wanted to subdue Li Xong and his son instead of turning them into slaves was because he knew that turning them into slaves would only bring more karma to him in the future. Unless he turns these people into free people or takes them with him when he leaves, there would be a lot of karma on him. Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. Because of this, he didn't want to take too many people as his slaves. In order to deal with the matter in Icefield City as soon as possible, he took Ze and the others as his slaves. Although he wanted to deal with this matter as soon as possible, there was an opportunity here. As long as he grasps this opportunity, then even if he didn't turn Li Xong and his son into his slaves, he would still be able to subdue them. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to give it a try. If Li Xong and his son didn't know what was good for them, then he would make a move. As for why Zhao Hai wanted to destroy the White Bear Adventure Group, it wasn't just because of Eaglebeard. Zhao Hai wasn't a narrow-minded person. Eaglebeard offended him, so he wanted to destroy the White Bear Adventure Group. In fact, he couldn't do such a thing. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to destroy the White Bear Adventure Group was because of two reasons. First, he wanted to make an example out of the White Bear Adventure Group. He wanted to show the Li family's father and son how strong he was. This way, the Li family's father would naturally submit to him. The second reason was to show the city lord. After the city lord arrived in White Fox City, he had been thinking about the city's market. Zhao Hai also wanted the city's market. First, it could bring him a lot of income. Second, he could buy and sell the things he needs here. Third, he could collect information here. Therefore, he couldn't give up on the city's market. Now that the White Bear Adventure Group was very close to the city lord was also very fond of the White Bear Adventure Group. Zhao Hai wanted to destroy the White Bear Adventure Group to make the city lord behave. If the city lord didn't behave, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. The White Bear's adventurer team was also a large adventurer team. Their residence was similar to the Ice Sword adventurer teams. They also had their own small ice city. Including the adventurer team's members and their family members, there were at least 10,000 people living in the ice city. It could be considered a small town. Naturally, an adventurer group like the White Bear Adventure Group would have a lot of enemies. These enemies wouldn't be polite to them. Therefore, the White Bear Adventure Group's defenses were very good. At night, there would be people patrolling the area. At the same time, there would also be sentries and hidden sentries. Tonight, the White Bear Adventure Group's encampment was the same as before. Everyone went to rest early. The sentries and hidden sentries were also set up. An ordinary day passed by. Xianxia was a member of the White Bear Adventure Group. However, he wasn't very strong. He had just become a third-rank apprentice and had yet to become a warlock. There were a lot of people like him in the group. Naturally, his status was also the lowest. Because of this, most of the time, the night watch was done by him. One must know that in the Arctic continent, the temperature at night was very low. Therefore, night watch was very hard work. Most people weren't willing to do it. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't willing to do it. However, he had no other choice. Who told him to have a low status? At this time, Xianxia was sitting in an igloo. This igloo was very special. It was actually translucent. One could see the outside of the igloo from the inside. Naturally, compared to other igloos, its insulation wasn't as good. Even if one was inside the igloo, one wouldn't feel too warm. Xianxia held a small wine flask in his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. He then said in a deep voice, "Mother Faster's cur, look at those fellows in the gang. All of them are hugging their wives and sleeping. Only we are here to drink the wind. It's really mother *king annoying. When Xianxia's companion heard Xianxia, he smiled and said, "What's the point of talking so much nonsense? If you have the ability, then you can go home and hug your wife to sleep. You don't have to stay here and suffer." Xianxia scolded, but he didn't say anything else. The living environment of adventurers was very bad. The competition between adventurers was also very fierce. The division of ranks between adventurers was also very strict. Naturally, the weaker adventurers had to do more work and endure more hardships. If you want to live a good life, then wait until you're strong enough. Just as Xianxia was about to take another sip of wine, he suddenly stared. Then he turned to his companion and said, "Fourth brother, did you hear something?" When fourth brother heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he leaned to the side and listened. Then he shook his head and said, "Besides the wind, there's no other sound." "What's wrong? You just drank 2 mouthfuls and you're already drunk?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Maybe I heard wrong." Just as he said that, countless ice spikes suddenly appeared on the ground. These ice spikes were more than 2 meters long. They were sharp at the top and thick at the bottom. In an instant, Xianxia and his companion were skewered by the ice spikes. The two of them were like 2 dead fish that were skewered by a harpoon. They couldn't be more dead. Because the two of them were dead, they didn't see the entire White Bear Adventure Group being covered in ice thorns. Everyone in the White Bear Adventure Group was sent flying by the ice thorns. Not a single one of them was left alive. From the beginning to the end, the murderer didn't appear. Li Tsong and Li Yunbai were discussing how to deal with Zhao Hai. After discussing for a long time, they went to rest. The next morning, the two woke up early. After eating, they were about to discuss how to deal with Zhao Hai. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. The footsteps quickly arrived outside Li Tsong's room. Then a person opened his mouth and said, leader, not good. Something big has happened." Li Tsong knit his brows and said, "Come in and talk." A person pushed open the door and walked in. He rushed towards Li Tsong and said, "Leader, it's bad. Something big has happened to the White Bear Adventurer team." Li Tsong looked at the person and said, "What happened to the White Bear Adventurer Group? Even if something happened to them, what does it have to do with us?" The person's face was pale as he said, "Leader, the White Bear Adventurer Group was destroyed. They had more than 10,000 people, but not a single person survived. You should go to the White Bear Adventurer Group's residence and take a look. It's too tragic." "What?" Li Tsong and Li Yunbai suddenly stood up. Their complexions changed as they looked at the person. Li Tsong said, "What are you talking about? What happened to the White Bear Adventurer Group?" That person bitterly smiled and said, "Leader, the White Bear Adventurer Group has been destroyed. This news has already spread. Now, all the influential people in the city have gone there. I heard that the entire White Bear Adventurer Group was annihilated by a spell. Not a single person was left alive. You should go and take a look." Hearing this, Li Tsong immediately said, "Quickly, prepare the carriage." The person nodded before he turned around and ran out. Li Tsong turned his head to Li Yunbai and said, "Yunbai, are you talking about this matter?" Li Yunbai's face was pale as he said, "Father, no matter what, we should go and take a look at the scene. Everyone knows that the White Bear Adventurer Group isn't on good terms with us. We shouldn't let people think that we did this." Li Tsong nodded as he led Li Yunbai outside. At this time, the carriage was already prepared outside. Li Yunbai and Li Tsong got on the carriage. Then they called some people from the Ice Sword Adventurer Group and headed towards the White Bear Adventurer Group. Along the way, they discovered that the market was very quiet. There were very few people setting up stalls. There were also very few people who came here to buy things. Along the way, they didn't see many people. Before long, their carriage arrived at the White Bear Adventurer Group's ice city. At this time, a burst of noise was heard. Li Tsong opened the carriage door and couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that he would see this kind of scene. People were everywhere. It seems like everyone in White Fox City was gathered here. At this time, a voice was heard, "The Ice Sword Adventurer Group has arrived." Along with this voice, the people surrounding the White Bear Adventurer Group's ice city suddenly dispersed. A path appeared in front of Li Tsung's carriage. If it was in the past, Li Tsung would have been very proud to see this. This was because these people were making way for him. This meant that the Ice Sword Adventurer Group was qualified to make these people give way. But today was different. Especially when Li Tsung saw the White Bear Adventurer Group's ice city, his expression turned ugly. At this time, the carriage was about to arrive at the White Bear's residence. Li Tsung also saw some of the city's leading figures, from the city lord to the commanders of the other adventurer teams, to the various large families in the city. Almost everyone had arrived. Li Tsung was considered late. Everyone was looking at the White Bear Adventurer Group's ice city. At this time, it couldn't be called Ice City anymore. It had turned into a forest of icicles. Aside from icicles, Li Tsung couldn't think of any other words to describe the White Bear Adventurer Group's situation. This was because the city was too miserable. Icicles that were nearly 3 meters long covered the entire Ice Bear Adventurer Group. Every icicle had a frozen corpse hanging on it. Blood had dyed the originally translucent icicles red. This made the forest of icicles look very terrifying. Meanwhile, all of White Fox City's leading figures wore ugly expressions as they looked at the White Bear Adventurer Team's ice city. They weren't blind, and they could tell that this was the work of a single person. Moreover, this person had used only one move to annihilate the White Bear Adventurer Team. When Li Tsung saw this, he didn't know what to say. At the same time, he also paid attention to the other people's expressions. These people's expressions were very ugly. But most importantly, the way they looked at him wasn't right. When Li Tsung saw these people's eyes, he understood that these people thought that he was the one behind this matter. When Li Tsung thought about this, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that there were a lot of conflicts between adventurer teams. However, everyone lived in White Fox City. Even if someone wanted to destroy an adventurer team, they wouldn't touch the adventurer team's wives and children. They might even make arrangements for the adventurer team's wives and children. But this time, the White Bear Adventurer Team was completely annihilated. Not a single person was left alive, from the elderly to the children. Moreover, they were annihilated by a single spell. Not to mention how strong this person was, just his temperament was enough to shock everyone. There were more than 10,000 people here, yet they were annihilated in an instant. This temperament was terrifying. Moreover, the White Bear Adventurer Team was supported by the City Lord. Their purpose was to deal with the Ice Sword Adventurer Team. Everyone knew about this. Although the White Bear Adventurer Team wasn't a small adventurer team, it wasn't easy for them to provoke an expert that could annihilate them in an instant. Which expert wasn't a guest of a country? They could get whatever they want. Why would they bother a small adventurer team? In other words, the White Bear Adventurer Team wasn't qualified to provoke such an expert. If they didn't provoke the expert, then those humans wouldn't be itchy enough to annihilate an adventurer team. This meant that someone must have asked those humans to make a move. But who was it? The Ice Sword Adventurer Team and the White Bear Adventurer Team were about to start a war over the management rights of the emergency market. Although the Ice Sword Adventurer Team had the advantage in numbers, it was at a disadvantage. There was nothing the Ice Sword Adventurer Team could do about it. After all, the White Bear Adventurer Team had a city lord backing it. Naturally, the Ice Sword Adventurer Team had the upper hand. At this moment, something happened to the White Bear Adventurer Team. Anyone would think that it was the Ice Sword Adventurer Team. Li Tsung's expression changed. He immediately walked towards the city lord. The current city lord of White Fox City was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He was very fat and wore a very beautiful leather robe. However, his complexion was not very good. The flesh on his fat face was constantly trembling. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. The city lord of White Fox City was also surnamed Bai. His name was Bai Mingyue. It was said that he came from the Bai family, but because his cultivation talent wasn't very good, he wasn't given an important position. This time, his family sent him to White Fox City in order to accumulate wealth for the Bai family. Naturally, he also liked money very much. The reason why Bai Mingyue wanted to take over the management of the market was because the benefits were simply too great. He believed that the Ice Sword Adventurer Team had given him too little of a share of the profits. How much did he want? However, the Ice Sword Adventurer team had a lot of members. If they gave Bai Mingyue too much, then they wouldn't be able to make any profit. Therefore, the two sides were in a deadlock. Bai Mingyue wasn't a member of the Bai family. He was very proud and arrogant. In his opinion, if a small adventurer team dared to talk terms with him, then he would lose face if he didn't destroy them. However, Bai Mingyue also understood that some things couldn't be rushed. To put it bluntly, adventurer teams were formed by adventurer teams, and none of these adventurers were good people. They were all desperados. If he really destroyed the Ice Sword Adventurer team, he would have to mobilize an army. However, if he mobilized an army and suffered casualties, he wouldn't be able to explain himself as the city lord. Moreover, the Ice Sword Adventurer team was in a hurry. Although they could monitor the Ice Sword Adventurer team every day, the Ice Sword Adventurer team was too big. Destroying the Ice Sword Adventurer team wouldn't be difficult. It was precisely because of this that Bai Mingyue didn't want to force the Ice Sword Adventurer team into a corner and force them into a life-and-death struggle. However, Bai Mingyue still wanted to destroy the Ice Sword Adventurer team. He thought of a method, and that was to support the White Bear Adventurer team. He would have the White Bear Adventurer team deal with the Ice Sword Adventurer team. He would slowly whittle down the Ice Sword Adventurer team. Then, he would play some tricks behind the scenes. Bai Mingyue didn't expect that the White Bear Adventurer team would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the White Bear Adventurer team was completely wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. This was a slap in the face. Bai Mingyue felt that his fat face had been slapped purple. His heart was filled with anger. He was a city lord. How could he let go of such a shameful matter? At this time, a person walked to Bai Mingyue's side and said, "Master, Li Tsong is here." Bai Mingyue didn't need to look at the person to know that it was his most loyal servant, Bai Erkue. Bai Erkue had grown up with him, so he was the person he trusted the most. Bai Mingyue turned his head and saw Li Tsong walking towards him. Bai Mingyue's eyes couldn't help but widen, but he suppressed the anger in his heart. He was very clear that Li Tsong wasn't simple to be able to invite such an expert. If he wanted to deal with Li Tsong, then he would have to use other methods. At this time, Li Tsong arrived by Bai Mingyue's side. He cupped his fist and said, "I've seen the city lord." Bai Mingyue nodded and said, "Leader Li, what do you think about this matter?" Li Tsong looked at Bai Mingyue. He knew about the city lord's background. After all, he recognized the previous city lord's steward. The steward knew about Bai Mingyue's background and told him not to offend Bai Mingyue. However, even if he didn't offend Bai Mingyue, it didn't mean that he couldn't negotiate. Li Tsong had several thousand people to feed, so he naturally wouldn't let go of the market. Because of this, he wanted to negotiate with Bai Mingyue. However, he didn't expect Bai Mingyue to misunderstand him and directly supported the White Bear Adventurer group. This made Li Tsong unable to retreat. He could only go against Bai Mingyue. But after seeing the situation today, Li Tsong understood that he couldn't act recklessly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Li Tsong understood why Bai Mingyue asked this. He knew that Bai Mingyue had already placed the blame on him. Li Tsong didn't want to be the scapegoat, so he said, "City Lord, regarding this matter, I have something to report to you. This isn't the place to talk, I'll report it to you after the City Lord returns." When Bai Mingyue heard Li Tsong, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Li Tsong and saw that Li Tsong's expression was very ugly. Moreover, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. It seems like this matter had nothing to do with him. Naturally, Bai Mingyue wouldn't believe Li Tsong so easily. He nodded and said, "All right, then let's go back. We'll leave this matter to the city guard." After he said that, Bai Mingyue turned around and walked towards his carriage. As he walked, he said, "Leader Li, you can sit with me." Li Tsong nodded, then he followed behind Bai Mingyue and got on his carriage. After the two got on the carriage, Bai Erkue personally drove the carriage towards White Fox City. After the carriage started moving, Bai Mingyue looked at Li Tsong and said, "Leader Li, if you have something to say, just say it." Li Tsong said in a deep voice, "Yes, City Lord. Whether you believe me or not, I must tell you that the matter of the White Bear's adventurer team really has nothing to do with me. However, I can tell you who did it." When Bai Mingyue heard Li Tsong, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "What do you mean?" You said that you didn't do it, but how do you know who did it? Is that what you mean? Li Tsong nodded, then he said, yes, City Lord. Yesterday, a small leader of the White Bear Adventurer Group, nicknamed Eagle Beard, had a conflict with someone in the market. The cause of this conflict was the young water deer. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but this matter happened to be witnessed by my son. My son stopped Eagle Beard. My son knew that Eagle Beard is a villain, he would certainly retaliate against that person. However, that person's life and death has nothing to do with us. As long as we don't have a conflict in the market, we won't care. However, my son was very curious about that person's fate, so he had people watch over that person. And sure enough, when that person was about to return to the city in the evening, Eagle Beard stopped him. Eagle Beard wanted to kill that person, but he didn't expect that person to be a tough nut to crack. With a wave of his hand, he killed Eagle Beard and a member of the White Bear Adventurer Group. Their corpses sank into the ice. Li Tsong paused for a moment before continuing. When my son came back, he told me about this matter. But when I was discussing this matter with him, that person suddenly appeared in my room. My son and I wanted to resist, but that person waved his hand and restrained us. When I saw that he didn't kill me, I knew that he wouldn't kill me. So I asked him what he wanted and he said that he wanted me to submit to him. When I refused, he said that he would come find me today and give me a gift. Originally, I didn't take this matter seriously and thought that he would come find me today. But I didn't expect that as soon as I woke up this morning, I heard that something had happened to the White Bear Adventurer Group. City Lord, I suspect that this matter was done by that person. When Bai Mingyue heard Li Tsong, he couldn't help but be stunned. He stared at Li Tsong and said, Li Tsong, are you telling the truth? Li Tsong bitterly smiled and said, City Lord, I wouldn't dare to lie to you at this time. Actually, I didn't really want to go against you. You should know that our Ice Sword Adventurer Group has a lot of people. If we split the profits according to the ratio you proposed, then we wouldn't be able to keep everyone alive. So I had no choice but to bargain with you. But I didn't expect that you would support the White Bear Adventurer Group. But when this matter happened, I knew that our Ice Sword Adventurer Group would be in trouble. City Lord, I know that you're from the Bai family, and with our strength, it's impossible for us to deal with that person. I'm afraid that City Lord has invited experts from the Bai family to deal with him. Otherwise, tonight, the Ice Sword Adventurer Group and I would be finished. Moreover, looking at that person's attitude, I'm afraid that he wouldn't give up. If he can't subdue our Ice Sword Adventurer Group, then he might deal with other adventurer groups. With that person's strength and temperament, I'm afraid that City Lord wouldn't be able to suppress him. Li Tsong smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that City Lord would invite experts from the Bai family to deal with him. Otherwise, tonight, the Ice Sword Adventurer Group would be finished. Bai Mingyue looked at Li Kong. He could see that Li Tsong's expression was very natural when he said this. There was also a bitter expression on his face. It seems like he wasn't lying. Bai Mingyue said, I already know about this matter. Do you know where that person is right now? Li Tsong smiled bitterly as he handed a piece of paper to Bai Mingyue. Then he said, this is what I found out. City Lord, take a look, this is all we found. Bai Mingyue nodded, then he received the piece of paper and looked at it carefully. Then he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, this is all? Li Tsong nodded and said, this is all we found out. However, this person came here using a transmission formation. We don't know his origin, but he's a soul tree. However, his ice spells seem to be very powerful. Bai Mingyue nodded and said in a deep voice, all right, I understand. Head back first. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups immediately. I'll give you a reply before nightfall. If no one comes, I'll head over to the Ice Sword Adventurer team's place tonight. I want to see if he has the guts to kill me, the City Lord. When Li Tsong heard Bai Mingyue, he couldn't help but feel relieved. This was the best method he could think of. He was already certain that he had no way to deal with Zhao Hai. Originally, he thought that when Zhao Hai appears tonight, he would use a formation to deal with Zhao Hai. But now, it seems like his formation wouldn't work. If he submits to Zhao Hai, then even if he manages to save the Ice Sword Adventurer Group, Bai Mingyue wouldn't let him off. Because of this, the best method was to rely on Bai Mingyue and borrow the strength of the Bai family to deal with Zhao Hai. Bai Mingyue looked at Li Tsong and said, Li Tsong, you go back first. I'll definitely go to the Ice Sword Adventure group tonight. You don't need to worry. Li Tsong nodded. Then the carriage stopped. Li Tsong got off and got on the Li family's carriage. Then Bai Mingyue took the carriage back to the city. When Li Tsong got on the carriage, Li Yunbai asked, Father, why are you looking for father? Li Tsong replied, I told the city lord about Zhao Hai's matter last night. There's no irreconcilable hatred between us and the city lord. We can use this opportunity to resolve the matter between us. However, Zhao Hai won't be polite to us. If we can't deal with him, then I'm afraid that we'll follow in the footsteps of the White Bear Adventure Group. When Li Yunbai heard Li Tsong, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, But father, if we cooperate with the Bai family, then what if they don't let us manage the city? Li Tsong sighed and said, Even if they don't let us manage the city in the future, it's still better than dying. People like Zhao Hai can take our lives at any time. Li Yunbai didn't say anything. He knew that Li Tsong was right. If they don't deal with Zhao Hai's matter, then they would be in trouble. The destruction of the White Bear Adventure Group really scared them. They were afraid that they would unknowingly become corpses on ice spikes that night. Li Tsong and Li Yunbai were quietly sitting in their rooms. It was already evening outside, but they still hadn't received any news. In other words, Bai Mingyue didn't give them any news. This made the two of them feel very heavy in their hearts. Li Yunbai looked at Li Tsong and said, Father, what do we do now? Li Tsong replied, Let's wait. If Bai Mingyue doesn't reply, then I'm afraid we can only surrender today. Li Tsong knew that it was impossible for them to stop Zhao Hai with their strength. At this time, footsteps were heard from outside. Then a voice was heard, Leader, the city lord is here. Upon hearing this, Li Tsong couldn't help but shake. He immediately stood up and said, I know. Hurry, inform everyone to go greet him. Then Li Tsong walked out with Li Yunbai following behind him. When the two left the room and walked towards the gate, the other managers of the Ice Sword Adventure team also came out. They were confused as they followed behind Li Kong. At this time, Li Tsong didn't have time to say anything to them. Instead, he directly led them out of Ice City. When they arrived at Ice City's gate, they saw Bai Mingyue's deer carriage parked there. Bai Mingyue and Bai Erkue were standing outside the carriage. Li Tsong quickly stepped forward and gave Bai Mingyue a salute, We have seen the city lord. Although the people of the Ice Sword Adventure team knew that they weren't on good terms with the city lord, they didn't dare to say anything. They quickly stepped forward and said, We have seen the city lord. Bai Mingyue nodded and said, All right, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go in. Leader Li, I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint you this time. The family said that they can't send anyone. We can only rely on ourselves this time. Hearing Bai Mingyue's words, Li Tsong couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. However, he still said in a deep voice, I'm already very happy that City Lord has come. City Lord, please. Bai Mingyue nodded, and the group entered the Ice Sword Adventurer team. Then Li Tsong immediately invited everyone to the conference room. After Bai Mingyue sat down, Li Tsong told everyone about Zhao Hai's appearance as well as what happened to the White Bear Adventurer team today. Li Tsong told everyone about Zhao Hai's appearance tomorrow. Everyone knew what had happened to the White Bear's Adventurer team. Only, they hadn't thought that there would be such a story behind it. To think that this was actually a gift from Zhao Hai. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but panic. Glancing at the crowd, Li Tsong said, Quiet. Everyone, quiet down. Li Tsong held a high position in the Ice Sword Adventurer team. Everyone slowly quieted down. Li Tsong looked at everyone and said, The city lord is here to support us. That person dared to kill our group, but he doesn't dare to attack the city lord. I want to see if he dares to attack us. Haha, it's good that everyone is here. It saves me a lot of trouble. It's best to deal with them all together. A voice was suddenly heard, causing the entire conference room to turn silent. Then everyone saw a person suddenly appear in the conference room. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, making everyone nervous. Then everyone in the conference room took out their magic staffs. Zhao Hai looked at everyone before shifting his gaze to Li Tsong and Li Yunbai. He smiled faintly and said, I thought that you might resist, but I didn't think that you would use this method. Haha, interesting. You're White Fox City's city lord, right? I wanted to deal with the Ice Sword Adventurer team before looking for you. Now that you're here, it saves me a lot of trouble. Bai Mingyue looked at Zhao Hai and said, Who are you? What do you want to do? Don't forget that I'm White Fox City's city lord. If you dare to make a move, the Empire won't let you off. Ice Jade Empire, by family. Haha. So what if the Ice Jade Empire let me off? If they don't know what happened, then they wouldn't bother me, right? Zhao Hai calmly looked at Bai Mingyue. Although Zhao Hai said that he would give Li Tsong a day, how could he just leave Li Tsong alone? Li Tsong had always been under his surveillance. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that Li Tsong would dare to look for another backer after seeing the situation with the White Bear Adventurer team. This person was quite bold. However, the death of the White Bear Adventurer team would be in vain. Bai Mingyue looked at Zhao Hai and said, Then what do you want to do? We won't submit. That's not up to you. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't want to take them as slaves. However, now that Li Tsong had done so, he had no choice but to do so. Since they were affected by karma, then so be it. After all, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of karma. Bai Mingyue and the others still wanted to make a move. However, they discovered that they couldn't use any of their mental strength. Without mental strength, they were like tigers without fangs. They were nothing more than sick cats. Zhao Hai looked at them before his gaze fell on Li Tsong and his father. He suddenly smiled faintly and said, Li Tsong, to be honest, I didn't think that you would be this bold. Haha. Do you think that I'll be afraid of you just because you brought up Bai Mingyue? You're too naive. But that's good. A person like you should know how to act appropriately. You should be able to hold your own. Li Tsong and his father's expressions weren't good. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would come early today. They thought that Zhao Hai would wait until the sky turned dark. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would make a move even before the sky turned dark. When they were in the conference room, Li Tsong told the others to stay away. But now, it seems like he was harming himself. Zhao Hai turned to Bai Mingyue and the others and said, All right, I won't waste words with you. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the slave formations entered their bodies. Naturally, these people didn't really want to submit to Zhao Hai. They didn't even have the slightest intention of submitting. Because of this, they couldn't bear the pain and rolled on the ground. Before long, they all fainted. If these people could use their spiritual force, then it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to deal with them. But it was a pity that they couldn't use their spiritual force. This was because their spiritual force was sealed by Zhao Hai's formations. This was also because they were careless. In fact, the Ice Sword Guild also had their own defensive formations. If they opened their formations, then it would be very difficult for Zhao Hai to use them. Unfortunately, Li Tsong was afraid that he would expose himself if he used the formations too early. Therefore, he wanted to wait until after the conference. This gave Zhao Hai an opportunity. Before long, the slave formation that Zhao Hai had released disappeared into their bodies. However, they were still in pain as they fainted several times. It took a while for them to recover. After they woke up, they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, We have seen Master. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Take a seat. Call me young master from now on. Everyone nodded and sat down. Zhao Hai looked at them before his gaze fell onto Bai Mingyue. Zhao Hai said, Mingyue, the market will be managed by Li Tsong's Ice Sword Guild in the future. Do you understand? Bai Mingyue nodded and said, Yes, young master, I understand. But young master, the Bai family asked me to pay a lot of money. If we don't get the income from the market square, I'm afraid there will be problems. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, You don't need to worry about money. I'll tell you about it later. Li Tsong, your Ice Sword Guild is still in this state. But you need to pay more attention to the market. I don't want the market's money, I want the market's information. There are all kinds of people in the market. Adventurers from various cities will come here to trade. There should be a lot of information in the market, you need to pay attention to it. Li Tsong hastily replied, Yes, young master. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the others and said, Li Tsong, and Mingyue, stay behind. Everyone else can leave. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After they left, Zhao Hai turned his head to Bai Mingyue and said, Mingyue, I have a lot of food and vegetables. You need to start this business as soon as possible. How about it? Are there any problems? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Bai Mingyue's eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately replied, there's no problem. Young master can rest assured. What the Arctic continent lacks the most are these things. This business is the best. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, you can do this business. Moreover, you can use the money you earn to pay the Bai family. Don't let the Bai family find out about this. I want you to stay in the position of White Fox City's city lord for a long time. Don't be afraid to spend money, I don't need it. Do you understand? Bai Mingyue naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. He immediately replied, yes, young master can rest assured. I'll do my job well. The Bai family won't have any problems. As long as I give them enough money, nobody would be able to move my position. Recently, the Bai family is preparing for a war with other families. They need money to send people and prepare supplies. Therefore, my position is very important. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare, what's going on? Which family is the Bai family going to war with? Bai Mingyue replied, it seems to be the Xiang family. The Xiang family is also a great family in the Ice Jade City. However, the Xiang family has been in decline recently. They have internal and external troubles. In the past, our Bai family and the Xiang family had enmity. Therefore, the Bai family wants to use this opportunity to eliminate the Xiang family in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, so it's like this. Then won't the Ice Jade country become chaotic? What would happen if they become chaotic? Bai Mingyue replied, it's difficult. The Ice Jade country has had many conflicts like this, but it hasn't been chaotic. Although the imperial family has delegated a lot of power to the local affairs, they still value two things very much. One is the tax collection, and the other is the army. They hold these two things very tightly, but they don't care much about other things. It's because of this that the Ice Jade country hasn't had too many conflicts. This is because as long as they control the tax collection and the army, the other families wouldn't be able to cause trouble. Zhao Hai frowned and said, then how will the conflict between the Bai and Xiang families be resolved? Where are their families? Bai Mingyue said in a deep voice, the main families of the Bai and Xiang families are in the capital of the Ice Jade country, the Ice Jade City. Before the two of them make a move, they must inform the king. Then on that night, the king won't care what they do. Moreover, the people in the city won't appear to avoid accidental injuries. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Bai Mingyue's words, he was stunned. This was the first time he heard of such a strange rule. This was really too strange. A country actually allowed two families to fight in its capital. What kind of rule was this? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, the imperial family of the Ice Jade country seems to be the Yu family, right? Is this how they manage the Ice Jade country? Aren't they afraid that the big families will become strong and destroy them? Bai Mingyue said in a deep voice, this is very difficult. The imperial family has very strict restrictions on the number of soldiers each family can raise. For example, large families like the Bai family and the Xiang family can raise no more than 50,000 soldiers. This 50,000 includes all the military forces, such as the adventurer groups controlled by the Bai family, all the military forces stationed in the family, etc. All of these must be taken into account. If the imperial family finds out that you have raised more than this number, they won't ask for a reason and will immediately send troops to annihilate your family. These years, many families have been annihilated because of this. Because of this, the Ice Jade country has always belonged to the Yu family. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, in other words, if someone wants to go to war with the Ice Jade country, not only must they take into account the number of troops in the Ice Jade country, but also the private troops of each family. This is the number of troops in the entire Ice Jade country, right? Bai Mingyue nodded and said, right, if Ice Jade City were to go to war with other countries, then the kings would allow their families to bring their own private soldiers to fight alongside them. The private soldiers of each family would also undergo a temporary reorganization. If a family were to render meritorious service on the battlefield, then they would receive a lot of benefits. They could even give you a piece of land, making you a country within a country. However, in the entire Ice Jade City, there isn't a single noble with a piece of land. There were some in the past, but they were all eliminated because of rebellion. Zhao Hai nodded. He had a general understanding of Ice Jade City's situation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand. I'll leave White Fox City to you. I don't need an army, I only need information. Send someone to contact the Purple Light Mercenary Group in Icefield City. Tell them that I'm the one who sent you there. Make sure to cooperate with them. Also, I have people in the Purple Light Mercenary Group, you have to listen to them. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Bai Mingyue and Li Xong hastily replied, "Yes, we understand. Please rest assured, young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Treat it as if nothing has happened. Also, don't mention me." "Mingyue, did you mention me to the Bai family?" Bai Mingyue shook his head and said, "I didn't, young master. I just told the Bai family that there might be an expert causing trouble here and asked them to send someone to provide support. However, they didn't agree and said that I should deal with it myself." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you need to contact the Purple Light Adventurer Group as soon as possible. They have an expert there. Right, you need to find a way to control the other adventurer groups in White Fox City. However, don't let them resist too fiercely. It's best if you can deal with them quietly." Bai Mingyue nodded and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. But young master, although I have some command over the city's defense army, if something happens, the city's defense army would only listen to the orders of the city's defense officer. And the city's defense officer is directly under the command of the imperial family. I'm afraid that this would be troublesome." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about them. I don't want you to control the city defense army, nor do I want you to start a war with the city defense army. What I want is for those adventurer groups to help me collect information. Remember, I said that I don't want them to become an army. I want them to provide me with information. Do you understand?" Bai Mingyue nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Young master can rest assured." Li Tsong also had the same reaction. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "All right, it's good that you understand. Mingyue, contact the Purple Light Adventurer Group as soon as possible. When the time comes, they will provide you with food and vegetables. You need to start your business as soon as possible. Right, if you manage to expand your business, will the Bai family come and snatch it away?" When Bai Mingyue heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows and said, "That's possible. Young master, although I'm a member of the Bai family, because of my poor cultivation talent, I've never been valued. I'm also very good at managing businesses. I've earned a lot of money for the Bai family over the years. However, after so many years, I've never seen anyone from the Bai family thank me for making money. On the contrary, whenever I manage a business well, someone would immediately come and take it over. I'm afraid that it will be the same this time. If I manage White Fox City well, I'm afraid that they will send someone to take over. When that time comes, I'll be in trouble." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he pondered for a moment before he said, "Don't be afraid. If that day really comes, I'll have the Bai family change its patriarch. It wouldn't be bad for you to be the Bai family's patriarch." Bai Mingyue stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, "Young master, you want me to be the Bai family's patriarch? How is that possible? The Bai family wouldn't agree." Zhao Hai looked at Bai Mingyue and coldly said, "Do I need their agreement?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Bai Mingyue didn't say anything. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. If the Bai family dared to make a move against him, then the Bai family would be in trouble. Zhao Hai turned his head to Li Tsong and said, "Li Tsong, the management of your group are now my people. You need to cooperate with these people. Do you have any problems with the Ice Sword Guild?" Li Tsong nodded and said, "All right." Li Tsong replied, "There's no problem at all. Young master, I can't guarantee anything else, but from today onwards, the Ice Sword Group is yours. You can even order them to die." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'm happy to hear that. Besides controlling the Ice Sword Group, you also need to cooperate with Mingyue. Understood?" Li Tsong nodded and said, yes, young master. I understand. Young master can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, I won't be staying here. Mingyue, send a letter to the Bai family tomorrow. Tell them that the matter here has been resolved. Tell them that they don't need to send anyone else. Bai Mingyue nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, just remember my instructions. I'll give you these 2 transmission formations. You can use them to contact me in the future. Others can also use them to contact you. Take care of them, I'll be leaving. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed with white light as he disappeared from the room. After Zhao Hai left, Bai Mingyue received the transmission formation and then turned to Li Tsong and said, Li Tsong, you need to do a good job in the city. You need to gather the information that the young master wants as soon as possible. Although the young master didn't say anything about gathering information, I can see that the young master is very interested in the number of troops in the Ice Jade country, as well as the private armies of the various clans. Although you need to gather information about this, don't neglect other information. Li Tsong nodded and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't delay the young master's matter. Right, when should we send someone to contact the Purple Light Adventurer group? Bai Mingyue replied, I'll send someone to contact them tomorrow. Currently, White Fox City doesn't have any experts. If we can get 2 experts to guard the city, then it would be good for us. Li Tsong nodded, then he said, then how do we deal with the White Bear Adventurer group? Bai Mingyue said solemnly, what's there to resolve? Everyone's dead. What's there to resolve? I'll talk to the other adventurer teams in the city in 2 days. In the future, you'll still be in charge of the city's market. If anyone asks you about this matter, just say that you've agreed to my conditions and have given me my share. Li Tsong nodded. Then he frowned and said, but the other adventurer groups are suspecting that I'm responsible for the White Bear Adventurer group's matter. What should we do? Bai Mingyue shook his head and said, they won't. Maybe when they see the White Bear Adventurer group's situation, they'll suspect you first. But once they react, they won't suspect you. How could you have such strength? You should have destroyed the White Bear Adventurer group long ago. Why would you wait until now? The White Bear Adventurer group has always been against you. Li Tsong nodded, then he said, if that's the case, then that's great. City Lord, you can stay here tonight and return tomorrow. This way, the other adventurer groups won't suspect you. Bai Mingyue nodded and said, all right, then I'll return tomorrow. I'm very curious now, I want to know what the young master wants to do. Li Tsong said, what's the point of thinking so much? Just do what the young master told us to do. Let's go and have a drink. Naturally, Bai Mingyue didn't oppose. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in his room in White Fox City. He stood by the window and looked outside. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't want to use the slave formation this time. He didn't expect that he would need to use it in the end. But no matter what, the matter has been resolved, and this was enough. Now that the matter in White Fox City has been resolved, Zhao Hai prepared to leave. He already had a plan for his next stop. Zhao Hai was going to Ice Jade City. Ice Jade City was the capital of the Ice Jade country. It was also the largest city in the country. But at the same time, Zhao Hai was very curious about it. He really wanted to know what it was like to be allowed to fight in the capital by the emperor. Another thing was that Zhao Hai wanted to go to Ice Jade City to keep an eye on the Bai family. If he didn't care about the Bai family, then the Bai family's survival wouldn't matter to him. He was worried that if the Bai family failed, then Bai Mingyue's position as the city lord wouldn't be guaranteed. Therefore, he wanted to go to Ice Jade City to keep an eye on things. Ice Jade City was the capital of the Ice Jade country. It was also one of the largest cities in the Arctic continent. This Ice Jade City was very strange. It was a huge iceberg. At the top of the iceberg, someone used magic to build a large hall. The iceberg below was hollowed out and turned into a huge city. This iceberg wasn't the only one in Ice Jade City. The surrounding icebergs were all part of Ice Jade City. It was very strange, but also very spectacular. There were several teleportation formations in Ice Jade City. Because Ice Jade City was very big, there were a lot of teleportation formations. Naturally, the most famous one was the famous Ice Road in Ice Jade City. The ice road in Ice Jade City was actually very simple. It was an ice slide that went downwards. These ice slides went from top to bottom and were very smooth. Xianxia was now standing in front of an ice slide. He looked at some people who entered the ice slide and directly went down. These ice slides had more than a dozen entrances. Each entrance had words written on it. These words were to tell you where the ice slide led to. Xianxia had been to many cities, but this was the first time he saw an ice slide like this. The slope of these ice slides wasn't very high, so the speed of the slide wouldn't be very fast. And when you slide forward, you would sit on a piece of ice covered with animal skin. If one wanted to come up from below, then it was very simple. In Ice Jade City, there were many deer carts. These deer carts were all built by the Ice Jade Nation. Each of these deer carts was pulled by 6 or 8 pack deer. The carriages were also very large, and each carriage could seat at least 20 to 30 people. Naturally, if you can use magic, then it would be even more convenient. In Ice Jade City, there were some roads that were specially prepared for people who use magic. You can use magic to travel, but you must use magic on these special roads. You can't use magic on other roads. However, in the entire Ice Ocean continent, there was almost no one who didn't know how to use magic. However, using magic to travel for a short period of time wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Xianxia had been in Ice Jade City for 3 days. In these 3 days, Xianxia had been strolling around the city. He wanted to familiarize himself with the city. Ice Jade City was really big, and it was very surprising. To be honest, the development of Ice Jade City was far beyond Xiaohai's imagination. Xiaohai thought that Ice Jade City was similar to White Fox City. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case. Although Ice Jade City didn't have as many formations and spells as the Lost Soul Empire, they were still able to come up with things like ice slides, deer carts, and magic roads. This made the roads of Ice Jade City much more convenient and fast. This was really amazing. Ice Jade City's roads had become much more convenient and fast. Xiaohai couldn't help but sigh at the ingenuity of Ice Jade City's creator. To be able to come up with such a method, this person was definitely a genius. Xiaohai had been in Ice Jade City for the past few days, so he looked up some information. He knew that Ice Jade City was built several thousand years ago. When it was first built, it didn't have these things. It was only after many modifications that these things slowly appeared. Logically speaking, it was unrealistic for people to live in such an iceberg. It was very cold and unsafe. However, for Ice Jade City, this wasn't the case. This was because almost everyone in Ice Jade City knew magic. Every day, they would use magic to reinforce their houses. There were also people who would use magic to reinforce the roads. Because of this, the entire Ice Jade City was able to maintain its normal climate. At the top of Ice Jade City was the Imperial Palace of the Ice Jade Country. The Imperial Palace of the Ice Jade Country was also made of ice. Looking from afar, it looked as beautiful as a crystal palace. Especially when the sun shines, the Imperial Palace of the Ice Jade Country flashed with 7 colors. When Xiaohai heard about this, he immediately knew that it was because the Imperial Palace used ice to make ice. The angles of these ice faces were different. Because of this, when the sun shines on them, they would flash a beautiful light. In fact, the Ice Jade Imperial Palace was most beautiful at night. This was because the entire Imperial Palace was illuminated by light, making it even more beautiful. However, very few people would see this because everyone would be resting at night. Even adventurers wouldn't stay in the wild. In the Arctic continent, the water-type beasts weren't to be trifled with. In the Arctic continent, some small cities would have some magic formations. These magic formations had a very simple function, which was to make the ice under the small city more solid. This way, ordinary beasts wouldn't be able to come out of the ice and hurt people. However, this wouldn't work in the wild. In the wild, there wouldn't be such magic formations. If you were to sleep in the wild, then who knows when the beasts would come out of the ice and bite you to death. Naturally, some villages wouldn't have these kinds of magic formations. However, the people in these villages were already used to this kind of life. They already had their own preventive measures. In fact, their preventive measures were very simple, which was to raise dogs and deer. dogs were very alert animals. When there was danger, they would bark. This way, the people in the village would know. Therefore, in most villages, every family would raise a dog. Not only would they help you carry things, they would help you hunt, and they would also protect you. Zhao Hai left White Fox City and directly went to Ice Jade City. Ice Jade City was his last stop in the Ice Jade country. He wanted to develop some forces here. Then with Ice Jade City as the center, he would begin to control the entire Ice Jade country. Naturally, this kind of control was all underground. He wouldn't touch the official forces. In the 5 spirit realms, mercenaries were allowed to exist. In Zhao Hai's view, these mercenaries were the source of all the chaos. The mercenaries in the 5 spirit realms didn't form an organization. If these mercenaries were to unite and form a huge organization, then the strongest force in the 5 spirit realms wouldn't be the countries, but the mercenary organizations. Naturally, even if Zhao Hai wanted to transform this place, he would have to wait until he has the entire 5 spirit realm in his hands. In fact, Zhao Hai also understood why mercenaries were allowed to exist in the 5 spirit realms, especially in the Arctic continent. This was because the living environment in the Arctic continent was very bad. Not only did people have to face all kinds of difficulties, they also had to face attacks from beasts. Additionally, there was very little arable land here, so people could only rely on hunting to survive. It was precisely because of this that people had to become mercenaries. This was because they were likely to encounter danger while hunting, so they had to have the ability to protect themselves. Zhao Hai looked at the front of an ice slide building, then he went to an ice slide. Beside the ice slide was a person. Zhao Hai casually threw a silver coin to the person. After receiving the silver coin, the person gave Zhao Hai a small wooden plaque with 10 numbers written on it. After receiving the wooden plaque, Zhao Hai sat on an ice cube wrapped in animal skin. Then he exerted his strength, causing the ice cube to slide up the ice slide. Next to the ice slide that Zhao Hai was on, there was a sign that said, Ice Jade City Public Library. The Ice Jade City Public Library was the largest library in Ice Jade City. There were all kinds of books inside, amounting to about 100,000 books. The library was very big, it could accommodate 1,000 people to read at the same time. In Ice Jade City, this was already a great place. Zhao Hai didn't know about this place 2 days ago. After arriving at Ice Jade City and finding a place to stay, he directly went to the library and bought some books to read. This morning, he found out that Ice Jade City had a library. This made Zhao Hai very happy, so he wanted to go to the library. Zhao Hai sat on the ice cube, which was sliding down the ice slide. The slope of the ice slide wasn't very big, so the sliding speed wasn't very fast. This was enough to ensure one's safety, so Zhao Hai was very relieved to sit on it. After more than 10 minutes of sliding, Zhao Hai stopped in front of the library's door. After he came down from the ice cube, someone would immediately come over and use a spell to make the ice disappear. Then they would put away the animal skin cushion. Zhao Hai knew that these people were specialized in this kind of work, they were just like the bus conductors. The wooden token that Zhao Hai received before was a kind of certificate. This wooden token could be used 10 times, no matter if one was sitting on the ice slide or riding the public deer carriage. After 10 times, the wooden ladder would be taken back. The next time one wanted to use it, one would have to pay a silver coin and get another wooden token. Zhao looked at the library. From the outside, it looked like a very humble place. It had a small door with the words Ice Jade City Public Library written on it, but the entrance wasn't very big. Next to the entrance, there were a lot of shops. Without exception, these shops all sold books and ink. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these shops, instead, he went straight into the library. Upon entering the library, he was met with a bar. Inside the bar, there were women wearing blue robes. These women weren't very old, they were sitting there and writing something. They looked very quiet. Zhao Hai looked at both sides, there were 2 doors. In front of these 2 doors, there were 2 men. They were wearing short robes and had staffs in their hands. It seems like they were guarding the door. As for what was behind the door, Zhao Hai didn't know. Zhao Hai walked towards the bar. When a woman heard his voice, she raised her head. This woman looked to be around 20 years old. Her appearance could only be considered average, but she had a very gentle and quiet temperament. When she saw Zhao Hai standing in front of her, she immediately smiled and said, "Mister, do you need something?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hello, I want to read books here. Do I need to go through any procedures?" "Oh, so it's like this. If you want to read books here, you only need to pay a deposit of 1 gold coin. Then you can apply for a library card. If you want to read books in the library, then you can read as many books as you want. But if you want to borrow books, then you can't borrow more than 5 books at a time." "Oh, so it's like this. Here's 1 gold coin, I want to apply for a library card." Then Zhao Hai took out a gold coin and handed it over. After the woman received the gold coin, she directly put it away. Then she took out a wooden token and handed it to Zhao Hai. "Take this wooden token and you can read books here. Remember, 1 gold coin is a year's fee. After a year, if you still want to read books, then you have to pay another gold coin. If you only read for half a year and don't come back, then the gold coin won't be returned to you." Zhao Hai nodded and took the wooden token. Then he turned around and walked towards the door on the left. When he arrived at the door, the gatekeeper looked at the wooden token in Zhao Hai's hand and didn't care about Zhao Hai anymore. Zhao Hai directly pushed the door open and entered the library. Upon entering the library, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he didn't think that there would be so many people in the library. Upon entering the library, one could see rows of bookshelves not far away. On these bookshelves were a lot of books. A little further inside, there were tables and chairs made of ice. The tables and chairs were covered with animal skins. A lot of people were sitting there, holding a book and reading it attentively. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the library was almost full. Zhao Hai noticed that the people reading in the library weren't very old, but they weren't very young either. Moreover, these people didn't look like rich people. Their clothes weren't very good, they were even very shabby. However, there was a trace of valiance in their expressions. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He could see that most of these people were mercenaries. He really didn't understand when mercenaries became so fond of reading books. However, Zhao Hai also knew that now wasn't the time to inquire about this. Then he went to the bookshelves and looked at the words written on them. For example, magic books, travel books, historical materials, and so on. These words let people know what kind of books these bookshelves were. Zhao Hai first went to the historical books and looked at them. There were a lot of different kinds of historical materials. Not only were there historical materials from the Ice Ocean continent, there were also historical materials from other continents. There were even records from Ice Jade City and other cities. In addition to these, there were also other historical materials. These historical materials could be considered complete. Zhao Hai looked at these historical materials and nodded. He didn't say anything. Then he took out a historical material of the Ice Jade country. Then he took this book and walked towards the table. After going around the table a few times, he found an empty table with only one person sitting at it. The person looked to be in his 20s, but he wasn't even 30 years old. He was wearing coarse clothes with a layer of animal skin sewn on the inside. There was a magic staff in his hand. It was a fine copper magic staff, and its appearance was very smooth. It was obvious that he had been using it for a long time. However, this person's expression was very cold. Not only was his expression cold, his temperament was even colder. Ordinary people would feel that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Naturally, they would stay far away from him. Zhao Hai didn't care. He just looked at the person and then put down the book and sat down. The person also looked at him and then turned his gaze back to the book. Zhao Hai didn't care about him and just sat there reading the book. He knew why other people didn't approach this person. It was because this person had a murderous aura. When people see this person, they would only feel that he was cold, and his temperament was also cold. However, people with discerning eyes could see that this person's temperament was cold because of his murderous aura. This murderous aura was very condensed, so it gave people a very cold feeling. This was something that Zhao Hai was able to see at first glance. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. So what if this person had murderous aura? How many people did he kill? Moreover, this person looked like an adventurer. It would be strange if he didn't have any murderous aura. Zhao Hai didn't care about this person, he just looked at the book in his hand. The person also looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. The two just quietly looked at the book. However, Zhao Hai noticed that there were a lot of people in the library who were secretly looking at him. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Time passed by little by little. When it was almost noon, Zhao Hai prepared to get something to eat. However, he discovered that there were a lot of people in the library who took out food and ate it. However, they ate very slowly and didn't make any sound. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and stared. However, he didn't say anything. He just stood up and put the book back. Then he went outside and found a small shop next to the library. Then he went inside. The shop wasn't big, there were only 10 tables inside. All of the tables were square, and there were 4 chairs beside each table. There was nothing special about the shop. When Zhao Hai entered the shop, a young man in his 20s greeted him. The young man smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Guest, please come in. What would you like to eat?" Zhao Hai looked at the young man, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'll have a grilled fish steak and a fishbone soup." "That's all." The young man quickly complied before he turned around and left. The 2 dishes that Zhao Hai ordered could be said to be the most common dishes in the Arctic continent. Although there was very little land in the Arctic continent that could be farmed, there were a lot of fish here. Moreover, the fish here grew very fast. Because of this, there was no lack of fish in the Arctic continent. The staple food of the people here was also fish. Before long, the waiter came over with a grilled fish steak and a bowl of fishbone soup. He placed the things on the table and said to Zhao Hai, "Guest, your dishes have arrived. Please enjoy." Zhao Hai nodded, then he casually threw a gold coin to the waiter and said, "This is the money for the meal. You can keep the change." When the waiter saw the gold coin, he immediately became happy. One must know that as a waiter, he only earns a few gold coins a month. Now that he was rewarded with so much money, it made him very happy. Zhao Hai looked at the waiter and said, "Waiter, I have something to ask you." When the waiter heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "Guest, please speak your mind." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I just arrived at Ice Jade City. Because I was bored these past 2 days, I went to the library to read for a while. I didn't expect that there would be so many people in the library. Ice Jade City is really different, there are so many people reading and studying. This is something that can't be seen in other places. But what made me feel strange was that there seemed to be a lot of adventurers here. When did they start to like reading so much?" "Mister, you must be joking. Those people don't love to study, they just want to spend time in the library. As long as you pay 1 gold coin, you can read books there for a year. Those adventurers are poor, so they usually go to the adventurers' tavern in the city in the evening to pick up missions. This is because the adventurers' tavern only releases new missions in the evening, so they don't have a place to go during the day. If you stay in the tavern during the day and sleep there at night, you have to pay half the price. But if you don't stay in the tavern during the day and only sleep there at night, you can pay a lot less money. Those adventurers don't have much money, so they naturally don't want to pay for the day. If they don't pay for the day, they can't go to the tavern during the day, and they can't always stroll around the streets. So they think of a way to pay 1 gold coin and then spend the day in the library. They can stay there until the evening, then go to the tavern to pick up a mission, then go to the tavern to pick up a mission, then go to the tavern to pick up a mission tomorrow. Because of this, the library has become a favorite place for adventurers to stay, not because they want to study, but because they want to save money. When Zhao Hai heard the waiter, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the waiter and said, "Is that so? It can't be, right? Aren't there adventurers groups in the city? Why don't those people join them?" The waiter smiled and said, "Mister must be joking. Those people naturally want to join adventurers groups, but nobody wants them. Either they aren't strong enough, or they just arrived in Ice Jade City not long ago. The adventurers groups don't know about their strength. Those adventurers groups aren't good people, they don't want those who aren't strong enough. Moreover, all the good missions have been taken by those people. Those who aren't strong enough can only make a living." Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what was going on. This kind of thing can happen in any plane. Where there's light, there's also darkness. Those adventurers groups were covered in legal clothing. Most of their bodies were in the dark, but they could move in the light because they were legal. Zhao Hai was also very clear that those adventurers groups weren't simple. They certainly had people supporting them from behind. If they didn't have support, then those adventurers groups wouldn't be so overbearing. Thinking about it, the Ice Jade country allowed two great clans to fight in Ice Jade City. What else couldn't they do? Zhao Hai turned his head to the waiter and said, "Thank you, little brother. I really didn't know about this. I thought that the adventurers of Ice Jade City liked to study." Ha ha ha. The waiter smiled and said, "Mister, you must be joking. Don't you see those guys? Sometimes, they would eat some dry food in the library at noon. They wouldn't even come to a shop like this. The fish steak and fish bone soup in this shop only cost about 3 silver coins. They wouldn't even be willing to spend 1 silver coin to buy some dry food for a meal. How much money do they have?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "Thank you, little brother, for your explanation." The waiter kept his fist towards Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. After seeing the waiter leave, Zhao Hai began to eat his fish steak. After eating the fish steak and drinking the fishbone soup, Zhao Hai left the store and returned to the library. When he arrived at the library, he saw that the adventurers were indeed there. They had already eaten, and some of them were no longer reading books. Instead, they were lying on the table and sleeping. Just like the waiter said, they had already treated the library as a place to rest. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of something. If he could organize these adventurers, wouldn't they become a formidable force? Although these adventurers weren't very strong, he only wanted them to help him gather some information. He didn't want them to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Their strength should be enough. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's mind couldn't help but become lively. He took a book and slowly read it. At the same time, his mind was also thinking about forming an adventurer team. Ice Jade City was very big, so the number of people like these adventurers who were constantly on the move to make a living was certainly not small. But because these people weren't strong enough, nobody paid attention to them. But if he could organize these people, then they would become a huge intelligence network, which was a good thing. However, it wasn't easy to establish an adventurer team. First of all, you need to have money. If you want to establish an adventurer team, then you must have money. First of all, you need to pay a registration fee of 100 bell. Then you also need to pay a management fee of 100 bell every year. In fact, this was just collecting money. What management fee? The Ice Jade country didn't care about adventurer teams, so there was no need to collect management fees. These weren't enough, you also need to have a headquarters. In other words, you need to prepare your own house. Only then can you establish your adventurer team. But in Ice Jade City, the price of a house was very expensive. Ordinary people simply couldn't buy one, let alone the registration fee of 100 bell, which was even more impossible. But for Zhao Hai, money was nothing. Finding a house was also easy. In Ice Jade City, finding a house was very easy as long as you have money. Because of this, establishing an adventurer team would be very easy. But to establish an adventurer team, there was no need to recruit people. The difficult part was recruiting people. Whether or not these adventurers would join the adventurer team, this was the difficult part. While reading, Zhao Hai thought about these things. When the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai left the library and returned to his residence. For the next 2 days, Zhao Hai kept thinking about this matter. He also went to the Adventurers Tavern in Ice Jade City to take a look. When he saw the Adventurers Tavern, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was because there weren't any decent quests available. Most of the quests available were cheap labor. There weren't any decent quests available. In the tavern, Zhao Hai also heard the complaints of the adventurers. It turns out that Ice Jade City didn't lack good quests. There were many easy and profitable quests. However, these quests were all snatched up by the adventurers' teams. Therefore, these quests weren't available in the Adventurers Tavern. Naturally, the quests that were available in the Adventurers Tavern weren't anything good. There were a lot of Adventurers Taverns in Ice Jade City, and there were also a lot of adventurers inside. Zhao Hai counted the number of adventurers that he saw in the past few days. The number of adventurers that no one wanted had already exceeded 10,000. Moreover, it would only increase and not decrease. If he could organize all of these people, then they would definitely become a powerful force. After a few days of investigation, Zhao Hai finally decided to establish an adventurer team in Ice Jade City. Adventurer Group Management Center. This was a place in the Ice Jade country that was dedicated to managing adventurer groups. In fact, calling this place a management center wasn't quite right. This was because this place was just a small 2-story building. Moreover, there were only a few dozen people working here. Relying on these few people to manage an adventurer group in the Ice Jade country was simply a pipe dream. But in fact, this wasn't the case. This management center's function wasn't small, and its biggest function was to collect money. That's right, it was to collect money. If you want to form an adventurer group, then you must register here. They will collect a sum of money, and after you register, you must immediately pay the first year's management fee. Otherwise, your adventurer group wouldn't be able to be established. If you dare to establish an adventurer group, then it would be against the law. The army would come and chop your head off. Therefore, you still have to pay the second year's management fee. Therefore, the management center's biggest function was to collect money. Zhao Hai stood in front of the management center's door. This place was very deserted, he couldn't see anyone. In fact, this wasn't strange. Generally, the people who came to this management center were adventurer groups. Moreover, these adventurer groups only needed to pay once a year. Moreover, this management center could be found in every major city. Although the Ice Jade City's management center managed the entire Ice Jade country, this management center didn't do anything besides checking the accounts. Therefore, there weren't many people who would come here. However, Zhao Hai already knew how to form an adventurer group. Because of this, he decided to come here today. After arriving here, he directly went inside. Upon entering the management center, Zhao Hai stared. After entering the management center, he found himself in a small hall. Here, there was a group of sofas for resting. Of course, there was no one on the sofas. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked around. There was a corridor on both sides. Zhao Hai looked at the corridor on the left and found that there were a lot of rooms there. There was a small sign hanging on each room, and one of the small signs had the words application office written on it. Upon seeing these words, Zhao Hai knew that he had found the right place. He immediately went inside and arrived in front of the application office. He gently knocked on the door and a man's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai pushed the door and went inside. The office wasn't very big, only a few dozen square meters. There were 6 people inside, and each of them had a table in front of them. But now, the people in the room were gathered around the table. On the table, there was a wooden board with a lot of lines drawn on it. On the wooden board, there were also a lot of ice-like things. These ice-like things were very delicate and were made into various shapes. Some were like humans, some were like horses, and some were like other animals. Zhao Hai recognized these things. These things were very popular in the Ice Jade country, they were called adventure chess. But now, the people in the room were looking at Zhao Hai with a curious expression. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist and said, "Greetings everyone. I came here to register an adventurer group. Is this the right place?" The people in the room immediately responded. One of them walked towards Zhao Hai and sized up Zhao Hai, then he said, "Right, this is the place. Do you want to register an adventurer group? Do you have money?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I have." The person nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're a tree soul, not an ice soul. So you're not a person from the Ice Jade country?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm not. But I've been in the Ice Jade country for a long time. I've always been in White Fox City. This is the first time I've come to Ice Jade City." The person said, "Why did you come to Ice Jade City? You can also register an adventurer group in White Fox City. Why did you come here?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "White Fox City already has a lot of adventurer groups. Moreover, there's only a market there. Ice Jade City has a lot of opportunities. Therefore, I want to register an adventurer group in Ice Jade City." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." The person nodded and said, "Since you're not a person from the Ice Jade country, it's not impossible to register an adventurer group here. However, the fee will be higher. Also, do you want to register with your real name or anonymously? If you want to register anonymously, then the fee will be higher. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know that there were so many ways to register an adventurer team. However, he still replied, I want to register anonymously. How much would it cost? Zhao Hai nodded. The person looked at Zhao Hai and said, 500 bell, or 5,000 gold coins. Later on, you'll have to pay a management fee of 200 bell, or 2,000 gold coins. If you agree, then I'll register you. If you don't, then forget it. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then finally said, forget it, I don't have that much money right now. It seems like I can't register an adventurer group. After he said that, Zhao Hai shook his head in disappointment. Then he turned around and left. The person didn't stop Zhao Hai, instead, he turned around and went back to playing chess. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't care about such a small amount of money. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to let these guys off so easily. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that he wasn't a person from the Ice Jade country. If he were to register an adventurer group in the country, then it would attract a lot of attention. Because of this, Zhao Hai changed his mind and didn't register. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't really want to stop the registration. Instead, he thought of a way, and that was to have someone from the Ice Jade country register. He would be able to control that person. This way, he could register the adventurer group without attracting any attention. When he thought of a candidate, Zhao Hai's first thought was to transfer people from the White Fox City. But after thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't appropriate. People from the White Fox City might not necessarily know about the Ice Jade country. Therefore, it would be more appropriate to find someone from the Ice Jade country. Zhao Hai immediately thought of a candidate. Zhao Hai once again went to the library. After looking around the library, he finally found the person he was looking for. The person that Zhao Hai was looking for was the adventurer that he had seen before, the one who carried a killing intent. That adventurer was still sitting in the same place that he sat a few days ago. He was still wearing the same attire. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the murderous aura on his body was even more abundant. It was obvious that he had done a mission in the past few days. Moreover, it might even be a killing mission. Zhao Hai took a book and sat down at the ice table. Although there were a lot of people in the library today, there were also a lot of empty tables. Zhao Hai didn't sit with the adventurer, instead, he casually found a place to sit. It wasn't until evening that the adventurer put down the book and then left the library. After the adventurer left, Zhao Hai also put down the book and left the library. Zhao Hai followed behind the adventurer. He wanted to see what kind of mission the adventurer took and why his murderous aura was so heavy. Before long, Zhao Hai followed the adventurer into an alley. Naturally, Zhao Hai was very far away from the adventurer. It was impossible for the adventurer to discover Zhao Hai. Then the adventurer entered an adventurer's tavern in the alley. Zhao Hai didn't follow him in. Instead, he probed the tavern with his spiritual force. This tavern looked very ordinary. Moreover, this tavern also gave out adventurer missions. However, after the adventurer entered the tavern, he didn't look at the mission board. Instead, he went to the counter and said to the bartender, "Give me a glass of sour wine." The bartender looked at the adventurer and said, "There's no sour wine, only blood wine. Do you want it?" The adventurer nodded and said, "I want it." The bartender nodded, then he took out a book from the counter and gave it to the adventurer. After the adventurer took the book, he looked at it and then pointed to a mission on it and said, "I'll take this." The bartender didn't say anything, he just nodded and said, "After you finish the mission, bring the token to hand in the mission. When the time comes, you'll receive the reward." The adventurer didn't say anything, he just stood up and walked out. Although the adventurer took the book and accepted the mission, Zhao Hai still saw the missions on the book. The missions on the book were all shady missions. Most of them were assassination and kidnapping missions. And the mission that the adventurer took was an assassination mission. Zhao Hai didn't go to see the adventurer, he just silently followed him. Zhao Hai also saw the missions that the adventurer took. Moreover, he also knew that the rewards for these missions were very generous. Normally, if he took such a mission, then he wouldn't be in such dire straits. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about him. The adventurer seemed to be very familiar with Ice Jade City. Although the sky was getting darker and darker, he didn't seem to be looking for a place to stay. Instead, he kept walking around the city. He didn't even take the eunuch's deer carriage. Zhao Hai knew that Ice Jade City was very big. If you want to walk around the entire city, then it would take at least a few days. Therefore, in Ice Jade City, the best way to travel was the ice slide and the public deer carriage. But if you don't want people to know your whereabouts, then the best way was to walk. There were a lot of people in Ice Jade City. Every day, there would be new faces entering and leaving the city. Therefore, a person walking on the street wouldn't be noticed. But if you take the public deer carriage or the ice slide, then there would be people who would remember you. This was because the public deer carriage and the ice slide belonged to the Ice Jade Country's public service department. Naturally, people would remember you. The adventurer was a murderer, so naturally, he wouldn't take the public deer carriage or the ice slide. Only in this way could he ensure that his whereabouts wouldn't be discovered. Zhao Hai had been following him from a distance. He knew that the adventurer's mission was to kill a small merchant. The merchant's background was written in the mission. The merchant had a small shop, and his strength was ordinary. Zhao Hai didn't know who he had offended, but he was given 5 bells worth of work. And this was the mission that the adventurer took. Although he wasn't very familiar with Ice Jade City, there were street signs in Ice Jade City. Therefore, Zhao Hai wouldn't get lost. He also slowly discovered that the adventurer was rushing towards his target. Zhao Hai believed that the adventurer wasn't too far away from his target. The adventurer walked for another 20 minutes before stopping in front of a grocery store. This grocery store was his target's small shop. It was called Fat Duck Grocery Store. The store wasn't big, and the location wasn't very good. It seemed like it wouldn't make much money. The man glanced at the grocery store and then looked around. Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to him, wanting to see what he was going to do. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the man just looked for a place to shelter from the wind. Then he took out a piece of animal skin from his chest and spread it on the ground. Then he sat on the animal skin and closed his eyes. The temperature of the Arctic continent was very low at night. Even though the man was sitting on the ground, he didn't seem cold at all. In addition to the fact that he was a warlock, Zhao Hai also noticed that the man was sitting on a piece of snow fox skin. Snow foxes were a type of fox unique to the Arctic continent. They had a snow-white body and were very beautiful. Moreover, they were also a type of demon beast. The most valuable part of a snow fox was its crystal core, its poison sac, and finally, its skin. The crystal core of a demon beast could be used for cultivation, it could be used to make magic staffs, and it could also be used in formations. These were all good things. This was because the crystal core of a demon beast didn't only have strength, it also had the life of a demon beast. It was absolutely a good thing. The poison sac of a snow fox was even more extraordinary. This poison sac could be used to make a hallucinogen. This hallucinogen was also a good thing. As long as a person smelled it, they would have hallucinations. If they inhaled too much, they might even die. The same was true for the crystal core of a snow fox. If it was used to make a formation, then the formation's power would be greatly increased. The snow fox skin was very good. Not only was it very warm, it was also very beautiful. It could also increase a person's running speed. It was absolutely a good thing. Zhao Hai didn't think that this person would have a piece of snow fox skin. However, Zhao Hai wasn't very optimistic about this person's actions tonight. Although Zhao Hai didn't enter the grocery store, he had already used his spiritual force to see the situation inside. There was only a 50-year-old man inside the store. This man was very thin and didn't look very impressive. However, Zhao Hai could feel a murderous aura coming from this person. It was a murderous aura. Such a person was absolutely not to be trifled with. Zhao Hai was sure that this grocery store's owner wasn't a good person in the past. He might even be doing it now. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a move, nor did he say anything. He just quietly watched. The person rested until midnight. After that, he stood up and put away the snow fox skin. Then he slowly walked towards the grocery store. Before long, he arrived at the grocery store. Then he looked at the store and softly chanted a few incantations. A stream of water shot out from his hand and directly hit the door shaft of the grocery store. Then he shot another stream of water from his hand and directly hit the middle of the store. This should be where the door bolt was placed. After that, the water flowed and the door bolt slowly opened. Then the person carefully pushed the door and walked in. Because the door shaft was lubricated by the water, it didn't make any sound. Then the person walked in very carefully. Every step he took, he would pay attention to the situation around him. This was to make sure that he didn't make any sound as he moved forward. It can be seen that this wasn't the first time he did this. He was very experienced. However, Zhao Hai was sure that he kicked an iron plate this time. This was because the grocery store's owner had already stood up and took out his staff. Just as the person was about to enter the bedroom, the sound of an incantation was suddenly heard from the bedroom. Then the bedroom door was opened and an ice arrow was shot out from the bedroom. The person didn't expect the other party to wake up. However, it was clear that he was prepared. His figure flashed to the side, his movements were very flexible. Then a blue light flashed from his body as an ice shield appeared in front of him. Then he quickly retreated. At this time, the store's owner rushed out of the bedroom. The store's owner also had a shield on his body. At the same time, the staff in his hand flashed as a few spells were cast towards the person. One was advancing while the other was retreating. Naturally, their speed was different. However, it was clear that when the person retreated, he used a spell on himself. Because of this, his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived on the street. But during the entire process, neither of them spoke. After arriving on the street, the two began to chant incantations at the same time. Then one spell after another was cast towards the other. Before long, the two had exchanged several blows. Their spells were very fast, but they still needed to chant incantations to cast them. However, it can be seen that the person wasn't the store owner's opponent. If it wasn't for the staff in his hand being very good, then he might have already been defeated. At this time, the store owner suddenly took out a talisman from his chest and threw it towards the person. The talisman opened with the wind and suddenly turned into a huge ice bear. The person was startled and dodged to the side. But just as he dodged to the side, he immediately fell into the ice. Then the ice immediately froze. At this time, the store owner waved his hand as the ice bear rushed towards the person. The person's eyes couldn't help but flash with despair. Enough! Along with this voice, the two people and the ice bear became motionless. Finally, the ice bear turned back into a talisman and floated in the air. Zhao Hai slowly walked out and looked at the two. The two looked at Zhao Hai in horror. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. Good, you're just right. Then he waved his hand as the two slave formations entered the two's bodies. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at the two and smiled faintly. Good. The two people's bodies stiffened, then their faces showed a painful expression before they fainted. It didn't take long before they woke up and fainted again. After a few times, the two finally recovered. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the two people were able to move. The two turned to Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen the master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Let's talk inside." Then he walked towards the grocery store with the two people following behind. Before long, the three entered the store. Zhao Hai sat down and looked at the two people and said, "I've accepted the two of you today because I have two things for you to do." "Right, what are your names?" The person that Zhao Hai saw in the library said, replying to the master, "This little one is called Lei Jun." The shop owner said, "Master, this old man is called Ling Bing." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, Lei Jun, go to the mercenary management office tomorrow and register an adventurer group. Here's the money. As for the name, I think it should be called the Green Jade Adventurer Group." Lei Jun nodded, then he said, "Yes, master can rest assured. I originally wanted to save some money and establish an adventurer group. Therefore, I'm very clear about the matter of registration." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Ling Bing and said, "Ling Bing, you want to sell a place. The place doesn't need to be too good, but it needs to be big enough." Ling Bing said in a deep voice, "Yes, master can rest assured." Actually, this grocery store is very close to the main river. But the price might be a little higher. Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, all right, money is not a problem. Buy all the places around here. Buy as big as you can, and do it as soon as possible. After saying that, Zhao Hai directly threw a bag to Lin Bing. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, I'll give you 5 days. In these 5 days, take care of these 2 things. The two of them responded in unison. After saying that, Zhao Hai disappeared from the grocery store. Lin Bing turned to look at Lei Jun and said in a deep voice, let's stay here today. Tomorrow, we'll split up and do things. Why did you come to kill me? Lei Jun said in a deep voice, the mission is still there. I think we should find a way to eliminate this mission as soon as possible. Have you offended anyone recently? Lin Bing thought for a moment and said, I have a rough idea. It should be solved soon. You don't have to worry. Lei Jun nodded. Then the two of them sat in the grocery store and chatted softly. The two of them didn't know each other, but now that they have become Zhao Hai's subordinates, they naturally have to understand each other. The next morning, after the two of them had breakfast, Lei Jun directly went out. The bag that Zhao Hai gave him had enough gold coins to ensure that he could successfully register an adventurer team. Moreover, Lei Jun himself was from the Ice Jade country, so it was very easy for him to register. Lin Bing began to discuss the matter of buying a house with the people around him. The place where Lin Bing was located was actually a civilian area. The houses here weren't good, they could only be considered ordinary houses. Lin Bing offered a high price, enough for those people to buy a house in a better place. Those people naturally didn't have any ideas and immediately agreed. The two of them were very fast. Lei Jun's adventurer team was registered on the same day, and Lin Bing only took 3 days to buy all the houses around. Those who didn't want to sell their houses, or those who wanted a high price, would always have someone in their family who would die of a sudden illness. This made those people honest, and the price that Lin Bing offered wasn't low, so those people naturally agreed to sell their houses. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the two people. He wanted to see how they were doing. Originally, Zhao Hai only wanted to subdue Lei Jun. However, Lin Bing also made Zhao Hai feel very interested. This person had a story, so Zhao Hai wanted to subdue him. Although the strength of these two people wasn't very strong, the people that Zhao Hai wanted to recruit weren't that strong. He only wanted to recruit some people with average strength, because those who were strong had already been snatched away by those adventurer teams. Now that the two of them had finished their business, Zhao Hai naturally appeared. When the two saw Zhao Hai arrive, they immediately welcomed him and led him to the grocery store. Although this place belonged to them now, even if you buy a house, you still need to give people some time to move. This was a sudden purchase, it wasn't as if they were going to sell it. After the three entered the grocery store, Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You've done very well these past few days. I'm very happy. Lei Jun, do you know anyone among the adventurers? They don't need to be strong, even if they're weak. Recruit them to our adventurer team, I won't treat them unfairly." Lei Jun stared, then he was puzzled as he said, "Master, why do we need to recruit those who are weak? Those people are too weak, it would be very detrimental to the development of our adventurer team." Zhao Hai said, "In the future, you two can call me young master. I didn't establish this adventurer team to make money. I recruited those people for other purposes. You don't need to worry about that. Just recruit the adventurers in the library." "Right, what about the other adventurer teams?" Lei Jun replied, "Young master, I know about this. Every month, they receive 10 gold coins to 100 gold coins. Moreover, the mercenary teams receive missions. Those who participate in the missions will receive a certain promotion, but the promotion won't be high. As for food and lodging, the adventurer team will take care of them. Their family members will also be brought to the adventurer team. It can be said that each adventurer team is an independent kingdom." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I'll give them better treatment than those big adventurer teams. So you don't need to worry about anything. Just recruit people. Here's the money." After saying that, Zhao Hai threw a bag to Lei Jun. Lei Jun took it and nodded. Zhao Hai turned to Lin Bing and said, "Lin Bing, you need to move those people away as soon as possible." then you don't need to worry about it. We need to rebuild these places, but this kind of construction can't be done by others. Lung Bing nodded and said, "Yes, young master. Rest assured, I'll arrange it." Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Well, Lung Bing, what did you do before? I don't think you're an ordinary person." Lung Bing nodded and said, "Yes, I used to be a member of an assassin group. Later, I quit and opened my own grocery store. Because my position in the assassin group isn't high, no one will care about us. It's just that we can't betray the organization, otherwise, we'll definitely be hunted to death." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's the same as what I thought. Cold Ice, you have to pay attention to this. In the future, our mercenary group will focus on gathering information. In this aspect, the adventurers would certainly have no experience, so you have to teach them. Do you understand?" Cold Ice nodded. Lung Bing nodded and said, "Yes, young master, don't worry. I will prepare it. In this regard, we have all received special training. I believe there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Of course, our mercenary group also needs to have our own camp. Lung Bing, you have to pay attention these days and see if there's anything good about this business. If there is, then we can help with this kind of business. Remember, it must not be a particularly high-level business." Lung Bing nodded and said, "I will pay attention to this." Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, "I'll leave this to you first. If you need anything, tell me when I come next time." After saying that, Zhao Hai disappeared. Lung Bing turned to look at Lei Jun and said in a deep voice, "Lei Zi, it seems that young master mainly wants to establish an intelligence agency. It seems that we have to pay attention to the selection of people. When you recruit people, you have to recruit some smart people. Don't find some too stupid people. Although those people are easy to control, they will ruin young master's plans." Lei Jun nodded and said, "Over the years, in order to establish an adventurer team, I've deliberately established some connections. Although those people aren't very strong, they are steady. They should be useful. However, I still need to screen them." Lei Jun nodded. Lung Bing said in a deep voice, "I will also contact the people in our assassin group. Although those people are not very strong, they should be good at intelligence." Lei Jun nodded and the two of them chatted about other things. Naturally, the big shots of Ice Jade City wouldn't care about the relocation of several hundred families. These people were all commoners, and they didn't move to the same place. Naturally, nobody would care about it. It was precisely because no one paid any attention to this matter that no one knew that an adventurer team had silently appeared in Ice Jade City. This adventurer group's location was behind Lung Bing's grocery store. There was a large area there that had been sold by Zhao Hai. After those people moved, Zhao Hai personally built a huge ice courtyard. There were a lot of houses inside, and the layout was very complex. If someone who didn't know the way entered the courtyard, then they would surely get lost. The construction of this courtyard didn't attract anyone's attention. In other people's eyes, the houses in this area had been rebuilt. The doors that were originally facing the road had been moved to the other side. Nobody would think that this area had been fenced off. After the area was fenced off, very few people would come here. Moreover, this area didn't only have one door. Zhao Hai had left a lot of doors there. Even if outsiders saw it, they would think that it was someone else's house and wouldn't care. Actually, there were a lot of fake doors there. Naturally, there were also real ones. The entire courtyard was made into a maze by Zhao Hai. This was also a defensive measure. After the courtyard was finished, their adventurer group would be officially established. However, they didn't hang a sign outside. Instead, they hung a sign inside to let the members of the adventurer group know that this place belonged to them. Because of this, almost nobody in Ice Jade City knew that an adventurer group had been established here. However, among the lower-level adventurers of Ice Jade City, this news had already started to spread. They all knew that a new adventurer group had appeared in the city, and it was very mysterious. Moreover, those who weren't strong could also join. However, as for how to join, there weren't many people who knew. Actually, what Zhao Hai did was very simple. He had Cold and Lei Jun go out and find some people that they were familiar with and have them join the Cyan Jade Adventurer Group. After these people joined the Adventurer Group, they would be informed of the rules. If they were willing to join, then they would become members of the adventurer group. They would also receive preferential treatment. Moreover, these people who joined the adventurer group would also bring their family members to the adventurer group. As long as you bring your family members to the adventurer group, then the adventurer group would immediately give you a task. If you can get your family members to join the adventurer group, then you would also receive a reward. Naturally, not everyone could join an adventurer group. First, the person needed to be steady and smart. Of course, if they were very honest, then they could also join. Just like this, it took 10 days for Zhao Hai's group to spread the news. In just 10 days, they had recruited nearly 500 people. This number wasn't a lot. In Ice Jade City, it could only be considered a small adventurer group. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with this number. He had called buy more houses and recruit more people. But now, he wasn't in a hurry. This was because he still needed to allocate a lot of time to train these people. Zhao Hai first trained Cold and the others. This time, Cold didn't recruit a lot of people, only less than 50 people. These people weren't young, and their strength was very average. Generally, they would do some small businesses, and their days wouldn't be any better. However, these people had one thing in common, and that was that they all came from the same place as Lin Bing. They were an assassin group, and no one knew the name of this assassin group. They only knew that the people who received business from this assassin group would all wear a ghost mask on their faces. As for the people who killed, many people knew them. Naturally, people like Cold and the others could only be considered as part of this assassin group. They followed the assassin group and were trained for a period of time. They also did some small tasks, so they knew very little about the assassin group. They didn't even know the name of this assassin group. It was precisely because of this that they were able to withdraw from the assassin group. This was because they didn't know anything. Even if someone wanted to retaliate against the assassin group, they wouldn't be able to get anything useful from Cold and the others. However, Cold and the others had also been trained for a period of time. Therefore, they knew a bit about information gathering, and this was what Zhao Hai needed. However, they weren't very proficient with the various artifacts that Zhao Hai provided. Because of this, Zhao Hai trained them for a period of time. Then he made them instructors in the adventurer group. This way, the adventurer group would be able to learn how to gather information as soon as possible. The establishment of the Green Jade Adventurer Group was silent. Aside from some low-level adventurers, other people simply didn't know about it. And these low-level adventurers slowly stopped talking about this matter. This was because everyone was busy trying to survive, so they didn't have time to think about it. But what no one noticed was that a few days ago, a place called Cyan Jade Goods Store suddenly appeared in the Ice Jade City. This store specialized in transporting goods for the people of the city. This store was extraordinary. Not only would it transport goods from all over the Ice Jade City, it would also transport goods to other places. Moreover, the price was not very expensive. Because of this, the business of this store was slowly getting better. Of course, the speed of this freight house wasn't much faster than others, but it was very safe. It would arrive on time, and the price would be cheaper than transporting it by themselves. Because of this, many merchants in the city would hand over their goods to Green Jade Freight House for transportation. However, there weren't a lot of people who knew about this matter. This was because most of the things that the Green Jade cargo platform transported were from small merchants. They couldn't reach the things of big merchants, and it seems like they didn't want to accept those businesses. In other people's opinion, there was nothing good about helping these small merchants transport goods. Not to mention the low price, the risk was also very high. Because of this, many people didn't want to do business with these small merchants. This made these small merchants unable to do business with outsiders. Even if they wanted to do business with outsiders, they would need the help of other adventurer groups. If they wanted to do business with outsiders, they would need the help of other adventurer groups. If they wanted to do business with outsiders, they would be afraid that they would be robbed halfway. It wasn't that no one thought about using transmission formations to transport goods. However, using transmission formations to transport goods wasn't cheap. This was because the price of using transmission formations to transport goods was different from the price of transporting goods by foot. If a person wanted to use transmission formations to go somewhere, the price wasn't very expensive. It was only 1 gold coin per trip. If one wanted to go far, then the price would be based on the distance. However, if one wanted to transport goods, then it would be different. If one wanted to transport an item that weighed 100 jin, then the transportation fee would be 1 bell. Moreover, the size of the item couldn't exceed 1 square meter. Because of this reason, under normal circumstances, nobody would use transmission formations to transport goods. Naturally, some great clans could also use their spatial equipment to transport goods. However, spatial equipment was very rare in the 5 spiritual realms. Therefore, many people couldn't use their spatial equipment to transport goods. The emergence of the Green Jade Warehouse made the small merchants of Ice Jade City see a glimmer of hope. This was because the price of transporting goods here wasn't high, and it was also very safe. It was much cheaper than transporting goods by themselves. This way, they could do business with people from other cities. For them, this was definitely good news. Not only did the Green Jade Warehouse have a shop in Ice Jade City, it also had a large courtyard outside. All of the goods would be transported there. As for when the people from the Green Jade Warehouse would transport the goods, nobody knew. However, the Green Jade Warehouse would guarantee that the goods would be delivered on time. Therefore, the merchants didn't care about when the goods would be transported. In addition to the Green Jade Warehouse, there were also some new taverns. These taverns were all adventurer taverns. Moreover, the missions they received were very miscellaneous. However, most of them were low-level missions. Therefore, nobody cared about them. On the other hand, the low-level adventurers were very happy. This was because they now have more places to receive missions. However, the low-level adventurers of Ice Jade City discovered the differences between these taverns. The missions that these taverns gave were all the same. In other words, you can see all of the missions in Ice Jade City from a tavern. There was no need to go to other taverns. In the past, the missions of the adventurer taverns weren't shared. If one tavern had a mission, the other taverns might not. If one didn't receive a suitable mission, then they could only go to another tavern. Some people might go to several taverns and still not find a suitable mission. But now it was different. As long as you enter a tavern, you would be able to see all of the missions. If you couldn't find a suitable mission in a tavern, then you can go back and rest. This was because the missions of the other taverns were the same. These taverns originally had their own names. But these new taverns had the same name. They were called adventurer taverns. The missions inside were very complete. Naturally, this also made the business of the other adventurer taverns bad. This was because the other taverns didn't share their missions. Many adventurers couldn't find a suitable mission in those taverns. On the other hand, the adventurer taverns had a lot of missions and the wine wasn't expensive. So naturally, they were happy to go to the adventurer tavern. This made many of the taverns in the city feel that they couldn't continue to operate. But then people would immediately come to them. If they wanted to sell their tavern, then the other party would directly buy their tavern. If the other party didn't want to sell their tavern, then the other party would buy their tavern. And if the other party didn't want to sell their tavern, then the other party would pay for the shares and let them participate in the mission sharing. This way, the business of the tavern would slowly improve. However, a lot of owners of small taverns wouldn't sell their taverns because this was their livelihood. One must know that although Ice Jade City was a big city, it was also the same as other big cities. It had a common characteristic, and that was that the cost of living here was quite high. If those owners of small taverns were to sell their taverns, then they wouldn't be able to make a living, and their future days would be very hard to come by. Nobody knew that with the support of Zhao Hai and Jin Yuan, it only took 3 months for a huge information network to be spread out. Moreover, it wasn't just spread out in Ice Jade City, it was spread throughout the entire Ice Jade country. Zhao Hai had spies in all the adventurers' taverns in the Ice Jade country. Moreover, in some of the big cities of Ice Jade City, there were also Green Jade warehouses. It can be said that the entire underworld of the Ice Jade country had undergone earth-shattering changes. Perhaps in Ice Jade City, the underworld's gangs hadn't changed much. However, in other cities, the underworld's gangs had undergone a big reshuffle. Although the gangs in Ice Jade City didn't change much, their people were no longer the same as before. Their hearts had already pledged allegiance to Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai had used the slave array a lot of times. Zhao Hai really didn't want to use the slave array. He didn't like slavery, so he was somewhat disgusted with the slave array. Therefore, he always found excuses for himself, such as karma. When it comes to karma, the karma of taking a slave wouldn't be less than killing someone, it might even be more. However, Zhao Hai had massacred an entire realm in the past. How much karma had he accumulated? When it came to transcending tribulation, he still had to transcend it. Nobody cared about karma. Therefore, the reason why Zhao Hai didn't want to use the slave array was because he didn't like it. However, just because he didn't like it didn't mean that he wouldn't use it. Using the slave array to take in slaves was the most direct and effective method. Using this method, Zhao Hai could obtain countless slaves. These slaves would do the same things they did before. Nobody would be able to see any abnormalities, even their family members wouldn't be able to see any changes. However, they were the most loyal to Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai wanted them to kill their family members, they would still do it. This was because Zhao Hai's words were like an imperial edict to them. In other cities, Zhao Hai only needed to select 1 or 2 leaders and then use benefits to bribe the great clans and city lords of those cities. Then, he could reshuffle the underworld of those cities. This way, the underworld would listen to Zhao Hai. However, in Ice Jade City, Zhao Hai didn't dare to do this. The reason was very simple. Ice Jade City was the capital of the Ice Jade country. The Ice Jade country wouldn't allow too much chaos to occur in Ice Jade City. Therefore, the underworld could only quietly change their direction. They absolutely couldn't use force. It was precisely because of the help of the people in the underworld that Zhao Hai was able to spread his information network so quickly. Moreover, it was carried out so smoothly that the great clans weren't aware of it. In fact, the great clans of the Ice Jade country were like blind men in front of Zhao Hai. It was impossible for those great clans to directly send their most trusted people to the streets to inquire about information. Their only source of information was the underworld. Although the people in the underworld weren't very eye-catching and weren't liked, if these people were used well, then the benefits would be very big. Therefore, the great clans had people like this. They were either the children of the great clans, or they were very loyal to the great clans. This was why the great clans were so well informed. But now, these people had been incorporated by Zhao Hai. They were all working for Zhao Hai. With the help of these people, the great clans didn't even hear of the name Zhao Hai. It was even more impossible for them to know that Zhao Hai had become the underground emperor of the Ice Jade country. And controlling the underworld had another benefit. It allowed Zhao Hai to discover an information network of the Yu family of the Ice Jade country. The Yu family's information network was much larger and more dense, covering every corner of the Ice Jade country. And this large information network was the main reason why the Yu family controlled the Ice Jade country. This information network wasn't easy to discover. If it was so easy to discover, then the Yu family wouldn't have been able to control the Ice Jade country for so many years. Perhaps there would have been people rebelling long ago. But while this information network might be a secret to the great clans, it wasn't a secret to Zhao Hai. The people of the underworld had many interactions with this information network. And as long as Zhao Hai knew a node of this information network, he could follow this node and slowly figure out this information network. It was also because he discovered this information network that Zhao Hai's arrangement was so smooth. This was because he had turned many points on this information network into his own. It could be said that after a few months, Zhao Hai finally controlled the entire Ice Jade country's underworld. At the same time, he began to spread his influence to other countries. This was the result that Zhao Hai wanted. At the same time, more and more people from the Lost Soul Empire entered the Ice Jade country. These people were all experts. With them coming, the place that Zhao Hai controlled was completely safe. Now, Tang Ming had run over to the Ice Jade country to oversee it. Among Zhao Hai's subordinates, the people he trusted the most, besides Shi Chui and the slaves, were Tang Ming and Wen Hai. And among them, Tang Ming and Wen Hai were the most important, followed by the 2 Ho brothers and Che Xiaoguang. At this time, there were too many things going on in the Lost Soul Empire. Wen Hai and the others were there to keep an eye on things. Although Tang Ming also had things to do, he was transferred here by Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai needed someone like Tang Ming to oversee the situation. Inside the Green Jade Adventurer group, inside Zhao Hai's room, Tang Ming and Zhao Hai were sitting opposite each other. Tang Ming looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. In the past, I didn't know how Boss became the king of the Lost Soul Empire. But now, I know. Everything depends on whether Boss wants to do it or not. As long as Boss wants to do it, then there's nothing that you can't do. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Ming and said, "When did you learn to say such things? Are you mocking me or praising me?" The relationship between Zhao Hai and Tang Ming was very good. It was similar to the relationship between subordinates and superiors, but they were also good friends. One must know that slaves and good friends were completely different. Zhao Hai cherished this relationship very much. When Tang Ming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Of course I'm praising you. Boss, in just a few months, you've already gained control of an entire country's intelligence. If people were to know about this, I wonder how surprised they would be." Zhao Hai replied, "This is just the beginning. Old Tang, your next task is very important. I want you to do everything you can to develop this force. It would be best if you can make the entire Ice Ocean continent our domain. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Old Tang, I'm not going to do anything." Tang Ming nodded and said, "I understand. Boss, you can rest assured. Leave this matter to me. What do you plan to do next?" "Listening to you, are you planning to leave the Ice Ocean continent?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll be leaving the Ice Ocean continent, but I'll be going to other countries first. At the very least, I'll be going to their capitals and arranging some of our people there. Then I'll leave." Tang Ming said, "That would be the best. Then we can relax a lot. Where are you planning to go next?" Zhao Hai replied, "The volcanic continent. I'm going to the volcanic continent to see what kind of place it is. It's already been a few months. In less than 2 years, Xiaoyu will arrive. After sending Xiaoyu away, we'll prepare to send troops to the 5 spirit realms." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Tang Ming nodded, then he said, "Boss, the people in the 5 spiritual realms aren't simple. Why did I hear that there are people who ascended here? If that's true, then does this place have anything to do with the upper realm?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "There are indeed rumors of ascension in the 5 spiritual realms. The people here also know about ascension. However, I don't think that they have anything to do with the upper realm. However, there's one thing that I feel strange about. I feel that the people in the 5 spiritual realms aren't ascending to the sword spirit realm." When Tang Ming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "They're not ascending to the sword spirit realm? Then where are they ascending to? Could it be that the upper realm has other realms besides the sword spirit realm?" However, when he heard this, Tang Ming stared. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Boss, you mean to say that the upper realm is just like us? It's made up of countless realms, and the sword spirit realm is just one of them? Is that what you mean?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, that's what I meant. The sword spirit realm is just one of the realms. Above the sword spirit realm, there might be other realms. And on the level parallel to the sword spirit realm, there might be other realms. Although we're ascending to the sword spirit realm, the other realms might not necessarily be ascending to the sword spirit realm." Tang Ming's expression turned solemn as he said, "If that's the case, then can we deal with the 5 spiritual realms now? If the upper realm of the 5 spiritual realms isn't the sword spirit realm, then what will we do in the future? Will we face an attack from the 5 spiritual realms?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Even if we have to face an attack from the upper realms, I don't believe that they would be stronger than the sword spirit realm. The 5 spirit realms might be stronger than the spirit weapon realm or the soul realm because they have ascended. However, compared to the bewildered soul empire, the difference is too great. However, the formations here are quite exquisite. Moreover, their cultivation techniques are quite good. I don't want our brothers to die in vain, so I didn't make a move on them. In any case, we still have time. If we don't care about casualties, then our army would have already arrived and the Arctic continent would have already fallen into our hands." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The 5 spirit realms are very strong, they might be stronger than the spirit weapon realm or the soul realm." Tang Ming nodded, he thought that Zhao Hai was right. He was very clear about the strength of the Lost Soul Empire. If the Lost Soul Empire were to go all out and attack the 5 spirit realms, then the 5 spirit realms wouldn't be able to resist for a long time. Naturally, the Lost Soul Empire would also suffer a lot of casualties. Although the Lost Soul Empire had battleships, the people of the 5 spirit realms were all cultivators. At the same time, the Lost Soul Empire's long-range attacks wouldn't be easy to deal with. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. However, this didn't mean that the Lost Soul Empire needed to be afraid of him. End of chapter 4063. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.